Was it because it felt pity for him and decided to throw him a bone? While he was lost in thought, his phone buzzed again. Yinlei, the situation is quite special. If you come across anything similar, let me know anytime. Yinlei, the person has been found. If you're interested, I can update you when there's a result. Yinlei's intention was to keep Lin Heng informed so he could be cautious if similar items appeared in the future. However, Lin Heng was already in a dilemma. After all, this was someone else's diary. Wouldn't it be too strange for him to express interest? What he didn't know was that a special team had already been formed to study other people's diaries. Chapter 73. The origin of the diary. Everything unfolded as the investigators had anticipated. The diary belonged to Deng Xiao. The handwriting comparison results confirmed this quickly, and even Deng Xiao himself, upon seeing the photos sent to him, recognized it as his own writing. Deng Xiao's return was much later than expected. Not because the personnel were not actively investigating the diary. The renowned surgeons who were enthusiastically invited on site to witness the treatment process did everything possible to keep Deng Xiao for an additional 2 days for observation. They truly tried every method, almost to the point of rolling on the ground. To them, this was not a treatment process at all, but rather a magical assault on their medical understanding, a devastating blow, no less. Fortunately, a few of them were genuinely skilled surgeons. The special task force came up with a plan to send him to a research institute. The derivative medications developed based on the immediate treatment had already begun mass production, and subsequent clinical trials would undoubtedly follow, making this the perfect time for the doctors to contribute. Although the effectiveness was less than 1/10 of the original sample, it was merely a downgrade from a magical assault to a regular attack, which would capture the attention of a few doctors. No big deal. By the time Deng Xiao returned to Bin Province, it was already 3 days after Lin Heng had learned the news. Li Li had indeed specifically called him to Bin Province to cooperate with the investigation, allowing Deng Xiao to visit his family. Otherwise, he would have had to make a trip to the capital. Upon his arrival, he received a notification instructing him to bring his diary, specifically the brown-red one. In their line of work, absolute obedience to orders was the norm. The problem was, Deng Xiao didn't keep a diary. He couldn't even remember the last time he wrote anything down. However, he had a good memory and recalled that there was indeed a small brown-red leather notebook at home, where he occasionally jotted down some unimportant notes. But it hardly counted as a diary. After all, many of his daily activities post-work were things he couldn't even speak about, let alone write down. This order was quite a headache for Deng Xiao, so he had to make a quick trip home, dig out the long-forgotten notebook from under the bed, and hurry back to the special task force. He wondered what kind of matter required specifying the color of the notebook. Having just escaped a life-threatening situation and undergone a miraculous transformation, he was still in the process of reshaping his worldview, and his mind was racing with confusion. Filled with questions, Deng Xiao was escorted into the conference room, where he looked up to see his superior, Mu Zhou, sitting across from him. On the table lay a brown-red leather notebook that looked strikingly similar to the one he had brought from home. Deng Xiao paused, his gaze falling on the notebook on the table for a closer look, and when he looked up again, he saw Mu Zhou as half-smiling, half-serious expression. Reflexively, he wanted to stand at attention and salute. "Good day, Captain." When Deng Xiao graduated and just started working, Mu Zhou was his captain. Now, having independently led his own team, Mu Zhou had been promoted to deputy director, yet he still instinctively addressed him as captain. He understood that expression all too well. Mu Zhou was likely thinking about how to deal with him. Nevertheless, he felt much more relaxed in front of Mu Zhou. Deng Xiao pulled out a chair and sat down, placing the notebook he held on the table. The two notebooks were now side by side, and upon a glance, the surface and even the leather texture were identical, with not a single scratch out of place on the sides. The only difference is that the notebook brought by Deng Xiao looks much newer, while the one already on the table, with its lambskin cover, shows signs of wear and tear from time. Even Mu Zhou's expression changed. Deng Xiao didn't reach out to touch the table. He sensed that calling him back urgently meant things were not straightforward. "Captain, Director Mu, what's going on with this notebook?" When Deng Xiao went home to get the notebook, no one was there, and he had no idea that this matter was related to his family. Until now, Mu Zhou had briefly explained the background, and then let him casually flip through the used diary that his brother had bought. Soon, Mu Zhou witnessed a scene he had been wanting to see. Deng Xiao, who usually remained composed, was now flipping through the two diaries on the table in shock, comparing the first few pages back and forth. "Is this mine? How could the content be the same as what I wrote?" He leaned over the table, lifting each page of the two notebooks to carefully examine them in the sunlight, almost tearing apart the binding. If it weren't for the two notebooks being in front of him, he would have thought they were the same one. After all, every word inside looked like it was written by him. At least the one he brought had identical content in the first few pages as the one on the table. Did my brother buy this? Deng Xiao silently pushed the two notebooks back to the center of the conference table and asked with difficulty, "Which brother? What kind of prank is this? Have I crossed over?" I knew that with such a severe injury, I shouldn't have survived. Am I already dead? It felt like his CPU had overheated. Mu Zhou finally saw Deng Xiao lose control of his expression. Now that's the kind of emotional fluctuation a young person should have. In fact, there was still some debate about whether to let you see this diary. Mu Zhou smiled, having seen enough. He timely interrupted Deng Xiao's increasingly absurd speculations and redirected his attention back to the diary. Stop thinking about those useless things. We don't know much about the specifics right now. The urgent matter is to look at the content of the diary. I put a lot of pressure on myself to let you see this, your diary. Mu Zhou wasn't exaggerating. Initially, the investigators from the Special Operations Unit simply flipped through the notebook and saw entries dated 3 years into the future. Out of caution, they reported it back. Following normal procedures, the Special Operations Unit carefully examined the contents of the diary. Comparing handwriting and capturing parts of the content for Deng Xiao's confirmation was just the simplest step. The subsequent parts about the diary's content were truly shocking. The first few pages of this notebook contained only scattered notes without much emphasis. Then, dates began to appear one after another, occasionally mentioning some news and current events. These dates spanned a considerable range, and the usage of this notebook was quite peculiar. Flipping from the front, the pages recorded diary entries for the next 3 years from the current time, all dated in 2002X. However, flipping from the back revealed content from 10 years later, with dates starting uniformly from 2003X. Chapter 74. To untie the knot, one must tie it first at this moment. Mu Zhou reached out to pull the notebook brought by Deng Xiao closer and began flipping through it. Sure enough, in the parts that had been written, every page only contained text on the front. Is this your habit? Single-page recording? Mu Zhou asked Deng Xiao while tapping the notebook. Deng Xiao responded with a muffled sound, nodding vaguely. This was still a bad habit he picked up from seeing a girl he secretly liked use her notes in school. He couldn't even remember when this habit had started. Regarding this matter, for the past few days since your return, there had been ongoing meetings and arguments about whether to let you know. The opinions remained divided for a long time. So I simply decided to let you take a look at this notebook yourself, and I'll bear the consequences. Mu Zhou's expression became much more serious. The appearance of this diary had indeed shattered many people's common sense. If it weren't for the fact that every item brought out by Lin Heng was so unique, many would suspect it was an expensive prank. Also, because this diary was sold by Lin Heng, the upper management was extremely careful and serious about it, placing great importance on it. Therefore, a special team was organized by the agency to investigate the specific situation. Experts from the relevant fields sent by the Dragon Country, after understanding the general situation, raised the issue of temporal paradoxes. If the diary truly recorded events from the future and was indeed written by future Deng Xiao, then showing the diary to him at this point in time could potentially impact the future, and no one could be certain about that. These experts preferred to decipher and study the contents of the diary themselves rather than letting Deng Xiao know about it directly. Of course, the expert suggestions were merely that, suggestions. While others were unaware of the specifics, Mu Zhou knew his former team members all too well. If Deng Xiao wanted to, he could easily create a confidentiality system of his own to record what he wanted. After all, he was a professional talent cultivated by the Dragon Country, and coupled with his high innate ability, he was very skilled at handling information encryption. Mu Zhou believed that if this diary contained any important content, the fastest way to decipher it would definitely be to have the person himself involved. Even though there was a gap of time and experience between him and his future self, it would still be much quicker than finding some expert team to observe and study. Simple, direct, and efficient. After all, Director Li had briefly explained Lin Heng's situation to Mu Zhou. What item that came from Lin Heng could be explained scientifically. Just look at who bought this diary. It was taken home by Deng Xiao's younger brother. If there hadn't been an unexpected turn, it might have just remained in the Deng family. Although, if there had been no unexpected events, Deng Xiao might never have seen this diary in his life. However, the current situation was that not only had Lin Heng appeared, but so had the unexpected turn, and Lin Heng even brought this diary along. Does this mean that Deng Xiao is an important node, and showing him this diary is the right choice? Therefore, Mu Zhou insisted from the beginning that Deng Xiao should see it for himself, and his opinion also represented the stance of the special agency. The experts worked diligently for 3 days, but remained stuck on how to proceed. With no better alternatives, everyone reluctantly agreed to Mu Zhou's proposal. As the saying goes, only the person who tied the knot can untie it. It turned out Mu Zhou had made the right call. After taking some time to calm down, Deng Xiao opened the filled diary again and quickly found familiar traces in the lines. Just as Mu Zhou suspected, this diary was not merely a collection of daily musings. Mu Zhou, I can't confirm the specifics right now. The parts that are closer in time are relatively easier to decipher. Their content is similar to the encryption system I've designed, and I have some clues. However, for the content from 10 years later, I can only piece together a small portion for now. I might need some more time. Deng Xiao frowned as he flipped through the diary pages. The content indeed contained a lot of additional information that required more careful study. Look, this section appears to discuss the issue of prices, but if we break it down, it actually refers to firearms. It seems to indicate that the situation of localized warfare is quite tense. Deng Xiao could no longer pay attention to the astonished expression of the old captain. He was only focused on asking his future self what had been recorded. Just the parts he could understand at a glance had already repeatedly mentioned war topics, thankfully all in foreign locations. Occasionally, there were references to natural disasters and major epidemics, and Deng Xiao could roughly piece together the future actions of his future self from these keywords. There was no safe place. It felt like walking on the edge of a knife. Deng Xiao, Mu Zhou thought for a moment and decided to share the previous decision with him. You will likely need to stay at the Special Operations Bureau for some time. Please hand over your current tasks. Some language experts will be dispatched to assist you in deciphering the diary's content. Captain, what if this is a prank? As soon as Deng Xiao voiced his concern, he dismissed the thought. It couldn't possibly be a prank. Looking at the two identical leather-bound diaries on the table, he chose not to say anything further. Considering Deng Xiao's feelings, Mu Zhou granted him a day off to go home and rest, but reminded him to maintain confidentiality. The language experts would arrive in Bin Province the next day to officially begin their work. Before leaving, Mu Zhou handed Deng Xiao the newer diary with a cheerful tone, saying, "Keeping a diary is a good habit, young comrade. Make sure to stick with it. Who knows if you keep at it? You might receive another diary from 20 years in the future. That would be quite a gain." On the day Deng Xiao returned, Lin Heng received specific news and managed to clarify the logic. His system provided him with a diary as a product, which recorded international trends and significant events over the next decade, written by the older brother of his class monitor. His system had stolen the diary from 10 years in the future belonging to his class monitor's brother? Or was it that his class monitor's brother sold his own diary 10 years later? Lin Heng quickly gave up trying to make sense of the system's logic. In the past 3 days, he received the test reports sent back by a colleague, and just before the limited time products were refreshed, he stocked up a warehouse full of water and alcohol. The test showed that the freshly unsealed snack boxes contained only ordinary food with no special substances. Lin Heng casually set aside about 100 portions for himself as snacks. As for the alcohol abstinence product, the tests revealed it contained no alcohol, but had many components found only in plants. Due to the short time frame, there wasn't enough time for more experiments. So the Research Institute briefly discussed and decided to order a batch for further study. The price was reasonable anyway. After briefly reviewing the materials, Lin Heng quickly realized that this alcohol abstinence product was indeed effective, so he decided to stock up on it. What surprised Lin Heng was that the Special Operations Agency actually wanted to purchase a large quantity of secondhand mystery boxes. The reason they are called mystery boxes is that no one knows what is inside. And if the agency bought them only to find out they didn't contain what they needed, he certainly didn't want to deal with returns. Chapter 75. A small preparatory step during this time. Lin Heng's online store saw a surge in sales, reaching over 700 million in just 3 days. Although the number of buyers was only 4 or 5,000, each order was for tens of thousands of bottles with no upper limit. Many customers even placed repeat orders after their first purchase, fearing they might miss out. Lin Heng didn't expect that after selling so many high-tech products, the profit from selling water would be the highest. A product image he casually took of the good water from his country appeared on the homepage of the website and climbed the hot list. As he continued to ship orders and customers confirmed their receipts, the level of his online store kept rising. Watching the sales increase was both pressuring and motivating. Every half hour, Lin Heng refreshed the orders for shipping, and soon there were repeat orders coming in. Selling 3 liters of drinking water for 5 units of currency was already a low price compared to regular water, not to mention the special qualities of the water itself. Once this price was revealed, many people inquired with the Special Operations Agency to see if this was the subsidized price from his country. The agency reluctantly confirmed this speculation. After all, his country had indeed officially ordered a batch of drinking water from Lin Heng, and he habitually charged the official price of 1 unit for the goods sent to them. The warehouse quickly filled with water containers, prompting the higher-ups of his country to urgently decide to compensate Lin Heng with the difference based on the selling price of 5 units. This batch involved amounts exceeding 1 billion, and after discussions, they decided to pay Lin Heng's normal selling price to avoid giving the impression of unfairness to their own people. The prices on the website were thriving and did not exceed the normal range for drinking water, so buying it at 1/5 of the price would indeed feel like robbery. Moreover, the drinking water Lin Heng sold had extremely high medicinal value, and whether the final results were positive or negative, his country would certainly not incur a loss. When Lin Heng received the second payment from his country, he was taken aback. He didn't expect them to seriously compensate him for the price difference, even providing some extra. A colleague even sent him a message about this matter, assuring him to accept the payment and conduct business as usual. Lin Heng thought for a moment that it was probably because he held this money that the country felt more at ease. Otherwise, someone like him, who suddenly brought out some unconventional products without any intention of making a profit, could indeed be a bit alarming. Lin Heng tentatively replied to Yin Lei, asking if he should sell everything to the official at the selling price in the future. Yin Lei quickly responded with a single word, okay. Lin Heng smiled with satisfaction, thinking, hey, with the support of the country, I can have even more. The system's delivery speed has always disregarded physical distance, and since this was a time-limited transaction, Lin Heng was worried that he might not be able to ship in time if he waited until the last day. Therefore, he made sure to ship within a few hours after the order was placed, especially during the last hour of the time limit. He was constantly monitoring the website orders and shipping as soon as they came in. Yin Lei had already prepared for this situation, as he had been paying attention to Lin Heng's express delivery service for a long time. When the first batch of customers received their delivery notifications, the Special Operations Bureau once again backed Lin Heng, using familiar phrasing. Lin Heng's deliveries were instant. While the Bureau stated publicly that they had pre-stocked a large quantity of drinking water across various provinces. Soon, the courier service of the Special Operations Bureau became a trending topic. Previously, when Lin Heng used the system to send apples to agricultural research institutes in different regions, there had been rumors about the Bureau launching a new service. This time, the sale of drinking water brought the Bureau back into the spotlight. Now, almost everyone assumed that the Special Operations Bureau had a highly time-sensitive courier service called Xinglian Express. The Bureau could only helplessly acknowledge this and explain that it wasn't about the speed of delivery, but rather their pre-stocked inventory. However, anyone with discernment knew they were just talking nonsense. Even with pre-stocked goods, it couldn't be this fast to deliver from provincial capitals to various cities and towns without taking time. The Bureau dared not explain anything further and simply played dumb. Now Yin Lei finally understood why whenever he mentioned Xinglian Express to Lin Heng, the latter feigned ignorance. It was simply impossible to explain. So, by the time the Bureau finished dealing with the delivery disputes caused by the drinking water and arranged subsequent issues, 3 days had passed. There was just news about the blind boxes sent to the Research Institute last time, and coincidentally, the notebook matter had also reached a general conclusion. So Yin Lei addressed both issues with Lin Heng. Lin Heng was replying to messages during Teacher Zhou's class. He rested his head on the desk, typing furiously. His main point was to clarify with Yin Lei that the blind boxes were not for resale. It wasn't that he was being irresponsible. It was simply that these things were called garbage blind boxes, and they were secondhand. He needed to sell 50,000 units. And it was obvious how many of them would be duds. Moreover, the system required him to sell the goods via live streaming. Selling just one to Yin Lei last time, and opening a video didn't seem to violate any rules. However, if the other party wanted to purchase in bulk this time, he was afraid that even using a video call wouldn't be allowed by the system. Of course, the main reason was that he couldn't guarantee what the blind boxes bought by the country would yield. He still wanted Yin Lei to confirm with the Special Operations Bureau whether it was really necessary to buy 50,000 units. He was also a bit curious about what exactly had been opened that led the country to decide on such a large purchase. Yin Lei didn't elaborate much to him, mainly because he didn't know how to describe it. The blind box sent to the Research Institute actually contained only 3 seeds. Botanists judged that they belonged to an ancient plant that had already gone extinct, and after testing, the viability seemed quite good, with a good chance of cultivation. This wasn't a particularly significant matter, but for someone who has dedicated their life to studying ancient plants, obtaining seeds is the beginning of a miraculous journey. Lin Heng was simply curious, and since Yin Lei didn't say anything more, he didn't press for details. He quickly replied that he currently had 50,000 blind boxes for sale, and they had to be sold through live streaming. Apart from not being able to guarantee the contents of the blind boxes and not offering after-sales service, there were no other requirements. After reminding Lin Heng to attend classes properly, Yin Lei went to arrange the details of the transaction. The simplest method would be for Lin Heng to casually start a live stream, and then the agency could send someone to place an order for 50,000 boxes. However, Yin Lei didn't think that way. After a brief discussion with Director Li, he decided to have Lin Heng actually conduct a live stream. This would pave the way for Lin Heng in the future. If he ever needed to sell products via live streaming, this channel could be utilized. Moreover, the higher-ups had their own considerations. Given the significant uncertainty surrounding the blind boxes, they planned to take this opportunity to promote Lin Heng's online shop. This would serve as a little groundwork, at least to let certain circles know that Lin Heng's shop had the backing of the state. Soon, people in the research community were the first to hear the news. Have you heard about the newly launched online shop? It's said to have official backing and sells products arranged by the state. Keep an eye on it. Chapter 76. Taking advantage of opportunities quickly. The agency set up a promotional live stream for Lin Heng, and the higher-ups released messages in several major research institutes encouraging everyone to order blind boxes and test their luck, inviting their students and families to join. The only requirement was that each person who ordered a blind box had to report what they received, and private circulation was not allowed. If someone didn't need the contents, they had to turn them in for unified allocation. Furthermore, for blind boxes priced at 50 yuan each, if the contents were confirmed as unnecessary, the state would reimburse them. What truly excited everyone was the recent news that someone had opened ancient plant seeds that had long been extinct from the blind boxes. What researcher wouldn't he have a wish? As the news spread, it transformed into a tale that the state had prepared a batch of wish-granting blind boxes for researchers. After 2 days of fermentation, the story made its way back to Yanlei, morphing into a narrative that the state intended to use these blind boxes to test the agency's advanced delivery technology. What was going on? Were the agency and delivery services inseparable? People had already started to make indirect inquiries about delivery charges. Lin Heng had been watching live streams for several days. He needed to learn the tricks of selling through live streaming. The agency told him he didn't need to show his face. He could just create a cartoon character. His requirements were low. He just needed a couple of catchy sales lines to avoid making the entire stream too dull. The bigger issue now is that the apples sold in the online store have once again resulted in a return request. This time, the system formally prompted a message. If there is an unresolved after-sales dispute within 7 days of the sale, 1 day will be deducted from the life balance. What? The after-sales service wants money, and the system wants life? Isn't this a bit too vague? What exactly qualifies as unresolved? Lin Heng, feeling a bit frustrated, opened the webpage again, finding the same refund request ID, but with a different order number. The image used for the return request was still that rotten apple picture. Clearly, the apple in the picture was not purchased from his store. Lin Heng had already requested customer service intervention, as this item was not sold by him, and he certainly shouldn't be held liable for it. While he wasn't afraid of losing money, he was worried about what kind of bizarre punishment the system might impose on him. He had overestimated the website's efficiency and underestimated the audacity of the buyer. The other party, knowing full well that the after-sales image was not from the apples sold by him, still shamelessly insisted on a refund. Lin Heng was getting impatient. He didn't have time to deal with this unreasonable person. The conversation in the after-sales chat had escalated from asking him for a refund to demanding triple compensation. Perhaps he really should consider that his online store needed to develop slowly. He couldn't just abandon it and resort to street vending every day. There were hardly any inquiries before the sale, but after-sales required someone professional to assist him. Lin Heng angrily closed the chat window, once again rejecting the return request, exchanged for an apple in the system, and recorded a short video to prove that the so-called red and green rotten apple was not his merchandise at all. Immediately, he needed to hire an after-sales customer service representative. Lin Heng's recruitment advertisement was very straightforward, consisting of just one sentence posted on the homepage of the online store. Hiring after-sales professionals needed. Within a minute of posting the ad, Yin Lei's call came in. This was within Lin Heng's expectations. The special task force must have been monitoring his every move. However, Lin Heng didn't expect that the other party would provide him with more convenience. Yin Lei directly gave him a string of passwords, saying that a room next to his apartment was vacant and could be used as an office for the online store. Lin Heng originally lived in an apartment provided by the government, with 2 units per floor separated by a large elevator shaft. If he could use it directly, that would indeed be very convenient. Even if it wasn't used as an office, it would make a good small warehouse. Lin Heng initially only planned to hire an online after-sales representative, but now with an office location, he could consider more possibilities, especially since he could borrow personnel from the special task force to check if the applicants were safe. Lin Heng was calculating profitably and happily took over the neighboring apartment. After measuring the actual area of the apartment, he straightforwardly asked Yin Lei if he could recommend a customer service representative. If possible, it would be best if they only handled the products and nothing else. Lin Heng was openly taking advantage of the resources available to him, his plans coming together perfectly. Yin Lei indeed had some insights. He originally wasn't sure how to bring it up, but Lin Heng's direct inquiry saved him the trouble of figuring it out. In fact, it wasn't just the after-sales customer service that had recommendations. There were suggestions for office spaces and even recommendations for Lin Heng's future development. However, the latter is still part of the plans in the region, and the higher-ups are preparing to proceed gradually. After all, one can't force a child to learn something. It should be a gradual guiding process. Especially after experiencing the Sci-Fi Month event, the Special Task Bureau had sent Lin Heng numerous sci-fi-related materials, like submission calls and interstellar mechs. Additionally, there were a plethora of sci-fi advertisements, movies, and videos circulating in Lin Heng's social circle. Even at his school, the university's Sci-Fi Month had organized various competitions and activities for over 2 months. The results proved to be quite good, as a Star Guardian model actually emerged. The subsequent helmet also falls into the category of cutting-edge technology. Up to this point, Duan Ming, the chief engineer from the military academy who proposed this plan, was very satisfied. It turned out that the information Lin Heng received was indeed important. However, both Yin Lei and Zhou Yi clearly noticed that Lin Heng did not have a fondness for sci-fi content. Whether it was sci-fi movies or novels, he showed little excitement. While he might be curious about mech models, it was a normal curiosity. He thought they looked cool, but their presence or absence did not affect his life. This information was quickly reported by Yin Lei, and although they weren't in the same department, Duan Ming soon received the news. Surprisingly, he halted the push of sci-fi content targeted at Lin Heng and even had the sci-fi elements near Lin Heng's residence cleared out. Zhang Li somewhat understood Duan Ming's thinking. The elder had taught countless students throughout his life and knew that interest is the best teacher. Lin Heng's interest in high technology wasn't that strong. They could guide him slowly, but they couldn't enforce a rigid teaching approach, as immersing him in such an environment might lead to adverse effects. Perhaps a different approach was needed. Soon, the Special Task Bureau's team near Lin Heng received a new mission to investigate Lin Heng's hobbies for tailored guidance. This investigation surprised Duan Ming greatly. Chapter 77. The system's mental state is not very stable. The actions of the Special Task Bureau are usually swift. By the time Lin Heng got home after class, he found that the advertisements along the way had reverted to a variety of everyday content. The bus stop advertisements under the streetlights had changed back to showcasing beautiful models instead of rigid machinery. Unfortunately, Lin Heng had little time to admire the models, as his small online store received 3 refund requests from the same purchasing ID. They were all orders for apples. What had apples done wrong? Lin Heng couldn't help but laugh in frustration. This ID consistently ordered 5 apples each time, placing 7 or 8 orders in his store. And each confirmed delivery led to a subsequent refund request. It was clear someone was trying to stir things up. Fortunately, Lin Heng didn't have to wait long and soon received a notification from the website's customer service. The other party is suspected of purchasing apples and then maliciously returning them by submitting false images. According to the website, this individual has placed dozens of orders across different online stores and subsequently applied for refunds from each one, managing to scam several boxes of apples. Now, the official website has intervened, suspending the individual's account and notifying the merchants. Their stance is that the website has done all it can, and any further disputes with this buyer should be resolved independently. Resolve it independently? Lin Heng was furious. Of all the things to scam, why target apples? Can anyone eat that many apples? On his way home, Lin Heng was searching for solutions online using his phone. His keywords included, but were not limited to, how to take advantage of the refund mechanism for zero-cost purchases, how to scam goods through online shopping, how to exploit return loopholes, common online shopping scams, common after-sales phrases, and whether collecting an extra package through the delivery mechanism constitutes fraud. He didn't think anything was wrong during his search. He just wanted to understand the tricks of online shopping and how to prevent such refund situations, especially concerning perishable goods, which carry many hidden risks. He was feeling quite pleased with himself until the person assigned to check Lin Heng's recent browsing history dared not speak up upon seeing it. This young man was also part of Yin Lei's team and initially thought it would be an easy task, only to discover that Lin Heng had been searching for all sorts of strange things over the past 3 days. Captain Yin, did you see what I sent you? Lin Heng might be under a lot of pressure lately. Should I report it? The young man's voice trembled a bit. It was quite alarming. He didn't want to protect Lin Heng, but their group had been closely following Lin Heng's situation, fearing he might turn rogue at any moment. Just 2 days ago, everything was fine. Yin Lei was busy when he heard his subordinate's report and instinctively glanced at the information, which left him stunned. What were these searches about zero-cost purchases and whether they constituted fraud? After flipping through a couple of entries, Yin Lei suddenly recalled Lin Heng's after-sales inquiries. He furrowed his brow and asked his team member, what else has Lin Heng been looking up? Also, most of the live streaming sellers are young women. Before the other party could continue, Yin Lei interrupted, just report normally. I have a rough idea of the situation now. Also, check if there are any after-sales disputes related to his online shop and report that as well. Yin Lei had guessed the general situation, and at this time, Duan Ming, who had received relevant information, was also amused. Duan Ming was able to obtain this report because he had just suggested to the higher-ups about providing Lin Heng with content that the other party would enjoy, such as lectures and activities to enrich their campus life. As for high-tech matters, they would tackle them gradually. Unexpectedly, right after finalizing the discussion, he received a summary of Lin Heng's recent online activities. Is this little guy under so much pressure lately? Duan Ming chuckled at the mention of zero-cost purchases. The students he mentored gathered around to take a look, and the young people understood immediately. Looks like someone has been bullied while selling things online, right? We often encounter crazy people when selling secondhand items on X platform. Well, said Duan Lao, nodding and pointing to the information about Lin Heng's online store behind him. Let's do this. Let them go to the Provincial Normal University and add a lecture on criminal psychology. The young comrades must not go down the wrong path. Although he said that, Duan Lao's laughter carried quite a distance. The next morning, Lin Heng saw the notification for a new school activity in the class group. Their instructor, who had been missing since returning from the tech park internship, was rumored to have resigned. Now, the information was sent directly to their class group by the teaching office. Fortunately, this time it wasn't anything too strange. He quickly skimmed through it and found that it was about an academic month event, where several experts would come to their school for lectures each week. Tentatively, there was a lecture on nuclear power research scheduled for this Saturday. To make the venue look less empty, the college decided to randomly select students to attend the lecture based on their student ID numbers. Those selected had to go, but they would receive 1 credit in return. The class group exploded with chatter, not to mention that the content had nothing to do with their major under normal circumstances. It shouldn't be them being asked to fill the seats. Moreover, the expert coming to give the lecture was not someone who would typically be invited by a provincial normal university. This university was located in a university park, with a prestigious institution nearby, so they shouldn't even be in contention for such a guest speaker. After all, the person coming to speak was someone whose work was featured in textbooks. Even if they couldn't understand the lecture, just attending would be worthwhile. Just attending for a glance would probably be enough for most students to boast about for half their lives. By that time, not only would there be no shortage of attendees, but the auditorium would likely be packed with students from other schools. Now, the college insisted on using a lottery system to grant credits, forcing students to fill the vacant spots. It was simply a ridiculous joke. Was this some new form of indirect pressure? The group was buzzing with excitement all morning. Gradually, people from other colleges and schools began to inquire about it. Soon, a new business emerged where lecture attendance qualifications were being resold. Lin Heng wasn't interested in joining the discussion in the group. He briefly looked at the general content of the lecture and then returned his focus to his system, where a new task had appeared. The task came from the gift of the undead crowdfunding version, suggested to decide cautiously. This task can be abandoned. The trading method was not limited, but it was advised to trade with someone of a leadership level. Please ensure your own safety before deciding on a trading partner. Suggested price: life is paramount. Minimum transaction volume: 1. That should be enough, but still want a few more. Task reward: 5,000 energy points, which can be exchanged for 50 days of life duration. Additional task reward, to be determined. Lin Heng carefully read through the task several times and felt that the system's mental state was not very stable, especially considering the random product page that the system had opened earlier after the first batch of products expired. The page had just been showing restocking and had not refreshed with new items since. Now, apart from useless blind boxes, a wildly unrealistic withdrawal task had emerged. Lin Heng was already contemplating the feasibility of refusing the task. Where would a normal person find a leader to trade with? Chapter 78. Crowdfunding the Undead. The afternoon class was so dull that even the most lively and engaging teaching couldn't keep the students from drifting off. Many could no longer hold back their yawns, and before long, their heads drooped onto their desks, never to rise again. Soon, the only sound left in the classroom was that of the teacher's voice. The task at hand, seemingly derived from the realm of the undead, had a somewhat insane connotation. Lin Heng propped his chin on his hand by the window, looking seriously at the podium while actually browsing through the list of completed tasks in the system. The first 2 tasks had relatively normal names. However, as it progressed, the system started to get a bit out of hand, though it was mostly just humorous and not too outrageous. But now, the name of this task had exceeded Lin Heng's comprehension. He wasn't unfamiliar with novels. He had seen titles featuring terms like undead calamity, apocalypse, and mysterious revival. He just didn't have much time for leisure, having been busy earning medical fees and focusing on his studies. At the very least, he knew that undead was not a term that normal people would use. Moreover, this task was marked as a crowdfunding version. Who was crowdfunding? The undead? Was the system suggesting that he needed the undead to sponsor him? It didn't sound safe at all. In truth, Lin Heng wasn't a timid person. It was just that the title of this task had him feeling anxious. What if this item turned out to be a Pandora's box filled with plague and disaster? If he sold it and ended up creating a madman who would come back to haunt him, it would truly be a loss. Lin Heng wasn't afraid of death. He just didn't want to fall into a trap set by the system. He tapped his fingers on the table, the sunlight streaming in and casting long shadows from his fingertips. Professor Zhou's class was as packed as ever, with a group of chattering girls from the foreign language college sitting nearby. Lin Heng avoided Zhou Ye's gaze and pretended to take notes. He seriously suspected that the system was trying to mess with him, or worse, trying to find a new host. Just then, the system popped up another notification. It suggested that he try the task. This was the first time Lin Heng had encountered such a situation. After repeatedly warning him to pay attention to safety, the system was now urging him to attempt the task. Last time, it merely suggested he focus on physical enhancement in the task introduction. After 2 rounds of physical enhancement, Lin Heng was now cautious in everything he did, afraid of damaging property and incurring costs. The last system prompt was indeed well-intentioned. Perhaps this task would also yield unexpected rewards? Before making a decision, Lin Heng specifically looked up the definition of leader in the dictionary. He knew he couldn't just approach the leaders of his country. He remembered that the last Wasteland manual also referred to a version for leaders. Perhaps the system's definition of leader was different from his understanding? According to the definitions in his country, anyone holding a leadership position in a group could be called a leader, but the term was rather archaic, and not many people address their bosses as leader anymore. However, he can try to contact the leader of the relevant agency to see if that works. If not, he can also ask the commander from the last military district. They should all be considered leaders. Now, the second question is, what exactly is this gift from the dead, and why does it affect his personal safety? Especially since there is only one item, and the suggested price clearly states that it is crucial for survival. What if it's sold for too high a price? Will he be in danger? Otherwise, should he test the official stance? Lin Heng tentatively sent a message to Yin Lei. Ahem. I've been reading some science fiction novels lately. In the books, it says that good items should be handed over to the state. And the state not only distributes them, but also provides wives. When Yin Lei received the message, he almost dropped his phone in surprise. No, young comrade. Don't get ahead of yourself. Work can certainly be arranged. The country is very welcoming, and is even preparing in secret. But finding a wife is best done on your own. After all, it's a new era. Especially, who recommended him those science fiction novels? Can't he send something normal? However, if Lin Heng really needs it, Yin Lei could boldly help him find a personal bodyguard or something. Surely the country would be willing. But from his observations of Lin Heng, the other party probably wasn't in that mindset yet. And there must be a reason for saying this now. Before he could think of a reply, Lin Heng sent another message. Sure enough, Lin Heng, unfortunately, I can't hand it over. I need to charge for it. I won't qualify for such good treatment, so just some ordinary items will do. This time, Yin Lei understood that the other party likely had a request, but he didn't know when Lin Heng started to beat around the bush. Yin Lei deliberately didn't reply and waited for a while. Sure enough, the other party sent another message, this time a voice message. I need a leader. It seemed class was over. Lin Heng's voice sounded a bit distorted against the noisy background. What does he want? Is he crazy? What does that mean? Does he want a leader to accompany him? Or does he want to be a leader? Otherwise, let us talk about the state providing wives. That would be simpler. Yin Lei's eyelids twitched fiercely. He had already begun messaging Zhou Yi to ask about Lin Heng's class situation. It couldn't be that he was being coerced into sending these strange messages, could it? Yin Lei retracted his foot that was about to enter the meeting room, ignoring the expectant gazes of several leaders inside, and turned back to the office. Lin Heng was at the top of their group's task list, prioritized above all else. He had just sent a voice message to the team, having found a few brothers who worked with Lin Heng today, but before he could ask anything, another message from Lin Heng came in. So, ahem, I have a product that needs to be traded directly with the leader. Its name is quite peculiar. But the price is very cheap. 1 unit for $1, the only one in the world. However, you must guarantee my safety. This is very important. After going in circles, Lin Heng felt it would be quicker to just ask directly. He had sent messages for a long time, but Yin Lei hadn't replied at all, not even showing he was typing. As Lin Heng strolled into the cafeteria, following the direction of the crowd, he pondered what the term undead could signify. Fortunately, the food ordering system appeared normal now, with only some flashy images on the opening screen. Lin Heng randomly selected a bowl of noodles and returned to his seat. What kind of gift could be serious enough to threaten his safety? Could it be that the undead intended to bring about a natural disaster? As long as they didn't actually bring the undead back, that would suffice. Chapter 79, with a sense of stability that comes from having a powerful backing. Yin Lei had come to the bureau today to assist in arranging the logistics for an upcoming lecture. Just yesterday, the first session on nuclear power for this weekend was finalized. Subsequent weekly lectures at the local normal university were already scheduled for 6 months ahead. The number of people meeting the requirements and proactively applying to participate exceeded the expectations of the Special Operations Bureau. The competition among the relevant research departments for the order of the lectures was unprecedentedly fierce, to the point where a near fight broke out in the conference room that morning. It was unclear what the higher-ups were thinking, as they had allowed a senior figure from the military district to announce early that whoever delivered a good lecture would be rewarded with research resources and project funding from the state. The prominent figures signing up were essentially flaunting their connections, boasting about their mecha models, and claiming that these were the rewards they received for their research from the nation. Upon hearing this news last night, the big shots in the office rushed their students and assistants to register for the academic month activities this morning, instructing them to ensure they signed up. In the end, it was the seasoned academicians from the local research institute, who were close enough to consult in person, that dominated and secured spots for this month, overshadowing the younger candidates. The arrangements had turned the academic month into an academic year. After much persuasion, these senior figures finally agreed to spare a month and a half of their summer break, with those who couldn't secure spots being pushed to the next semester. This only resolved the participation of those intending to engage in academic exchanges. Given their status, attendance at the lectures would undoubtedly be high. Correspondingly, Security levels would need to be elevated, and many personnel arrangements would have to keep pace. Fortunately, the local normal university had invested heavily last year to build a large auditorium, which could accommodate over 200 people across 2 levels, making it a suitable venue for the academic month activities. As the promotional campaign for the academic month had already been launched, other universities in the vicinity were also picking up on the news. Several nearby universities had already inquired multiple times at the Education Bureau. Even universities from neighboring provinces had begun to pay attention to developments in the local area. With such a large-scale academic month event and numerous national-level research leaders involved, wouldn't it be reasonable to have a few of them speak at other schools? After all, every institution has a large auditorium. Universities were pulling strings, hoping the Education Bureau would act fairly. However, the Education Bureau was keen to avoid offending anyone and could only refer inquiries to the Special Operations Bureau. After all, the event wasn't organized by them, nor were the participants sourced by them. And they certainly didn't dare to bypass the Special Operations Bureau to decide where the event would take place. The special agency here is extremely busy and won't be concerned with such matters. They are making such a big deal out of this just to ensure that Lin Hung can be properly placed to listen in, right? Since that's the case, it's impossible to change the location. It must be set at the Provincial Normal University. With various departments in the region cooperating fully, the academic month activities unfolded vigorously overnight. June is approaching, and in just a month, it will be the college entrance examination month, prompting many students to start paying attention to the Provincial Normal University. What kind of background does this institution have to organize such events and attract so many big names from textbooks just to educate students? A university like this surely can't be bad, right? This time, the Provincial Normal University is bound to benefit greatly. The president has been sleepless all night, and Vice President Deng knows more. He hastily brought his younger son and repeatedly instructed him to take good care of Lin Hung. Lin Hung probably has no idea that he is about to spend 2.5 days each week attending lectures by prominent figures. Meanwhile, Yin Lei locked himself in the office, looking at the messages on his phone, and he clearly sensed a hint of unease and caution in Lin Hung's words. To him, Lin Hung still seemed like a young kid, but his emotions had been quite stable, which was commendable. What is going on today? The team S updates hadn't come back yet, leaving Yin Lei unable to determine if there were external factors threatening Lin Hung. However, he boldly speculated that there might be an issue with Lin Hung's product. Therefore, he deliberately replied to Lin Hung with a very calm and slightly teasing tone in his voice message. So is there a new product? Don't worry, whatever it is. Our country can back it up. Our nation is large and prosperous. We can easily support a supplier like you. Yin Lei was still pondering what could have caused Lin Hung's unusual behavior. Setting aside what the product was, even if it was a 1 yuan item, there shouldn't be any financial pressure to cause disputes. Moreover, Lin Hung was merely a supplier. Once the items were in the hands of the country, how they were used was the nation's responsibility. Even if the product sold by Lin Hung could cause catastrophic consequences, it would depend on how the country ultimately utilized it. Rather than targeting the supplier when issues arose, the greatest risk would merely be the consequences of improper use. Under such circumstances, it shouldn't have much impact on Lin Hung. From previous observations, Lin Hung seemed to trust the country quite a bit and shouldn't be worried about such matters. Standing in the shadow of the corridor, Lin Hung quietly listened to the voice message from Yin Lei and gradually relaxed. This is what it feels like to have a powerful nation backing you. It's very reassuring. He decisively replied, further explaining the general situation. I only know there is a bit of danger, but I don't know the specifics. If a leader wants to try, I can bring it to you to take a look. Lin Hung specifically used the term leader, hoping Yin Lei would understand. Sure enough, Yin Lei directly called him. Do you need to be present? Yin Lei asked the key question. I shouldn't have to, right? Lin Hung was pondering and said, this product name seems a bit unusual. Do you think we should reconsider? No need to reconsider. I'll have the director contact you for payment, and you can just ship the goods. I'll send you the address shortly. Yin Lei's voice was decisive, but in fact, he hadn't discussed this matter with Director Li yet. He didn't want Lin Hung to think too much after hearing his hesitant answer. Moreover, he indeed had the authority to prioritize this matter. As expected, Director Li was very supportive of his actions and immediately contacted Lin Hung to make the payment. He heard that Lin Hung felt this product was dangerous, so he promptly contacted the Military District's Research Institute to arrange a warehouse for Lin Hung to send the goods. Since it was dangerous, it should be handled by professionals. Chapter 80. Payment required. Lin Hung did not expect the Special Operations Agency to respond so quickly and decisively. He tentatively sent the name derived from the gift from the dead to Yin Lei, and the response was for Director Li of the Special Operations Agency to contact him directly. The call was highly efficient. Director Li did not say much, simply exchanged pleasantries, and then stated he wanted to purchase the item Lin Hung mentioned, quickly sending the payment and address. Lin Hung felt relieved. He really didn't know how to explain this gift from the dead. The attitude of the agency's director made him feel much more at ease. He didn't even take the item out to look at it like he used to. Instead, he directly selected to ship the goods in the system. The system promptly displayed a message indicating that the task was completed, but this time it was slightly different. Due to the special nature of the gift from the dead, the settlement would take time, so he was advised to be patient. Good. It acknowledged its special nature. Could it stop mentioning it? Lin Heng complained while closing the system and slumped back on the sofa to relax. Next, apart from waiting for further developments, there was also a live stream for the blind box sales. However, the live stream was scheduled for a few days later, and Lin Heng wasn't in a hurry. He just suddenly relaxed and looked for something to do, slowly browsing through live sales to learn a bit. The warehouse he set up cost him 3,000 energy points. But the task related to the dead could give him 5,000, so he could cover that gap. Therefore, he still felt no sense of urgency. As evening approached and the lights began to glow, looking out from the apartment balcony revealed a beautiful view. Leaning by the window, Lin Heng rarely started to think about the slightly distant future, such as summer vacation. He had previously avoided thinking about plans beyond a week ahead, fearing he wouldn't live to see that time. It was rare for him to have the mood to reflect now. He had just exchanged for an apple from the system and was about to eat it when there was a sudden urgent knock at the door. Lin Heng hurriedly opened the door to find Yin Lei standing there with some people, his expression grim. Before Lin Heng could say anything, he felt a sinking feeling in his heart. Could it be that the dead had sent some strange gift? Noticing Lin Heng's reaction, Yin Lei wiped his face and said, "It's not your problem, but we might need to take you to the military district." Yin Lei's expression was dark, as he had to come to bring Lin Heng along after just being reprimanded by the military district for the agency taking Lin Heng's belongings. The recent events in the military district are truly astonishing. In the afternoon, Lili made a purchase from Lin Heng, and within 2 minutes, the Military Research Institute discovered a newly appeared item in their warehouse. It was a gift from the unknown. The address left by the military district pointed to a 300 square meter empty warehouse, where Duan Ming personally oversaw the situation. When his assistant went to check the warehouse, it took 2 searches before they found a small silver box in the corner. The metallic box had no handle or opening, and the assistant carefully brought it back to the laboratory while maintaining a steady grip. Once placed on the experimental table, the metal box unexpectedly popped open. Inside, on the black interior, lay a transparent crystal with a square base and a pointed top, showing deep blue markings that were difficult to identify as either a high-tech creation or a naturally polished stone. Duan Ming had heard beforehand that this item could be dangerous, so he wore protective gear when entering the laboratory. Although he had some guesses before arriving, he felt a bit at a loss when actually seeing the object. According to standard procedure, after a simple observation, they were supposed to take photographs and then test its composition. The assistant cautiously approached to check if there were any other items in the box, being careful not to touch the crystal itself, though some vibrations were unavoidable. The deep blue markings within the crystal gradually began to flicker and grow brighter, casting a strange blue glow around the room. However, this light seemed oddly suspended in midair, not spreading outwards. Clearly, a small cluster of light was gathering above the crystal. "Teacher, it's lighting up," the assistant began. But Duan Ming had already leaned in closer to observe. "Be careful. We still don't know if it's dangerous." The assistant instinctively turned to look for others, only to realize that the laboratory had been cleared for confidentiality, leaving just the 2 of them. Turning back, the assistant saw Duan Ming reaching out to touch the crystal, causing him to feel a chill. "Teacher." The assistant's voice trembled, but Duan Ming's next action interrupted him. "Quiet." Duan Ming's voice was low and steady, and as he moved, the suspended cluster of light suddenly became clearer. "Ah, it's just a projector. What is there to be afraid of?" Duan Ming took a deep breath, stepped back a couple of paces, and admired the light and shadow in the air, quietly wiping the sweat from his palm. "Is this really possible? Is it not high-tech?" The assistant stared in disbelief as the old professor walked around the experimental table, observing the floating light from different angles. "Wait, this projection technology in the air is indeed considered high-tech." Soon, the floating light seemed to gain vitality and was stretched out by an unknown force, gradually spreading out in the air. Duan Ming quickly called the assistant to help push back the cabinet obstructing the light projection, clearing the space. The scene in midair gradually became recognizable, revealing a clear and vivid space that looked like a classroom with a large blackboard. While the assistant was still trying to discern the details, Duan Ming exclaimed in surprise, "Lao Run." Duan Ming's voice was filled with panic and trembling as he took a few steps forward. The assistant quickly supported the elderly Duan, staring in confusion at the scene unfolding in midair, where a small corner of clothing appeared in the lower right corner. "What? Is this Professor Rin? The Professor Rin who unexpectedly passed away last month? Teacher, is this real time?" The assistant's mind was also a bit muddled. Was it really an image left by Professor Rin? It must be an image. Elder Duan wiped the moisture from the corner of his eyes, his voice slightly hoarse. If it weren't for knowing that this thing was obtained from Lin Heng, he would doubt it was some kind of prank sent to him. He knew very well the relationship he had with the late Professor Ren, and that he suspected the cause of the latter's death. Before his passing, Professor Ren had just released new research findings and taken on a national research task. If breakthroughs could continue, the nation would break through technological blockades and stand proudly in the world. In recent years, this country had actually lost many prominent figures in the research community due to various unforeseen disasters, along with many opportunities. Just as he was about to find a place to sit down and have the assistant take a recording of the scene, Elder Duan suddenly heard a familiar voice from the air. Duan Air, this is a real-time call. The figure at the edge of the image gradually entered the frame. It was indeed Professor Ren, who had just passed away in a car accident last month. Where are you? Duan Ming slammed his palm on the experimental table, nearly losing his balance. I'm pressed for time. Listen to me. Find the person who brought this thing. I won't tell you anything until they arrive. Professor Ren's voice remained warm and steady, only urging his old friend to quickly find someone, then quietly waited at the podium. That might not be possible, Professor Ren. The person you're looking for has a high confidentiality level. I don't even know who they are. Duan Ming's hands trembled with excitement. But he still remembered not to let Lin Heng be easily exposed. Well, I anticipated that. Just do your best. Professor Ren sighed deeply, then looked toward Duan Ming's direction. Considering for a moment, we, not just me, but a few other departed souls, have obtained this opportunity under the guise of giving a gift. I may not know who he is, but if I want to say more, that person must be present, at least nearby. I left too suddenly. There are still some of my research hypotheses and materials that I haven't explained well. Time is short. You must hurry to find someone. Duan Ming was momentarily confused. Didn't the Special Bureau say the items were purchased? Why was there no right to use them now? Could it be that they tricked Lin Heng because of his young age? No, this requires payment. Chapter 81. Eating hot pot and singing songs at the end of May. The campus carried a hint of summer. Qi Jingxian grabbed a takeaway box from the table and ran toward the dormitory building, the sound of his cheerful footsteps echoing in the hallway. After waiting for half an hour, he could finally enjoy this meat. A few of them from the same laboratory planned to gather in the dormitory for a hot pot meal. Squeezing into a double room with a small pot and ordering a dozen boxes of meat. Just meat, no vegetables. However, after placing the order, the delivery person said they were stuck in traffic and would be half an hour late. Now, the hungry group was nearly ready to chew on the pot itself. When Qi Jingxian pushed the door open, the two people in the room were already squatting by the pot with chopsticks raised, their eyes gleaming with hunger. They were too hungry to wait another second. As the slices of beef hit the boiling soup, the spicy broth bubbled up, sending waves of heat into the air, and the aroma gradually spread. The person beside Qi Jingxian swallowed hard, stirring the sauce in their bowl, and quietly asked about his plans moving forward. With an extension of a year, you can't just rely on it, they said, but before they could finish, Qi Jingxian had already stuffed a piece of beef into their bowl. Let us eat first. We'll talk about tomorrow's matters tomorrow. Qi Jingxian didn't want to discuss this topic. His original plan was to work diligently with his advisor this year, but last month, an accident had befallen the advisor, leaving no one to take over the research. Now the entire project was stuck in limbo, with most people waiting for news, and if there were no further arrangements, they might have to seek their own paths. He didn't know what to do. When the advisor was around, he was full of ambition. But now all he wanted was to graduate first. However, he wasn't quite ready to switch advisors immediately. He hoped to delay that until he returned after the summer break. Fortunately, the materials left by the advisor were quite important, and he was already planning to organize them slowly, so there was still ample time. During this period, many people had been subtly inquiring about him, and their hints were mostly about the suspicious circumstances surrounding his advisor's accident. The coincidence of the car crash was too striking to ignore, raising suspicions. Very few knew the advisor's travel routes. Qi Jingxian was aware of this, but felt powerless. He could keep things confidential and report when necessary, but there was little else he could do. So when his fellow junior was taken away for questioning today, Qi Jingxian couldn't help but admire the swift response from the authorities, which was to be expected. After all, that lengthy report he had written hadn't gone to waste. They had acted within a week. If they hadn't apprehended anyone soon, he might have taken matters into his own hands. This was also why he decided to treat everyone to a meal today, wanting to celebrate the fact that his fellow student would now live under a state-assigned distribution. However, he couldn't say that directly, so he made up an excuse about feeling down due to the extension and invited a few familiar classmates to liven things up. Little did he expect that he wouldn't even have a bite of meat before there was a knock on the dormitory door. The loud knocks echoed sharply. The force of the knocking didn't sound like that of the dorm supervisor. Moreover, the building where the doctoral students lived generally didn't monitor the use of electricity in the dorms, so having hot pot was common. As the knocking continued, Qi Jingxian picked up the sauce bowl and stood up, not forgetting to flaunt a piece of meat on his way to the door. Who is it? Qi Jingxian pulled the door open and peeked outside. To his surprise, 3 soldiers stood there. Qi Jingxian halted, unsure if he could close the door in time. He looked bewilderedly at the soldiers and then glanced over their shoulders to see the dorm's supervisor, who looked like he wanted to shrink away, along with a similarly puzzled school leader. Are you here to eat? Qi Jingxian held up his bowl, mechanically pointing toward the bubbling pot inside. Eating hot pot while singing. He was approached by military personnel who wanted to take him away, which was quite an explosive situation for national defense. Today's gossip from the School of Computer Science at a certain national defense university involves senior student Qi Jingxian, who was taken away for forcibly inviting military personnel to eat hot pot. He warned all students to cherish their lives and stay away from such situations. When Qi Jingxian was stuffed into a vehicle and taken to a military airport, he still hadn't put down the bowl in his hand. The strong aroma of beef hot pot filled the vehicle, combined with the fragrance of sesame sauce from his bowl, and occasionally his stomach growled loudly. The officer taking him away struggled to maintain a serious expression and took the bowl from him before pushing him onto the plane, handing him 2 bread rolls. They were only responsible for transporting him and didn't want him to go hungry. All the way, his stomach was producing symphonies. Actually, when he was in the dormitory, a few military personnel had asked Qi Jingxian if he wanted to finish eating before leaving. He was indeed a bit anxious and hurriedly went with them. He was worried there might be new developments regarding the report about his junior, and while he felt powerless about other matters, he still felt it was his duty to keep the informant in check. He admitted that he had used some questionable technical means while investigating his junior. It was an emergency, and he was somewhat flustered. After all, if he didn't act soon, that kid would be going abroad. However, he could guarantee that everything he found was solid evidence. He even uncovered that the informant's newlywed wife had ancestral ties to someone who had taken a concubine in a certain country, let alone a coded message sent to a stranger's account about the teacher's travel route. Throughout the flight, he kept pondering how to argue with the authorities and prove that he had been set up, insisting that there should be severe punishment. He didn't even notice a few students his age chatting on the plane, lost in thought. He didn't realize when he finished the bread or who handed him the water bottle. By the time Qi Jingxian came to his senses, it was already late at night. Earlier that same evening, Yin Lei had taken Lin Heng to the military district. As the car drove into the military area, passing through layers of checkpoints, Lin Heng was still in the mood to eat an apple while looking outside. He didn't feel particularly nervous this time. Although the system had set up a lot of background about the importance and dangers of the offerings from the undead, when it actually came to this moment, Lin Heng felt quite indifferent. As long as it wasn't life-threatening, everything else could be negotiated. With this attitude, he naturally couldn't feel too tense. He even sensed that his trip here was likely because the military district had some demands from him. In contrast to his calm demeanor, Yin Lei, who was driving, had a rather grim expression. Lin Heng guessed it was probably because the military district was being somewhat unfriendly towards him. But he didn't expect that Yin Lei had received a notification that the military district wanted to detain Lin Heng. The military district and the Special Operations Bureau had their own considerations and disagreements, and higher-ups were still seriously discussing the matter. But Yin Lei had no choice but to bring Lin Heng first. Because right now, Professor Rinley's side was like a power supply issue, with signals coming and going. When connected, the other party only urged to bring the person who retrieved the crystal nearby. Duan Ming was momentarily unsure of the cause of this situation and could only wait for Lin Heng to arrive before discussing it. Chapter 82. Hiding him in the crowd in the quiet military district courtyard under the night sky, several cars slowly entered the inner area under the streetlights. The sound of tires scraping against the playground was particularly noticeable. People got out of the cars one after another, being taken upstairs to fill out forms for registration. One of these cars was the one that brought Lin Heng. Zhang Li stood by the window, looking down, and just in time saw Lin Heng get out of the car, with Yin Lei leaning against the vehicle talking to him. Soon, someone took Lin Heng inside the building, leaving Yin Lei outside. 3 hours ago, it was Zhang Li who approached the Special Operations Department to request someone. And it was he who proposed to temporarily keep Lin Heng in the military district. The current situation was very special. Old Duan had hurriedly taken him to the experimental building. He witnessed firsthand that the gifts from the deceased obtained from Lin Heng could actually enable communication with the deceased. However, the other party stated that without Lin Heng nearby, normal communication could not occur. Although he did not understand the underlying principle, Zhang Li recognized the importance of this matter and quickly took action. Additionally, this time the contact was with the leader of high-end weapon chip research from a certain country, Professor Ren Li, an expert in microelectronics technology. The chips developed under Professor Ren's leadership broke the dilemma of the country's core weapon components being reliant on others, as well as the chip hegemony blockade imposed by a certain country. His significance to the country was evident. His previous encounter had dealt a major blow to them. Moreover, During today's communication, the other party mentioned the need to expedite the improvement and advancement of their research work. If it weren't for the fact that Zhongli knew Professor Ren had encountered an accident last month, he might have thought he was seeing a living person. This made Zhongli pay even more attention to this incident and kept the number of informed individuals to a minimum, although he still maintained a certain level of skepticism. Duan Ming had known Renli since childhood and was quite familiar with his little habits. When old Duan came to talk to Zhongli about this matter, he was extremely excited, clearly confirming that the other party was indeed the real Renli and not some AI face-swapping technology or a prank. In Zhongli's view, this matter definitely required two preparations. One possibility was that what the other party said was true, and he was indeed the deceased Professor Renli himself, here to fulfill unfinished business. The other possibility was that someone wanted to obtain information about Lin Heng through this gift from the deceased. However, Zhongli felt that this item was purchased by the Special Operations Department from Lin Heng, directly delivered to the Military Science Academy's warehouse by a specialized courier. Making it highly unlikely for someone to exploit it, the first possibility seemed more plausible. Thinking about this made his palms sweat, as they were about to communicate with the deceased. But in his view, regardless of the situation, Lin Heng should remain in the military district, as the security level there was significantly higher. However, what Zhongli did not expect was that not only did the Special Operations Department oppose it, but even Professor Duan Ming expressed objections. The child doesn't like being a soldier. What if his products are related to his emotions? If you keep him locked up in a place he dislikes every day, isn't that unfair? The old man glared at Zhongli, extending his hand to point at the crystal in the interrogation room, impatiently saying, "Look, he can now give you a gift. But if you keep him in the military district, he might end up giving you some resentment from beyond. Let's see how you handle that. Look, let's talk sense. I'm not trying to lock him up. I can arrange for him to learn shooting, right? The kid even said he wanted to shoot last time." Zhongli raised his hand to signal the old professor to calm down, thinking how he was getting worked up like a child. He had forgotten that last time Lin Heng wanted to shoot, but he had told him to think about it. That being said, I still suggest you give him the opportunity to choose. Moreover, I just set the atmosphere for the academic month. If you keep him here, all my efforts will be in vain. The old man still wanted Lin Heng to make his own choice. Old man, in the past decade, the number of top scientists from the country who have passed away due to various accidents is countless, as you know how many of these are man-made accidents. Now that this matter has escalated, if the other party truly is Professor Ren, for Lin Heng's safety, staying in the military district is the best choice. The old man fell silent for a moment, no longer insisting, but still showed signs of hesitation. Zhongli sighed heavily and said after a moment of thought, "How about this? I'll look into whether there are other solutions." In the end, Zhongli thought of a method, hiding in plain sight. The simplest way to conceal someone is to blend them into a crowd. Tonight, the military district was bound to be restless. Vehicles kept coming and going in the large yard, and occasionally one or two students around Lin Heng's age would get out of the cars. These were computer science students recruited by Zhongli from nearby provinces and cities. Coincidentally, Professor Ren was a computer science teacher at a prominent national defense university. Even the old professor's proud students had been brought over from the southern region. Now, everyone in the military district had a consistent external statement. They were going to hold a 3-month computer science summer camp there. The students who arrived had been briefly checked and called by name, and more would arrive in the coming days. The students came in a daze, completely unprepared for how the military would act so dominantly, taking people directly from their dormitories. The bolder students dared to ask, and the answer was always the same: "Sorry. This is part of the qualification assessment for participating in the summer camp." Throughout the night, a dozen naive university students were brought into the military district, each taken individually to the office building of the Military Science Academy and then dispersed into different dormitories. They were told it was for preparing for the upcoming technology summer camp. No one noticed that among them was Lin Heng, who entered the office building and never came out again. This time, the familiar face waiting for him downstairs was Lu Liang. After a brief greeting, they quietly went upstairs, with Lu Liang not saying anything further. He wasn't particularly clear about what was happening either. He came to pick up Lin Heng simply because he had sent Lin Heng off last time, and the superior hoped that his presence could help Lin Heng relax a bit. Lin Heng followed him, trudging down the stairs, and encountered an officer greeting Lu Liang at the corner. Behind the officer was someone of similar age, who waved enthusiastically at him. Lin Heng casually raised his hand in response, still pondering what the gift of the spirits might be. He had no idea what he was about to face. Chapter 83. The temptation of an internship certificate. The dim corridor had only a few lights, with more illumination seeping from various offices. Soon, Lin Heng was taken to a room, and Lu Liang turned to leave after escorting him to the door. As soon as he entered, Lin Heng was captivated by the wall of one-way glass. This interrogation room was the only one in the military district with an observation room. It was a bit small, but they would make do. The district leader, Zhongli, leaned back in his chair, inviting him to sit down. There was another person standing in the shadows at the side and back of the room, and Lin Heng felt an inexplicable familiarity upon glancing at him. But he quickly lost interest in that. On the other side of the one-way glass, voices began to emerge. He had arrived. The image of Professor Rin sprang back to life, as a figure moved from the corner to the center of the scene. Right, I'll go ask, Duan Ming said. Not hearing anything in the interrogation room, and unsure if Lin Heng had already arrived. No need, I know he is here, Professor Rin interrupted him. Starting to write on the blackboard. Duan Ming's assistant was about to run out, but was called back, hastily sitting at the table to record what was being written on the blackboard. Soon, the door was pushed open, and Qi Jingxian entered, holding a stack of draft papers after having his phone confiscated. Until that moment, he had no idea what horrifying scene awaited him. Hello. May I ask? Qi Jingxian had just steadied himself when the door closed behind him, and he even heard the sound of it locking. In the dim room, there was inexplicably only a small desk lamp on a table against the wall, and behind it, two shadowy figures were vaguely visible. Above the space between him and the table, a flickering light was evident. A chill ran down his spine, and before he could see clearly, a voice scolded him. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and get to work. Teacher. Qi Jingxian instantly recognized the voice and stumbled forward, clutching the table as he lunged a few steps ahead. Finally steadying himself, he looked up, only to find that the old professor before him was not his familiar Professor Ren. Qi Jingxian's mind went blank for 3 seconds as he let go of the old man's arm and turned to look at the young person following behind him, who he also did not recognize. Trembling, he picked up the draft papers from the floor, tidying up while scanning the room. His gaze quickly fixed on the air projection hovering in midair. Teacher. His voice suddenly shot up an octave, and Qi Jingxian exclaimed, staggering a few steps forward. Where are you, teacher? Are you being protected? The accident was fake, right, teacher? Are you okay now? When will you come back? Enough. Stop the nonsense. We're pressed for time. Tell me about the progress over at the lab now. Professor Rin waved his hand calmly, showing no intention of explaining anything. Qi Jingxian felt something was off, but with the teacher's urging, he didn't have time to think it through and quickly began to report the recent situation following Professor Rin's rhythm. Behind the one-way glass, Lin Heng listened intently from the adjacent room and immediately realized that this so-called gift from the dead was actually a form of communication with the deceased. The teaching sounds from next door gradually fell into a rhythm, with Professor Rin occasionally asking questions and providing guidance to student Qi Jingxian. Lin Heng felt his mind was a bit sluggish. Zhongli turned on the desk lamp, casting a soft yellow light over a small area of the table, and pushed a document in front of Lin Heng. Lin Heng flipped to the first page with some effort, and the first thing he saw were 4 bold characters, death certificate, dated the 18th of last month. So, it really was about the dead. Lin Heng blankly turned to the second page, which contained a biography of Professor Rin and details of his last research project, weapon chip. With a snap, Lin Heng closed the document, shaking his head as he pushed it back to Zhongli. Some things aren't beneficial to know too much about. Although I study in the computer department, it's clear that it's not the same field as that of national defense. Lin Heng clearly showed his refusal on his face and directly said, just tell me why you need me and how long I need to stay. Whether Lin Heng looked at it or not was the same for Zhongli. He neatly placed the document back and gestured for Lin Heng to look at the one-way glass. How long he would stay depended on the duration of the project inside. And the reason for inviting him was due to this gift from the dead, which was said to be presented in his name. If he wasn't nearby, it couldn't be used stably. Although Zhongli wanted to keep Lin Heng there directly, he was careful with his words. However, he was also confident he could make Lin Heng happy to stay, considering respect for Lin Heng's needs. He mentioned that he might need to report after class during the school term, but the summer break would be non-negotiable. However, this military district was recently organizing a technology summer camp for students, which could be considered an extracurricular activity, and Lin Heng could participate in some basic research projects with them during the summer. The military academy could provide an internship certificate for summer projects. Oh, the temptation of the internship certificate was glaringly obvious. Although he was only a sophomore, it sounded pretty good. However, he wondered if he could still run his online store while in the military district. Just as Lin Heng opened his mouth to ask, seemingly afraid of a direct refusal, Zhongli abruptly interrupted him, hurriedly saying, if you like, I can have an instructor who trains new recruits take you along for some shooting practice. Of course, we fully respect your choices. Clearly recalling the last time he saw soldiers shooting, Lin Heng's eyes brightened a bit. He nodded to indicate he would consider it and briefly mentioned he might want to exercise a bit, especially after his physical condition improved. He was always afraid he couldn't control his strength, and he hadn't tested his physical situation yet. The military district should be quite professional in terms of physical fitness, right? Zhongli expressed that this was acceptable. It wasn't a big deal. It's good that Lin Heng had a request. For the next few nights, you can stay here first. I'll have someone arrange a bed for you in this room shortly. After a few days, when the dormitory downstairs is tidied up, you can move there. The truth is, they haven't figured out the effective range of the gift from the deceased yet. They are worried that if the items are too far from Lin Heng, they might become ineffective, so they decided to make Lin Heng stay in the observation room for a few days. After a brief exchange, Zhang Li gestured for Lin Heng to look at the corner behind him. A figure stepped forward into the light. Surprisingly, it was the Taoist priest Qi they had met before. In the small room, the flickering shadows gradually settled, while in the adjacent interrogation room, the voices of the professors discussing were still loud and vigorous. Lin Heng was momentarily unsure how to react. He glanced from the Taoist priest back to Zhang Li, the military district leader. Chief, are you really so open now? You're a military district leader, inviting a Taoist priest here? Our military personnel are upright and naturally not afraid of such things. However, we are responsible for protecting the country, so professional matters should be left to the professionals. On the surface, Zhang Li remained calm and composed, but internally, he was starting to rage. No, just look at the things you brought. Is that normal? Is this light science useful? What if I'm not open-minded? Plus, today just happens to be when the Taoist priest wants to stay and observe. It's not like I specially arranged for Lin Heng to have a Taoist priest accompany him. Although the observation room was dim, Zhang Li sat close to Lin Heng, and a quick glance up revealed the other person's skeptical expression illuminated by the desk lamp. Zhang Li felt a surge of anger. If it weren't for Lin Heng's merchandise enabling direct communication with the deceased, would he have even needed to report this and seek help? Furthermore, with 5,000 years of cultural heritage in the country, there must surely be some truth to be respected in what the ancestors left behind. While he spoke earnestly, Zhang Li's inner voice was already complaining. Even the most science-minded people would struggle to accept the merchandise after witnessing it. Take the holographic projection technology in the air. It could still be considered within the realm of science. But this function of instant communication with the deceased, wasn't that absurd? This is science. The coffin lid of science couldn't even contain it. Why else would the official authorities invite the Taoist priest? After all, they are the ones who specialize in the philosophy of life and death. Zhang Li wore an expression that was hard to describe, utterly exasperated. Lin Heng touched his nose, silently turning back under Zhang Li's glare, pretending to look at the teaching scene next door. Ahem. He also knew that what was happening next door was a bit too extreme. This wasn't black technology. It should be called black science fiction. The item Lin Heng was selling this time, a gift from the deceased, had a holographic projection effect that surpassed the global standards in the relevant field. Currently, many holographic technologies were still in conceptual stages, and even those that could be showcased were generally limited to small-scale projections in specific spatial contexts. In a situation like this, a palm-sized crystal can project images clearly enough that they appear indistinguishable from reality, advancing technology by at least 2 or 3 decades. Not to mention its communication capabilities. The ability to converse with the deceased, even if currently limited to contacting specific individuals, is already beyond human capabilities. If it were possible to communicate with anyone, it would cause a huge uproar. This feature, if taken to the extreme, can be seen as breaking a dimensional barrier. While one might argue that it reaches a scientific height, it is likely that researchers from the relevant country could speculate on its principles after a few years of study. However, they are pressed for time and cannot afford to wait. The higher-ups plan to use it first and address any concerns later. But they are worried about potential harm to Lin Heng and the researchers. Therefore, they urgently invited a specialist, hoping to ensure the safety of the situation. It turned out that even professionals had never encountered such a scenario. The specialist was somewhat shocked upon arrival. No matter how skilled they were, they could only transmit messages across realms, but they couldn't simply pull souls out for a chat. Even if communication were possible, it wouldn't be like a video call visible to everyone. This was undoubtedly the greatest challenge in the specialist's career. However, he could confirm that the magnetic field in the 2 rooms was clean, with no lingering spirits. In fact, not only were there no spirits, but even the usual negative magnetic fields were dispelled by the commanding presence of the military personnel. Currently, what was happening next door was just a straightforward video call. Zhang Li turned off the lamp, returning the room to dimness, and pointed to the cabinet behind the specialist, telling Lin Heng, "There are 2 beds back there. You can stay here for the night, and we can discuss arrangements in the morning. The specialist will keep you company tonight, and if you have time, you can listen to what's happening next door and see if anything interests you." Saying this, Zhang Li handed Lin Heng a piece of scrap paper, genuinely hoping he would listen to the content. After all, prioritizing Lin Heng's placement in the observation room next door was to encourage him to observe what was happening and, hopefully, spark some interest in learning. Even just familiarizing himself with the material would be beneficial. Lin Heng hesitated to take the paper, searching the table for a pen. Before he could think of a way to refuse, Zhang Li had already patted his shoulder and left. It wasn't that he was unwilling to learn. As a second-year student, he might not fully understand what was being discussed next door. Moreover, from the document he had just seen, It was clear that Professor Rin was discussing a research project he had been responsible for before his passing, and the confidentiality level was significant. If he casually learned about it, it could lead to complications later. With his phone taken away, Lin Heng drew a circle on the paper and doodled a bit. Now he understood why the system had been repeatedly warning him to be cautious. If Lin Heng were in a place that was fanatical about the afterlife and had the technology to communicate directly with the deceased, it would be hard to avoid someone having ulterior motives, even in the current situation. Encountering someone with a bit of obsession would likely lead to craziness over the features of this product. If he were to be caught in a study related to this, he would probably be powerless to save himself with his current abilities. Fortunately, there is a sense of reverence for the deceased, and greater importance is placed on future development. He still has greater utility. However, he believes that being immortal equals safety, so he is quite accepting of the current situation. It seems the system advises him to bid cautiously, prioritizing his safety, likely because this item is similar to biological information binding. And only Lin Heng can make it work properly when he is nearby. If he doesn't find the right trading partner, it might just be a wasted effort, turning into a gift for the seller. Well, he might as well learn and see if he can understand anything. Since he has to stay there for the night, he might as well pass the time. After silently complaining about the useless system and its worthless products, Lin Heng exchanged a few apples from the system, eating while attentively listening to the conversations of the professors next door. Soon, Daoist Chi also sat next to him, grabbed an apple to eat, and showed a friendly smile when Lin Heng looked over. Chapter 85. Only incomplete research projects remain, of course. The video call next door was not entirely smooth. In the observation room, relying on the light coming from next door, Lin Heng struggled to take notes and quickly noticed this. Since he arrived, the projection image he saw had been stable, but Professor Rin was not always able to maintain a clear state of mind. When it came to professional questions, Professor Rin responded quickly and coherently, sometimes reprimanding his students and sometimes engaging in heated discussions with Professor Duan. However, when the conversation shifted to other aspects, such as family and friends, Professor Rin took a long time to respond. Initially, Duan Ming thought it was due to a poor signal. At that moment, they had just finished discussing a phase, and Duan Ming casually brought up their experiences during their studies, only to find that Professor Rin was silent for a long time. Duan Ming looked up and saw a blank expression on Professor Rin's face, as if he had forgotten something. Old Rin, tired? However, the other party still did not speak, only furrowing his brows and shaking his head. Duan Ming tentatively asked about some interesting anecdotes from Professor Rin's teaching, and this time Professor Rin did react, but only briefly discussed the course content. Duan Ming seemed to realize something and silently hit the table. Qi Jingxian, who had been focused on organizing materials, also reacted and trembled as he asked, "Teacher, do you still remember the teacher's wife?" "Of course, who?" Professor Ren's actions froze again, a hint of confusion appearing on his brow. Qi Jingxian wiped his face and fell silent, afraid he might cry. He lowered his head with red-rimmed eyes, nervously fiddling with the edge of the scrap paper in his hand, and said softly, "No one. Teacher, let's continue. I still have a point I'm not quite clear about." As dawn approached, Duan Ming's exhaustion was visibly apparent. His assistant helped him go rest first, leaving Qi Jingxian to continue organizing the piles of materials on the table. According to the superior's arrangement, Qi Jingxian was to take over the project previously handled by the professor along with a few other senior professors. Although he wasn't the student who had been by the teacher's side the longest, he was certainly the one who had studied the most diligently, making him the obvious choice to shoulder the responsibility. Lin Heng leaned on the table, jotting down quite a few notes. Although he didn't understand much, he was extremely serious about it. In a daze, he heard a murmuring voice from next door. "Teacher, junior brother Yu Hailiang has been taken away, and it's said to be for life imprisonment. I consider it a form of revenge. I really wish I could do it myself." "Teacher, do you remember 6 months ago when he just got married? You even went to the wedding. He married that girl who is said to have ancestry from a certain country. That must be generations ago, right? You said she is not worth anything living well in Longhua. Teacher, next time you choose students, make sure to pick those with a firm resolve. Teacher, you promised to guide my younger brother until he graduates with his PhD. He's just a freshman now, but he's doing quite well, even better than me. And he received a national scholarship upon enrollment. Teacher, do you have anything you want to say to your family? I can help you set up a video call." Qi Jingshuan's voice began to choke up, unsure of what more he could do. "Look at you, looking so hopeless. Maybe it's better not to. I'm afraid I can hardly remember my family anymore. Come on, let us finish this design." Professor Ren's voice remained deep and powerful, but it sounded somewhat low. Lin Heng, in a daze, propped his head up, instinctively grabbing a pen, and took a while to realize what he had just heard. Professor Ren's obsession, it seemed, was left only with the unfinished research project. The sun finally rose, and in the morning, Qi Jingxian needed to rush back to school to handle some procedures, then take the relevant materials from Professor Rin back to the provincial capital, preparing to continue the project at the military academy. As for future arrangements, it seemed he would be continuing research there for the next few years. His conversation with the teacher this time had yielded great insights. The research on the next generation of weapon chips should be expedited. He was determined to thwart those designs that harmed the teacher and aimed to hinder the development of Longhua. The next room had quieted down. The person on the screen had left the projection area, leaving only a blackboard filled with derived formulas. Lin Heng had hardly slept through the night, feeling a bit dazed, while Qi Daolong, who also hadn't slept, appeared full of energy. Was this the power of the supernatural? Lin Heng looked enviously at Qi Daolong, feeling dizzy as he followed him to the military canteen. During breakfast, his phone was finally returned to him. With dark circles under his eyes, Lin Heng processed orders for his online shop, yawning repeatedly. It wasn't until the person sitting across from him switched from Qi Daolong to Yin Lei that Lin Heng realized what was happening. Why do you look so tired? Did the military treat you well? Yin Lei asked while drinking soy milk. Huh, why are you having breakfast too? Lin Heng felt like his reactions were a bit slow. I don't eat breakfast, what should I have? Yin Lei looked at his dazed expression, shook his head, and without further ado, stated the plan. I came straight here without eating in the morning. I'll take you back to school later for the lecture. Your department drew you. Lin Heng took a few seconds to process this, then lowered his head and numbly scrolled through his phone, and indeed found the notification in the group chat mentioning him. He really was selected. 5 people were drawn from the entire department, with 2 from their class, the other being the class monitor. What good luck, he nodded silently. A credit was in hand. Just as he was about to feel happy, he heard the person opposite continue. However, I'll have to bring you back in the evening. They plan to hold it every night, so you'll have to run back and forth for a while. Staying up late like this every day, won't it be exhausting? Lin Heng stared blankly at the tray, too tired to think about how to refuse, blurted out, no, then I might need to have more coffee. It shouldn't affect your sleep, right? Yin Lei asked tentatively. Lin Heng nodded. Of course, he could sleep anywhere. But just thinking about such a prominent figure lecturing across from him, a professor in his field, he feared this might be the only chance in his life to hear him speak up close. No matter how much he could understand, he couldn't bear to sleep through it. I just want to listen a bit more and see if there's anything I can understand, Lin Heng said a bit shyly, finishing the porridge in his bowl. Listening to lectures? Otherwise, why not ask Duan Lao and the others if they're essay recording? To be honest, Lin Heng hadn't thought about Yin Lei's suggestion at all. He hadn't noticed any cameras or similar devices last night. It seemed he could ask about it tonight, and if there was, he could try to apply to watch it later when he had time. However, just thinking about the day's lectures ahead made Lin Heng feel a buzzing in his head. This was no longer something that could be solved with just 1 cup of coffee. Chapter 86. Accompanying the Crown Prince to the lecture, the country is also skilled at making full use of resources. The large-scale mobilization of experimental sites was hard to go unnoticed. So the country simply released news that valuable research materials left by Professor Rin had been found in a certain area, which held significant value for study and discussion, and experts from related fields were gathered for in-depth exploration. The country also used this excuse to gather a bunch of people dispersed to 2 or 3 assembly points nationwide, creating smoke screens to confuse the situation. Now they were waiting to draw out the hidden enemies, using this opportunity to catch all the traitors, especially those who had been targeting Professor Rin a month ago. So far, they had only caught his traitorous student and the student's family. The real troublemakers behind the scenes had just begun to show some leads. At this moment, at a certain base in the capital, a young aide was quietly reporting to the commander while following closely beside him. The 2 hurried down a brightly lit corridor, their fast-paced footsteps echoing in the small space. What's the specific situation? Has everything been confirmed? The commander asked in a low voice after hearing the report. Yes, Professor Ren's students rushed over overnight. And when they left this morning, they provided a brief report, which basically confirmed that the other party was indeed Professor Ren. And the conversation continued on his previous research project. The young aide was interrupted before he could finish his words. Where is he? Is he protected? That student is very important. The leader stopped in front of the conference hall, waiting for an answer. Well, the protection level for Lin Heng has been raised. But the individual is still attending school, and we don't want to alarm him. Currently, we don't plan to inform him of the specific arrangements. Fortunately, he may be residing in the Central Military District for the next few months, which can ensure his safety. Once the leader nodded, the attendant pushed open the conference hall doors, temporarily ending the discussion. In the Capital Military District Conference Hall, several people were frantically organizing materials early in the morning. Oh, the world is indeed full of wonders. The Central Military District, where Bin Sheng is located, was placed under martial law last night. An elderly man with gray hair was leaning back on the sofa, sorting through his thoughts. The news received in the middle of the night was truly astonishing, and he hardly slept well all night. Anyone who receives a report in the dead of night stating that we have obtained black technology and have made contact with the deceased would have their heart racing. They rushed to the military district overnight to begin compiling and organizing the information. No one dared to ask where this black technology came from. The task for those present was to gather information on deceased individuals with similar identities and experiences over the past decade, in order to roughly predict who the next spirit might be that could be contacted, so they could prepare in advance. After all, based on the information received, Renly mentioned in the communication that this is our gift. It is reasonable to infer that this small device can not only contact Renly, but possibly others as well. The specific rules are currently unclear, so preparations are being made in advance. If the person contacted later requires equipment, information, or manpower that is too far from Bin Sheng, it would waste time to dispatch them at the last minute. Professor Ren's situation was very sudden, and they could only call his students over temporarily. However, fortunately, Professor Ren's laboratory was only sealed and had not been cleared yet. They just needed to move the items to Bin Sheng to resume the research project. Moving items is relatively straightforward. However, for those researchers who passed away due to accidents 5 or 6 years ago, their experimental projects are either sealed away or have been replaced by others. Now that there is a chance to restart them, more resources will be needed. Additionally, the upper echelons plan to conduct some reverse output. If they can contact the researchers who left 10 years ago, they can share the current developments in the country and explore future directions together using their knowledge systems. Of course, they are only making preparations in advance. The specific circumstances will depend on the results of the communication with Professor Ren. Moreover, the higher-ups intend to arrange for Professor Ren's family to meet with him, and discussions are ongoing on how to implement this. They aim to ensure that the family is not frightened and that the gift from the spirits is not leaked. On a clear and bright day, the entrance of the Bin Sheng Normal University Auditorium was packed with people waiting in line to enter. A student with a megaphone was announcing that entry would begin in 10 minutes and reminded everyone to have their entry passes ready. Lin Heng had just arrived at the periphery when he was spotted by Deng Jizhou, who quickly pulled him to the front of the line and hung the entry badge around Lin Heng's neck. Lin Heng stood there in a daze, letting the other person fiddle with him, yawning repeatedly, almost in tears. "Hey, where were you last night? How can you be this tired?" The class monitor finally couldn't hold back. God knows they had to sit in the front row today. Looking this exhausted was really not ideal. Lin Heng pinched his brow and mumbled, "Studied." He really had studied all night, and it had been quite intense. But you don't have to push yourself this hard for a scholarship, right? Deng Jizhou couldn't understand him. Once you go in, find a place to wash your face and wake up. We're sitting in the front row this time. You need to know? The guest is a big shot from a certain research institute, known as the nation's sharp weapon and backbone. It's said he has dedicated 30 years to the northwest of the country, and now it's not easy to invite him for projects, let alone a lecture. Lin Heng nodded absent-mindedly. He hadn't expected to sit in the front row, but he had drunk a lot of coffee before coming, so he should be able to last until noon. What he didn't know was that the lecture was originally arranged because of him, but Deng Jizhou had an inkling. His father was the vice principal, and after so many years at the normal university, he knew how many lectures they had hosted. For lectures of this scale, having a professor of such credentials was something the normal university had done no more than 5 times over the years. Moreover, this time they were not just holding one lecture. They had even arranged several consecutive ones, and it was said that the next semesters had already been scheduled. Deng Jizhou didn't believe that it had nothing to do with Lin Heng. At the very least, he knew he was chosen because of Lin Heng. Deng Jizhou felt like he was just there to accompany a prince to school, especially since he had received a call from his father that morning, urging him to take good care of his classmates. Plus, after the last shopping experience with Lin Heng, he wasn't naive enough not to guess what was going on. Of course, even if he guessed, he didn't dare to say anything. He actually had something to discuss with Lin Heng. The two stood at the front of the queue, and Lin Heng leaned against the door of the auditorium, hazily hearing Deng Jizhou quietly ask, "Lin Heng, can you still sell that helmet from last time?" Lin Heng instantly snapped to attention. He stared at Deng Jizhou. His silent inquiry was very clear. "Cough. My brother wants it, but I don't want to give him mine." Deng Jizhou rubbed his nose. Of course, he had used the helmet, and he knew how high-tech it was. The moment he put it on, the shock of the screen unfolding before his eyes was still fresh in his memory, especially since it could connect to the internet directly, locate him from a distance, and even load games. He hadn't had time to explore more of its black technology features before the special task force came to investigate, specifically telling him not to take it out, just to play with it at home. Normally, he should pretend to know nothing and not bring it up with Lin Heng again. The problem was that a few days ago, his brother had come back and, for some reason, suddenly fixated on his helmet. God knows that the helmet was just sitting nicely on Deng Jizhou's bookshelf. After he learned about its high-tech features, he hadn't dared to wear it again. His brother came in, chatted for a bit, then headed straight for his bookshelf, took it down, and put it on without a word. As Deng Jizhou glanced at his brother's demeanor, he guessed that he probably knew something. However, he never expected that his brother would actually wear his helmet and prepare to leave. Was that possible? Absolutely not. Deng Jizhou immediately rushed over to defend his ownership of the helmet. Of course, he couldn't win in a fight. He had never been able to since childhood, let alone now. With a big move, he threw himself at his brother's feet, clinging to his legs. It was basically just rolling on the ground, crying and wailing, until their father helped to drive his older brother away. Looking back at that chaotic scene now, Deng Zhizhou could almost cry again. Weak and helpless, but with a helmet. That evening, when Deng Xiao was leaving, he put his arm around his younger brother's shoulder, pretending to be friendly, but in reality, he was avoiding their father and quietly threatening him by tugging at his collar. He warned him not to use the helmet to track his location and to cherish his own life. If he didn't get another helmet back, the next time they met, he would split his head open. Just thinking about his brother's gaze made Deng Zhizhou tremble. This was why he was now steeling himself to ask Lin Heng if he could buy a helmet. Lin Heng's mind slowly began to turn. After the diary incident, he had a vague understanding of the Deng family situation and remembered that Deng's brother was an elite from a certain agency. While nodding to agree with the class leader to ask when he got back, he also sent a message to Yin Lei. Brother Yin, is that agency looking to buy more helmets? A lot more? The cost price is 500, really cheap. Yin Lei quickly replied with a question mark. It was quite impressive that Lin Heng, in his current state of exhaustion, still remembered the cost price. In his nearly non-functional brain, Deng's brother wanting a helmet was roughly equivalent to that agency needing helmets. There wasn't time to check Yin Lei's other replies as the main door of the hall opened, accompanied by the excited voices of the crowd outside. Lin Heng followed the directions and gradually distanced himself from the throng of people. Along the way, he had to scan his face to enter, store his phone and electronic devices, go through security checks, and receive paper and pens. Eventually, he was brought to the first row, right in the center of the grand hall. Each seat had a name tag on the back, and Lin Heng leaned over to look around. Only Deng Zhizhou was sitting to his right, and he didn't recognize any of the names on the other seats. Sitting in the front row of the grand hall for the first time, Lin Heng suddenly realized the importance of this lecture. It was also his first time attending a lecture with such tight security, which clearly wasn't meant for college students. At this moment, Lin Heng, who was slightly more awake, noticed that those entering the hall were mostly middle-aged and young adults, all dressed in suits and formal attire. One by one, people sat down to his left, and a few in suits partially surrounded him, making his athletic wear stand out even more. Soon, Deng Zhizhou also sat down next to him and whispered, "I just ran into Dad outside and chatted for a bit. Wow. The people here for the lecture aren't even from our college, let alone our school. Isn't this lecture organized on campus?" Lin Heng looked around. The auditorium was filled to about half its capacity, with many people still entering through the door, but there were very few students among them. Well, it was originally planned this way, but last night, people gradually started coming to the school, and later the school couldn't withstand the pressure and agreed to let more people attend the lecture. You know, the guest speaker we invited this time is really quite significant, and to be honest, it doesn't align well with most of our school's programs. Several nearby universities are quite envious and have said quite a bit about this matter. I tell you, this lecture has now turned into a real academic exchange event in the industry. The original plan for a day and a half of lectures has been extended to 3 days, and the computer-related talks that were scheduled for later have been moved to next weekend. Once everyone arrives, you can see that we probably won't have any students left in the back. Fortunately, our school has secured the second floor of the auditorium, with over 600 seats up there reserved for us. As Lin Heng listened, he lowered his body, taking advantage of the table in the front row for cover, in exchange for a bottle of drinking water from the system. He had drunk a bit too much coffee and was feeling thirsty. Just then, there was a cup on the table in the front row of the conference room, and he poured himself a glass. Deng Zhizhou heard the sound of water and quickly passed his own cup over, asking Lin Heng where he got the water. "Did security allow you to bring it? Didn't you bring any water when you came in?" "Cough. It's under the table. It's probably prepared by the venue." Lin Heng quickly hid the water bottle under the table and changed the subject. "There are only 2 students on this floor? That can't be right." "Not exactly. There are about 20 of us in total, all in the first 3 rows, sitting scattered. After all, it's a lecture held in the name of the school, so we have to grab a few seats in the front rows." Deng Zhizhou didn't want to say directly that Lin Heng's central position was definitely arranged specifically for him. He himself was merely tagging along. While they were chatting, a group of people suddenly entered through the door on the right side, distributing decorative flowers and name tags on the tables in the first row. A man in a white shirt headed straight for the middle, placing a fruit basket near Lin Heng, along with plenty of snacks and water. When Lin Heng looked up, the man gave him a slight smile. Lin Heng recognized him immediately. He was someone from Yin Lei's team, who specially said to him, "Eat more and relax." Before Lin Heng could respond, the man had already turned and left. Lin Heng glanced at the fruit basket in front of him, noting that several of the apples were clearly from his system. "This treatment is too good. Well, you should eat more, right?" There were only 3 fruit baskets in the front row of the entire auditorium, and the other 2 didn't have as much as the one in front of Lin Heng. Deng Zhizhou was at a loss for words. This wasn't just a learning event, it was more like a mascot. Chapter 88. The refresh method of the wish bag. The big shot giving a lecture today at the local university is named Dai Guangjia, whom Duan Ming managed to invite. Although he had discussed with Zhang Li about arranging the lecture content according to Lin Heng's preferences, old Duan still included his own agenda by scheduling this popular science lecture related to nuclear power as the opening talk. After all, controllable nuclear fusion is incredibly enticing. If it can really lead to relevant products from Lin Heng, it would be well worth it. Originally, a lecture aimed at a university student like Lin Heng wouldn't require the involvement of someone of Dai Guangjia's caliber, but Elder Duan wanted to present something impressive. Therefore, he specifically contacted Dai Guangjia and showcased the small mecha he had, focusing on the energy power device on the back of the mecha. Someone of Dai Guangjia's status immediately understood the implications and began to pack up to visit Duan Ming. This 3-day lecture was a promise made by Elder Duan in exchange for a power device removed from the mecha. In Dai Guangjia's view, this device should be similar to nuclear power. It was a huge surprise, even a bit shocking, especially when Duan Ming casually mentioned where it came from, saying it was just something he bought. By the time Dai Guangjia arrived in Bin Province, he heard rumors that Duan Ming was promoting the scientific research materials provided by the government, which referred to that mecha. It was also said that if the participating professors met the qualifications and the lecture went well, there would be additional rewards from the government. Everyone immediately equated the rewards with the mecha in his possession. Even if it wasn't the mecha, it surely had to be something of a similar level. Thinking of this, Dai Guangjia quickened his pace toward the auditorium. Fortunately, he had confirmed his attendance for the first lecture in advance. He heard that the later professors were all scheduling, and there was a close call where things almost got heated in the meeting room. However, he didn't expect that the government rewards Elder Duan mentioned were all contingent on Lin Heng producing more groundbreaking technology. Throughout the morning lecture, Lin Heng was completely on edge. Literally on edge, as he was surrounded by serious experts. Before it started, he heard a brief introduction from Deng Jizhou. And this circle was almost entirely composed of professors from various related fields, along with some graduate students who had come from afar. During a break, Lin Heng took out a water bucket from under the table and poured himself some water. But he was worried about having to run to the restroom if he drank too much, so he only filled half a cup before putting the bucket away. Just as he was about to tuck it back under the table, he looked up to see Dai Guangjia sitting on a single sofa at the podium, smiling warmly at him. That smile was as amiable as it could be, as if he were looking at his own research achievements. He was indeed watching Lin Heng, partly because he recognized the water bucket in Lin Heng's hand as a recently popular product from a certain region, and partly because Duan Ming had told him before coming that the effectiveness of the lecture would be measured by whether the students could grasp the concepts. As he looked at Lin Heng, he thought of him as a good kid, hoping he would learn more and that his lecture would be good. He had not lectured on such basic topics in many years and hoped that as the difficulty increased over the next 2 days, these kids could keep up. However, that smile made Lin Heng uneasy. Under the gaze of the expert, Lin Heng's hand trembled, causing the water bucket to bump against the table leg with a loud thud. A staff member standing at the front door heard the sound and peered inside, scanning the room, but not finding the source. Dai Guangjia also cast a curious glance, knowing that the sound had come from Lin Heng. Lin Heng, caught off guard by the old professor's gaze, lifted the water bucket again and gestured towards the esteemed speaker, quietly asking, "Would you like some?" While Dai Guangjia couldn't hear this, he understood the gesture. He cheerfully nodded, picked up his teacup, and said with a smile, "Drink up. Thank you, little friend." Since Dai Guangjia was wearing a headset, his voice echoed throughout the auditorium, drawing the attention of everyone present. Lin Heng stood up with the water bucket, the half-full bucket swaying back and forth as he contemplated whether to flip the table and leave or to navigate through the row of people. Before his tired brain could devise a route, a staff member approached to take the water from him. Lin Heng then released the bucket, handed it over, bowed towards the podium, and sat back down. He was so tired that he was just holding on, and he couldn't really see what Dai Guangjia was saying up there. Deng Jizhou watched the whole interaction and thought to himself, Lin Heng is impressive. He managed to interact with Professor Dai? Just a few words, and already a bond over a cup of water? Throughout the day, Lin Heng sat nervously in the front row, trying hard to follow the lecture from the esteemed speaker, taking countless notes. In reality, he couldn't understand much, but there were parts that piqued his interest. At first, he felt a bit anxious, thinking this lecture was not meant for university students, especially as those around him casually chatted, calling each other various titles like doctor, professor, or teacher. There were even people who wanted to socialize with him, but upon noticing his name badge indicating he was a student from a specific university, they politely turned away. By the afternoon, Lin Heng had relaxed significantly, sitting in the front row, munching on an apple while taking notes, and during breaks, he would ask the nearby doctor about anything he didn't understand. If he really couldn't grasp the explanations, he would simply share an apple as a token of appreciation. The apples in the fruit basket had long been consumed, and he was now sharing ones he had exchanged in the system. Apples were passed around from his hand, and nearby people were eager to look at his notes and explain some basic concepts to him. By now, almost everyone in the first 3 rows had an apple, and the auditorium was filled with the sweet fragrance of fruit. Eating in the front row during the lecture was definitely not due to a lack of courtesy. It was because the teacher had specifically told them, "Students, relax and enjoy some fruit snacks. Let us keep the atmosphere enjoyable throughout the lecture." Students on the second floor were amazed, having never seen a lecture like this where the teacher encouraged students to eat and drink to feel at ease while listening. Unfortunately, the students on the second floor could only smell the fruit aroma wafting up from below, pretending to eat while continuing to listen to the lecture. As the afternoon break approached, Lin Heng noticed that the people sitting next to him were gradually being dispersed. A staff member named Yin Lei, dressed in a uniform, appeared in the front row, bringing Lin Heng some words of comfort while changing the fruit basket. The main focus was on his learning status, and jokingly, he asked him in a low voice, after finishing nuclear power in 1 day, "Isn't it too much to ask for controllable nuclear fusion technology?" The old man had been waiting eagerly. Lin Heng instinctively glanced at the system interface. Life balance, 62 days. The task panel only had the option of live streaming to sell junk blind boxes left, while the previous gift from the undead was marked as completed, with 5,000 energy points already allocated, but the additional rewards were still being calculated. "There's really nothing else. I'll listen more and try harder." Lin Heng narrowed his eyes and replied to Yin Lei, belatedly realizing something was off. Lin Heng now saw that these people treated him like a wish bag, coming here to draw lots. Moreover, it was the kind of wish bag that could refresh rare drop rates. So, attending lectures was probably their way of refreshing? Not to mention, it was quite impressive. It would be even better if he didn't have to sit there and listen himself. Chapter 89. A bright future with full practical points. No matter how big the auditorium of Bin Province Normal University is, it's still this size. The students on the second floor could clearly see the lucky students scattered across the first 3 rows, sitting among a bunch of PhDs and their supervisors. At the very least, they were all professors from various universities. If luck was on their side, it could expand their network, which would be wonderful. Naturally, the focus from the second floor was on Lin Heng. After all, he was sitting right in the middle and even had a conversation with the professor. From the second floor, the action of Lin Heng getting water wasn't clear, but sharing apples was very obvious. Nearly everyone in the first 3 rows was eating apples, and the aroma was so enticing that it made people want to grab some. What is this student's background? Not only is he sitting in the middle, but someone also prepared so much fruit for him to socialize. Look, he has been chatting with the staff preparing the fruit for so long. A boy with slightly yellow hair nudged his classmate beside him, pointing in Lin Heng's direction while hiding behind a notebook to speak softly. "I don't know his background. I just know I want to eat an apple." The classmate frowned, staring down as if harboring a grudge. They had no special treatment sitting on the second floor. "Sigh. I want to eat too. I didn't expect the treatment down there to be so good." A girl in the back chimed in. "That guy? The one next to him? Seems to be the class monitor from the computer science department. I saw him at the administration office when we submitted materials." "From computer science?" "No, we physics majors didn't even make it to the front rows." The boy with the yellow hair grumbled something, interrupted by the girl behind him. "Come on. It's said that this is all based on luck, randomly drawing a few people to sit in the front. But it doesn't seem to be very strict. The lecture is still 2 days away. Do you think we could ask him to pay to swap seats?" "Good idea. I want to ask too. I'm going to find out his name right now." "Hey, why are you cutting in on my idea?" Lin Heng was unaware that someone had designs on his seat. He was propping himself up on the table, quietly mumbling to Yin Lei. "It's useless to make wishes here. If I had the ability to pick products, I'd definitely swap for a pile of life-extending elixirs, and wouldn't have to work to extend my life." Under the increasingly puzzled gaze of Deng Jizhou, Lin Heng gradually quieted down. He really did think that if he had the chance, getting some life-extending items for a permanent solution would be great. Right now, he was working daily, selling goods, earning a decent amount of money, but his life wasn't long. Of course, being alive was already good enough. The idea of a permanent solution was just a thought. Lin Heng wasn't foolish. If the system had found him, it probably wouldn't easily give up on finding ways to control him. After all, the system likely had its own set of rules. The energy points he had on hand wouldn't even buy him 100 days worth of life. He was also quite troubled by another task related to selling junk. He still needed to ask Yin Lei when the live stream for selling junk was scheduled. Given the current situation, the originally planned live stream would likely need to be discussed with the military to proceed smoothly. After all, Lin Heng had to go to the military district for work every night recently. However, Lin Heng had an idea. As Deng Jizhou was called outside, he caught Yin Lei, who was about to leave, and asked, "Since you can organize a directional live stream, can you also arrange for a seller host?" "That is doable. The host is easy to arrange, as long as you're okay with it." Yin Lei nodded slightly. "This is a small matter. It's actually easier to arrange this way. If Lin Heng insisted on doing the live stream himself, that would be a hassle. Let us just combine it with the after sales you wanted last time. We can use your online store's live broadcast room. Yin Lei briefly planned it out and intended to arrange it later. Also asking Lin Heng if he enjoyed today's session. Lin Heng looked pale, holding up his notes, and said, "Look at this. My notes look like ghost symbols. I can understand less than 1/10 of the content. Most of it is like a foreign language. They say this is basic content for us university students. But how am I supposed to enjoy that? If a professor related to computer science came, I might find where the enjoyment is." His tone revealed a sense of exhaustion. He had felt uncomfortable and tired since he arrived, and after surviving until noon, he was already worn out, leaving only a headache now. He could understand the genuine enthusiasm of the professionals, teachers, and scholars around him, but he really couldn't keep up with the pace. Yin Lei couldn't help but laugh. He knew that just attending a lecture wouldn't mean one could grasp the basics immediately. So, he took the opportunity to say, "Sure, if you want, we can arrange a computer-related lecture for next weekend." Hearing the word lecture made Lin Heng's head spin. He was truly fed up with it. But before he could object, a middle-aged voice suddenly came from the side. All right, let us think about it. We'll finalize it for next weekend." This was a great opportunity. More professional academic exchange lectures would make benching normal university a focal point of attention. The school's reputation would soar. A person approached with a warm smile, patted Lin Heng on the shoulder, and introduced himself enthusiastically. "I am the vice president of the Provincial Teachers University, Deng Hengjuan." He was generally aware of the situation. The subsequent lecture arrangements had already been scheduled for the next semester. However, upon hearing Lin Heng and his friends chatting, he instinctively chimed in. "My son is in the same class as you. He often mentions you. Keep it up, little classmate. If you need anything, just reach out to Jizhou. He is the class monitor and will definitely take good care of you." Deng's father quickly promoted his son with just a couple of sentences. Just moments ago, he had called out to Deng Jizhou to ask how Lin Heng was doing in class today. Deng Jizhou had just returned to his seat, standing next to Lin Heng, looking quite helpless. For a regular second-year student not majoring in this field, being able to sit through such a professional lecture was already a sign of respect. Expecting them to understand it was a bit much. Lin Heng was also shaking his head repeatedly, and he didn't even have time to consider the vice president's feelings, quickly saying, No, I'm not in such a hurry to study. Next week is too rushed, and I have to participate in this activity continuously. It's too much." Lin Heng regretted that he had hesitated in refusing. He couldn't believe any university student would actually enjoy lectures. Hearing this, the vice president quickly stopped Lin Heng, patting him on the shoulder and saying, classmate, relax. Attending lectures is also part of practical activities, and you can earn credits for it." Due to his eldest son Deng Xiao, the vice president was somewhat aware of Lin Heng's uniqueness, and adding some practical credits for him was no big deal. To be honest, given Lin Heng's current situation, as long as he could honestly get through his student years without causing any trouble, it was likely that the country would support him all the way to graduate school without any issues. Upon hearing practical credits, Lin Heng found it hard to refuse. This sounded great. If he could attend a few more lectures, he could accumulate all the practical credits without waiting until his senior year. How reliable was that? Just as he was contemplating this good fortune, he suddenly noticed someone rushing towards him from the door. The newcomer had slightly yellowish hair and was wearing a hoodie. As he rushed close to Lin Heng, he didn't even come to a full stop before being deftly guided by Yin Lei, who changed his direction and led him to the other side, away from Lin Heng. Lin Heng noticed Yin Lei's increasingly serious expression as he scanned the newcomer with a somewhat aggressive gaze. Before Lin Heng could ask anything, the person who rushed over spoke first. "Hello, classmate. I'm a second-year student from the physics department. Could I get your contact information? I was sitting on the second floor, and there were parts of today's lecture that I didn't quite understand. Could you let me borrow your notes after the lecture ends?" The newcomer seemed a bit nervous, as if the shoulder he was being supported with was somewhat painful, and his expression bore a hint of restraint. Yet he spoke to Lin Heng with barely contained excitement. Lin Heng was taken aback, but did not refuse. He casually wrote down his contact information and, looking at the other person with a hint of hesitation, said, "Sure, but the problem is I'm studying computer science, and I can barely understand my own notes." To him, it seemed odd for someone from the physics department to seek help from a computer science student regarding notes from a lecture on nuclear power. It felt like a case of mutual ignorance. Of course, the other person could be a top student, while he himself was just an average one. Unexpectedly, after receiving the contact information, the other student was so excited that even Yin Lei couldn't calm him down. He repeatedly thanked Lin Heng and bounced away, not forgetting to ask for a few apples from the fruit basket on the table, saying he would pay for them later after the lecture. Lin Heng didn't care about the money. The apples were provided by the organizers, and he was indifferent to 2 or 3 of them. As the other student's figure disappeared towards the entrance of the auditorium, Lin Heng noticed someone following closely behind. who had exchanged glances with Yin Lei before leaving. Most likely, this person was going to see what was going on. Lin Heng found it amusing but was unaware that the individual had their eyes set on his seat. However, given Lin Heng's current state of mind, knowing this would probably just be a joke to him, he was too preoccupied with his headache to think about such matters. Especially since he had to go to the military district later that night, where he likely wouldn't have phone service anyway. So even if the other student had some ulterior motives, they wouldn't be able to contact him. Yin Lei didn't linger, as he had come to see Lin Heng specifically about the warehouse. The factory building you bought, our people checked it out, but no one went inside. They just looked around the perimeter. Lin Heng wasn't surprised that Yin Lei suddenly brought up the factory. After all, it had happened a few days ago, and he hadn't specifically hidden it from anyone. He even dared to visit the dilapidated factory because a vehicle from a certain bureau had been following him that day. He thought the bureau would have discovered the additional warehouse inside the factory sooner. Lin Heng certainly didn't think that the Systems Edge warehouse could escape the notice of the bureau. Sure enough, Yin Lei's next question was about the wall inside. Is that a product? This left Lin Heng in a bit of a bind. Theoretically, the warehouse could indeed be considered a product. However, setting up a warehouse required energy points for exchange, with the most basic setup needing at least 3,000 energy points, which he was reluctant to spend. Moreover, with that exchange, his current energy points would be insufficient. It wasn't feasible right now, the cost was too high. If in the future he could directly exchange currency from his nation for life points within the system, he could then convert it into money to sell. Seeing Lin Heng hesitate, Yin Lei immediately understood. All right, just let me know when it's convenient in the future. I'll take my leave now. After receiving an answer, Yin Lei turned to leave as the latter part of the lecture was about to begin. Lin Heng didn't dwell on it either and returned to his seat. At that moment, Lin Heng was sitting in a vehicle heading to the military district. After the lecture ended today, he planned to return to his apartment to change clothes, where personnel from the bureau would be waiting for him downstairs. After hurriedly changing, he even brought a neck pillow for himself before following the person who came to pick him up to the underground parking lot. The person explained that they would be picking him up and dropping him off at the military district from now on. Lin Heng walked while silently complaining that even for the sake of confidentiality, it didn't seem very safe to be picked up and dropped off in a parking lot. As if sensing his thoughts, the person in the driver's seat smiled and said, "Don't worry too much about safety. This apartment building is mostly filled with people we arranged." "Fine, there are many of you." Lin Heng nodded with a smile. It didn't make much difference to him anyway. More importantly, right after he got into the car, the system updated the random stock of goods on the shelves. This time, there were also 5 items. Drink less coffee, unlimited. Mint candies to refresh the mind, unlimited. A cat teaser, only 1. Sound and light crystal, unlimited. The manual for the Mars planting base, cultivation section, only 1. Lin Heng glanced over the names of the items, and his gaze immediately focused on the last one. A planting base? He frowned, recalling that the term Mars base had been mentioned before, almost jokingly, and he had said it would definitely not exist. Yet here the system was, slapping him in the face. This shouldn't be similar to the Wasteland manual, both being practical content, right? That would indeed be something remarkable. Moreover, according to the talent point direction of the people from that region, the addition of the word planting was practically a gift delivered to his doorstep. Lin Heng directly selected the exchange, and when he received the item, he realized it wasn't a booklet, but rather a piece of semi-transparent screen. The ultra-thin, slightly flexible screen felt almost weightless in his hand. When Lin Heng tried to slightly roll it up, he could faintly see his palm through the screen when it wasn't activated. He wasn't sure how to refer to this object, and could only think of it as a screen. There was an activation icon in the lower right corner. Upon touching it, the entire screen slowly turned into a solid color, no longer transparent, and emitted a soft light. This light was suitable for reading in the dim car interior. Lin Heng turned the screen over to look at the back. It had no light, but wasn't transparent either, appearing to be a dark gray backing. The text on the manual was in a font he didn't recognize. Lin Heng tried a simple action, but found no operation guide, though he could swipe through the pages like an ebook. As the pages gradually turned, he keenly noticed that the text on the manual was slightly shaking, dissolving, and reappearing as characters he recognized from that region's language. This was quite magical. Lin Heng stared for a while longer. Could it be automatically translating? Surprised, he flipped through a few more pages and found that it was indeed gradually translating. Even some illustrations were changed to versions that matched the local language. Before it was fully translated, Lin Heng recorded a few pages of the unfamiliar text on his phone and sent it to Yin Lei. It was said to be a maintenance manual for the planting base, but he didn't know what it was maintaining, although the base was on Mars. Upon opening the information, Yin Lei didn't get a clear look at what it was, but upon catching sight of the word Mars, he quickly replied, "How much? I want it." Chapter 91. I lead, let me buy junk. Only 1, for a price of 1 yuan. After you study it, let me know what it's about. I'd love to hear the details. Lin Heng played with the item in his hand for a while, and surprisingly, the driver only glanced at it at the beginning and then completely ignored him. He couldn't help but admire the driver's self-control. Lin Heng received the 1 yuan sent by Yin Lei, dispatched the product from the system, and reminded him, "Don't forget to update me on the follow-up." He was genuinely curious about what could be grown on Mars. Soon, the system notified him that 50 energy points had been credited to his account, which was the reward for selling a random item for the first time. He felt pleased. Lin Heng then sent pictures of the remaining 4 items to Yin Lei, pushing for a sale and earning an additional 200 energy points. There was also a cat teaser, which he waved around in his hand, causing the feathers at the tip to flutter. The driver couldn't help but take a glance in the rearview mirror. The stick of the cat teaser resembled a retractable fishing rod and could extend quite long, making it inconvenient to fully open it in the car. After playing with it a few times, Lin Heng dispatched it. The coffee was quite amusing. It was just a regular Kin coffee, but the brand was humorously named Drink Less. Could it be that he was so tired that the system generated this coffee for him? When he took out the mint candy, a strong mint scent wafted through the air. Lin Heng didn't try it and sent it directly to Yin Lei. Only the sound and light crystal puzzled Lin Heng. It was a dark, rounded crystal with a pointed top and a flat bottom, resembling the previous gift crystal from the undead. Lin Heng speculated a bit, but didn't dwell on it, deciding to let professionals in the country study it. The car slowly stopped, and this time it was Lu Liang who came to pick up Lin Heng, but instead of going to the observation room, he took him directly to the dormitory building. "I've arranged a place for you to stay. You can rest a bit. You know the cafeteria? So you can eat if you're hungry. I'll come back later to take you to the observation room. Do you need to catch up on sleep?" Seeing Lin Heng getting out of the car while still sipping the coffee, Lu Liang casually asked, only to see Lin Heng nodding repeatedly. "Yes, yes, yes. How long can I sleep?" Lin Heng gulped down the coffee and pressed for an answer. He wasn't really tired at the moment, but after a long day, he wanted to sleep for a bit first. "Based on the current time, you have about 4 hours." Lu Liang looked at the sky and escorted Lin Heng to the arranged single room. Lin Heng could sleep for 4 hours mainly because Qi Jingxian had just finalized the research materials today and returned a bit late. However, Lin Heng still couldn't fall asleep. On a certain social media app, a doctoral student posted about a bizarre experience they had that day. "Guys, who understands? My supervisor suddenly made me go to a live streaming room to buy things and insisted I meet the purchase limit, saying each person could only buy 10. My supervisor was so anxious, and I thought it was something good, but when I got to the live stream, the title turned out to be Trash Blind Box. My supervisor made me buy junk. I was crying, but my supervisor gave me money." The accompanying image was a screenshot from the live stream, showing a close-up of a damaged packaging box, with the background matching the store name, Star Refinery Convenience Store. The sign in front read Trash Blind Box, stating that the outer packaging was not guaranteed to be consistent, and each person was limited to purchasing 10. There was also a large banner that read, "Do you have dreams? Come and try your luck with a mystery box." It was clearly one of those thoughtless live streams that made people want to scroll away immediately. What a joke. Who would wait for a chance to win something junky if they had dreams? Sure enough, someone quickly commented below the page, "I've seen this live stream before, and I hurriedly scrolled away. Is this a scam? Are you sure it's your mentor?" The author promptly replied below, "It is my mentor. I heard it in person," and ended with 2 crying emojis. In no time, various discussions emerged below, with most people talking about the commendable spirit of current doctoral students. Soon, a comment was pinned, where a netizen tagged the author and said, "Wow, you should check it out." Many verified influencers have dropped into that live stream, and not only did they buy things, but they also gave tips. The term verified influencers was a bit vague. Curious onlookers rushed into the live stream and wondered what kind of style this was. Who were the ones tipping? A popular science blogger who had gone viral, boasting 7 to 8 million followers, was currently at the top of the gift leaderboard, leaving a message, helping the teacher with procurement. "Can you increase the purchase limit? My fellow students and I need more. The teacher is anxious." Several well-known IDs. Verified bloggers who had graduated from top universities also left similar messages, stating they were called by their teachers or seniors to assist with purchasing. Bystanders were confused, not understanding what was being sold that prompted so many mentors to come for supplies. However, it soon became clear that not everyone could place an order in this live stream. Various questions began flooding the comments, urging the host to explain why orders couldn't be placed. The live stream still appeared quite shabby, but there was an audible voiceover. The voiceover belonged to a young man, cheerfully reading the usernames of the tippers and thanking them, occasionally reading out the names of those placing orders. This was the host and customer service guy for the night, broadcasting from a makeshift office allocated to him across from the Lin Heng apartment. If Lin Heng were present, he would recognize this person. He was Qian Cheng, a disciple who used to follow Taoist Qi at the Pharmaceutical Research Institute. At that moment, Qian Cheng was joyfully thanking each tipper, trying to maintain the lively atmosphere of the stream. The items he was supposed to showcase were actually just an empty box. He initially thought the live stream was doomed, given how rudimentary the setup was. However, the person who recruited him was someone his master found, only telling him that it was a recruitment for Lin Heng's online store. Without any further details. When Qian Cheng arrived today, Yanlei informed him that the boss was busy, and he should start a live stream first. With time being tight, he could only throw together a makeshift live stream. To his surprise, as soon as he started, 6 or 7 viewers quickly joined, placing orders on their own before he could say anything, all leaving comments saying, "Thank you, host. The items are great. Hope the purchase limit can be increased." Qian Cheng was completely confused. Is it really that easy to do live streaming? Is it that easy to make money? He felt a bit lost. What he didn't know was that this live streaming room had been preheated several times by a specific agency, providing links in advance to qualified researchers and educators. Although the live streaming room was open to the public, the ordering page was specially restricted, allowing only a specific group of IDs to make purchases. When notified that the blind boxes had a purchase limit of 10 per person, the senior professors and researchers had very simple thoughts. It's straightforward. If luck isn't on their side, they could just buy more to make up for it. This led to a scene where various students, both graduated and current, even those who had just passed the entrance exam but hadn't registered yet, were all pulled in to place orders. At this point, it was a competition of who had more students. On the live streaming side, sales were booming, pushing the stream to the homepage. And soon the set shipping quantity was sold out. Almost simultaneously, someone approached Lin Heng, asking if he could increase the supply. Lin Heng, who was in a military district, had no signal on his phone and couldn't be contacted, so he had to find someone to ask. Thus, less than half an hour after lying down, Lin Heng was called up again. Chapter 92. Our radar ship is quite lively, cough, loves to go out for a stroll. When Lin Heng was woken up by the knocking on the door, he was still in a daze, rubbing his forehead and taking a deep breath. He lay in bed looking at the ceiling for a while before remembering where he was. After staying up for a whole day and night, 2 hours of sleep was far from enough. Lin Heng even felt worse than when he hadn't slept at all. At that moment, he sensed something was off. He had already undergone 2 rounds of physical enhancement from the system, and he could feel that his body had improved in various aspects. Yet he felt so exhausted after just one night of studying. Could it be that studying all night drained too much energy? Had he overworked himself? He supported his head to open the door, hoarsely asking what was the matter without even seeing who it was. Anyway, since the system hadn't given any alerts and he was in the military district, there wouldn't be any danger. When he opened the door, Lin Heng leaned against the wall, and in his fatigue, he accidentally broke the doorknob. With a crisp sound, the doorknob suddenly lost its grip, feeling heavy in his hand. It took Lin Heng's sluggish mind a moment to process this, and he silently adjusted the doorknob. Shouldn't he feel weak when tired? A fleeting thought crossed his mind as he let Zhou Yi in. Zhou Yi entered with a hint of apology. He knew Lin Heng wasn't in great shape, but had urgent matters to discuss. The small room assigned to Lin Heng in the military district wasn't large, containing just a bed, a set of desk and chairs, a cabinet, and a small washroom. Lin Heng sat on the edge of the bed, gesturing for Zhou Yi to make himself comfortable, and retrieved a bottle of coffee from the system, frowning as he took a sip. The smooth texture combined with rich aroma made him feel much better. Zhou Yi didn't waste time. Leaning against the desk, he directly stated his purpose. 2 things. First, the blind boxes from the live streaming room had sold out. Do you plan to continue or limit the supply? Lin Heng gave up on thinking and simply said, whatever works for you. He quickly checked the system and found that the task for the junk blind box had indeed been completed. Flipping to the redemption page, he saw that the icon for the junk blind box was lit up and could be exchanged. The purchase price was 10 yuan each. Feel free to sell them, and I'll handle the shipping tomorrow. Lin Heng stretched his shoulders and urged Zhou Yi with his gaze to move on to the next topic. All right, I've found your customer service contact, and I've sent you the information. You should be able to see it tomorrow. Zhou Yi adjusted his posture, paused for a moment, and before Lin Heng could urge him again, he spoke up. We need to buy a few items to send out. Can you ship directly abroad? There's no specific address, just a name and a rough location. Lin Heng frowned slightly. What does sending abroad mean? He instinctively looked for his phone, only to remember that there was no signal. Now he had no one to ask. What do you want to buy, and where is it going? Lin Heng decided to clarify first. It's not just me, it's us. Team leader Yin truly couldn't make it and asked me to run this errand. The situation is a bit urgent. Zhou Yi observed Lin Heng, feeling both appreciative of his vigilance and frustrated by his expressionless demeanor. This matter actually stemmed from a diary. Do you remember that diary? The one your class leader bought, the reddish-brown notebook. Zhou Yi slightly raised his hand to gesture, feeling a bit amazed as he brought it up. Lin Heng nodded. He certainly remembered. It was like something out of a ghost story, a diary filled with content from the future, found in Longhua, written by someone nearby. Wei Ve deciphered part of the diary, focusing on some recent significant events, one of which involves a technician named Wu Yinxing who was stranded abroad. Zhou Yi briefly introduced the situation to Lin Heng. Wu Yinxing was the youngest leader in AI technology in Longhua and was a recent point of contact for the Military Science Academy. He had proposed some directions for constructing military-grade AI command systems. The diary used the term stranded, but subsequent entries suggested that the situation was a bit serious. In fact, the situation truly escalated a month later. For now, he was still participating in academic exchanges abroad under his normal scholar identity. Today marked the 6th day since Wu Yinxing arrived, invited to participate in an academic exchange in a certain country, with a formal invitation from an international organization. The attendees included academic researchers from various fields across 20-some countries. According to the decrypted part of the diary, during his time abroad, Wu Yinxing was investigated by the local authorities regarding his latest research ideas. They found an excuse to detain him, and 5.5 years later, they announced his death due to illness. Longhua, aside from diplomatic measures, had conducted multiple rescue attempts over the past 5 years. However, due to the remote and secure location of Wu Yinxing's detention, all rescue efforts ended in failure. The future Deng Xiao documented in the diary a part of the situation that he had participated in during one of the most successful rescue operations. Now, the Dragon Country has anticipated the possible direction of events. Although there are still doubts about the content of the diary, they definitely need to bring Wu Yinxing back first before discussing anything else. Last night, our people arrived in a certain country and contacted the organizers of the academic conference. Our original plan was to use the excuse of a family member being critically ill to bring him back, but unexpectedly, Wu Yinxing was already in a state of soft detention there. A few members of our team managed to find a way to bring him out. The current situation is that 2 people, including the team leader, are hiding with Wu Yinxing, while the others are creating diversions to throw off any pursuers. However, they lost contact 3 hours ago. As Zhou Yi spoke, his expression gradually turned anxious, and his speech quickened. They are currently trapped near the west coast. And our radar ship happened to be passing through international waters, just in time to cover the scanning range, and we can still know their exact location. Noticing a pensive look on Lin Heng's face, Zhou Yi grinned and said that our radar ship is quite lively, and likes to go out for a stroll. Lin Heng touched his nose and thought, fine, if you say it's a stroll, only a fool would believe it. In any case, this time I want to use your, express service to send him something. Didn't you leave me a message on that platform last time? Do you think we can manage it this time? Zhou Yi quickly pushed the topic forward, tentatively asking Lin Heng if this express, if no one receives it, can it be recalled? Lin Heng handed him 2 apples, watching as he wrote some vague characters on them. I can't confirm. I haven't tried what happens if no one receives it. After Lin Heng saw him finish writing, he took the apples back. He hesitated and said, I can send it to you, but I can't guarantee the specific effect. However, the apple one sent you last time with the writing, I also didn't fill in the address, just wrote the person's name and a rough location. Zhou Yi's eyes lit up upon hearing this. This is good news. Why don't we try it first? He pondered and said, I transferred some money to your account before coming. It should be enough. Besides the apples, you should send them a helmet. It should be possible to contact them. The Military Science Academy has conducted experiments, and at the eastern and western borders of the Dragon Country. Using a set of helmets allows for unobstructed communication, but they have not intercepted specific signal patterns yet, so they don't know what principle is being used for communication. The helmet has been around for less than a week, and the Dragon Country's speed has been quite impressive. Lin Heng certainly had no objections and sent out the email after selecting the items according to Zhou Yi's requirements. Chapter 93. International version of express service on the distant west coast of a certain country. The world-famous technology center city is bustling in a different way. Wan Fan is hiding with Wu Yinxing in an abandoned port near the city. The damp wind carries a rusty smell, making one feel nauseous. Under the dim moonlight, the two are at a distance where they cannot see each other as faces. They must also thank the sparse population of that country. At this moment, there are really not many people around where they are hiding. The last team member has been sent to find the contact person. And there should be a small boat here tonight for pickup, but for some reason, the other party is late. Before they arrived, they had already made the worst assumptions and prepared 3 plans for departure. However, given the current situation, the only option left seems to be to leave by sea, where someone would meet them in international waters. If the distance to the embassy of a certain country wasn't quite far, they wouldn't have chosen such a high-risk plan. Wan Fan crouched on the damp ground, leaning against a worn-out shipping container, staying alert. Wu Yinxing was behind him, sheltered from the wind, taking deep breaths to calm his racing heart. He felt as if he had used up all the exercise he would do in his life that night. Wu Yinxing himself didn't understand why he trusted Wan Fan so much when he met him and a few others that afternoon. He had initially not wanted to attend the academic conference, but his former mentor from his study abroad days had persistently invited him. The mentor had taken great care of him back then, and out of gratitude, he wanted to relax a bit before starting a new project and also catch up with his mentor. It was only after arriving that Wu Yinqing learned that the academic conference was completely closed off. Not only were electronic devices prohibited, but even suitcases were not allowed inside. Only a few changes of clothes. More importantly, his mentor didn't show up. Wu Yinqing immediately considered leaving, but the organizing committee was desperate to keep him there. And many of the attendees were indeed well-known experts. They wouldn't have brought these big names just to deceive him. Now that he was there, he relaxed his guard and began to participate seriously in the conference. The first couple of days went relatively normally, but by the third day, things started to get strange. Wu Yinqing considered himself an emerging figure among these experts, and he thought no one should be paying much attention to him. However, starting on the third day, various people began trying to approach him, and at social events, he found himself being pressured to drink. After a few such incidents, it became clear to him that he was being targeted, although he didn't understand why at the time. It wasn't until Wan Fan, dressed as a server, sneaked into his room and told him that there were intentions to detain him that Wu Yinqing initially didn't believe it. However, he watched as 5 or 6 people entered his room from different directions, gathering behind Wan Fan. This was certainly not normal behavior. Who climbs in through the window? This was the 7th floor. The entire hotel building was booked by the organizing committee for the conference. Now Wan Fan was telling him that the plan was to use the closed nature of the conference to delay him and keep him there. At first, Wu Yinqing didn't believe it, but he also felt that staying to continue participating in the conference was risky. He had always trusted his instincts. And after confirming that Wan Fan was indeed sent by an official entity, he decisively chose to follow his intuition. Thus, they found themselves hiding at the dock. If you'd told me in advance that leaving with you would involve so much physical exertion, I would have thought twice about it, Wu Yinqing said in a low voice. His breathing still quite rapid. I didn't expect you to be young, but not in great health. Wan Fan's expression looked very serious. Wu Yinqing was momentarily unsure if the other party was mocking him. When they left the hotel, they disguised themselves as logistics personnel and directly put Wu Yinqing in a garbage truck, boldly driving out of the hotel to get on the vehicle. However, less than 20 minutes after the car left, the local police suddenly began to pursue them. It was obvious that they had discovered Wu Yinqing's sudden departure. To shake off the pursuit and confuse the enemy's sight, they split up. God knows that in order to leave smoothly, Wu Yinqing didn't even take his luggage, only bringing the essentials. Before leaving, he also confirmed that there were no listening devices in the room. Given the speed of these developments, it could only be said that they indeed had ill intentions towards him and were constantly monitoring his movements. Wu Yinqing was indeed exhausted and simply sat down on the ground. Wan Fan frowned at him but said nothing. He actually knew that today's running and climbing over walls had already worn Wu Yinqing out. Just a little more persistence, and they would be close. Can you bring a little common sense next time you go abroad? Wan Fan managed to comfort him for a moment before he couldn't help but make a jab. He still had a few teammates running around outside. Wu Yinqing was unsure whether he was in the right, but at this moment, it was clear he couldn't contradict the one he needed to rely on. Yes, I was blinded by knowledge. He casually responded while leaning heavily against the shipping container behind him. A loud crash startled Wu Yinqing, making him jump up. No, I don't have that much strength. Before he could explain, Wan Fan interrupted him. Shut up, hide to the side. There's a sound of something heavy falling inside the container. Wan Fan lowered his voice, quickly pulling Wu Yinqing behind him and crouching close to the source of the noise from the container. The door wasn't locked, and Wan Fan deftly opened it, holding his breath and waiting. From his angle, he could only vaguely see a box on the ground. After a moment of waiting, he pushed the door again, and the dark container was empty, with only a box on the floor. Just as he was cautiously observing, Wan Fan watched as a box suddenly appeared in midair and fell heavily to the ground. A second heavy object fell with a loud crash. Wu Yinqing jumped slightly at the sound, staring wide-eyed as Wan Fan was about to enter the container, and he rushed forward to grab the other's arm. It's fine, there's no one inside, just 2 boxes. Wan Fan interrupted him before he could act, but he didn't mention what he had just seen. It was too bizarre. Wan Fan's phone was already out of battery, and the only thing he had on him was a lighter to provide some light. He fully entered the container and lit the lighter, using its faint glow to see 2 boxes on the ground, one large and one small. Star Express International version was printed in large blue letters on the box, with a smaller line below, time-limited delivery, please sign for opening. Chapter 94, Exclusive Express for the Dragon Country, let us go. Wan Fan was momentarily taken aback when he saw the characters on the box. He even spent a few seconds wondering if there was a mole in his team and whether the 2 boxes in front of him were a trap. However, upon seeing the recipient information printed on the other side of the boxes, he felt a bit confused. The larger box was addressed to Wan Fan, while the smaller one was addressed to Wu Yinqing. Their decision to come to the dock was spontaneous, and even among teammates. They couldn't have predetermined which of the 3 plans they would use. Wan Fan leaned against the larger box and slightly turned it to see the sender's name, Zhou Yi. He recognized it. Letting out a sigh of relief, Wan Fan decided to open it and take a look first. The two had rushed here without any pens. So Wan Fan simply used his fingernail to scratch his name on the signature line, then attempted to open the box. It seemed there shouldn't be any issues. When Wan Fan saw the contents of the box, his mouth twitched. Inside the large box was an upside-down helmet filled with various snacks. And on top of the snacks were 2 apples and 2 small wooden boxes. Beneath the helmet, he could vaguely see a metal box. But he didn't know what it was. After hesitating for a moment, he leaned in closer to examine the writing on the apples by the light of his lighter. "Professor Wu, come in, it's safe." Moments later, Wan Fan called Wu Yinqing at the door, asking him to sign, and opened the box without explaining much. Wu Yinqing was taken aback. It was the first time Wan Fan had formally addressed him as professor. All the way here, he could feel that Wan Fan looked at him with disappointment. He couldn't explain anything, as he had been locked up in a hotel when they first met. When Wu Yinqing entered, Wan Fan was eating an apple, the aroma filling the entire container and making him swallow hard. He hadn't eaten dinner, and now smelling the food made him feel a bit hungry. Noticing Wu Yinqing's expression, Wan Fan tossed him another apple. "Don't mind the writing. Just open the box and see what's inside." Wu Yinqing certainly wouldn't complain. As long as there was something to eat, it was fine. Seeing the smaller box that Wan Fan pointed at, Wu Yinqing leaned over while eating the apple. After signing to open the box, using Wan Fan's lighter, the two of them clearly saw the contents inside. A small bucket of water, some candies, a metal box, and a large piece of fabric. "What are these?" Wu Yinqing asked, mustering the courage to question Wan Fan as he picked up the bucket. Wan Fan placed the leftover apple core on the ground, took out the 2 small wooden boxes from the larger box, opened the porcelain bottles inside, read the instructions, and then set the wooden boxes and instruction cards aside, putting the porcelain bottles into his pocket. Then he flipped out the helmet and poured the snacks back into the box. Amid the clattering sounds, he calmly said, "These are aid supplies sent by our ancestors." He had made up his mind. Starting today, Zhou Yi was his brother. What did they send? How did they send it? "You prepared so much? Did the others who are scattered have preparations too?" Wu Yinqing pondered the surroundings, looking bewildered. "You all have such means over there. Is all of this for me?" Snacks were casual, without any brands. You could eat them whenever you wanted or throw them away at will. Wan Fan handed several packets of snacks to Wu Yinqing without answering his question. He picked up the metal box beneath the snacks, calmly opened it, and stared at the mecha inside, feeling anything but calm. He knew that his superiors had said to find a way to provide support, but he hadn't expected the items to arrive right in front of him. Wan Fan pulled the mecha out of the box, watching it flip over and float in midair. Before coming here, he had indeed interacted with one of the mechas in this batch and still vaguely remembered how to use it. At this moment, he could think calmly about how to leverage this advantage. Not just an advantage, this was practically a cheat code. Zhou Yi had sent over an arsenal. Wu Yinqing was already stunned. The snacks in his hand scattered on the ground as he belatedly remembered that there was also a similar metal box in his cardboard box. He hurriedly took it out and opened it. Inside were 2 identical small mechas, emitting a faint blue glow, quietly floating in the air. Wu Yinqing watched as Wan Fan directed the small mechas to work. The small mechas occasionally exchanged brief comments with Wan Fan. Although they were simple prompts and responses, Wu Yinqing's eyes sparkled with excitement. Do we have such good stuff in Long Country? Wow. He was determined to find an opportunity to dismantle this little guy's AI system when he returned. He would first agree to cooperate with the military of Long Country. He nearly completely relaxed, sharing water and snacks with Wan Fan. Wan Fan then studied the helmet in his hands and slowly put it on. As the visor descended, a clear screen appeared before him. "Cool." Wu Yinqing's voice came through, but Wan Fan didn't have time to respond. As the helmet binding prompt completed, a voice message came in simultaneously. "Got it." Yin Lei's voice came from the other side, laced with a hint of amusement. He was the final link, teaching Wan Fan the basic use of the helmet. The rest depended on the speed of reinforcements and Wan Fan's capability. "Got it." Wan Fan's voice sounded somewhat shaky. Yin Lei didn't delay and went straight to the point. He still needed to run over to Lin Hung's side for the follow-up livestream. According to the original rules of the Special Operations Bureau, Yin Lei shouldn't have known about Wan Fan's task. After a brief 3-minute explanation, Wan Fan took off the helmet and stood up. He gathered the cardboard boxes and packaging materials from the scene, set them on fire, and then led Wu Yinqing to the seaside port. "Where are we going?" Wu Yinqing stopped behind him, facing the dark, shimmering sea, nervously rubbing his hands together. "Not we, but you. I'm sending you to the ship of Long Country," Wan Fan said, holding the helmet, and turned back to look at Wu Yinqing with a smile. His entire posture relaxed, and his face seemed to carry a hint of mischievous excitement. Unfortunately, Wu Yinqing was too preoccupied with his own nerves to notice the other's expression. "How will I get there? Is the ship here? Am I walking myself? What about you and the others?" Wu Yinqing muttered quietly to ease his tension. "Hey, We're sending over a cheat code for you to experience first. Hold on to the water and snacks tightly. Wan Fan spoke as he spread a large piece of fabric on the ground, the brightly colored side facing inward. He directed Wu Yin-chung to sit in the center, stuffing food and water into his arms, then took out a porcelain bottle from his pocket and handed it to Wu Yin-chung. Hold on to this, it's a lifesaver. If anything happens, just drink the whole bottle. You've played this game before, right? We'll be there soon. Finally, Wan Fan placed a watch with a positioning feature on Wu Yin-cheng's wrist. Our radar ship will be able to see you at a glance. We can't afford to lose you. That group searching for you has been led south. So now is a good time to go. While Wu Yin-chung was sitting on the fabric in a daze, Wan Fan grabbed the four corners of the fabric and wrapped him up tightly, tying a secure knot before handing it to a small mech that was hovering nearby. Wan Fan leaned in to take a last look at Wu Yin-chung and softly said, "Don't blame me. I'm doing this to ensure your safety. Keep your voice down. We can't let the patrol spot you. Don't worry, you'll be flying high." Chapter 95. Let us get more people out. What is happening? Flying? Where to? Before he could finish his sentence, Wu Yin-chung suddenly felt himself lift off the ground, his center of gravity shifting. He slowly looked up and, through the gaps in the fabric, could vaguely see the blue glow on the back of the small mech. He was being carried on the shoulder of a mech model and taken away. "Wan Fan, are you crazy?" With one last shout, the mech suddenly accelerated, racing with Wu Yin-chung towards the naval ship docked in international waters. At the dark port dock, Wan Fan put on his helmet while murmuring to himself, "I told you to keep it down, so we wouldn't be discovered." "Is he gone?" Yin Lei's voice came through again. "I'll report back and log off now. The naval team is in place, and as you requested, you have 24 hours. Backup supplies are on the way." "Got it, Team Yin. I'll treat your team to drinks when I get back. Your support is just in time." Wan Fan finally relaxed, feeling relieved that he didn't have to worry about Wu Yin-chung's safety, making their actions much easier. As Yin Lei's ID logged off, several new IDs began to join Wan Fan's squad channel on his helmet interface. "Captain, I'm here. Captain, I'm safe. Just dealt with a bullet wound. This medicine is pretty intense. Captain, I just shook off the people behind me. I'll be there shortly. Captain, we've gathered everyone. All right, let us move. Our team sent us such fun toys. We should play a bit before we leave, right? This feels amazing." Wan Fan left the seaside with the small mech, quickly disappearing into the darkness of the port. "You know what? This is a good plan. While they haven't discovered us yet, should we get more people out?" 15 minutes later, landing on the ocean-going ship docked in international waters, Wu Yin-chung lay on the ground, refusing assistance from those who came to help. Hearing their words, he cursed and cried out, "Wan Fan, are you out of your mind? Is this how you arrange a retreat? If our country has this kind of technology, why hide it? Am I not supposed to be doing research? Why is everyone advancing in research without me? I'm the one studying AI combat. From the coast to the position of the fleet, it's 13 nautical miles, over 24 kilometers. It took the mech 15 minutes to get here, and that distance would take over 20 minutes by car on the highway. Throughout the journey, I didn't dare to peek at the sea surface. I couldn't tell how high I was flying, but I knew the fabric wrapping around me was not ordinary. I felt no wind and was even a bit warm. The mech floated beside me, appearing harmless. Harmless, my foot. Thinking about being dragged along by the mech made me a bit stiff, but that didn't dampen my curiosity about dismantling and studying it. I took a moment to calm my emotions. While the officers on the warship looked at the mech beside me in astonishment, wondering if their nation had already deployed such technology, they thought about requesting a few from their superiors when they returned. Having such a companion at sea is so much fun. On a whim, they could even let the mech take them for a spin. How cool. In just half a day, the upper echelons of another nation were in a panic. They had lost 7 foreign high-tech personnel in that time. One of them was a researcher in AI from a nation they had gone to great lengths to recruit for an academic exchange, only to find out last night that this person had been taken away before their plans could be implemented. They couldn't even determine who took them, and this was a significant loss for them. They had to search quietly without making a fuss. Other individuals included scientists who had been in that nation for up to 10 years, some of whom had been detained under various pretexts by different departments. The fields involved included physics, bioengineering, chip development, and communications technology. The key point was that all of these individuals held citizenship from that country. This was clearly a conspiracy, a provocation. The Defense Department conducted an overnight investigation but could not uncover any leads on the whereabouts of these individuals. Arrange for me to probe their nation and test their situation. Have your people prepare quickly. The furious defense minister slammed the table, prompting the secretary to hastily exit and make arrangements. The naval vessels from that country remained stationary in international waters for another 24 hours. By the next evening, I had calmed down and was quietly observing the small mech that had flown me over, alongside the soldiers on the deck, as if it knew its mission was complete. The mech quietly hovered at the cabin door in the corridor. While I was lost in thought, I heard shouts from the back of the deck. "They're coming! They're coming! There are more this time! How cool!" It seemed that some families had taken a different route due to inconvenience. But once we picked up these few people, we could set off for home. The cheerful voices of the soldiers on the deck drew my attention back, and sure enough, a few others, similarly wrapped in the large fabric and carried by the small mech, were descending. At this moment, the unfortunate one had landed and awkwardly emerged from the fabric. Though he was still trembling, the two individuals who landed before him were shaking, and one of them didn't even manage to stand up, requiring a comrade to lift him back to the cabin. Soon, Wu Yinqing spotted some familiar faces. They were members of Wan Fan's team, all looking quite composed as they quickly began to tidy up the large pieces of fabric on the ground. Wu Yinqing then realized that the large pieces of fabric were actually oversized capes. He suddenly felt that, comparatively, his treatment was quite good, at least when he arrived. They had prepared food and water for him. After comforting himself for a while, Wan Fan cheerfully came over and patted his shoulder, saying, "How was it? Fun, right? Let us go back home." Not wanting to comment on the definition of fun, Wu Yinqing only wanted to ask one thing. Where did this mech technology come from? Wan Fan, of course, had no idea. To ensure that he could support this batch of external supplies at any time, Zhou Yi had been following Lin Heng closely since the night before. During the day, he accompanied Lin Heng to sit in the school auditorium and listen to lectures. And at night, he took him back to the military district. Even the observation room had made an exception to allow him in. Of course, he had signed numerous agreement documents. It wasn't until he received a notification from the Special Operations Agency that everyone from the country had successfully evacuated that Zhou Yi felt relieved enough to leave. Lin Heng's attempt to catch up on sleep that night ultimately failed. He ended up dozing off in the observation room. When he woke up, he felt that he really needed to exercise more. How was it that he couldn't even stay awake through the night anymore? Chapter 96. Drowning in a sea of knowledge. Having been picked up early, Lin Heng, with his messy hair, first drank a bottle of coffee. He decided to take it easy and rest today. Trying to listen to these big shots lectures without any foundation was just asking for trouble. He even foolishly hoped to learn something, but getting a good night's sleep seemed more reliable. Otherwise, if he continued like this, he feared he would drown in a sea of knowledge. After unwrapping a mint, Lin Heng leaned against the passenger window. It wasn't until the car drove out of the military district that he began to check his phone. Since last night, he had been helping Zhou Yi send out several packages, which reportedly were very timely and effective, though the other party didn't provide specific details. Lin Heng didn't want to pry too much, knowing less was safer. This morning, Zhou Yi happened to be returning to school and offered to take Lin Heng back with him. As soon as he opened his phone, Lin Heng saw notifications from his online store, indicating that the orders from yesterday's live stream had filled up the back end. While flipping through the messages, he quickly processed the shipments. After a few minutes, he began to receive confirmation of delivery. Regarding whether the system's shipping would be exposed, Lin Heng had long stopped struggling. After all, the Special Operations Agency was bearing the pressure. Now, the after-sales work for this online store had been taken over by Qian Cheng. Lin Heng briefly explained his requirements to him. It was simple, just to handle any potential after-sales issues promptly. When it came to discussing salary, the other party chatted with him a bit more, and Lin Heng learned that the salary had already been paid by the Special Operations Agency, so he didn't need to contribute any more money. Lin Heng was delighted to hear about this good opportunity. Someone was doing the work, someone was funding it, and all he needed to do was sell products and make money. Perfect. He emphasized to the other party that the main product in the online store was apples. Lin Heng planned to boost the sales volume of apples to a certain level and then see if there were any additional rewards from the system. Qian Cheng understood immediately and said he would arrange for advertising on the homepage. Before Lin Heng could ask, the other party mentioned that the funds for promotion had already been allocated by the relevant authority. Seeing this, Lin Heng felt that the enthusiasm from the region was a bit overwhelming. He tentatively sent a message asking what they would sell in the future and if the funders had any suggestions. Qian Cheng took a bit longer to reply, seemingly thinking about how to phrase it. He mentioned that there were no restrictions on what they could sell, but they might send some products for Lin Heng's store to sell and would contact him about it. In fact, I had received a set of product images, but I told them I only handled after sales, so I would wait for the boss to come and see how to list them. Lin Heng didn't expect such a development. Looking at the images Qian Cheng sent, he immediately recognized that the models were from the batch of mechas released by the system, although the colors were slightly different. It was a group photo of 3 mechas. They looked quite stiff and resembled toys more than anything else. Lin Heng forwarded the photos to Yanlei and simply inquired if there were any selling requirements. He guessed that the mechas in the photos were likely high-quality replicas. Sure enough, the other party quickly replied, saying he could sell them freely, considering it an official benefit to help Lin Heng's store gain some popularity. With only a few hundred in the first batch, recently, videos of joint military exercises had been trending online, and the cool interactions between the special police and mechas had piqued many people's curiosity. Various websites were seizing the opportunity to sell different humanoid mecha model toys. The batch sent to Lin Hung was considered the highest similarity to those available online. How could it not be? This batch was made by dismantling several small mechas for research purposes by a military research institution. After understanding the composition of each part, they handcrafted a batch of visually similar small models. The day after receiving the mechas, the tech experts had already successfully crafted some mechas by hand. And now they had accumulated a small batch, even creating advanced transformation versions. Although these lacked power systems, weaponry, and AI coordination, they at least had smooth movements, excellent details, and many clever mechanical designs had been distilled by the region for imitation. The batch assigned to Lin Hung for sale consisted of the first replicas that looked decent on the outside, but were completely subpar on the inside. With most of them unable to move. Lin Hung's mecha task had just been completed a few days ago. He remembered it was still less than 8 days. And the region had already sorted out the basic components, which was quite impressive. However, Lin Hung was still curious why the region suddenly decided to sell this batch of high-quality replicas. Wouldn't it be better to keep such items hidden for a longer time? Without waiting for Lin Hung to ask, Yanlei sent a video, posted by someone from a foreign country on a social media platform. The content showed a person from another country pointing and shouting in surprise at something in the distance. Lin Hung zoomed in on the screen and finally saw a shadow flying down the street, skillfully dodging obstacles. After a few rolls, it quickly left the scene next to a man. It was the mecha model. The video didn't reveal much detail about the mecha, but judging by the trajectory of the light and shadow, the little guy was indeed quite lively. After the video, there was a message from Yanlei. He mentioned that the previous day's operation created some commotion to attract attention, and it was now gaining traction online. Seizing the opportunity, they planned to stir the pot a bit to confuse truth and falsehood. A production line had already been arranged to manufacture a batch of low-tech toy mechas, aiming to earn some foreign exchange for the country. They would start buying from Lin Hung, and in the next few days, the hype would build up again, allowing for the export of these toys. The last batch of wire imitation accessories had been quite popular. This referred to the previous incident where the country rushed to recover items made of mimicry alloy, attracting the attention of various nations. Many foreign forces tried to muddy the waters, especially from one particular country. They spread rumors on the country's website, claiming to buy similar accessories at high prices, only to be set up and end up exporting a wave of high-quality imitation wire accessories. Coincidentally, the wire accessories purchased from Lin Hung had artificial gemstones that were left unused, which were then sold at high prices to these foreign buyers. It was evident that they not only misunderstood the country's intentions behind the recovery operation, but also ended up spending a significant amount of money. Lin Hung found this amusing. They had successfully taken advantage of that foreign country before, and now planned to reap another round of benefits. With the country releasing a practical combat video of mecha collaboration and the recent actions from the foreign land, releasing this batch of toy models would compel them to investigate and acquire some for themselves, even if they were skeptical. The country could promote it appropriately, making it easy to sell a batch. While Lin Hung speculated on how advanced the country's research on mechas had become, he listed the small mechas for sale at a price of $99 and asked Qian Sheng to help with the promotion to get it seen by more people. Lin Hung smiled as he arranged everything. Although Qian Sheng claimed to only handle after sales, he always agreed to whatever Lin Hung arranged. It was fine. Even though he didn't need to pay him a salary, he couldn't call him boss for free. So he planned to give Qian Sheng a big red envelope later. He also sent some system-produced apples and drinking water to Qian Sheng as a work benefit. After arranging these things, Lin Hung felt relaxed enough to open the system. The task for the junk blind box was probably about to be completed. And regarding the rewards from the undead, the system hadn't credited him with any additional bonuses yet, leaving him curious about what he would receive. Seeing the information about the second level of physical enhancement in the corner of the system, Lin Hung remembered the door handle he had broken in the military dormitory and realized he had forgotten to mention it to Lu Liang. He felt a bit embarrassed for damaging public property on his first day there. Lin Hung wiped his face and calculated the energy value in his hands. He currently had 250 energy points and a lifespan balance of exactly 60 days. Once the blind box task was fully completed, he would receive an additional 500 energy points, which meant he could extend his life by over 80 days. Lin Hung began to contemplate the feasibility of spending 3,000 energy points to exchange for a warehouse in the Dragon Nation. It was a bit painful, but acceptable. He decided not to bring it up proactively, but if the Dragon Nation asked again, he wouldn't refuse. However, he could spend no more than 3,000. It couldn't be more. After all, this was about life. In that moment, Lin Hung felt he must be very patriotic. It would be even better if the system allowed cash to be exchanged for life points. Lin Hung flipped back to the exchange interface and couldn't help but poke at the gray icon. Although it looked like just a finger tapping in the air, the icon in the system did indeed shake slightly. Now, apart from the icon for exchanging life balance, the products for completed tasks had appeared. with only the medicinal jade being gray and unexchangeable, while the others could be purchased normally. Lin Heng couldn't understand why the life balance exchange was like this, but he thought he might want to inquire about the medicinal jade later. Why couldn't it be exchanged even though the task was clearly completed? Logically speaking, the special agency had been observing him for so long. Shouldn't they also be aware of the medicinal jade? He hoped to find an opportunity to ask Yin Lei about the situation after the Su family purchased the medicinal jade. He wondered if he could gather some information. Today, he also needed to urge Yin Lei to send him the results of the time-limited exchange products. The testing results would determine whether these products could be sold externally and if they had any special effects. After all, it was a limited offer of 3 days. If he didn't buy in time, the shelves would refresh. Lin Heng briefly looked at the system's limited time shelf. The 2 unique items had already been sent to Yin Lei, while the remaining coffee and mint candy didn't seem special. The only item of interest was the sound and light crystal, and he wondered if the Dragon Nation had any demand for it. Lin Heng flipped through the system but found no other changes, so he casually closed it, waiting for the next system task refresh. The scenery along the road gradually became familiar. He was close to his apartment. The car would first take him back to the apartment, and then he would head to school. Today was the second day of the lecture, and he still needed to arrive early at the auditorium for assembly. Lin Heng adjusted his posture, relaxed, and casually opened his mobile banking app. He had been so busy lately that he hadn't had time to check the payments he received. How much had he received? Lin Heng carefully counted his account balance. How many zeros were there? 10 digits? 2,200,000,000? Holding his breath, the moment he counted it clearly, Lin Heng was very excited. Who wouldn't be happy about making money, especially so easily? The country was generously distributing funds, which was a joy. However, he quickly calmed down. Compared to the life balance in the system, no amount of money could buy him extra days of life. The fleeting excitement turned into a surge of frustration, prompting Lin Heng to jab at the system hard. Lin Heng was mentally prepared for making money from selling water, as it was this very reason that gave him the confidence to switch the warehouse module with the system. However, he had not yet had the chance to check how much money his bank had received. When he opened it, he was indeed surprised to see a 10-digit account balance. Lin Heng opened the detailed records and carefully looked at each transaction, but after checking a few entries, he couldn't continue. The payments for goods were manageable. Although the accounts sending the money were different, Lin Heng could generally tell that this was money from the official authorities of a certain country, as they would neatly specify what the payment was for. This part constituted the bulk of his income, amounting to over 2 billion. It included the goods that the authorities had purchased from him over time, and the several hundred million from his online store's turnover after deducting various costs. The other incoming payments were absurd. The various amounts coming in made Lin Heng feel a bit dizzy, and he wasn't sure if he could accept this money. A few payments labeled as special contribution awards seemed like reliable reasons for the transfers. There were also messages about subsidies, meal allowances, and suggestions to eat more, but he had no idea who sent them. The accounts were from the same source as the money for selling water. Other messages were more encouraging, like those that said study hard and make progress every day. The most outrageous was one that included a wish list. A technologically advanced nation, please send some black technology. Thank you. Controllable nuclear fusion. Agriculture is also very important. After pondering for a moment, Lin Heng decided to screenshot the messages and send them to Yin Lei. He was a bit hesitant to accept the money. It felt intimidating. Yin Lei didn't elaborate much either. It wouldn't be appropriate to tell Lin Heng that this was all part of creating a sci-fi atmosphere for the Sci-Fi Month event. He simply replied to Lin Heng, saying that he could spend it. Everything received was a bonus from the authorities, and part of it was to subsidize the taxes he had paid. Receiving this information relieved Lin Heng a lot, and he let himself return to the joy of making money. With 22 billion, if the system opened for redemption, he could exchange it for 2,200 days of life value. Unfortunately, the redemption wasn't available, and the excess money felt useless, which was frustrating. Oh, if only the life balance in the system were as much as his bank balance. He could live for 22 billion days, like a king, but he couldn't think too much about it. Lin Heng smiled broadly, and the driver glanced at him several times when he got out of the car. The posts by the doctoral student from a prestigious university were trending for a whole night, with everyone watching the aftermath of him buying trash for his supervisor, while also discussing the current state of students' mental health. Last night's live stream was extremely popular, with various influential figures making surprise appearances, but not many could buy anything. And only the blogger had access to the follow-up. This morning, the doctoral student quickly posted again. Although my supervisor gave me double the subsidy, I still feel a bit uncomfortable. Last time, my supervisor asked me to buy at least soybean oil, and this time, I was told to wholesale trash. Folks, the delivery for this trash was really fast. What I bought yesterday arrived today. My supervisor also asked me to pick up some of his stuff. 20 boxes of all sizes, really ugly. Now I'm off to deliver trash to my supervisor. Exciting. Illustration, a delivery box from a courier service. Filled with junk blind boxes containing defective items of various shapes and sizes, piled on a small cart. Before the onlookers could clearly see the details in the image, the doctoral student sent out a third post. Shock! How could this be called a junk blind box? This junk blind box actually contained rare materials. Oh heavens! I truly am inferior even to a blind box. Chapter 98. He actually slept such a luxurious nap. The doctoral student, who posted online, is named Dong Tiantian. When she decided to pursue a Ph.D. years ago, she stubbornly committed to studying materials science. At the time of her application, she was quite spirited. However, when she actually entered her first year of doctoral studies, witnessing her senior colleague in the 6th year of his Ph.D., Dong Tiantian quickly changed her strategy. From then on, she firmly followed her advisor's direction, hoping to graduate in the 4th year. Of course, the 5th year would be acceptable too. At least by the 6th year, she could still take care of the new students in the 7th year and receive the research funding for the 8th year. No more than that. Just thinking about it could bring her to tears. Dong Tiantian's advisor, Wang Rui, specializes in renewable energy research. The rare materials they discovered from this batch could still be somewhat useful for their lab. Wang Rui and a few senior colleagues worked hard on a report to keep the materials. In fact, besides this rare material, they also opened other items. Yesterday, Dong Tiantian's advisor rallied all 7 of his students and even brought in 2 graduated seniors, gathering a total of 100 blind boxes. This morning, they all met in the advisor's office to unwrap the blind boxes. As soon as they brought the delivery inside, before they could start unwrapping, Wang Rui sent them to wash their hands. Go wash your hands. If we find something good, I'll give you all a big red envelope. Wang Rui cheerfully tidied up the desk. 20 minutes ago, he had heard that the neighboring mechanical engineering department had opened some good items from their blind boxes. And he usually had good luck, so he expected to gain more than they did. It turned out that their group indeed found many items. Dong Tiantian didn't expect that her first blind box opened on the floor contained a metal object wrapped in soft plastic bubbles, about the size of a palm and light in her hand. This was the rare material she later mentioned in her online post. When Wang Rui saw she had found something, he called her to the center of the office, praised her luck, and encouraged her to open more blind boxes. Under pressure, Dong Tiantian opened a few more and indeed found more items. Various differently sized plastic bubbles wrapped around assorted items were carefully placed on the desk by the advisor. About 1/3 of this batch of blind boxes contained something, with 37 or 38 items found from 100 boxes. However, the items were all in poor condition. For example, there were torn pages, broken ropes, damaged fabrics, strange stones, and metal parts. These items were arranged on the desk, and the few doctoral students and their advisors spent half a day examining them, only able to recognize 4 or 5 of them. Even those 4 or 5 were mostly guesses, and they would have to wait until the afternoon to go to the lab for testing to know the specifics. A few students gathered together, collecting what they recognized and could roughly use, as they were about to prepare a report. Those materials they couldn't identify were labeled and set aside for collection by relevant personnel from the country, who would then determine the specifics of the materials. After that, the country would release a detailed list of the materials, and those who contributed would have priority in applying for them. Throughout that morning, everyone who purchased a mystery box was examining what they had received, and some were showing off their luck to colleagues and friends who were also eligible to buy the boxes. The professors and researchers who could chat together also inquired about the origins of the online store. Familiar students who had experienced the live broadcast gathered to gossip as well. Normally, someone would quickly find out more information, but this time was different. It was a notification sent directly from the relevant departments, informing them in advance about the general situation and rules of the live broadcast. As a result, no one dared to investigate the online store. Everyone leaned towards thinking it was an official outlet, a way for the country to distribute benefits after acquiring good materials. Some imaginative individuals even began to speculate that perhaps the upper echelons of the country wanted to take the opportunity to clean up the academic circle. After all, it was quite strange to buy materials through such a mystery box method, and many shared this thought. Recently, there had indeed been a few dubious individuals who infiltrated the research team, so it wouldn't be surprising if a cleanup was in order. Those without real skills should behave more modestly. Thus, after a wave of mystery box live streams, the country not only collected a large number of rare materials, but also noticed an inexplicable improvement in the academic atmosphere. After discussions with the Special Task Force, Lin Heng decided to make the mystery boxes a fixed item in the online store, but he also implemented some purchase restrictions. As per the country's request, he set a monthly purchase limit for each person in the backend, while his colleague, Sheng Lei, informed him that the IT department would restrict buyers' IP addresses. And he didn't need to worry about that. Lin Heng wasn't surprised by this technology. He was just glad to focus on shipping, so he didn't ask further questions. Over these days, with back-to-back lectures and evening classes, he felt increasingly exhausted. The day after the lectures ended, he slept soundly in his dormitory at the military district, and no one bothered to wake him up. Everyone was hesitant to wake him too forcefully, since he was just a college student and didn't he need to be deprived of sleep. When Zhongli learned about this, Lin Heng had already been asleep for a whole day. He genuinely worried that Lin Heng might get into trouble, and he was puzzled by how the young student could be so worn out after just 2 days. With summer training approaching, he wondered how he could bring him along. So, he quickly arranged for Lu Liang to keep an eye on Lin Heng, and when he woke up, he would take him to the military hospital for a checkup. In Zhang Li's eyes, Lin Heng had already become a representative of fragile college students. His physical test data had been outstanding last time, leaving Zhang Li very confused. Fortunately, given the current distance between the dormitory and the office building, Lin Heng could still receive the benefits of the deceased while sleeping in his dorm. Lin Heng woke up feeling a mix of hot and cold, his whole body aching, reminiscent of the first time he underwent physical enhancement. Gradually coming to his senses, he saw a ceiling that felt quite unfamiliar, with warm yellow sunlight streaming in through the window, reminiscent of sunset. It took him a few seconds to remember where he was. After lying down for a while, he turned over and sat up, feeling damp with sweat, which had soaked the bed. Ignoring the buzzing of his phone, he rummaged through the cupboard and found a quick-dry t-shirt that looked relatively clean. Unsure if it was prepared for him, Lin Heng quickly tidied himself up and threw on the shirt. He casually opened the system interface, and the glaring information appeared before him. Remaining lifespan, 56 days. What a loss. How could he sleep for so long? Lin Heng hurriedly checked the date on his phone and realized he had indeed slept for almost 2 days. Didn't anyone come to call him? He must have missed classes, which would count as an absence. Each day was worth $1 million, and he had indulged in such a luxurious sleep. Chapter 99. At my age, do I still have a chance to join the most glorious collective in our nation? Waking up from this sleep, Lin Heng felt very refreshed and invigorated. He leaned by the window, gazing in the direction of the military district playground, assessing his physical condition. He was just a bit hungry. Not only did Lin Heng miss his classes, but he also slept through the system's limited time item refresh. Fortunately, he had stocked up some goods in his warehouse during the first day's refresh, as long as the sound and light crystals needed by the nation could be supplied. However, he still had no idea what these items were. Perhaps during the days he slept, the nation had already researched their specific uses. That said, he felt great physically now. Lin Heng vaguely guessed that the second physical enhancement was different from the first. It might have taken longer this time, and only now had it completely finished. Not wanting to worry too much, he decided to fill his stomach first. Lin Heng grabbed his phone and rushed towards the door, eager to check the cafeteria for something to eat. Along the way, he would also deal with the pile of messages on his phone and ask his class monitor if anyone had taken leave for him during his absence. As he firmly grasped the doorknob, he suddenly remembered that the last one he had broken didn't seem to be this one. It appeared to have been replaced with a new one. Just as he was thinking, a sharp sound came from his hand. Lin Heng watched in shock as the stainless steel doorknob broke clean off. Oh no. His first thought was that this time it was completely broken and couldn't be fixed. In a moment of panic, before he could figure out what to do, the door suddenly swung open. Awake? Lu Yang peeked in and saw Lin Heng standing dazed at the door. Lin Heng, holding the broken doorknob, took a step back and hid his hand behind his back. There was nowhere to hide it. Come on, you're finally awake. Let us go get something to eat. Lu Yang smiled and stepped back, waiting for Lin Heng to come out, but then saw him hesitantly handing over half of the metal piece. A doorknob? Lu Yang twitched his mouth, took the doorknob, but said nothing, simply leading Lin Heng to the cafeteria. Tomorrow morning, I'll take you to the military hospital for a checkup. It might be too late to go to school today, so later, I'll take you for a stroll around the building at the military academy to see those little guys. Lu Yang smiled at Lin Heng while speaking, making a gesture in the air to indicate that there was something good to look forward to. Lin Heng was indeed quite curious. He guessed they were going to see mecha models, and he was eager to find out what kind of progress the country had made in mecha research. He hadn't even had the chance to play with the small mecha assigned to him before he was taken to the military district. With this anticipation, Lin Heng ate particularly quickly. When the two arrived at Building 3 of the military academy, they happened to encounter a group of people heading inside. From a distance, Lin Heng couldn't hear what they were saying, but he could tell that the man in a suit, surrounded by others, appeared very anxious. Wu Yinqing, who had just returned to the country early this morning after a rough journey back, was eager to contact the military personnel he had previously interacted with. Despite looking disheveled, his first action upon returning was to request to get in touch with them. Wu Yinqing had flown back on a military aircraft, and while the military had no plans to let him return directly, they could easily fulfill his request to make contact. Soon, he got the chance to reach out. The moment the call connected, Wu Yinqing shouted, "Big brother, my dear brother, at my age, do I still have a chance to join our country's most prestigious collective?" His voice echoed across the vast military airport, and Wan Fan, who had returned with him, couldn't help but wonder if he had truly scared Wu Yinqing on the way back. Wu Yinqing's tone was urgent. "We work together. You know, It's that weapon AI model from last year. Think about the kids. There was a noticeable pause on the other end for about half a minute before the person finally stammered. Well, we also have a talent introduction program. All right. Just tell me what you need. I have 3 PhDs, 2 patents, and several research projects. My future focus will be on AI assistance. And I'm very interested in command-type AI and weapon AI. Mr. Wu, please calm down. At 36, Wu Yinxing was considered quite young among researchers. But he fit perfectly within the age range for the military's talent introduction program. The person from the military academy who contacted him was taken aback by his sudden change in attitude after returning from abroad and quickly reported this upward. They had never encountered such an enthusiastic call before. Wu Yinxing completed a series of procedures after returning to the country in the morning and was brought to the military district in the afternoon, where he happened to run into Lin Heng under the experimental building of the military academy. Along with him were Wan Fan and his team. They weren't there to study mechas. They were called in to return the mechas. After returning the mechas, they needed to assist with data entry and provide feedback on their experiences working with the mecha models. In fact, just as they entered the military district, the boxes containing the mechas were taken away. Wan Fan felt quite frustrated, but at least the helmet was left for them. However, it was said that they would be officially provided with a set of mecha models later. Haha. Thinking of this, Wan Fan's steps became much lighter. Not far away, Lin Heng was unaware that the group of people in front of him were the recipients of the system delivery he sent to a certain country late at night. He really didn't have the mood to pay attention to strangers at this moment. Just now, the system popped up with a notification that the additional reward from the undead's gift settlement was successful. He didn't check what the reward was right away, but instead, he immediately asked Lu Liang, how was the gift processing going? Recently, Lu Liang had been responsible for arranging his entries and exits in the military district, and Lin Heng assumed that he knew why he was there. As soon as he spoke, Lin Heng realized that he wasn't sure if the other party was informed. He felt a moment of tension. He had completely sorted out the lab matters yesterday, so today it should officially be in operation. Lu Liang had never seen what it was firsthand. However, this didn't prevent him from knowing the general progress of the matter, as he had personally arranged many things. Lin Heng nodded slightly. It was about what he guessed. It should be that the gift from the undead brought some actual effects, which made the system settle this additional reward for him. Holding a glimmer of hope, Lin Heng opened the system interface. The additional task reward has been successfully settled, granting you a mini private spaceship, wishing the host a pleasant experience. Lin Heng's hand froze. This was definitely not something to be happy about. The system's wish for him to have a pleasant experience was simply mocking him. The sky had not yet darkened completely. The streetlights had just turned on, and the intertwined light was blocked by the messy branches. Lin Heng stopped in his tracks, standing in the shadow under the tree, repeatedly confirming the line of text on the system. The mini private spaceship has been bound as a personal item and cannot be changed or sold. Mini private spaceship? A spaceship is a spaceship. Why is it mini? Why not give him a mini sports car? A mini villa would be fine too. At least it could connect better with the ground. Lin Heng felt that the system's wish for him to have a pleasant experience was simply making fun of him. His inner self was utterly collapsed. If the system could communicate, he would definitely want to interview it about its thoughts. Did the system think that giving him this thing meant he could fly it around freely, or that it could even be kept? Where did the system get the idea that an ordinary citizen owning a spaceship would be a joyful thing? Was it as casual as giving away a spaceship like a private car? Just look at Lin Heng's current situation. His life was mostly within the school or the military district, and with increasing cooperation with the official entities, pulling out a spaceship anywhere would definitely attract attention. Not to mention how to explain these troubles then. Just finding a place to put the spaceship was already a problem. No matter how mini the spaceship is, it definitely wouldn't fit in the bedroom. He didn't want to exchange for a warehouse module with the system again. Plus he didn't have enough energy points to spare. Would it be parked in the underground garage of the apartment? Closing this prompt, an icon of a spaceship appeared on one side of the system's initial interface. Lin Heng clicked to take a look, and the most noticeable thing was a line of red text prompt. The system advises the host not to attempt ultra-long distance jumps in a spacecraft before enhancing their physique to level 3. The whole statement feels quite fantastical. Lin Heng couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He wasn't ready to ascend yet. He still wanted to sell goods well in his own country and prolong his life, rather than having a strong yearning for the unknown universe. Could it be that the system genuinely thinks he needs a spaceship? There were other introductions on the page, but before Lin Heng could take a good look, he heard Lu Liang calling him from beside him. Has he kept him waiting too long? After the tour, he can take you to the shooting range. Lin Heng nodded absently, using the excuse of wanting to check his phone to linger a bit longer. On the way to the Military Science Institute, the phone signal was intermittent, and he hadn't properly checked his messages yet. He planned to find a way to officially register the spaceship in his name, as it was a reward from the system, and he thought it wouldn't be too much to try driving it, even if he didn't get the chance to pilot it. It wouldn't be excessive to at least take a look at it. The wind brushed past his ears, bringing the sounds of conversations from the distant crowd. Lu Liang was waiting for the people at the entrance of the experimental building to leave before taking Lin Heng inside. Let us go? We'll head to the third floor first. He patted Lin Heng on the shoulder, not really caring about Lin Heng's moment of distraction, and led the way. To accommodate this visit, the military district had arranged for several groups of students to come and tour, but only Lin Heng was present this time. And everything in the display case was genuine. This exhibition hall had been temporarily set up for Lin Heng. The military academy had put in some effort to help him understand military supplies. Although most of the explanations were in text and images, Lin Heng was still quite engrossed. However, that wasn't the main focus. Lu Liang quickly led him to a small room where Lin Heng immediately spotted a mecha model perched on the table, waving at him. He hesitated for a moment, seemingly unsure, as the mecha not only looked brand new but also appeared to be larger. Let me show you the achievements of the military academy. Since your identity is relatively confidential, I can only give you a brief introduction as an outsider. Lin Heng nodded while moving closer to the table. The mecha acknowledged him and then stepped back. He then noticed a row of 5 or 6 firearms displayed on the table. This mecha was a high-fidelity replica from the military academy, currently retaining only basic mobility, while the original weapon modules were still being decrypted. However, there were promising developments in the power system, though the materials still needed some time. Lu Liang smiled slightly at Lin Heng's astonished expression. He hadn't expected the military academy to act so quickly. Lin Heng was not surprised by the learning ability of his fellow citizens, with the real object right in front of him. How hard could it be to make an identical one? He recalled the toy mechas listed in his online store and wondered how well they were selling. Is this the only type of mecha made? Lin Heng reached out to interact with the mecha, which responded with a high five. Of course, there are more than just one type. I'm not sure of the specifics, but it said that they have made 7 or 8 different sizes. And the humanoid models have been fully unlocked. They are currently researching animal forms. These mechs actually belong to intelligent robots, and their collaborative power is quite significant at the moment. If they can develop into a stable support system, they could replace our soldiers in many demanding conditions. Right now, it depends on whether the cost is suitable for widespread promotion, but the technology involved is definitely worth learning about. If the cost is too high, we can only increase our orders here. Lu Liang pulled over a box and took out another mech from inside. This one was pure white and smaller than the original version. Currently, these little guys still use the original AI, but research on weapon AI is already underway. The military academy has recently gathered some domestic AI experts, and progress is expected soon. Lin Heng speculated that although this mech is named the companion model for early childhood, its AI module can actually be applied in many areas. After all, if a mech can keep track of a wandering child, how difficult could it be to monitor a criminal? Taking the mech handed over by Lu Liang, Lin Heng examined it closely. This white mech seemed unable to move. He wondered if it hadn't been activated yet. He placed the mech on the table and glanced at the guns on the surface. Noticing Lin Heng's gaze, Lu Liang picked up the smallest one on the right side of the table. Its bright blue exterior caught Lin Heng's attention for a moment. Cough, experimental material. The appearance isn't important, Lu Liang remarked, gesturing for Lin Heng to take a look. The 2 smaller guns were developed based on the laser weapon on the mech. Currently, they have slightly less power and are still being improved. The larger ones are improved versions of the water gun from last time. But the cost of deployment is too high, so it seems more economical to buy them directly. Is the progress really that fast? Have they already released the modified versions? Lin Heng instinctively wanted to check the time, but remembered that he hadn't brought his phone in. Chapter 101. Imagining a space combat team from the Dragon Country from their appearance, Lin Heng truly didn't recognize these guns. The ones on the table looked very different from the water guns he sold from the system. In reality, these are not all the Military Academy's weapon research achievements. Although there hasn't been much progress in portability, the Dragon Country has successfully replicated the water gun and made some successful modifications in other areas. Lu Liang couldn't tell Lin Heng that the military designers found the small guns unsatisfactory and created a larger water cannon, which is now installed on a trial armored vehicle. Since specific data hasn't been tested yet, Lu Liang could only vaguely say, well, there are actually some other things. When you come to the military district for summer camp during your break, I'll find a chance to take you to see them. Lin Heng nodded, still holding the bright blue gun. He didn't dare to grip it tightly or exert force, even if breaking a door handle was a small matter. If the gun broke in his hands, he wouldn't be able to explain it. Seeing Lin Heng's cautious demeanor, Lu Liang immediately thought of the broken door handle and quickly took the gun back, placing it on the table. Although there are many similar samples in the Military Research Institute, it's better to avoid damaging them. In fact, there is also a remote communication system being developed based on the helmet, but due to the short time frame, only a rough model has been created, and I didn't bring it to show you. However, just these 2 items have already changed many small details. Additionally, There are other pieces of information gathered here, such as several special medications modified by the Pharmaceutical Research Institute that have been prioritized for supply to the border regions. However, due to departmental separation, the information we can obtain is quite limited. Lu Liang felt somewhat at a loss. He actually wanted to share more with Lin Heng, but due to confidentiality, he could only touch on the surface. For example, the batch of water guns ordered last time was immediately sent to the southwestern border for an exercise. The soldiers demonstrated their adept skills in navigating dense forests, thoroughly trying out various usage scenarios for the water guns. Recently, I've heard that the area has become much quieter. After confirming the power and stability of the water guns, some have been sent to the border, and they should have arrived at the first batch of pilot outposts by now. This time, the selected locations are all remote areas that are high in mountains, but not short of water. The water guns have considerable power and do not require ammunition, which gives them a significant advantage in these locations. Transporting supplies to these areas is inconvenient, and weapons and ammunition already occupy a large portion of transport capacity. If the water guns can operate reliably in these regions, the saved transport capacity can be used to improve conditions at the border. The next batch will include mechs to be sent to the border, especially to the outposts with fewer personnel, where the solitary soldiers guarding the territory need more companionship and assistance. These small mechs are a great choice. However, Commander Zhang Li has mentioned that there will definitely be more orders placed with Lin Heng in the future, and at that time, they will directly use Lin Heng's logistics service to deliver to various outposts. That's why Lu Liang brought up the border regions. Lin Heng nodded. He didn't think too much about it. After all, his original intention was to sell goods for survival, and once the product is sold, how the buyer uses it is not his concern. However, now, after seeing the development history of military technology in the country and the results modified by its researchers, Lin Heng felt quite pleased. It was unexpected for him to grasp a completely unfamiliar technological product in just 10 days. He genuinely felt that the country has impressive capabilities. Perhaps the system reward he received, that spaceship, could inspire them to create a high-quality replica? Of course. The technology involved in a spaceship is definitely not on the same level as water guns and mech models. But Lin Heng still imagined a scenario where the country forms a space combat team. 10 days might not be enough, but 10 years should be feasible. No, maybe just a year would suffice. After all, he could provide a physical product, which is already the biggest advantage. He believes in the practical skills of the people there. However, he also wants to strive for the test flight of the spaceship. After all, it's a prize from the system. The more Lin Heng thought about it, the happier he became, and a smile appeared on his face. Lu Liang was initially hesitant about whether to say more, but seeing Lin Heng's satisfied and happy expression, he relaxed for a moment. However, following the previous topic, he did think of something. About that delivery. Hearing this, Lin Heng's first reaction was to scratch his head, wondering how the other party could still remember this matter. He genuinely didn't know how to explain it. If Lu Liang knew what Lin Heng was thinking, he would definitely have made some sarcastic comments about it. Was he out of his mind? Such a remarkable delivery. And he expected him to forget about it? Especially after placing several orders with Lin Heng, the deliveries arrived almost instantly without any concealment. Only a fool wouldn't see the secret behind it. However, this time Lu Liang really didn't plan to dig deeper. He just remembered a topic he had discussed with Commander Zhang Li from the military district and wanted to ask Lin Heng about it. He raised his hand to reassure Lin Heng and said softly, "I just wanted to ask, can this delivery be used for other people? Or is it limited to specific products? We have a batch of supplies we want to send to a place in urgent need." Currently, it seemed that only the products from his location could be sent. Lin Heng hesitated for a moment as he spoke. He indeed had a hypothesis he had the chance to test. When he initially got the shipping function, he had tried sending other items around him. But only the products from the system could be sent out normally. However, after acquiring his own warehouse, Lin Heng found that items stored in the warehouse could be allocated through the system. At least so far. He had tried directly shipping items from the warehouse through the system and had also retrieved drinking water from the warehouse through the system. He was wondering if he could casually put some ordinary products into the warehouse and whether the system would allow him to use this backdoor. Maybe he could first test whether he could store items remotely in the warehouse. Lu Liang noticed Lin Heng's expression was a mix of uncertainty and eagerness. So he didn't rush him and just waited on the side. Soon, Lin Heng picked up the blue water gun from the table and asked, "I think I have an idea. Can I take this for a moment?" Lu Liang made a gesture inviting him to proceed. Watching as the cardboard box disappeared from Lin Heng's hands. "Is this what you call taking it for a moment? This is outright confiscation. He really doesn't consider me an outsider at all." Watching this scene, Lu Liang momentarily didn't know how to avoid the report that evening. Unsure if a verbal report citing confidentiality would suffice. This definitely needed to be reported. Lu Liang instinctively blocked the doorway, thinking that no matter what, he couldn't let this experimental item just vanish like that. Now, he was left wondering what Lin Heng would come up with next. He didn't even dare to urge Lin Heng, especially since Lin Heng had just woken up from nearly 3 days of deep sleep, and he was uncertain about his physical condition. If it weren't for this, they wouldn't have thought about taking someone out for a stroll to get some exercise. Fortunately, Lin Heng quickly made a move. Chapter 102. This isn't about money. It's a matter of life and death. Lin Heng truly didn't guard against Lu Liang, especially since the last time he sold the mech. It was Lu Liang who represented the military district to procure it from him. The other party must have seen him take things out of the system, so there was nothing to hide at this point. The blue gun was quickly sent to the warehouse as soon as it was in Lin Heng's hands. Soon, a reduced image of the gun appeared on the system's warehouse list. The shipping interface actually allowed the selection of this gun's icon, and Lin Heng began to try the system's shipping process. What usually required just a simple command in his mind took a long time for the system to process this time. After Lin Heng's persistent urging, the information entry interface finally appeared slowly. This interface even flickered at first, extremely unstable. After waiting for a while, the interface finally stabilized, and even Lin Heng could sense the system's reluctance. However, he didn't mind, since the system still had to fulfill the shipping regardless of its hesitation. He skillfully filled in the military district's address, but when he followed the system's prompts, he suddenly realized that for sending this item, the system surprisingly wanted to charge him a shipping fee. Shipping cost, 10 energy points. This was unusual, as the system usually did not charge for deliveries. This was practically a life or death situation, considering that 100 energy points were equivalent to a day of life. The price seemed a bit outrageous. It was unclear whether this charge was based on the number of deliveries or the quantity of goods. Under the piercing gaze of Lu Liang, Lin Heng reached for another black gun on the table. Before Lu Liang could stop him, he stored the gun in the warehouse. I just want to try and see the result, Lin Heng explained as he quickly attempted to access the shipping interface again. This time he selected 2 guns, and the shipping cost was still 10 energy points. That's acceptable. It seemed that regardless of the number of items, sending a single shipment would still cost 10 energy points. While it was somewhat painful, it was not unacceptable. Lin Heng decided not to continue experimenting. Instead, he took the 2 guns out of the warehouse and placed them back on the table, briefly pondering whether to clarify things with Lu Liang. There was still some risk involved. What if he didn't have energy points available in the future when the country needed to urgently send supplies? That would create a conflict. If such a situation arose, and the authorities mistakenly believed he was causing trouble, he would have no way to defend himself. Let me ask first, what are you planning to send? Is it just to one location? It was only when he saw the 2 items back on the table that Lu Liang slightly relaxed his posture. The specifics hadn't been confirmed yet, but the general plan was to send a batch of supplies to a border outpost first. If Lin Heng could stabilize the shipping process, the country would certainly hope to include these remote and hard-to-reach outposts, as Lin Heng's delivery service was indeed quite impressive. Hearing Lu Liang's words, Lin Heng felt a bit overwhelmed and leaned on the table, asking, approximately how many outposts are in need? Lu Liang quickly responded, we have about 500 border outposts. Noticing Lin Heng's pale expression, Lu Liang hurriedly added, actually, there aren't that many places that need urgent support. Is there something difficult on your end? Do you need a lot of money? If it is possible to use Lin Heng's star delivery service to send supplies to the border areas, it actually holds significant strategic implications. This is not just about supplies arriving ahead of time. It's as if the supplies arrive instantly. Therefore, when Lu Liang previously discussed this with the higher-ups, there were speculations about the costs. If money could solve the problem, then it might be worth trying a higher price. No, Lin Heng shook his head and said seriously, it's not about money, it's about life. Don't even mention 500 outposts, even for 100. It would require over 1,000 energy points for shipping. This is not just a one-time deal. If next time the country wants to send something to the border again, he would be in trouble. His limited system energy points would not be able to sustain that. Lin Heng's expression was too serious, prompting Lu Liang to cautiously ask, is there a cost? He suddenly thought of many strange storylines. Seeing Lu Liang's odd expression, Lin Heng quickly interrupted his speculation. No, I mean it literally. It's about life. Let's put it this way. The energy required to send this delivery is roughly equivalent to 1/10 of a day of my life. It's not that there's no way, but right now, it might not be possible to send deliveries to so many places. Moreover, shipments can only be sent from fixed locations. Lin Heng expressed this vaguely, allowing Lu Liang to use his imagination. He knew the military would likely not want anything to happen to him, so it was better to see how they would respond. You can select a few places that urgently need assistance, prepare the items, and I'll help you send a trial delivery. Hearing this, Lu Liang waved his hand. Not for now. We never intended for you to replace conventional supply transportation. If there's an urgent need, it might be nice to have you as a trump card. Lu Liang was indeed psychologically prepared for this. The emergence of the star delivery service, like Lin Heng's products, belongs to a realm beyond existing scientific categories. Today was merely a simple preliminary probe. Whether the outcome is good or bad, they had discussed it in advance. Since it couldn't be used frequently, it would certainly be best to use it wisely. Lin Heng nodded. He genuinely wanted to provide help, but the issue of energy expenditure must be clarified beforehand. He was not certain what the future would hold, but right now, his energy points were definitely insufficient for excessive consumption in this delivery matter. However, if the system could enable currency exchange for life balance, he could indeed use energy points elsewhere. At that time, he could even exchange warehouse modules for various border outposts to facilitate remote distribution of goods. For now, it might be more reliable to ask what items the border outposts need and see if the system can provide relevant products. After all, the system delivers its own products, requiring only payment, not life. It was clear that Zhang Li, who received news later that day, was on the same wavelength as Lin Heng. In fact, they had already ordered several batches of apples from Lin Heng's online store to be sent to various outposts. For those relatively remote outposts lacking supplies, receiving a batch of apples from Lin Heng every month would be a significant benefit. Even the last time, the online store run by Lin Heng had good water from the homeland, and the military district ordered a batch to send to various water-scarce outposts and stationed areas. Lin Heng's online store really saved them a lot of processes. Chapter 103, Priority Experience at the Border Outpost at the peak of the Snow Mountain. Along the edge of the sky, the new supplies for the outpost have arrived. Old Liang, the supply and medical team has arrived. Go and receive them. The old squad leader saw from a distance the team carrying things up the mountain and couldn't help but wonder why. Although the supplies for this month were clearly delivered, they came again in just a few days. In the past, supplies didn't come this frequently. After all, their outpost was on a distant snow mountain, right next to the borderline, and making a round trip was truly difficult. Moreover, the timing of this supply was also very strange. Now that June had begun, if they waited a while longer, most of the accumulated snow on the road would melt, making it easier to reach the outpost later. He couldn't figure out the reason for this delivery. The old squad leader didn't wait long, turned around, climbed up the lookout tower, took over the watch from the new soldier, and sent the young guy down to receive the supplies. After all, it would be livelier with more people coming, letting the young ones enjoy a bit. Old Liang had the same thought as the squad leader. He waited a little longer below, and sure enough, the new recruit Lu Yong, who had just arrived this year, came running down. The two of them walked down the rugged mountain path and soon met the supply team. Old Liang noticed that this time only 4 people came, with 2 from the medical team. However, this team somehow created the impression of having more than 10 people, as there were large packages behind them. At first, he thought it was like before, a supply team of more than 10 people. As they got closer and looked carefully, he saw that these few people were accompanied by several small robots carrying large packages. These little guys, only half an arm's height, hovered in the air, dragging bags of supplies over a meter high up the mountain, which looked quite strange. It felt a bit like they were being bullied. Old Liang approached the leading team member and greeted him, took the items from his hand, and turned to lead the way back up the mountain. Didn't they just come recently? There wasn't a shortage of supplies. Why did they come again in just a couple of days? What high-tech stuff did you bring? Old Liang hefted the heavy package onto his shoulder, weighing it a bit. There was quite a lot. Hey, the higher-ups distributed good things down. We are rushing to deliver them to each outpost in the next few days, so you can get them early and use them early. The team leader said with a smile, pointing to the team behind him. That's all for you. Old Liang turned around to take a look. The new recruit at their outpost had already dashed to the back of the team, walking among the little robots with a face full of curiosity. Such a lively expression was often seen only on the faces of new recruits. These little guys are quite capable, and you'll have company when the time comes. They can also scout in dangerous areas. The team leader smiled and nudged Old Liang, jokingly saying, "Don't be dazed. Go up and take a look. It's all yours. All of it. These robots can stay too?" Old Liang was genuinely curious this time. Is this all high-tech from the homeland? No. Bringing this to the mountains. How do you maintain them? What if they break down? Where is all that electricity for them to use? Isn't that nonsense? Just as Lao Liang was about to refuse, he heard his team leader behind him say, "Really, it's all high-tech, no need to charge, and basically no maintenance required. Someone will come to check on you every year, and by the time you retire, they'll still be new." Upon hearing this, Lao Liang thought, this is even more absurd. Wait, are we already this high-tech? Don't joke with me. Our outpost has been doing pretty well these past 2 years, and we don't necessarily need any fancy gadgets. He tugged at the bag on his shoulder, feeling a bit uneasy. A few years ago, the environment at the outpost was poor, and new recruits had threatened to leave. It just happened to coincide with the supply team bringing in supplies. It caused quite a stir, and in the end, the supply team took them away. I heard the higher-ups had a talk with them, but in any case, they were sent off. Hey, don't overthink it. They really are for you. Each outpost has been allocated some, and for key outposts like ours, everyone gets one. With a few extras. The team leader quickly stepped forward to catch up with Lao Liang, patting him on the shoulder. You're still so impatient. I even brought the manual. I'll hand it out to you later. These can be assigned to individuals. They're really yours. Lao Liang looked at him skeptically, remaining silent, waiting to see how he would explain. He misunderstood the team leader. This batch of mechas had been sent to several key border outposts for trial after being developed by a military research institute. And the manual was a quick reference graphic version tailored to the outpost's situation. When the supply team received the task, they were also amazed. Delivering supplies while processing the shock of the technology. I'm telling you, the higher-ups say these are mecha models with a name, called Star Guardians. They have firepower devices that are said to be quite impressive. I didn't dare look at the manual. You all can study it yourself later. They say it's easy to learn. The team leader didn't explain further. Once they reached the mountaintop, he would provide a detailed briefing, and Lao Liang would naturally understand then. Meanwhile, Lao Liang remained skeptical, while Lu Yong, who had mingled among the mechas, was extremely happy. Each small mecha performed very stably, and even waved at Lu Yong walking beside them. If he got too close, the mechas would shift back and forth to avoid him. Lu Yong felt playful, but didn't dare to move too much. He quietly tugged at the supply bag carried by a mecha, feeling its heavy weight pulling down. Wow! He couldn't lift it at all. Before the mecha turned around, Lu Yong quickly let go. These little things were surprisingly strong. When the supply team reached the mountaintop, the patrolling team from the outpost had already returned. A total of 7 people stood neatly in the room. It wasn't that they weren't helping to move things. It was just that the bags these robots brought were too heavy for one person to carry, and it was difficult for 2 people to manage. Their outpost was built on the mountaintop, and the paths were very narrow. It was hard for 2 people to walk side by side, let alone carry a large bag together. The squad leader simply sent them all back inside to wait for these little guys to bring in the supplies. The team leader had already made himself comfortable, sitting in the room and calling for the squad leader to come in and coordinate. He still moved a lot of things up the mountain this time, especially with the help of the mechas. The supplies brought by the supply team were twice as much as usual. Several people from the outpost gathered around, standing neatly behind. This time, they really brought good stuff. And our border outpost gets to experience it first. A few days ago, they sent that large cloak, right? This time, they also brought improved protective suits and underwear made from similar materials, and there are more of those for you. The squad leader's eyes lit up upon hearing this. He was very impressed by those large pieces of fabric from last time, especially the bright red side, but there were only 2 pieces. However, they were indeed very warm. In their outpost on the snowy mountain, warmth is very important. In addition, they also brought weapons for you, and these mechas will stay here to accompany you. Upon hearing this, the squad leader didn't have time to say anything, as Lu Yong behind him had already cheered out loud. Chapter 104. Don't let the mechas fold blankets or do laundry. Lu Yong, the youngest at the snowy mountain outpost, was always the most lively one. At this moment, upon hearing that each of them would receive one of those small mecha models, he couldn't help but cheer. Of course, his squad leader was too busy to scold him. The squad leader's attention was drawn to the gun that the team leader had pulled out. For these items, the higher-ups had called them in for a day of training. Let me tell you about it. Guns are generally not fired easily on the snowy mountain. This time, the supply team brought a special water gun. According to the team leader's explanation, this thing can be adjusted to the lowest power, has a long range, and is silent. They had conducted experiments before coming, and it wouldn't trigger an avalanche. Is there really such a good thing? The squad leader picked up the water gun and weighed it in his hand. Moreover, it doesn't require bullets, just water will do. They had tried snow and ice cubes, and the effect was about the same. Both could be used. The team leader pointed to the position behind the gunstock, saying, "Just this, you can arrange to try it out later, and if it works well, we'll report it next time. If this gun is effective, the next supply team might reduce the ammunition allocation and bring more other essentials." The squad leader understood what the other party meant. Carefully observing the gun in his hand, while listening to the team leader continue to discuss other related matters. This lecture lasted for half an hour, and Lu Yong's gaze hadn't moved from the hovering mechas in the air. The squad leader turned back, just about to call him out to try it, when he saw Lu Yong's eyes were almost glued to those little robots. "Look at you, acting so hopeless." The squad leader chuckled and scolded him lightly. In fact, the others present weren't in much better shape. It was just that Lu Yong, being the youngest, expressed himself the most straightforwardly. Originally, the medical team was supposed to come for their checkups next, but when the team leader saw the sparkle in Lu Yong's eyes, he quickly said, "Let us distribute the mechas first. You can each take one and get familiar with it, as it will be a good helper in the future." The instruction manual had long been handed to the squad leader, and this batch of mechas had also been prearranged before coming. At this point, they just needed to come up, collect, and bind them. The squad leader looked at the little thing waving at him from the table in front of him and couldn't help but sigh. The technological development in Long Country is really too fast. The room became lively for a moment, as several people at the snow-capped outpost were studying their small mechas. So far, only a few key sentries were equipped with these devices, but in the future, it was likely that all would be outfitted with such equipment. The team leader stood up and stepped back to make room for the accompanying military doctor. The medical team could finally begin their work, to the squad leader's surprise. In addition to the routine personal checkups, the medical team had brought two new types of medication this time. One was an oral pill, and the other was an external ointment, both in extremely simple packaging, allocated per person, with each person receiving 1 dose and 3 spare doses. The military doctor didn't say much, just briefly showed the squad leader a short video demonstrating the effects of the medications. These two medicines were newly developed versions of extracts purchased from a local source, tailored for better usability. Their effects weren't as exaggerated as those of the original extracts, but they were still rare special medications. The military doctor instructed the few people at the outpost to carry these two medications with them, as they could be life-saving. The squad leader nodded seriously and distributed them on the spot. Just in time, the newly distributed combat uniforms had additional small pockets that were perfect for holding these two types of medications. The team leader quickly led the others away. The snow-capped mountains were difficult to traverse, and they needed to descend before sunset. Before leaving, the team leader cheerfully remarked, "Next time, there will be more good stuff. We might need to come by a few more times soon." The squad leader was genuinely very happy, having been stationed there for over 10 years. He found that the most important items in this batch of supplies were not the high-tech mechas or weapons. Enough of the chatter. Everyone change into the clothes we've just received. The squad leader waved his hand, ushering this group of people into the building like herding chicks. Although the new medications were indeed fascinating, in the squad leader's eyes, nothing could compare to this batch of uniforms. After all, no matter how advanced the equipment or how good the medicine, someone still had to use them, right? A few years ago, their outpost had experienced a heavy snowfall that trapped the soldiers, and one warrior who ventured out slipped and fell into a valley, freezing to death in the deep snow. "Squad leader, I've changed. This uniform is really warm." Lu Yong quickly dashed out, seeing the squad leader still gazing at the direction the supply team had left. He hurriedly approached. "Squad leader, you should go change too." The last time, the two large pieces of fabric were said by the supply team to be capes, made from the same type of high-tech fabric. When the squad leader turned to look at Lu Yong's new uniform, it was still the familiar camouflage pattern, but the texture was clearly different. As soon as the squad leader mentioned it, Lu Yong immediately recalled, "Wow, that fabric that was said to be a cape stretched over 2 meters long. When it was first brought, everyone thought it was a mistake. Who has a cape that's bigger than a bedsheet?" Later, when we accidentally wrapped it around ourselves and went out, everyone realized it was indeed really warm. Definitely some cutting-edge technology. One of those large pieces of fabric had been turned into curtains, and now no wind could penetrate the dormitory, making the temperature much more stable. The squad leader adjusted Lu Yong's collar and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "All right, go shovel snow and get to work. We need to continue soon." The snow-capped outpost became lively again, with smiles on every soldier's face, and from time to time, the squad leader's voice could be heard calling out, "Don't let the mech help you make the bed. Lu Yong, who let their mech do laundry here? Come out. Lao Liang, I asked you to clear the snow, not let the mech do it." On the snow-capped mountains, everyone is joyfully busy, filled with new hope. The report on Lin Heng's health came out quickly. Everything was normal as expected. The military hospital also clearly stated that it could still detect genetic diseases, but there were no related symptoms visible in Lin Heng. His physical examination was conducted in the military. Surprisingly, it was Lu Yi who took over his physical assessment. Lu Yi is the captain of Xiaomu, whom Lin Heng rescued from the burning warehouse. Upon seeing Lin Heng's physical assessment results, Lu Ye's eyes lit up. Especially when he heard Lin Heng express a desire to work on his fitness, he excitedly said, "Leave it to me. I will definitely transform you." Lin Heng really wanted to say that it wasn't necessary. He just wanted to enhance his control over his physical strength. Lately, he had been afraid to jump or lift things with force. Being overly cautious was really uncomfortable. However, the enthusiastic Lu Yi didn't let him voice his thoughts and had already started arranging his training plan. "Our team will be here for about 3 months, bringing in a batch of newcomers, and summer vacation is just around the corner, right? Before that, let us just do some simple running. We can tackle other projects together during the break. I'll take you." Chapter 105. This task is somewhat unreasonable. Lin Heng studies at Bin Province Normal University, which usually has an early vacation. During the summer break, they offer some elective courses, and those without credit requirements can leave school on their own. So even though it's just early June, Lin Heng actually has less than a month until his final exams. Even the most laid-back students concentrate a bit during this time to prepare for tests. Rejecting Lu Liang's suggestion to take a few more days off, Lin Heng went to the military hospital for a health checkup and returned to school that same day. He no longer needed to worry about scholarships, but he still had to perform well in exams. The good news was that the school calculated his sick leave for the days he missed. The bad news was that he was selected to attend a lecture this week. Even Lin Heng, who is usually oblivious, sensed something was off. With the scale of the previous lecture, how could they possibly need students to support the event, even if they did need to select someone? It couldn't be him every time. If he had such luck, he wouldn't be dealing with a terminal illness. When Lin Heng left the military district in the morning, he received several friend requests and inquiries from friends about the lecture, but those messages were from several days ago. He had slept through a lot of things, so he simply ignored those messages and focused on what needed to be dealt with. There were still quite a few orders that hadn't been shipped yet. In the afternoon, there was still a public class left, and the students in the classroom were all dozing off, while the teacher seemed somewhat indifferent while reading the lesson plan. This class only required a paper to be submitted. No exam, and after attendance was taken, students in the back began to leave one after another. Lin Heng mixed in with them and quickly jogged out of the teaching building. He needed to go to the warehouse today, and he was just in time to sneak out. The small spaceship that was an additional reward from a few days ago was something Lin Heng still didn't know how to handle. It was probably because he hadn't chosen to claim his rewards for a long time. When he looked again today, he found that the spaceship had been arranged in his warehouse by the system. In fact, he could still send the spaceship directly to the military district from the system. But Lin Heng still wanted to take a look at it in the warehouse before handing it over, especially since a couple of days ago at the military district, Lin Heng had tried putting things not from the system into the warehouse, which could also be retrieved at any time through the system. Lin Heng was planning to stock up on some items to send to the warehouse, but for now, he had only stored his personal belongings. As he jogged to the school gate, Lin Heng looked up and saw Yin Lei leaning against the car door across the street, watching him. Oh, what a surprise. Lin Heng hadn't intended to hide the fact that he was going to the warehouse, but seeing Yin Lei unexpectedly made him feel a bit guilty for a moment. So, out of instinct, he pretended not to see him, turned his head, and ran towards the bus station. Yin Lei twitched the corner of his mouth. He hadn't expected Lin Heng to act like this. When he first received the mission to contact Lin Heng, Yin Lei thought he would encounter a fearless, overly dramatic youth. But as they interacted, he found the other party to be much simpler and more direct than he had imagined. This behavior indeed matched the playful nature of someone his age. However, he still drove after him, as he had business to discuss with Lin Heng. At this moment, Lin Heng was on the bus, feeling a mix of amusement and frustration. He was genuinely trying to ignore the other person, which was really a subconscious reaction. When he reached the bus stop just as the bus arrived, he got on the bus without thinking. After realizing it, he simply sent the warehouse address to Yin Lei, adding a note that this time it wasn't a product, but a prize. He guessed that Yin Lei would probably follow him. And while pondering what else to say to brush this off, a system notification popped up, leaning against the bus window. Lin Heng squinted at the system interface unfolding before him. Task: Portable Mini Vegetable Greenhouse, Spark Version Transaction Method, Unlimited Suggested Price, 100 Minimum Transaction Volume, Unlimited Task Reward, 10,000 energy points. Redeemable for 100 days of lifespan special system reward. Mars base module. This task made Lin Heng laugh. He was starting to doubt what the system was really trying to do. This task seemed like it was trying to push a Mars base module onto him by any means possible. Did the system think he really needed a Mars base? It was somewhat absurd. After complaining about it, Lin Heng silently closed the system interface. A product priced at 100, selling just one would complete the task. It was too easy. When he saw Yin Lei later, he would just collect the money. Then he would take a good look at what this Mars base module was all about. If it turned out to be like the warehouse module, requiring energy points for redemption, he would really go crazy over the system. With a fierce tap, he closed his phone and got off the bus as the stop announcement played. He ran towards the warehouse in the gradually darkening weather, while a black car followed him from a short distance away, moving slowly. It looked like it might rain. Lin Heng couldn't help but quicken his pace. And as he turned the corner, he indeed saw Yin Lei waiting for him at the entrance of the old factory. The vehicle that had been following him all the way stopped right next to Yin Lei's car. The window on the driver's side rolled down, and a smiling team member greeted Yin Lei. The small space at the entrance of the old factory was filled with 2 cars. As expected, he was almost familiar with the few people the security agency had left around Lin Heng. This was also the reason he didn't plan to hide anything from the agency. There was no need to engage in a battle of wits with his own people. Instead of wasting time on that, it was better to complete more tasks. Thinking of tasks, Lin Heng quickly raised his phone, presenting a bright payment QR code to Yin Lei, and said, 100 yuan, thank you for your patronage. Yin Lei was taken aback, instinctively opened his phone to scan the code, and only after the money was sent did he remember to ask, what is it? Is there something new? The last time Lin Heng sent him a few items, that crystal thing was still under testing. The content of the book was somewhat special, but it was still under intense discussion due to its advanced nature. The cat teaser was quite interesting, but at that time, Lin Heng mentioned there was only one. So Yin Lei didn't ask again. He came today mainly to briefly explain the situation regarding these items, but unexpectedly ran into Lin Heng at the warehouse. He had been curious about Lin Heng's warehouse for a long time. Lin Heng accepted the payment and casually pushed open the factory door, revealing the entrance to the second layer of the warehouse. Although it was called a door, from the outside, it looked like a solid metal wall with no gaps at all. What on earth have you transformed this into? Yanlei curiously leaned in for a look. Just reinforced it a bit, Lin Heng casually replied, not even knowing how the door worked. He planned to fumble around to find any possible switches. Little did he know that when his fingers touched it, a halo appeared beneath his fingertips and a line of text appeared on the warehouse door. Biometric information matches. A mechanical sound came from somewhere, and the door slowly opened inward. High-tech, Yanlei smiled and patted the door frame, examining the second layer door, which he estimated to be over 50 centimeters thick. What do you have in this warehouse that requires such a thick door? Lin Heng was at a loss for words. He had only just learned that the door was that thick. He simply fell silent and walked in, only to hear the sound of the door closing behind him. Chapter 106. You can't do something in front of me. When the heavy warehouse door closed, it made a light clicking sound. Lin Heng turned back in surprise. He didn't expect that only Yanlei had come in and that he had closed the door behind him. As if sensing what Lin Heng was thinking, Yanlei smiled and said, I really just came to take a look. There's no task involved. Just consider me curious. Lin Heng couldn't help but feel much more relaxed. He nodded slightly. Taking advantage of Yanlei's curiosity about the door, Lin Heng quickly turned around to start searching for his small spaceship. Right now, Yanlei could still remain calm, but he estimated that soon he wouldn't be able to smile while talking to Lin Heng, as it was unrelated to the task. Half of the warehouse was filled with limited-time items from the system that Lin Heng stored here. At that time, Lin Heng's warehouse had no partitions, and theoretically, it should have been possible to see all the way to the end. However, he did not find anything resembling a spaceship. He speculated that this spaceship might have some special features and cautiously moved forward to explore. This warehouse is quite interesting. It seems larger inside than it looks from the outside. Yanlei's voice came from behind. Lin Heng nodded secretly. It was indeed the case. He had noticed last time that the internal space had been significantly expanded by the system's warehouse module. He even felt that the space seemed to have increased again since his last visit, but he said nothing more. What equipment are you using? The air in this warehouse is quite good, and the humidity is also nice. Yanlei intended to investigate further and began walking along the walls of the warehouse. He was heading towards the empty half of the space, and Lin Heng, worried that he might encounter the elusive spaceship, quickly took out something from the system, a multifunctional vegetable greenhouse. Hey, Team Yin, take a look at this greenhouse you just bought. What is this? Lin Heng was genuinely confused. The system's multifunctional vegetable greenhouse felt like he was holding a large bowl. The silver-black bowl had a palm-sized white ring at the bottom, and the material felt soft to the touch, making it quite lightweight. Looking at it, it might as well be an umbrella, Lin Heng thought. Even though he had never farmed, he knew this thing couldn't possibly be a vegetable greenhouse. What do you think this is? What kind of greenhouse? Sure enough, Yanlei was drawn over. No, the supplier said it was a vegetable greenhouse. Lin Heng glanced at the portable mini vegetable greenhouse in the system and wasn't sure how to explain. Let me take a look, Yanlei said as he reached for the black bowl, gripping the white ring at the bottom. He lifted it and flipped it over to examine it. As he rotated it, the black bowl-shaped object gradually extended downwards, and upon touching the ground, its color began to fade. By the time it landed, it had turned completely transparent, with only the white ring still held in Yanlei's hand. This is called a vegetable greenhouse. Yanlei slowly relaxed his grip, watching as the white ring he had just seen before also gradually disappeared. Ah, the light transmission rate is quite good, isn't it? Lin Heng momentarily didn't know what to say and managed to mumble a response. Fortunately, the system didn't require him to promote it. Lin Heng decided to let Yanlei investigate on his own while he took the opportunity to search for the spaceship. After seeing the vegetable greenhouse produced by the system, Lin Heng suspected that the spaceship was also stealthily parked in the open area of the warehouse. He boldly walked towards the empty space, and sure enough, he soon felt as if he had bumped into something above his head. Reaching up, Lin Heng guessed that he had found it. The spot where his palm touched felt metallic, and the spaceship gradually began to reveal its true form. To get a better view of the overall shape, Lin Heng took a few steps back. Hearing the commotion, Yanlei turned around, and suddenly, a triangular, slightly bulging silver-gray object appeared out of nowhere, hovering in midair. What are you doing? Yanlei was at a loss for words, utterly shocked. How did this suddenly turn into a UFO? Is this something that can be mass-produced? As he spoke, the object before him continued to change. Lin Heng had no time to pay attention to him, stepping back a couple of meters. He could finally get a clearer view of what it was. If he had to describe it, it looked somewhat like a triangular flying saucer, approximately 3 to 4 meters long, hovering in midair. Lin Heng circled it, reached out to touch it, but couldn't find any place to enter. This was excessive. He had anticipated encountering a high-tech spacecraft, but he hadn't expected it to be this absurdly advanced. Now, He couldn't even get inside, let alone operate it. Frustrated, Lin Heng tapped on the spacecraft, watching as the area he struck gradually turned a bright red. Wait, it can change colors too? He randomly tapped a few other spots. And sure enough, the exterior began to display a chaotic mix of colors that was quite unsightly. After Lin Heng stopped his peculiar tapping, the spacecraft's colors returned to the original silver gray after about 2 or 3 minutes. Lin Heng pondered for a moment. There wasn't much time for him to experiment. He would have to hope that the relevant authorities in his country could study it and then allow a pilot to take him for a ride. However, he wasn't too upset. After all, he had seen it, and that was satisfying enough. Taking a few steps back, Lin Heng stopped circling the spacecraft and instead began to examine the reward from his previous mission, the Mars base module. Just as he opened the system interface, Yanlei couldn't help but speak up. Wait, you can't expect me to pretend I didn't see this, right? He genuinely hadn't expected to encounter such a huge surprise today. The problem was, now that he had seen it, he definitely needed to report it. It's fine. Just follow the rules. Lin Heng waved his hand and said, this isn't a product for sale. I can't just sell it to my country. This counts as my reward. I was originally going to bring you to see this. Even if you hadn't come, I would have called you. Although it was something that couldn't be sold, he didn't mind letting the country study it, especially since he now realized he couldn't pilot it. He was even less concerned about whether it needed to be handed over to the authorities. What have you sold? Yanlei asked with a tone of disbelief, pulling out his phone to make a call. Sensing the tone was off, Lin Heng quickly explained, no? The things I sold are all legal transactions that you've seen before. This spacecraft was an accident. I don't know why it was given to me. Oh, it's a spacecraft. Yanlei paused for a moment, then raised his phone to indicate he was about to make the call. He didn't suspect Lin Heng of hiding anything. It was just that the sight of the spacecraft was too thrilling. Lin Heng decided to approach the spacecraft again, this time jumping up while holding onto one side, intending to climb aboard. The whole spacecraft remained completely still as he climbed. At this point, Lin Heng was purely curious. Who knew when he would see it again? He thought it would be fun to climb up and take a picture. Although he lacked technique, his strength was enough to get him up there. By the time Yanlei finished his call and turned back, Lin Heng had somehow found a way to open the hatch of the spacecraft and was already climbing inside. From Yanlei's perspective, it was hard to see what he was doing. It felt like he was about to collapse. No, if you're going to do something, you can't do it right in front of me. Chapter 107. If it doesn't work, I'll find a way to contact the little gray men. In the end, Lin Heng and Yanlei were picked up by personnel from the military district. When Lu Liang came knocking, Lin Heng was still in the spaceship's cockpit, examining the shiny control panels. The cockpit of the small spaceship had 2 seats, and he had invited Yanlei, but the latter didn't dare to come over to take a look. Someone needed to remain calm on site. Lu Liang also entered the warehouse by himself. He was worried there might be something unspeakable in Lin Heng's warehouse. Lin Heng, on the other hand, boldly poked his head out from the spaceship and greeted them. You came really quickly. I thought the Special Operations Department would arrive first. He was in an excellent mood, and his tone was almost cheerful. Yanlei covered his face. Their Special Operations Department wasn't idle either. How could they possibly come to snatch this task? Clearly, it was also Lu Liang's first time seeing Lin Heng so excited. He didn't even have time to examine the spaceship closely. He turned to check Yanlei's expression and found him looking helpless, but overall quite relaxed. Only then did Lu Liang approach Lin Heng. After observing cautiously for 2 minutes, he realized that Lin Heng was just like a big child, posing for a few pictures in the small cockpit and examining the various panels. In fact, when Lin Heng sat down, the system had already started prompting him that the binding was successful and asked him to designate a pilot. At that point, the small spaceship fully belonged to him. However, he didn't think he could pilot it directly. The rest could be handled once the Dragon Kingdom assigned him, as in the end, Longo would definitely want to test fly it. Thinking of this, Lin Heng supported himself on the seat and jumped out of the cockpit. After landing, the hatch slowly closed behind him, leaving no gap visible. Yanlei, unfazed, had already started to turn and walk out. Lu Liang curiously glanced a couple of times, but he didn't dare to linger. He briefly supported Lin Heng's arm in the air and gestured towards the warehouse door to invite him out. How wide can this door open? We still need to find a way to move this guy back. In the end, after much discussion, Lu Liang agreed to let Lin Heng use the system's express delivery to send the spaceship directly to the military district's warehouse. Such a large floating object couldn't be transported by military vehicles, and Lu Liang was insistent about something. Lin Heng was quite helpless about it. Thus, a grand convoy of military vehicles arrived, picked up 2 people, and left in a grand manner. 2 small vehicles from the Special Operations Department waited at the entrance, silently watching their captain being taken away, trailing behind the military vehicles with stubbornness written all over their windshields. Zhang Li stood at the entrance of Warehouse 03 in the military district, waiting for Lin Heng's arrival. He had originally come with a team, but when he opened the door and saw what was inside, He turned around and instructed the people behind him to disperse. Thinking of the sudden appearance and disappearance of the entity in the warehouse behind him, even a military district leader like him rarely felt a headache. They are not part of the Air Force either. Even if they were, this thing doesn't look like an aircraft. I don't know where Lin Heng got this flying object. It looks like a triangular, unidentified flying object, the kind commonly referred to as UFOs. Zhongli has more headaches than just this issue. Strictly speaking, because of Lin Heng, they need to keep this flying object in their military district for research, which means they have to transfer pilots from the neighboring Air Force unit. Initially, this didn't seem too difficult. The problem is, now their military district has many high-tech innovations brought by Lin Heng, and various military districts are watching his every move. When he issues a transfer order, the Air Force leaders on the other side immediately make requests, saying they need to send more people to take a look. Old Zhang, isn't it our turn to join in the excitement of the Air Force this time? A few pilots seems a bit too few, doesn't it? It makes us look stingy. They are just afraid he might have come up with something good that they won't get to have. Zhongli couldn't help but laugh in frustration. But he knew that research on this flying object would definitely require cooperation with the Air Force, so he didn't stop it. Soon, Lin Heng was taken to the vicinity of the warehouse, jogging towards it. Yin Lei and Lu Liang were not there. They went to deliver the bowl-shaped vegetable greenhouse. As Lin Heng ran over, his first words were, "Report, sir, this is private property." Zhongli had heard about the situation beforehand, and upon hearing this, he nodded and said, "All right, I'll give you credit for this. No, what I mean is, this is a spaceship registered in my name. And if someone needs to pilot it, I must designate a qualified person," Lin Heng said, his eyes shining brightly. Seeing that he still had more to say, Zhongli gestured for him to continue. "Hey, once everything is arranged, can I have the pilot take me for a spin? Just to experience it. After all, sir, this spaceship is my sales reward, right?" Lin Heng said, pulling an apple from his system and handing it to Zhongli. This made Zhongli laugh. This kid really had the guts to threaten him. The leader understood perfectly well that Lin Heng was implying he could take the spaceship back at any time. Before Zhongli could respond, Lin Heng continued, "This spaceship is locked. Only I can open the door. I've seen that there is a maintenance box under the back seat with a maintenance manual inside. You all should hurry and find a pilot to operate it so I can grant them access, making it easier for you to open the door anytime." Zhongli finally couldn't help but pat Lin Heng on the shoulder and pushed him into the warehouse. "I see you want someone to take you for a ride, right?" Lin Heng smiled widely at this. His straightforwardness didn't annoy Zhongli. He just took it as childlike enthusiasm. But he also started considering the feasibility of Lin Heng's suggestion. "Really, I just hope our country can get the most advanced flying vehicle as soon as possible. I will definitely cooperate actively," Lin Heng said earnestly. "Don't get too excited. Even with the maintenance manual, it's still difficult for us to guarantee when we will fully understand this thing," Zhongli said, watching Lin Heng take a few steps closer to the spaceship, tapping its exterior and changing its color, not wanting to make any promises too hastily. Lin Heng nodded casually, trusting the learning ability of the people from the region, believing that with the maintenance manual, they should be able to figure out the technological aspects without much trouble. However, he was taken aback when Commander Zhang suddenly said, "Within the realm of humanity, I've tried my best to find professionals to take a look at this aircraft. If that doesn't work out, I'll find a way to contact the little gray ones for you." "Huh?" Lin Heng stared blankly at the commander, confused by the statement. The commander was equally puzzled. Aerospace and aviation are not the same thing. Even if the terminology seems similar, they are two distinct fields. Looking at the appearance of the spacecraft, doesn't it resemble a UFO? He wasn't even sure if sending in an Air Force pilot would be useful. Nevertheless, applications to higher-ups and invitations to the aviation department had already been sent out. They would deal with subsequent developments as they came. Chapter 108. Since it's called a vegetable greenhouse, we might as well try planting some vegetables in it. You've mentioned it's a spacecraft, so it's highly likely it will be sent to an aviation base for testing. I'll try my best to secure that for you, preferably at our military district base for preliminary research work. However, I can't guarantee anything for future developments at this point." Zhongli circled around the spacecraft, speaking cautiously. It was then that Lin Heng realized the seriousness of the situation. He truly hadn't anticipated this issue. He had spent the entire afternoon feeling pleased, remembering that the system had indeed mentioned that the spacecraft could perform ultra-long distance jumps. He could only think, no wonder it's called a spacecraft. It really has a function called ultra-long distance jump. How about this? I'll open the door first, and you can take a look and study it. Lin Heng was ready to give up on the idea of flying around. This was far from the private aircraft with a touch of black technology he had imagined. Why not arrange some physical training for you during summer training, according to the pilot's regimen? After a moment of consideration, Zhongli decided with a smile. After all, you already have an aircraft, it fits perfectly. The more he thought about it, the more he felt it was a good idea. And it could also encourage the younger comrades to switch majors or something. Lin Heng felt something was off and quickly replied, "No, no, no. Commander, I've already made arrangements. Just some simple running and jumping will do. We shouldn't trouble the soldiers in the military district too much. Let us keep everything simple. After all, he wasn't particularly keen on leaving the land of his homeland. Fearing the commander might say more, Lin Heng hurriedly opened the door of the small spacecraft, pulled out the maintenance kit from the back seat, handed it to Zhang Li, and turned to leave. Commander, take your time. I'm off. I still need to run a lap, grab some food, and attend a class tonight. I'm really busy. As Lin Heng spoke, he quickly distanced himself, feeling that he had no business lingering there. He still had the Mars base module to investigate. Little did he know, Duan Ming had been searching for him frantically. What do you say this thing is? Duan Lao's strong voice echoed throughout the entire research room, instantly breaking the sleepy atmosphere of the afternoon. Lin Heng said it's a vegetable greenhouse. The full name is Portable Mini Vegetable Greenhouse Spark Edition. Yin Lei replied while demonstrating how to adjust the size with the inverted bowl-like object in hand. As the object in his hand fell to the ground, it gradually transformed into a transparent dome with a diameter of 0.5 meter, landing on the ground. An inquisitive voice from Mr. Duan echoed. I knew that the item this guy brought out had some advanced technology, but a vegetable greenhouse wasn't under our jurisdiction. Mr. Duan stepped forward and reached out into the air, where the transparent dome should be, and indeed felt a cold, somewhat resilient texture. Although this material was truly special, it should still fall under the agricultural sector, right? It could be worth examining whether this material could be used for some hidden applications and equipment. However, there was no rush for that, mainly because Duan Ming had been quite busy lately. With Lin Heng's arrival, the Military Research Institute was experiencing its most hectic time in recent years, practically working around the clock. Keeping this thing here was less useful than seeing if there were any significant developments in agriculture. Since it was called a vegetable greenhouse, we might as well try planting some vegetables in it first. Duan Ming frowned, unsure of how to communicate with Yin Lei. He turned to Lu Liang and said, "This is nonsense. Agriculture is also a significant matter. If we delay the research here, what will we do? Quickly contact an agricultural research institute to send it over and see how it can be maximally utilized. Let's get a few more and send them to the materials engineering department." He thought. After all, the products from Lin Heng's side could be repurchased, and the prices weren't high. Buying a few more copies and distributing them to various research institutes for their respective fields of study seemed like a good plan. Lu Liang felt a bit helpless. Initially, he only needed to bring Lin Heng to the military district, but Yin Lei insisted on coming along, claiming he had a mission. Once they entered the military district, Yin Lei insisted on finding Mr. Duan to deliver this vegetable greenhouse, and Lu Liang couldn't stop him, so he simply accompanied him. Don't rush, take a look at this. Yin Lei's calm voice even carried a hint of a smile as he slightly raised his hand, touching the top of the vegetable greenhouse, where a white circular ring subtly appeared. Yin Lei pinched one side of the ring and pulled it upward, creating a gap at the bottom of the dome. He then signaled Lu Liang to hand him the notebook on the table, threw it onto the ground in front of the two, and used his toe to push the notebook into the gap. The black notebook vanished from their sight. What does that mean? Is it invisible? Lu Liang, puzzled, leaned in to take a look. From the front, the entire vegetable greenhouse had disappeared from view, and even the notebook that had just been thrown in was gone. In the center, surrounded by the three of them, only the floating circular ring remained. Yin Lei removed his hand from the ring, and after a few breaths, the ring gradually disappeared as well. I don't think it's invisibility. Yin Lei seemed uncertain about how to describe it. He gestured and said, I feel it's more like mimicry because the floor details are off when looking through this greenhouse. Previously, in the warehouse, Lin Heng had left him there to fiddle with this vegetable greenhouse, and at that time, he felt something was wrong. But the warehouse floor was too even, with no color variations, making it hard to discern. Only now, reopening this thing, did Yin Lei notice the obvious differences. Details off. Mr. Duan, listening, also took a couple of steps forward. He had been focused on the effect earlier and hadn't really paid attention to the details. Indeed, Elder Duan. Look here. Lu Liang has also noticed this. He slightly turned his body around the center position and changed his line of sight, and sure enough, he could see a hint of blurred details. However, one could argue that the effect was influenced by the material of this vegetable greenhouse. Lu Liang reached out to touch the greenhouse, and the edges responded to his gestures with slight ripples, causing the image to begin to fluctuate. This is beyond the scope of my research. Yin Lei shrugged, indicating that it was not his responsibility. He was merely proposing a hypothesis. It was also because of this hypothesis that his superior, Director Li, sent him here to take a look. I feel that this thing might also work for individual concealment. He thought. Yin Lei's hand again touched the position of the ring and pressed down hard, but the ring only moved slightly up and down before stopping. However, that was just my initial reaction. This thing is quite sturdy, and the size can be adjusted after opening, so accommodating a person shouldn't be a problem, and it might have its uses. I even tried minimizing this greenhouse. The smallest form is that bowl-shaped one, but it can actually fold down even more. I tried it on the way here, and folding it into this ring size isn't a big issue. Yanlei was merely mentioning this casually. Mainly, the products coming from Lin Heng are quite special, and he has become accustomed to making bold hypotheses before making decisions. Chapter 109. What secret weapon are you working on in your military district? Elder Duan found it a bit fanciful, but said nothing more. Materials were not his expertise, and he needed to contact someone who specializes in this project. However, he still prioritized reminding Yanlei to quickly contact Lin Heng to buy a few more vegetable greenhouses for everyone to study. Whether it can be used for individual concealment could be set aside for now. At least understanding this thing thoroughly could make it a suitable camouflage device for vehicles and supplies. Lu Liang, on the other hand, was a bit excited. He truly believed that Yanlei's suggestion was feasible. In that case, I'll take it to test its various data and see if it can be bulletproof. Elder Duan chuckled and waved his hand, saying, go ahead, dreaming in broad daylight. Do you really think everything can be bulletproof? You might as well measure the humidity, temperature, and air circulation inside first. In Elder Duan's view, even if it could hide a person, expecting it to be bulletproof was a bit excessive. After all, it's called a vegetable greenhouse, so it should be able to maintain temperature and humidity, right? Lu Liang imitated Yanlei's actions and put away the vegetable greenhouse. The portable mini vegetable greenhouse gradually returned to its original state in his hands, and the black notebook reappeared in the sight of the three. Lu Liang picked up the notebook, and Elder Duan's voice came to his ears. Not necessarily. The temperature and humidity that vegetables need may differ from what humans require. Moreover, plants need carbon dioxide, but humans do not. Elder Duan had done all kinds of farming work in his youth. Even if he wasn't familiar with the current agricultural situation in the country, he understood these basic concepts. Lu Liang was slightly taken aback. He truly had never done any of this work. Just being able to distinguish between the vegetables and weeds growing in the ground was already quite impressive among his peers. The livability test for the vegetable greenhouse was put on the agenda. Seeing the confusion on his face, Duan Ming simply pushed him outside while saying, go. Check the bulletproof situation, temperature and humidity, and oxygen issues. We'll have someone in the lab handle it once Yanlei brings the other samples. Duan Lao estimated that the greenhouse would likely be damaged by bullets today, and then he could share the remnants with the materials team to check the situation. According to the normal material testing procedure, Lu Liang would need to file a report first, then send the items to the testing room for various strength tests. This entire process would take at least until tomorrow to start testing. However, he had a quicker way. Lu Liang directly took the greenhouse to the live fire range. He heard that his brother was doing drills there this afternoon, so he could just borrow a bullet for a quick test without any delay. The live fire range was a bit far, so Lu Liang caught a ride. When he got close, he folded the item down to the size of a palm, covered it with his clothes, and ran towards the range. As soon as he arrived at the entrance, he noticed that there were quite a few people, around 20. His brother Lu Ye's team was somewhat special, with the main force and reserve personnel totaling no more than 15, and only 6 or 7 should have come today. It was clear that there were 2 groups of people at the site, each occupying one side. Lu Liang paused. With so many people, confidentiality issues came into play, and he needed to weigh his options carefully. So he spent a few extra minutes running back to the car to report to Chief Zhongli. Zhongli was currently beside Lin Heng's small spacecraft, troubled, and when he received the message and asked, Lu Liang explained that it was some kind of vegetable greenhouse, and he wanted to test it with a few bullets. Zhongli was momentarily perplexed. What? A vegetable greenhouse? What is it? Can it become invisible? Rubbing his temples, Zhongli listened to Lu Liang emphasize 2 key points. First, the item was purchased from Lin Heng. Second, Yanlei mentioned the procurement price was 100 yuan each. Got it. He understood that the item was special, but the low price wasn't a big issue. After confirming that there were no problems with the people at the live fire range today, he simply let Lu Liang handle it himself. Thus, Lu Liang happily called his brother out from the range and quickly briefed him on what needed to be done before the training resumed. Come on, you're a soldier. Shouldn't you practice properly? Lu Yi, a bit impatient from being interrupted, noted that their training was almost over today, so it wasn't a big deal. I'm a civilian. A civilian. My physical test scores are great. I don't need to compare myself to the special operations team. Lu Liang rolled his eyes. His brother had always been better at physical fitness, and he had never beaten him in a competition. Growing up, he had stopped being obsessed with it. What is this? Lu Yi called a halt to the training, and the two went to a secluded part of the site. He watched as his brother pulled out a palm-sized item from his pocket and unfolded it layer by layer. Soon, the semicircular top of the greenhouse touched the ground and disappeared before Lu Ye's eyes. It was said to be a vegetable greenhouse. Lu Liang set up a red sign in front of the transparent greenhouse and whispered, just ignore it. Just fire a couple of shots to check the bulletproof performance. Lu Yi felt that his brother might be a bit out of his mind. Who has a bulletproof vegetable greenhouse? However, trusting the military, Lu Yi thought at least the commander wouldn't let his brother go out and act crazy, so he nodded in agreement and stepped back with Lu Liang. After a quick visual estimation of the distance, Lu Yi could no longer see exactly where the greenhouse was. He could only see the landmark Lu Liang had set up. The sign was only about 10 meters away from him. The half of the shooting range where Lu Ye's team was located had already been cleared out by him, and the team members were gathered behind him, watching the excitement. He casually picked up a handgun, raised his hand, and shot in one smooth motion without pausing. The bullet hit the target accurately, but to everyone's surprise, they watched in disbelief as the bullet sparked in midair, veering to the right and striking the third humanoid target on the right side. That was the third one on the right. Across the entire range from where Lu Yi fired, and there were still training personnel next door. Lu Yi broke into a sweat, shouting, "Lu Liang, get over here. What is this? Does it bounce back? Can you just take this out and test it? There are people next door." Although the training personnel next door were far away, if a stray bullet injured someone, it would be impossible to explain later. Lu Liang now felt he had no way to defend himself. He thought it would only have some bulletproof effect or simply break the greenhouse. He never expected it could reflect and deflect like this. The two hurried towards the greenhouse, and the team members behind them followed along to see what was happening. The person leading the training next door had already fixed a keen gaze on them. The commander of the special forces accompanying the new equipment testing at the Military Science Institute leaned over a temporary barrier and called out to Lu Yi. "What kind of secret weapon are you guys working on in your military district? Does the bullet spin and jump too?" Chapter 110. I see this is not the Starfire version, it's the Mars version. As the voice from next door echoed. The other half of the shooting range also concluded their training for the day. Huang Dongkai, who was perched on the isolation barrier, arranged his team and quickly joined the discussion between Lu Liang and Lu Yi. "You guys have finally got something interesting after being here for almost half a month." Huang Dongkai and his team were actually from the Northwest Military District. Half a month ago, something unexpected happened in the Bin province, triggering the release of a batch of highly powerful robots that claimed to be able to cooperate in combat. When the old commander from their Northwest Military District heard the news, he personally led a team to Bin province to establish connections. Eventually, under the guise of friendly exchanges and border exercises, they took away a truckload of spoils and left Huang Dongkai's team behind, saying they should cooperate well with the Military Science Institute in Bin province. However, everyone understood the old commander's true intentions. The Bin province military district didn't lack troops, and there was no need for Huang Dongkai's team to stay and assist with anything. They just wanted to see what good stuff Bin province still had that hadn't been shared. Several military districts from the Dragon Country have come to take away the mecha models, but only the personnel from the Northwest Military District have remained. This is mainly because the technology level of this batch of Star Guardians is quite high. The other military districts believe that even if the local military academy is impressive, it wouldn't be able to produce anything else in the short term. Only the men from the Northwest think that, given the character of the Dragon Country people, if they can produce mechas, they must have even more advanced items hidden away. Thus, Huang Dongkai led his team and trained seriously in the local military district for nearly half a month without any significant discoveries. It wasn't that he wasn't paying attention to the black technology at the military academy. He just felt embarrassed to go directly and observe. After all, it was their territory, and they could just wait quietly for news. Today, it seems he finally got some information. Huang Dongkai rushed over, peeking between two people to get a better look. He only saw Lu Liang press something in midair, and before he could take a closer look, he was pulled away by Lu Yi. "Hey, Lu team. You can't do this. We are friendly units, friendly." Huang Dongkai struggled to free his collar from Lu Ye's grip, craning his neck to see Lu Liang's position. He had just seen something that caused Lu Ye's bullet to deflect. However, Lu team, isn't this thing a bit dangerous? Is it meant to be a bulletproof device or a cloaking device? Those bullets bouncing around are quite frightening. Huang Dongkai managed to pull his collar free, though it was still wrinkled. Lu Yi had no idea what it was. He felt that his brother was just messing with him. Not to mention he had never seen such a high-tech greenhouse before, who even makes agricultural products look that advanced. Especially since Lu Yi knew why Huang Dongkai's team had stayed behind. Now, he didn't know how to respond, so he just blocked Huang Dongkai's way, remaining silent. Huang Dongkai felt a bit of a headache. He couldn't overpower Lu Yi and the other wasn't saying anything. "But I saw it. You two didn't avoid the people just now." He stepped forward, nudging Lu Yi's shoulder to create space and glance over at Lu Liang. He needed to gather more information. Lu Liang was also feeling a bit overwhelmed. He found the circular ring on top of the cloaking greenhouse, lifted the entire structure, and shook it. Soon, the item returned to its original color and gradually shrank back into his hand. Now, it looked like a dark gray bowl again. During the entire transformation process, Lu Liang checked it and found no damages to the greenhouse, just that the surface had become a bit harder. He knew there must be some hidden features in this item. His first instinct was to find Lin Heng and see if there was a manual. There had been manuals for so many products before, so it was unreasonable for this one not to have one. However, before looking for Lin Hong, he needed to report the current situation and then take the item to the military academy for further testing. Most importantly, he had to slip away quickly while his brother was busy. Huang Dongkai watched helplessly as Lu Liang ran off with something that looked like a bowl, without even stopping to greet Lu Yi. All he could do was contemplate whether to head directly to the Military Science Institute, unsure if he would be allowed in. Or, with a smile, Huang Dongkai turned back to Lu Yi and said, "Brother, please head to the second cafeteria." By the time the Military Science Institute figured out the specific function of the vegetable greenhouse, a whole day had passed. During this time, Yin Lei asked Lin Hong to place an order for a batch of vegetable greenhouses to be sent to the Agricultural Science Department. Lu Liang also sought out Lin Hong for the same reason, repeatedly inquiring whether there was a manual for the vegetable greenhouse. Unfortunately, there was none. Lin Hong had been stuck at the observation room entrance since early morning, feeling quite troubled. It wasn't that he didn't have the manual. The system simply hadn't provided one. Recently, he had been returning to the military district after classes, sleeping in the dormitory assigned to him until evening, and then being taken to a semi-isolated observation room to closely watch experts discuss high technology. Although there were beds in the isolation room, it wasn't soundproof. Lin Hong usually found himself half asleep while listening to Professor Ren Li discussing theories with his student Qi Jingxian next door. Professor Ren Li was a renowned scientist from the Dragon Kingdom who appeared in the projection of the gift from the departed. Now, at 8 in the morning, having just finished a night of listening to discussions, Lin Hong felt dazed, even dreaming about the theories he couldn't understand. As he yawned and nudged Lu Liang out, he wanted to grab a meal first and then rush back to school for an agricultural development lecture arranged by the institution. Being pushed forward by Lin Hong's sheer strength, Lu Liang couldn't help but shout, "Hey, Lin Hong, you weren't this rude to Yin Lei just now." But he only said 2 sentences before leaving. Lin Hong couldn't help but complain internally. Lu Liang had been stuck at the door for nearly 20 minutes, repeatedly asking about the vegetable greenhouse, even offering to pay for a manual. Now, feeling both hungry and tired, he couldn't be polite with Lu Liang anymore. "Seriously, what kind of vegetable greenhouse is this? Just look at it. It resembles a mobile fortress." Lu Liang realized he couldn't withstand Lin Hong's force and quickly stepped aside, saying as he walked, "Just take a look. How does this resemble a vegetable greenhouse?" "Well, that's what it's called. What can I do? Portable mini vegetable greenhouse, Spark Edition C?" Lin Hong, still half asleep, yawned and read the name from the system again. "I see your Spark Edition and raise you a Mars Edition." Chapter 111. Who would plant vegetables in a war-torn place? It wasn't just Lu Liang casually commenting. The thing did indeed resemble a fortress. In its fully expanded state, it was solid and bulletproof. When the military district took it for explosive tests, they found it very resistant to blasts. To be honest, when several researchers gathered together yesterday, they were a bit bewildered, especially the few materials science experts who had recently joined. After seeing the actual object, they had basically given up on digging deeper and immediately entered research mode. However, there were still some colleagues who weren't as quick to accept it. In the morning, agricultural machinery engineer Chai Hong rushed to the Military Science Institute and was quickly taken to the laboratory by a soldier. Upon seeing the vegetable greenhouse, he was momentarily stunned. "No, Chief, we usually don't operate agricultural equipment like this," Chai Hong said, pointing at the almost invisible transparent cover beneath his hands, feeling a mix of emotions. "They usually don't do such fancy things at our agricultural institute. Especially since agriculture is a fundamental aspect of the nation, their research typically focuses on practicality. As the main audience consists of grassroots communities, this material, which could practically be used for magic tricks, certainly didn't seem like something affordable. It would be more ornamental than functional in their context. A typical vegetable greenhouse really shouldn't need to be this transparent, right? In some areas with excessive sunlight, it might even require shading." Chai Hong pushed against the invisible cover and noticed some black objects peeking through the gaps underneath. He crouched down to take a closer look and realized there were several black boxes beneath the cover. Gently releasing his grip, the invisible cover fell away, revealing a gray-white floor. At this point, it was already bordering on the realm of science fiction. Normal greenhouses wouldn't require such functions. Is this to prevent vegetable theft? That seems excessive, he thought. Taking a deep breath and standing up, he remarked slightly wistfully, "If our agriculture could utilize such high-tech materials, our military industry would have already surpassed expectations." He spoke a truth. Although the nation values agriculture, such high-tech products typically begin to proliferate from military applications. Zhang Li nodded, not making further demands, simply saying, "How about this? You stay here and assist with the research. After all, this is called a vegetable greenhouse, and there might be functions more relevant to your agricultural field." Chai Hong didn't resist, sitting down and starting to examine the invisible cover, soon finding himself completely inside it. Once opened, This mini vegetable greenhouse could reach a diameter of about 1 meter, just large enough to conceal 2 or 3 people comfortably. Its surface appeared to mimic the surrounding environment, and after Chai Hong entered, it still looked like an unoccupied space perfectly blended into the environment. From the researcher's perspective, occasionally a few fingers could be seen protruding from mid-air, hovering. After about 10 minutes, Chai Hong emerged from the greenhouse. The airflow inside was quite good, maintaining a temperature around 23 or 24 degrees, with slightly higher humidity, yet still within a normal range. It wasn't completely sealed. There were small ventilation holes formed by overlapping materials that could be manually opened. Chai Hong raised his hand and pressed down on the spot he had just exited. Checking as he asked, "How long has this been here?" "Just opened a little while ago, right before you came in," replied a nearby researcher, recording information on a tablet while addressing his question. "Just opened? This place is indeed quite suitable for planting." Sitting on the ground, Chai Hong looked around. The laboratory maintained a constant temperature and dryness, which was noticeably different from the humidity inside the greenhouse, with the temperature being slightly lower. It might be an automatic humidity and temperature control system, and I didn't feel stuffy inside. However, we need to analyze the internal gas composition. He also wanted to ask where this vegetable greenhouse came from, as it seems to be a fairly complete product. I wonder what conditions necessitate such a multifunctional greenhouse. At that moment, Lu Liang hurried into the research room, bringing in several vegetable greenhouses. "Chief, I bought some. I brought a few, and the rest are in the warehouse. The complete bulletproof test results are in. Not all bullets will be deflected." The black bowl-shaped object was held by Lu Liang, stacked together. Chai Hong watched as he took one, flipped it over, and it gradually became transparent and vanished before his eyes. Is this already in mass production? No way. How could this thing be used? He truly couldn't understand. A greenhouse that can be invisible, automatically controls temperature, and is bulletproof? It doesn't seem suitable for growing vegetables. Who would plant vegetables in a war-torn area? As far as he knew, there weren't any such places in the entire region. But how could a product without demand be mass-produced? After a moment of thought, he suddenly understood. Chai Hong stood up, patted his pants, and with a hint of regret in his voice, said, "I need to find experts in planting to see what it's specifically used for and how to modify it to be suitable for long-term human habitation. I might not be able to provide more help." He guessed that the Military Research Institute didn't intend to use this for growing vegetables, so he slightly speculated in the direction of individual soldiers. Chai Hong thought the military likely hoped this thing could conceal a few people inside. Therefore, his suggestion was also about how to modify it to make the environment suitable for humans. Of course, he also thought that if this thing were a bit larger, the country could establish agricultural bases in harsh environments. "Well, you'll need to stay a few more days to assist with the follow-up research." Zhongli nodded, turned, and left, needing to gather more people to figure out how to use this greenhouse. He never expected that one day, they would be studying how to compete with plants for space. However, Zhongli considered more. If this thing could adjust temperature, could they send it to the previous pilot posts in the border areas to keep warm? At this time, Lin Heng sat in the front row of the auditorium, listening to a lecture on agricultural power. In fact, what was presented before him was an additional reward from the system, the Mars base module. He knew that the task of this vegetable greenhouse would grant him 1,000,000 energy points, which must have some trick to it. Sure enough, this so-called Mars base was like the warehouse module, exchangeable for energy points. Although he had guessed in advance, when he really saw the exchange page, Lin Heng still felt a rush of dizziness. In that moment, he thought that this shouldn't even be called energy points. It was simply patriotic value. Chapter 112. Mars Base Module. The Mars Base Module is quite special. In Lin Heng's system, it's a separate page. In addition to the exchange icons similar to the warehouse module, there are also complete sets for sale below, accompanied by thumbnails. It looks just like building blocks, with each module stacking together to form a complete base. This style appears very smooth and is filled with a sense of technology. Lin Heng sighed and leaned on the table. It was too obvious. The task for this portable mini vegetable greenhouse was offering a super high energy value reward. But Lin Heng had no motivation. From the moment he saw this task pop up, he knew the energy value reward was aimed at that so-called base. While listening to the lecture, Lin Heng leisurely browsed through the combination sets in the system. There were a total of 3 combination sets, sorted by size, with the largest one valued at 10,000 energy points. 10,000 energy points could extend his life by 100 days. Fantastic. Was he really going to exchange for a base? Even if he could, where would he put it? These bases took up quite a bit of space, and this time he couldn't hide them in some warehouse. He might as well let the authorities handle it. When the break time arrived, Lin Heng took out his phone and directly messaged Yen Lei, asking, "I have a new product, but it requires quite a large space. Do you think there's a need?" The other party quickly replied, "Wait until I arrive. Let's talk at noon." "That works." Lin Heng briefly edited the message about the space requirements for the Martian base and sent it out. He smiled as he put away his phone. If he really had to say, He would prefer to exchange it for the Martian base to hand over to the authorities. After all, it's better to have a solid backing. The better the country develops, the more stable his life will be. Otherwise, living long without purpose isn't meaningful. And in the long run, the more he hands over, the more benefits he would naturally gain. Being able to contribute a lot of good things without any ambition or threat makes him the safest kind of student. Just as he was about to lean back, he suddenly heard two students nearby whispering. Did you hear? Next week's lecture is about AI, said to be from the most cutting-edge team in the country. AI? Lin Hung vaguely remembered that early this morning, he had heard Professor Ren Li discussing AI next door, but they were talking about military weapon-related AI. It seemed to be the latest project from the Military Science Academy, requiring independently developed chip support, and Professor Ren Li's previous projects were related to chips. The current project leader, Qi Jingxian, had been working on this recently, and it was said to be making great progress. Although Lin Hung had been dozing off while listening to lectures these past few days, he still remembered these relatively new bits of information. This morning, there was a world news story about a coalition of 10 nations led by a certain country, which reportedly set standards for the chip industry. The implications were too clear. Suddenly, the traffic jammed. The honking from behind urged the vehicles to move forward slowly. The weather had started to warm up recently, and Yin Lei reached out to turn on the air conditioning, glancing at his phone in the meantime, vaguely catching sight of something about a base. What was that? Yin Lei tossed his phone to his teammate in the passenger seat, asking him to take a look at what was sent. Got it, Captain. Xin, sitting in the passenger seat, adjusted himself and picked up the phone, reading aloud from the screen. Large Mars base module. Requires 550,000 square meters, modular assembly. Suggest finding a larger place. Mars. Xin thought he might have suddenly forgotten how to read. What does that mean? Is Lin Hang getting into real estate? Or Mars real estate? Are we supposed to find a place and bring a base back from Mars? Xin flipped the phone over, staring at the screen repeatedly as if trying to imprint it in his mind. No, this doesn't seem like something their special operations department can handle, right? The veins on his forehead pulsed slightly, and Yin Lei pinched the bridge of his nose, saying, he has a new thing over there that can be assembled into a base in a modular way, called the Mars base module. He had been with this group of teammates for almost a month, yet they still seemed half asleep. Moving a base from Mars, how could he even think of that? Why not suggest bringing a Mars back to the country instead? Sensing the captain's anger, Xin obediently held the phone, sitting quietly while muttering, no, Captain Yin. Who knows about this stuff? Just then, the phone in his hand vibrated again, and Xin read out word for word, suggested selling price, 100 million. This price was calculated by Lin Hung himself based on the system's pricing. Wow, Xin thought, that's cheap. A Mars base. So cool. The military district had been busy lately, with personnel being mobilized from various places, and every department was overwhelmed. Even with many tasks delegated, concurrent projects were starting to exceed capacity, especially after receiving the small spacecraft brought by Lin Hung yesterday, which led to another upgrade in the security protocols of the entire military district. During this hectic time, Zhongli received a call from the Special Operations Department. What? Mars. Base. Are you crazy, old Li? Zhongli moved the satellite phone away to take a closer look, then pressed it back to his ear. He reasonably suspected that Director Li from the Special Operations Department might be joking with him. Could it be that he was still holding a grudge over the last incident involving Lin Hung? That would be petty, wouldn't it? Are you still half asleep? Mars base? Why not give me a rocket launcher instead? I could modify it to launch a missile for a test. Zhang Li's loud voice echoed in the warehouse, where several pilots dispatched that morning were already gathered around Lin Hang's spacecraft. In fact, Zhang Li wanted to find astronauts. However, this was indeed beyond his capacity, and he thought that the country wouldn't let it go so easily. This matter still needed to be reported for approval. Even if it were approved, it was most likely that the spacecraft would be sent to the space base. While he was feeling troubled, he received the call from the Special Operations Department, and his tone was less formal. On the other end of the line, Lily was also quite irritated. The things Lin Hung had presented before were small matters that didn't require much authority to handle. But today, this so-called Mars base, while not technically large at 550,000 square meters, involved various departments, making it quite complicated. Especially today, when this matter was reported, it was assigned to an aviation base in a certain country, and the other party simply stated that they had no time for such trivial matters, casually finding an excuse to refuse. Ultimately, one cannot blame them. The presence of Lin Hung was unknown to the other side, and the origin of this Mars base could not be explained, only described as a testing project. Coincidentally, they had just cut two cumbersome large projects, and their reason for refusal was indeed justified, leading to the matter being halted by this aviation base. Initially, they were just putting on a show, and if it were delayed for another couple of days, it would probably come to an end. However, Lily was too lazy to deal with such trivial matters and decided to resolve the Mars base issue within the province. Creating a technology park in their own territory surely wouldn't be denied again, right? After all, it was a modular project. They could set it up first, and then let the relevant personnel come to research, which could also attract talent to the province. What a good thing. Chapter 113. The gate opens to the south in the military district. The phone debate regarding the Mars base ultimately saw Li gain the upper hand. Zhang Li let the head of the Special Bureau, Director Li, talk until his head was buzzing. However, in the end, they agreed to cooperate after receiving news from above. A piece of land had been designated in the remote mountains of the province and was arranged for management by the military district. After some simple clearing and reconnaissance, the Special Bureau instructed Yin Lei to send the address and payment details to Lin Hong. Soon, Yin Lei received a message from Lin Hong, who casually asked, "By the way, which direction do you want the base's gate to face?" Yin Lei had already stopped his car at the school gate waiting for Lin Hong to finish class. He was slightly taken aback by the message and casually replied, "South." Of course, where else? At this moment, Zhang Li was still muttering about spaceships and bases, thinking that old Duan's idea was really unreliable. He was obviously referring to a previous suggestion by Duan Ming to place more sci-fi elements around Lin Hong, using the surrounding environment to create psychological cues that would influence the types of products Lin Hong would bring. Duan Ming was right beside him, and upon hearing the leader speak, he immediately became displeased. What's unreliable about it? Aren't these all technological elements? Who knew he could write so realistically? Not only Zhang Li was mumbling, even Duan Ming, who had rushed over upon hearing the news, was thinking that if he had known, they should have played some high-tech war movies, which might have made Lin Hong's products more relatable. Now it's good. The higher-ups have already started discussing arranging some agricultural information for Lin Hong next, Zhang Li said with a helpless smile. He certainly hoped Lin Hong would bring more military-industrial black technology. However, from the perspective of the certain country, agriculture is fundamental to the nation. If there is an opportunity to achieve significant development in agricultural technology, it must be tried. It is estimated that after this Mars base, there won't be such opportunities for a short time. Before Zhang Li could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by old Duan. That is not necessarily the case. Don't forget the strength of that vegetable greenhouse. Duan Ming would certainly not forget that greenhouse, which could be described as a fortress. Given the level of agricultural supplies, it wouldn't be surprising if they learned from it, made modifications, and used it for military science. This is certainly not surprising, and can even be considered quite a joyful thing. Zhang Li laughed and agreed, noting that what Lin Hong had brought out was far beyond the current technological realm, making such a scenario quite possible, as long as it can be used. Any modifications are acceptable. Zhang Li expressed his openness to whatever comes. Perhaps the agricultural products that Lin Hong produces will prioritize military supply. While they were joking, Lu Liang came running over. "Report, sir, a base has appeared over there." Lu Liang's excitement was hard to conceal. He found it difficult to describe his feelings, as if he had just witnessed a miracle. They were currently in the mountains, and for confidentiality reasons, they were about 2 kilometers away from the selected site for the Mars base. Zhang Li had left a few drones nearby for observation. Lu Liang was responsible for monitoring these drones. He had just seen something indescribable on the screen. A dense forest seemed to be pushed apart by an invisible hand, revealing increasingly more 2-meter square metal blocks appearing on the ground. As a faint sound of friction came from afar, the metal blocks under the sunlight emitted a soft glow and began to change shape. Gradually, the metal blocks transformed into various curved components, twisting and assembling. The buildings on the ground slowly took shape, expanding and spreading out. It was a rounded style, with circular buildings of varying sizes scattered across the ground, interconnected by pipes, all about 4 meters high. As the drone flew higher and adjusted its angle, Lu Yang clearly saw the appearance of the buildings, which resembled a glass-like crystal. The glow gradually faded, leaving only regular white, curved light bands emitting a gentle illumination. Large clusters of buildings gradually formed, with white light bands illuminating one by one. And soon small flying vehicles appeared in the air, flying in a regular pattern around the clusters. Lu Yang stood stunned in place, taking a few seconds to regain his voice. He leaned against the soldier operating the drone and quietly asked, "I didn't see that wrong, did I?" After a long pause, the soldier squatting on the ground replied slowly, "Sir, I guess I didn't see it wrong. Maybe it's a collective hallucination?" Damn collective hallucination, Lu Yang thought. A building of this scale appearing out of nowhere, and they were talking about a collective hallucination? Were they crazy? Lu Yang turned and sprinted towards the commander. "Sir, it really is a Mars base." Zhang Li listened and felt it was as incomprehensible as a foreign language. He immediately ran forward with Lu Liang, while Duan Ming, at his age, couldn't keep up with them and had to head back to the vehicle to wait for his team to pick him up. By the time he arrived, Zhang Li and Lu Liang, along with a team of people, were already gathered near the buildings observing. "What kind of door is this? This is just troubling." 550. 000 square meters is not a small area. If we can't find the entrance, it would be a joke. While Lu Liang was pondering where to enter, Duan Lao from behind spoke up. What do you mean where to enter? The door must be facing south. No, Mr. Duan, this is a Mars base. How do you know that the architecture on Mars can be aligned with what we have here? Lu Liang felt that his thoughts were reasonable. Mars is not Earth. In establishing a base, there shouldn't necessarily follow the same principles. Let's head south and check the central area. Zhongli waved his hand, pointing directly south. All right, I'm off to the commander. Before Lu Liang could say more, Zhongli interrupted him. No matter where the base comes from, it's all delivered by Lin Hong. It's a standard practice for the people from that region. It's always worth checking. Zhang Li's statement convinced Lu Liang, and he turned to lead the team away. As it turned out, just as he said, Lu Liang indeed found a spherical structure in the south that looked distinctly different from its surroundings. Notably, in front of it, there was a raised platform, with electric lights flashing ominously, clearly a position of significance, even if it wasn't a door. Chapter 114. Hurry up. We might still catch a soup. A few years ago, there was a Mars base in a certain region. It was a real Mars base located in the northwest. But it was essentially a science-themed amusement park. Many tourists visited over the years, only to return complaining about being deceived, sharing their experiences online. In fact, there were many similar conceptual projects in that region. Initially, the aerospace department that received the notice to accept Lin Hong's Mars base was genuinely angry. They didn't want to waste their time and energy accommodating some commercial project. However, they had no idea that this time it was a real high-tech base from an advanced civilization. The team responsible for the project initially had no rebellious intentions. They weren't being disobedient, just honestly reporting that they were severely understaffed and couldn't afford to take care of a park for public entertainment. Especially since 2 recent Mars exploration projects had yielded very unsatisfactory results and had been terminated, putting immense pressure on the entire department. The team leader, Su Huimin, sincerely contacted the higher-ups to report their current predicament and expressed their inability to manage a park. What could the higher-ups say? They couldn't just claim that the base was special and technologically advanced and demand immediate action. The leadership was still contemplating how to salvage the situation when Director Li from the Special Operations Bureau had already begun to panic. Before the higher-ups could further discuss the specifics of the Mars base, they received a message through the special contact line that the base had already been completed. Director Li's communication was very tactful. Time was tight, and tasks were heavy, so they couldn't keep Lin Hong waiting too long. As the child was still busy with his studies and didn't have time to wait for the adults to deliberate, the higher-ups were at a loss for words. If it weren't for the fact that Lin Hong and related products couldn't be overly exposed, would they really be going in circles with the Aerospace Bureau? What should have been a straightforward order had turned into a frustrating situation. Moreover, the actions taken were remarkably swift. Last time, the agency was still competing with the provincial military region for personnel, but how come this time they suddenly collaborated? What exactly is this Mars base? Did it really just get completed? This news came out, and it only took an hour. Could it be that it was just copied and pasted? The entire leadership team was shocked, but everything has been set in motion, and the image information has been reported. The leadership responsible for this province took the opportunity to make a decision. Let's establish it in the province. Consider it as part of the development plan for the next 5 years. They aim to make this province the new technology center of the nation. It's a chance to firmly establish their footing, especially since the leaders are aware of Lin Heng's existence. Any product he presents, even if it's just a conceptual architectural model, will surely have research value. So, by the time the space agency received news again, it was already an official order directing them to form an elite team to investigate and learn in the province. This time, they were given no chance to refuse. Not even deciding who would go, the agency directly named the individuals. Initially, those who received the news were somewhat reluctant. Everyone had a pile of tasks to handle and now had to take a month to go to the province amidst their busy schedules. However, upon seeing the real-time encrypted image information sent down from above, the entire department was abuzz. Minister Jean, Xinglei burst into the minister's office, not caring about the expressions of the few people inside, and shouted, "Minister Jean, was that video material just now related to the Mars-based project mentioned by the higher-ups?" Minister Jean, still looking frustrated, became even more irritable upon hearing his question. Yes, I'm really fed up with them. They didn't clarify what it is. Just called it a Mars base. Who would have thought it was actually real this time? Minister Jean gritted his teeth as he said this. We're applying now, saying we have confidence in overcoming personnel issues. Xinglei slammed his hand on the table, scattering the documents. It's useless. Do you think I haven't tried? The application was just rejected. Minister Jean became even more distressed. From receiving the upper management's task regarding the Mars base, to being rejected by their agency, and now receiving the information about personnel transfer to the provincial base, it had only been an hour. An hour is even too long to say. How did the message go back and forth to become that the Mars base has already been established in the province? Initially, he thought the video material sent was about some high-concept theme park or a simulated high-tech architectural complex. But the further he looked, the more wrong it felt. Especially since he had just received a more specific set of data, reportedly containing information about the extraterrestrial environment and plant samples stored in this Mars base. Minister Jean finally realized that the situation was not right. But now they no longer had the right to choose. All right, following the arrangement from above. Let us hurry and take people to the province. All we can do now is cooperate quickly. Thinking about competing for this Mars base to be established here now felt like a dream. It would be better to quickly take a team to the province to cooperate with the newly established Mars project. Move fast, and you might still catch a bite to eat. A special department received a strange wave frequency today. White, get out here. Are you messing around again? James, who was working overtime in the monitoring team, slammed his hand on the table in anger, suspecting that his colleague must have a grudge against him. Otherwise, why would there be strange noises while he was responsible for compiling the monitoring data? This was already the third time this month. James angrily put down his coffee cup and rushed out of the office. However, unexpectedly, his troublesome colleague White wasn't even at work today. He is on leave. Could there really be an issue with this data? James stood outside the tightly closed office, stunned for a moment. White's colleague, who had just been interrogated by the irritable James, awkwardly nodded. He really was on leave. The last set of machines he developed had malfunctioned, which was quite a blow. It served him right. But today I need to report this data quickly. James released the person he was holding and hurried back to the control room. The Special Information Department quickly received James's report, stating that their country's most advanced satellite had picked up a strange signal. According to the signal analysis of this frequency, it appeared to be similar to the special signal they received from outer space last year. However, the moment this signal was captured today, it locked onto a geographical location that turned out to be within the territory of another country. Chapter 115. Hope to arrange a follow-up visit. Best done in secret. A project team was quickly formed to conduct research work at the Mars base in the province. And everyone was looking forward to the surprises that the Mars base would bring. After redeeming the Mars base, Lin Hung counted how much system energy value he had left. He remembered that the last time he checked, he still had 250 energy points, and he didn't even count the 10,000 energy points from the vegetable greenhouse. But now, when he opened the system to check, he found that his energy value had increased to 700 energy points. Did it actually increase? Lin Hung carefully browsed through the system and didn't find anything strange. Most likely, he had overlooked some notifications. That's an increase of 450. Lin Hung closed the blank task interface and pulled out the list of completed tasks to take a look. Sure enough, he quickly found a line of notification under the task for the second-hand cloak. No after-sales disputes within 7 days, and subsequent developments are good. Additional energy value rewards have been issued. This task was completed more than half a month ago. Why was the subsequent reward only settled now? Lin Hung stared at the phrase subsequent developments are good, pondering what this development meant. He had a very deep impression of this second-hand cloak. The task referred to it as a toy from a giant country. He still remembered how absurdly large the size was when he first got the cloak. The color was quite bright though. Initially, the second-hand cloak was sold on an online store. But later he found that the selling price was 10 times lower than the purchase price, so he took it down. Later on, Yen Lei sent him an order from a tech company for a batch of second-hand cloaks. Lin Hung decided to ask Yen Lei about the subsequent situation of these cloaks to see what caused the system to evaluate their future development positively. The system homepage indicated that he had 55 days of life remaining. After thinking for a moment, Lin Hung extended the time to 100 days. In fact, he hadn't planned to exchange for time right now. The original plan was to wait until the life balance dropped below 30 days before he exchanged energy points for survival time. However, the system now had features that required energy points for exchange. First, there was the warehouse module, then the delivery fees for non-system items, and finally, this Mars base module. He wondered if more system functions requiring energy points would appear in the future. What if something else enticing emerged? If he impulsively spent all his energy points, and then found himself with only a few days left to live, wouldn't that be a disaster? Lin Hung started to feel a slight sense of urgency, especially since the system still hadn't activated the feature to exchange money for time. His energy points seemed a bit insufficient. After extending his life to 100 days today, he was left with only 200 energy points. He didn't know when the next task would refresh, and the limited time shells hadn't updated yet. The only sources of energy points left were a few completed tasks and the rewards after safely passing the after-sales period. Thinking of this, Lin Hung suddenly remembered to inquire about the follow-up on the Yaoyu task, as he felt this item was somewhat special. Fortunately, the money in his account had been steadily increasing. However, because he had to return to the military district at night recently, he had almost no signal and occasionally had his phone confiscated, causing him to miss several official calls from the bank. He guessed it was probably due to a large deposit in his account, prompting a client manager to contact him. However, aside from the initial few days, the bank hadn't called him again. It was clear that there must have been arrangements made by the Special Operations Agency. Lin Hung didn't care much about these trivial matters. As long as he could use his money, that was enough. Moreover, he wasn't really interested in spending money at the moment. The only place he needed a large amount of funds was for the yet-to-be-activated feature in the system to exchange money for life balance. Speaking of which, this brought him back to the progress of the Yao Yu task, as the icon for exchanging life appeared alongside the Yao Yu icon. Coincidentally, both of these icons were gray now, indicating that Yao Yu couldn't be exchanged either. Among the other tasks Lin Hung completed, all the goods could be exchanged on the system's exchange page using local currency. The only gray icons on the entire page were for Yao Yu and life exchange. With this in mind, Lin Hung picked up his phone, somewhat irritated, and opened the browser to start searching for information about the Su family. He remembered that Yao Yu had been auctioned off by the Su family, who were very famous in the province and even well known in the medical field. However, the information available online is ultimately superficial. Lin Hung browsed several web pages, but found little useful information. He was somewhat inclined to visit a certain family site to see the current status of the medicinal jade. However, he realized that going there himself would likely draw the attention of relevant authorities. It might be better to directly ask if they have any means to help. He thought about asking them to take him there. He had this idea before, but had never mentioned it to Yanlei. During the lunch break of the seminar today, Yanlei called Lin Hung out. Lin Hung was now in his car, being driven to the location of the newly established Mars base. Yanlei explained while driving that he initially just came to see Lin Hung and place an order, but then Lin Hung suddenly brought up the Mars base. The base had already been completed in the outskirts, and only personnel from the local military district were guarding the area. Commander Zhang had specifically contacted him to ask if Lin Hung wanted to take a look, as research personnel would be gradually transferred there, and opportunities to visit would become limited. Yanlei decided not to ask Lin Hung for his opinion and simply drove him there. I'll take you to have a look. If we can't return this afternoon, you can skip the seminar. Lin Hung naturally had no objections. He also wanted to see what this base was all about. He then brought up a question that had been on his mind. Team Yin, you know about the medicinal jade I auctioned, right? Yanlei paused slightly, as he was aware of it and had encountered a family member from that family at the research institute who had purchased it. However, since Lin Hung sold it early on and it didn't have much technological content, they didn't pay much attention to it after their initial contact. I want to check the current status of the jade. Do you have any way to help? Lin Hung asked directly, feeling there was no need for roundabout conversation. To see the jade? Can you tell me why? Yanlei's expression became slightly serious as he began to ponder whether this jade could also be some kind of black technology. It's probably just a follow-up visit. But if it can be done discreetly, that would be ideal. Lin Hung couldn't explain his specific suspicions about the system and could only vaguely offer an excuse. Fortunately, Yanlei nodded and didn't ask further, only saying he would think of a way to arrange it when they returned. A discreet visit to that family was still feasible. Chapter 116. How many CPUs have been burned out? The midday sun gradually began to heat up. Originally, the trees in the forest provided shade, preventing direct sunlight and keeping it from feeling too hot. However, now Lu Liang stood among the strange circular buildings, feeling as if he were in a steamer. The trees that once covered the ground had been pushed aside by an unknown force, and the sunlight was not only directly hitting the ground, but also being reflected all around by the exterior of these buildings. It wasn't long before Lu Liang was already sweating. He was there to capture the appearance of the building complex, while the others who came with him had already entered the buildings. Their main task now was to document the most original visual information of the site. Lu Liang has already made arrangements for those entering the Mars base to avoid touching anything. The specifics will be discussed later when the professional research team arrives. He quickly recorded the exterior and details of the building, and with the equipment in hand, he jogged back to the interior of the Mars base. As he reached the entrance, he once again saw the small square outside filled with electric light. This place felt a bit eerie. Arcs of light flashed intermittently, yet there was no actual electricity present. It remains unclear what these arc-like flashes are, but they have confirmed that these light effects are harmless to humans. Standing at the entrance, Lu Liang took another look at the 2-meter-high arch door and waited for 2 seconds before hearing the sound of the door activating. Up to this point, their team had not fully understood the mechanism behind the door's operation. When they first discovered the door, it was not so compliant. The entrance was filled with electric light, pulsating rhythmically. It was only after they managed to get some insulated protective suits and got close with their equipment that they inadvertently triggered some switch, allowing the door to open smoothly. Sometimes, Lu Liang felt they had been a bit too impulsive that day. Logically, even if the door opened automatically, they shouldn't have entered casually. However, the ones who came were all fully armed soldiers, so they were not particularly worried about any sudden situations inside. Moreover, This base came from Lin Heng. In fact, their willingness to rush into unknown structures was largely due to the safety of the items Lin Heng had brought over. Unbeknownst to them, their trust in Lin Heng had grown to this extent. As Lu Liang pondered this, he walked down the corridor. Soon, he heard the booming voice of Commander Zhang Li. "Oldly, aren't you being a bit reckless this time? Such a large complex appearing out of nowhere. With this level of technology, I suspect the province will soon be in the spotlight. Can you handle it?" Up to now, Zhang Li had received inquiries from various parties. But things were fine on his end. After all, this Mars base was not something they had sought out. He just needed to feign ignorance until the higher-ups made arrangements. Such a significant matter could not possibly be hidden from everyone. And even if someone did come looking for trouble, Zhang Li was not someone who shied away from challenges. What can they do? I'm just following procedures. A price tag of 100 million is within the budget of our Special Operations Department. Director Li of the Special Operations Department spoke without any fear at that moment. Now that your video is uploaded, I doubt anyone will have time to pursue this issue. No matter how one looked at it, he wouldn't bear any responsibility. He had said what needed to be said and reported what needed to be reported. It was the receiving unit that didn't want it. Not him causing any trouble in the middle. Of course, it was also that the higher-ups hadn't anticipated that this so-called Mars base would be so large. Initially, when they heard that the product was a Mars base module, based on normal logic, they assumed that this modular item could be temporarily placed in the province and later dismantled and moved away. Until now, the base has been completed, and the video footage has been uploaded, leading everyone to realize that these buildings might not be easily dismantled in the short term. However, at this moment, no one is in the mood to consider this issue. The emergence of a Mars base has overwhelmed many people's capacities. Fortunately, the military in the region has been quite effective, finding an almost uninhabited forest area within the province, making adequate preparations to reduce many troubles. However, due to the sheer scale of the Mars base, it has attracted some unwarranted attention. Originally, Yanlei came to find Lin Heng at noon today, and one of the topics was related to this issue. Recently, there have been some strange activities happening, and signs have been observed in the province over the past few days. Although Lin Heng is still quite safe, Yanlei intends to briefly inform him about the current situation so that Lin Heng can be aware. The journey from the Provincial Normal University to the Mars base takes about 3 hours by car. During the latter half of the trip, Lin Heng was briefed on the recent international situation. There are indications that some parties have started playing dirty again, forming alliances on the international stage and establishing industry rules targeting the chip industry in our region. In fact, besides chips, there is also monopoly and exclusion in the AI sector, but it is no longer dictated by those parties. Coincidentally, there will be an international exchange meeting on high-tech next week. With the air conditioning running in the car, Lin Heng, sitting in the back seat, had just finished checking his system and appeared drowsy as he leaned against the window listening to Yanlei speak. At this moment, he suddenly remembered the lecture he attended that morning, where people were also discussing this topic. Is this so-called technology blockade really serious? Lin Heng perked up a bit. Although he rarely pays attention to technology news, hearing Yanlei speak triggered some instinctive anger. It is time to hit back hard in this field and show them a lesson. Lin Heng subconsciously muttered softly. Yanlei chuckled upon hearing this and explained, now, if they want to block our region, they're just dreaming. We have follow-up plans, but it needs to be done slowly. The international exchange event next week will likely make them quite fearful. Just our 6G technology alone, despite all their blockades, once they weigh the situation, they will still need to order related products. Moreover, now that the Mars base has emerged, we probably won't have the time to play the surface game with them. Nothing can compare to having solid technology in hand. It's much more satisfying to strike back with real strength. By the way, there have been some suspicious outsiders appearing near the province recently, so be careful at school. As Yanlei shifted the topic, Lin Heng became a bit more alert. Curious about how the Special Operations Agency determines who is suspicious. It's not a secret, Yanlei laughed, answering his question. It's not that our technology is superior. It's just that the other side is a bit too eager. Recently, there have been many visitors from various countries inquiring about the technology park in the province. And there are continuous attempts to transfer people to work there for learning purposes. These are not particularly difficult to investigate, especially since some individuals frequently linger in sensitive areas, which is akin to revealing their identities. Over here, with a quick data screening, we can accurately target each individual involved. Chapter 117. No matter how good it looks, it's still a Mars base. On the way to the Mars base, Yanlei took Lin Heng to switch to a military vehicle. After getting off, they traversed the woods for about half an hour before Lin Heng finally saw the Mars base produced by the system. The actual style of the structure looked quite similar to the thumbnail in the system, but many details were much more beautiful than what appeared in the thumbnail. As Lin Heng gazed at the architectural complex before him, he felt a sense of achievement. It was worth the 10,000 energy points he spent to acquire this impressive structure. It truly was beautiful. Initially, a soldier led the way while Lin Heng walked in the middle of the group. After seeing the Mars base, he unconsciously took the lead. The soldier in front was still trying to find the entrance, while Lin Heng had already followed the system's guidance to the entrance. The soldier looked at Lin Heng with a changed expression, eyeing him suspiciously. He didn't believe someone seeing such a structure for the first time could easily locate this not-so-obvious door. When Lin Heng reached the circular entrance of the Mars base, the flickering electric arcs on the small platform outside instantly disappeared. The temperature around the door noticeably dropped. At the same time, the system interface prompted whether to bind to the large Mars base A1. Of course, he declined. Lin Heng didn't want to be tied to a base. If he were to wander around later and suddenly be summoned back to the base for research, that would be quite uncomfortable. The system continued to prompt whether to open the door. Just as Lin Heng pressed the button to open it, he was pulled back by Yanlei. He stumbled back a step and looked up to see the soldier who had been leading them standing by the door, contacting the base commander to open it. Lin Heng had been standing too far forward, blocking the soldier's path. Sorry, I didn't notice. Lin Heng stepped back half a step, listening to the soldier report the situation outside. He then learned that the electric arcs outside had been present before he arrived. It seemed the system had given a prompt about it, but Lin Heng flipped through and didn't see specific information. However, the door was already slowly opening. Commander, no need to come. The door is open, the soldier leading the team said, momentarily lowering the communication device in his hand and glancing back at Lin Heng. Can we go in? Lin Heng smiled awkwardly. He had acted quickly and opened the door without thinking it was a big deal. Now he didn't know how to explain. Yanlei pinched the bridge of his nose and simply stepped forward into the base. He had sensed that Lin Heng's expression was off and guessed that he likely knew some information about the base, wanting to stop him from making unnecessary moves. Unexpectedly, Lin Heng was not to be deterred at all. Of course, even if he could tell Lin Heng's expression, he didn't dare to think in the direction of the control of the base. He just assumed that Lin Heng had some effective information. Fortunately, the soldiers leading the way were professionals and didn't say much. Once Lin Heng entered the base, they turned and left. They still had to be responsible for patrolling the area around the base. Once inside the building, passing through the white corridor, Lin Heng saw Lu Liang standing against the wall. With a half-smile, Lu Liang looked at him and said, "There are some after-sales issues that need your help." For the next period, Lin Heng wandered around different areas of the base, with Lu Liang almost leading him through every corner. Yanlei had been taken early to the control center in the middle of the Martian base to enjoy the view. Lu Liang actually suspected that Lin Heng knew something, but he didn't expect to gain more than he imagined. He was surprised that Lin Heng actually knew the function of every part of this Martian base. Lin Heng also didn't expect that the system provided him with detailed prompts about every detail of the base. That afternoon, Lin Heng explained in front while Lu Liang took notes behind him. In their military, there are rules. Major confidential matters must be recorded with paper and pen. Holding a thick notebook, Lu Liang had filled half of it by the end of the afternoon and was starting to feel a bit tired. While Lin Heng seemed completely unfazed, there were many unexpected functional areas in the Martian base. As Lin Heng walked along, he touched and explored each area under the pretext of explaining, and no one dared to stop him from behind. He moved from the sleeping pods in the rest area to the treatment cabins in the medical area, and out of curiosity, he opened the lid of a treatment cabin. If Lu Liang hadn't pulled him back, he might have climbed right in. To be honest, he wanted to see if this fully automated treatment cabin could solve his genetic disease. Although there were no traces of the genetic disease in his current medical report, he still vividly remembered his previous experience with a terminal illness. Nevertheless, since Lu Liang was holding him back, Lin Heng decided to let it go. After all, he had the system at his disposal. He could work hard in the future and get one for himself. The two of them wandered from the medical area to the planting area, and Lin Heng suddenly remembered the farming section of the initial Mars planting base manual that the system had randomly generated before. He thought he would ask Yanlei later where that had been taken for research. Perhaps it could be integrated with the farming area of this Martian base. There seemed to be another book produced by the system as well. Before Lin Heng could think further, he heard voices behind him. Lu Liang quickly pulled Lin Heng to walk a few steps faster, passing through the white cylindrical corridor and stepping into the warehouse area. They had been trying to avoid people along the way. At this moment, only a group of team members remained in the base, recording the original information. Lin Heng understood Lu Liang's arrangement. After all, the fewer people who knew about him, the safer he would be. Just then, Lu Liang received a message. And after a brief conversation, he put down the communicator. A few people were caught outside. They came from the northern forest area. It is said they are outdoor enthusiasts, claiming to collect information about the forest. However, considering the current situation, their timing is quite remarkable, Lu Liang said with a smile, then explained further to Lin Heng. Today, there was quite a commotion from their military district, and they never expected to keep it from those who were vigilant. By now, it was already late for someone to come looking. The people arriving are merely probing the periphery. It's estimated that in a few days, some astronomy enthusiasts will show up with telescopes. Fortunately, there are no tall mountains near this forest, so there's no concern about being observed from higher ground. We need to send you back shortly. There are still classes at the military district this evening, Lu Liang said, while leading Lin Heng outside. After just a couple of steps, Lin Heng casually asked from behind, "Don't you need to activate the anti-surveillance system for the Mars base? It actually has an attack system as well. No matter how impressive it looks, it's still a Mars base, not an amusement park. How could it lack any defensive capabilities? An attack system?" Lu Liang's voice suddenly rose, sounding a bit strained. Lin Heng was taken aback. Isn't it strange for such a large place not to have a defense and counterattack function? He had only seen the existence of defense and attack modules in the system's Mars base panel. And he brought it up now because Lu Liang mentioned that there would be people trying to sneak in recently. Lin Heng naturally assumed that the people Lu Liang referred to were spies, hence his mention of the attack module. In his view, it was not surprising for a base established on Mars to have such features. Lu Liang slapped his thigh and said, "I'll report this and get it activated." It's no wonder he couldn't think of this. The group that came along only knew they were receiving a base. He had slightly more information than others. But just witnessing the sudden appearance of the buildings was already shocking enough. He didn't have the capacity to think too much about it. Moreover, although it is called a Mars base, it is ultimately established on Earth, right beneath their feet. Lu Liang thought about it with some habitual mindset. After reporting, the two changed direction towards the defense center. They bypassed a 5-person team that was taking on-site records. Lin Heng explained to Lu Liang, "This weapon module consists of 3 types of weapons, laid out from underground upwards. You'll need to send someone to check it out before deciding whether to use it. We don't want to accidentally harm our own people." What Lin Heng knew was only a brief introduction to the weapon module from the system. Okay. Lu Liang nodded repeatedly. "In Bin Province, we shouldn't need to use it in the short term. We can wait for the weapons engineering team from the Military Science Academy to assess the situation first. Let's go check how the defense system works. After all, Bin Province is not on the border, and the safety level is relatively high. It is unlikely that anyone would be crazy enough to come here for armed conflict in the near future. However, they could look forward to the defense system to see if it could save them some effort in their patrol work." Lu Liang even let his imagination run a bit wild and quietly asked Lin Heng, "Does this base have stealth capabilities? If it does, we wouldn't need to worry about leaks for a while. In many sci-fi movies, invisible buildings are quite common." "Are you dreaming?" Lin Heng asked him in confusion. "What gave you this unscientific illusion that someone's serious base is trying to hide?" In fact, Lin Heng himself wasn't sure if such a function existed. At least it wasn't mentioned in the system's introduction. "You still want to talk about science?" Lu Liang found it utterly unreasonable. Lin Heng chuckled, "I really don't know. You'll have to figure it out yourselves." When the two arrived at the Defense Control Center, Zhongli was already waiting there with Yanlei. Activating the defense module was much simpler than Lu Liang had imagined. It was almost entirely a one-button startup mode. In the main control room managing the defense module, there were 3 control consoles. Besides that, the entire room was quite empty, with even the lighting significantly dimmed. It wasn't until Lin Heng found the main control console and randomly pressed a few buttons that a massive 3D projection suddenly appeared in the empty space of the control room. "Oh, it's a panoramic view of the base." Lu Liang, who intended to record Lin Heng's operations, was distracted by the panorama. The 3D projection could be zoomed in and out, with a maximum range of about 3 kilometers around the base. It was a real-time image showing 2 teams that had just been withdrawn. Lu Liang pointed at the projection in midair, and the 3D image wobbled slightly with his motion. Zhongli fell silent for a moment before suddenly saying, "Go get the people on the prepared list." The original plan was to wait until tomorrow when all personnel for the Mars project arranged by the relevant authorities had arrived, and then bring them to the Mars base along with those selected by the Military Science Institute. However, Zhongli changed his mind. The value of this Mars base was too high. Delaying even a day would be irresponsible to the technological development of the country. However, the specific selection of personnel from the Military Science Institute wasn't his responsibility and depended on how the senior officials arranged it. Speaking of the senior official, Zhongli felt a bit of a headache. At his age, he insisted on coming along today. It was one thing for him to come, but now he had directly rushed down to the lower level to look for the base's power system. Zhongli had just come from the lower level and had heard the senior official mumbling about how the base had 3 power systems functioning simultaneously. He would also need to arrange for someone to keep an eye on the senior official and bring a couple of his assistants along, while Zhongli was arranging tasks. Yanlei stepped forward and called Lin Heng out from where he was leaning against the control console. Yanlei had observed more closely and noticed that Lin Heng was clearly just pressing buttons randomly. However, that wasn't what he wanted to discuss. After arriving at the Mars base, he also needed to report to the director as usual. The attitudes and reactions regarding this base had already been compiled and sent to the Special Operations Bureau. Senior officials were also eager to inquire about Lin Heng's stance through the Special Operations Bureau. I want to ask you, what are your plans for the future? Yin Lei said as he walked with Lin Heng down the corridor. The future? Lin Heng paused at that. He rarely thought about the future. He was content to understand the present. The system indicated a life countdown of 100 days, and with new tasks yet to be refreshed. He thought it would be better to consider what to eat right now. He hadn't eaten lunch and was already feeling hungry at the base. Well, mainly due to your current situation, you might attract some attention. Yin Lei thought for a moment, and without taking much time, he decided to be honest with Lin Heng. How many more of these bases can you possibly manage? How many? Lin Heng felt overwhelmed upon hearing that. Isn't one enough? We can't even get to Mars right now. Isn't it better to study this one first? Just joking. He really didn't have much energy left, and he wasn't keen on changing any parts of the base at the moment. Yin Lei nodded and said, I'm just asking. Before he could continue, Lin Heng suddenly realized something. This base was obtained at the cost of his life. How many more lives did he think he had? Lin Heng's expression turned serious. But he was calculating his energy levels internally. His statement wasn't a lie. He did exchange some of his lifespan for the Mars base. Yin Lei's expression became more serious as he explained, I understand. Our intention is still to avoid disturbing your life and freedom as much as possible. So far, our cooperation has gone smoothly, but there may be more instances where we'll need your assistance. No, there's only this one Mars base. Lin Heng didn't care much for formalities. He could tell what the other party meant. Someone probably had their eyes on him. But it was fine as long as it didn't involve exchanging for 2 more Mars bases. Fortunately, the Special Operations Bureau was still on his side. Chapter 119. The military district doesn't provide meals. Yin Lei, who had been interrupted, wasn't annoyed. He calmly nodded and said, I understand. Anyway, that's what was reported, just giving you a heads up that there might be proposals suggesting you stay at the Mars base after graduation. Huh. Lin Heng was taken aback. What did it mean to stay at the base? It meant working, which was a stable job. But if you don't like it, you can just refuse. Yin Lei didn't particularly care. After all, Lin Heng was only a sophomore, and it was too early to talk about this. He had merely gathered this information from the Bureau and mentioned it to Lin Heng to divert his attention. Well, it seems doable. I've set myself up with a stable job. Lin Heng looked around and noticed they had reached the control center at the heart of the building complex. It was a 3-story building with floor-to-ceiling windows that provided a direct view of the outdoors. The small white drones that had been hovering earlier had already dispersed. Lin Heng guessed they were part of the auxiliary defense system, generating 3D images. In fact, working and researching at the Mars base seemed quite interesting. All the teams had already withdrawn. Voices came through Lu Liang's walkie-talkie, and soon each team reported in. At that moment, Lin Heng was resting in the control center at the center of the building complex. He was feeling hungry and was currently munching on an apple. He had actually just come out of the warehouse area, which led to the dining and entertainment zone, intending to look for food there. Indeed, he found quite a few pre-packaged meals in the cold storage, each small box labeled with a white note in Chinese indicating the name of the dish, along with notes on flavor and region. Just by looking at the name, Lin Heng could hear his stomach growling. However, Lu Liang wouldn't let him eat. The reason was that everything in the base had significant research value. Aren't you in the military zone supposed to provide meals? Lin Heng thought to himself while munching on an apple, increasingly hungry as he recalled the box of boiled beef he had just held. He couldn't help but remember his first visit to the military zone when he was equally starving and had to sit in the conference room eating an apple. The base's defense system had just been activated not long ago, and now everyone had gone to test the specifics of the defense mode. Lu Liang stayed with him, and even Yin Lei had already left. Lin Heng initially wanted to follow Yin Lei, but there was a gift from the underworld waiting for him to return to the military zone, so he had to stay behind to await arrangements. It wasn't that they didn't provide meals, it was just an unexpected situation. How would anyone know that he wouldn't have lunch when he arrived? Lu Liang had no choice. His superior had instructed that nothing in the base should be touched, so he certainly couldn't allow Lin Heng to eat freely. Don't worry, just wait 20 minutes. And the delivery will arrive soon. Although what was coming was their field supply pack, meals from their military zone were famous in the region. And Lu Liang even specifically asked the team to bring extra portions of braised beef. Lin Heng nodded absent-mindedly, continuing to eat his apple, but in reality, he was thinking about when the system would refresh some pre-packaged food. If all else fails, some beef jerky would be nice too. In a distant agricultural research institute, a newcomer named Xie Sun was crouched in a corner of the office reading. Xie Sun, come out, someone is looking for you. A voice called from outside the large office. Xie Sun casually responded, carefully marking his place in the book, closing it, and putting it away in his desk drawer, not forgetting to lock it before leaving. A colleague at the adjacent desk peeked over and joked about him being overly cautious. That thing is as ridiculous as a novel. Who would read it? You don't have to be this careful. Xie Sun smiled dismissively and said, this is a task. I have to follow the rules. After his colleague laughed loudly and left the office, the whole unit shared the same attitude towards Xie Sun's statement. But he wasn't joking. It was indeed a task that the entire institute was aware of. However, when the task was assigned, everyone tried to pass it off. And it eventually fell into the hands of the newcomer, C.S. Sunday. The book was titled My Years on Mars. After C.S. Sun accepted the task, the institute formally reported his name, allocated project funding under a separate item, and even sent him a thin, oddly shaped reader. Fortunately, his colleagues were unaware of the project assignment regarding that book. In fact, it wasn't until he received the reader that C.S. Sun realized his true task was to read the content within it. The content was even more outrageous. The full name of the material was Work Manual for the Chuansa Mars Planting Base, Breeding Edition. Although C.S. Sun's academic research experience had little to do with breeding, when he took on the project, the higher-ups indicated it was fine to take his time with the research. The superiors are actually very satisfied with the selection of C.S. Sun for this project, as C.S. Sun's teacher has a great reputation in the field of agriculture. And C.S. Sun is his teacher's most accomplished student, possessing real skills. C.S. Sun's arrival at the institute was also recommended by his teacher. Initially, C.S. Sun and his colleagues had similar thoughts. He was likely to be sidelined by the organization. The content mentioned in this book, although ahead of its time, holds significant research value. However, the ideas in the book are too fanciful, making it difficult to implement practical research projects without funding and material support. When the book was distributed, many people in the organization glanced through it, and everyone felt that achieving anything based solely on it would be challenging, akin to drawing a pie in the sky. Although C.S. Sun believes that a serious study of this book is indeed very valuable, he cannot discuss much with his colleagues due to confidentiality requirements. He has only just received this task and is still in the dark about how things will develop. After confirming that the drawer is securely locked, he leaves the office. Unexpectedly, the person looking for C.S. Sun is from the military district. Soon, the news spread throughout the entire institute that C.S. Sun had been selected by the relevant authorities and would be transferred to the military academy. His colleagues huddled together, whispering that as a doctoral student in agriculture, he was unexpectedly fortunate, almost rising to great heights. Before long, people began peeking around the office door, and just then, the door opened to reveal a group of sharply dressed military personnel, with C.S. Sun looking small and timid like a quail behind them. The transfer order came very quickly. By evening, C.S. Sun had packed his luggage and was taken to a military airport in a different province. He felt completely numb. No one expected that in just a moment, he would be moving from a small agricultural research institute to a military academy. Chapter 120. Considering whether to accept this job assignment, the actions of the military district were very swift. They received the order in the afternoon and had already organized the personnel needed for transfer by that evening. The first batch of people being sent to the Mars base were all selected from the military academy. Wu Yinqing was also on this list. Their weapons AI project team was at a critical juncture and was short on staff, making it inappropriate to pull personnel at this time, especially since he was a relatively important corps member. However, the military academy must adhere to military orders, and with the command given, there was no option to refuse. They had to first go check out this base. So, Wu Yinqing, a newcomer who had just joined the military academy a few days earlier, hurriedly packed his bags and set off for a forest in the province that afternoon. During the assembly, the dozen or so people on the playground were not allowed to bring their phones, and they only took the equipment issued by the military academy. Everyone remained quiet. With no simple exchanges, Wu Yinqing stood at the back. He didn't dare to look around too much and only briefly glanced at a few unfamiliar faces in the front row. He hadn't been with the organization long enough to recognize anyone, and typically, there was little interaction between the various project teams. Soon, everyone boarded the vehicle in preparation for departure. As Wu Yinqing tried to join the group, he was stopped by a soldier and told to take a separate vehicle. Confused, he got into the car without asking any questions. After an unknown amount of time, the vehicle suddenly stopped by the roadside. Watching the convoy drive away, Wu Yinqing felt a bit dazed. Hey, am I being taken away for some sort of execution? The driver glanced at him through the rearview mirror, but didn't say anything. Shortly after, the passenger door was opened, and someone got in. The newcomer had a strong presence, causing Wu Yinqing, who was sitting in the back seat, to instinctively lean back. He wasn't afraid that the military personnel would actually harm him, but he felt a bit anxious, especially given the current atmosphere, which didn't seem like a simple pickup. Excuse me, sir? What's going on here? Holding onto his bag, Wu Yinqing leaned forward to take a look at the newcomer. As soon as he finished speaking, the vehicle slowly started moving. Wu Yinqing, the voice of the newcomer suddenly rang out, sounding emotionless. Yes. Wu Yinqing swallowed nervously and adjusted his posture. He began to mentally search for any mistakes he might have made recently. The most outrageous incident was when he almost got detained in a certain country. Well, he had been detained, but was later rescued by the special forces. If it weren't for witnessing the impressive technology of that country, he wouldn't have been so desperate to come to the Military Research Institute. While he was lost in thought, the person in the passenger seat continued to ask, "Did you participate in an international project last year?" Worked at a research institute under LHG for 6 months? The person in the front seat slightly turned to look at him. Are you referring to the research base near the Arctic Circle? I worked there for about 6 months, which should be mentioned on my resume. Talking about something familiar eased Wu Yinqing a bit. He had been a backup candidate and worked at what was touted as the most advanced research institute in the world for 6 months before being called back by his advisor earlier this year. That base was LHG's largest research institute, and to be a small project leader there, one would need at least an international scientific award. The leader who mentored him had won a Nobel Prize. At that time, he was the only person from his country in the entire institute. The underground research facility, filled with technological elements, had several levels of independent circulation space, capable of existing independently for hundreds of years even if the world ended. He didn't continue working there because he simply couldn't adapt. Putting aside the various unappetizing dishes, the geographical location was extremely cold. Although the work was leading edge in the industry and the entire base was filled with high technology, he didn't feel he could abandon his life for research at that time. That 6-month work experience felt like being in solitary confinement. Now that he thought about it, he still remembered the food he had for half a year, which was either raw or lacked seasoning. To be honest, the meals at the Military Research Institute were far more appealing in comparison. Of course, a single meal couldn't shake his dedication to research. However, the rapid development in his home country made returning a good choice, especially in recent days. Upon arriving at the Military Research Institute, he discovered that his home country had hidden so much advanced technology, and all of it was in a finished state. The process of bringing a technological product from concept to actual application not only requires considerable manpower and resources, but also a significant amount of time and opportunity. Such advancements are not something that can be casually presented. Wu Yinqing was fortunate to see several advanced technology products at the Military Research Institute, all of which were already in a state ready for mass promotion. Based on his experience, he estimated that his home country had been preparing these products for at least 5 years. However, this conclusion did seem a bit far-fetched. He also felt that the emergence of mecha models was somewhat illogical. But it didn't matter. After all, he was focused on AI research, not archaeology. As long as he could continue his research, that was all that mattered. Wu Yinqing was lost in his thoughts when the car fell silent for a while. As they approached the forest area after getting off the highway, the officer in the passenger seat spoke again. The place we are going to next might require your work experience. The officer adjusted his hat and said softly, I need to confirm something with you privately because the upcoming content involves confidentiality. If you accept this job, we will need to arrange some pre-job training. Since everyone else was a regular employee of the Military Research Institute, he was the only one who joined temporarily. Wu Yinqing listened, feeling a bit confused. What did pre-job training mean? He recalled that when he returned home and contacted his advisor after arriving at the military district, his teacher had joked that he shouldn't struggle through military training. Some national institutions and highly confidential workplaces in his home country had a practice of military training for new employees. However, since he was temporarily assigned to the Military Research Institute and missed this year's onboarding training, he thought he could just skip it. Are you talking about the onboarding military training? Wu Yinqing asked softly. Military training? Not exactly. Well, there might be some of that. But it's more about various aspects of training. The officer glanced at his watch and said, we still have half an hour's drive. You can consider whether to accept this job arrangement before we get out of the car. Wu Yinqing's mind raced, and he suddenly grasped the key point. Are you saying that the place I'm going next is also a high-tech research base? One that can compete with the so-called world's most advanced research institute in terms of technological content? There was no reason to hesitate. He had no intention of changing locations after coming to the Military Research Institute, and now that he could move to a better environment, of course, he would agree. Chapter 121. A special gift. Yes. Wu Yinqing still felt that the Military Research Institute probably wanted to relocate to a better environment. When they reached the edge of the dense forest and were informed that they needed to walk a distance, Wu Yinqing wondered if the new research institute was also an underground complex. The sky had darkened completely, and the forest was pitch black, with only the person leading the way holding a flashlight. Wu Yinqing had been walking for over 40 minutes, navigating through the forest without falling behind. Where exactly are we going? Breathing heavily, Wu Yinqing leaned against a tree and waved his hands repeatedly, refusing to move. Just half an hour ago, the officer in the passenger seat had said they would arrive soon. Tang Siki sighed, unsure of what to say. Normally, this journey would take about half an hour, and since they had entered the woods at night, he had conservatively estimated that it would take at least 50 minutes to reach their destination. However, 40 minutes had passed, and they had barely covered half the distance. He hadn't expected the other party, despite appearing physically fit, to struggle so much while walking, especially Wu Yinqing, who seemed a bit afraid of the dark, carefully navigating through the woods and flinching at any sound. Tang Siki was the one who had just joined them midway and was seated in the passenger seat. He had been assigned to manage the safety of the Mars base and was also on his way to discuss the upcoming situation with Wu Yinqing. Among the first group of personnel being transferred, only Wu Yinqing was a recent recruit from outside the military. Therefore, Tang Siki had paid special attention to him. He had made many preparations for the journey, but he never anticipated being stuck on this stretch of road to the base. Wu Yinqing, being quite straightforward, had firmly rejected the suggestion from the soldiers to carry him. Tang Siki had numerous subsequent tasks to arrange, and since they were the last group entering the base, he really didn't have time to waste. He simply picked up Wu Yinqing and supported his arm to move forward. Wu Yinqing felt like a little chick being carried, and they reached the entrance of the Mars base. What had initially exhausted Wu Yinqing to the point of not wanting to move suddenly energized him upon seeing the rounded buildings illuminated by soft white lights in the distance. What was that? Wow, was that a research facility? Struggling to break free from Tang Siki's hold, he took a few quick steps forward, bypassing the last row of trees, and suddenly everything opened up before him. The architectural style was filled with a sense of science fiction, with warm white lines adorning the buildings. The brightness was not overwhelming, but it stood out significantly against the dark forest. Small white objects occasionally flew by around the buildings, grouped in 3s or 5s, resembling aerial drones. As they got closer, colorful light trails occasionally flickered in the air. When Tang Siki and the guide reached the main entrance, Wu Yinqing was still behind, exclaiming in astonishment. With no time to spare for him, Tang Siki entered the base first. He needed to quickly find Commander Zhang to coordinate and arrange various tasks before dawn. He didn't even have time to be surprised. This was also Tang Siki's first time seeing the Mars base, but his state was far better than Wu Yinqing's. Besides the weight of responsibility preventing him from expressing his emotions, another reason was that he knew Lin Heng. He had been in the conference room when Lin Heng first arrived at the military district and vividly remembered how hard he had tried to suppress his gasp when he witnessed Lin Heng draw that gun. Now, the commander told him that Lin Heng had not only produced a highly advanced gun, but also unveiled a Mars base. He was not surprised at all. Tang Xiqiang meticulously arranged the personnel transfer work and checked both the eastern and western dormitory areas, first arranging for the dozen or so researchers from the military academy to rest. He even specifically found someone to bring Wu Yinqing, who was still wandering around outside, to the dormitory area to rest. It was puzzling how the kid, who must have been exhausted on the way here, still had the energy to roam around outside. He didn't seem to worry about triggering any alarms. Ultimately, it was just a display of boldness. While he was grumbling, Tang Xiqiang returned to the command center to study the main control room. He didn't expect Wu Yinqing to come looking for him instead of resting. Wu Yinqing was actually just overly excited. He was indeed researching AI now, but he had also studied various programs during his school days. As he walked in, he noticed the intricate details of the buildings, which had a high level of technology, and there were also smart AI prompts throughout the dormitory area. The technological level reflected in these details was many times better than that of the research institute he had previously visited in the polar region. At that moment, he couldn't sleep at all and was itching to take a look at what the base's main control AI was like. In fact, not just him, but hardly anyone in the dormitory area was asleep. However, since most people were not familiar with Tang Xiqiang, no one dared to approach him directly. Wu Yinqing, though not familiar either, made an excuse that he hadn't finished talking with the officer in the vehicle and needed to respond to something. The soldiers under Tang Xiqiang, having lost their patience with him, reported the situation and eventually let him in. When Wu Yinqing lunged at the command platform, Tang Xiqiang almost kicked him out. The command platform in the main control room was essentially just a metallic panel that looked simple and clean in a silvery gray color. Upon closer inspection, it was a flat screen. When different commands were issued, projections would appear in the center of the room, but unlike the three-dimensional projections in the security department, these projections leaned towards being flat, with most of the content being data and information. At that moment, the control console was under Tang Xiqiang's authority, so Wu Yinqing could only observe, although he could fiddle with the two sub-control consoles along the wall to check some basic information. Just finding an excuse to come was already bold enough. Wu Yinqing didn't dare directly ask the officer to let him play with the AI here. However, Tang Xiqiang took the initiative to let him go to the sub-control console to see what information he could find. After all, they couldn't kick him out anyway. And since the base had only been established for half a day, many things were still in the exploratory stage, and Tang Xiqiang didn't know much either. Wu Yinqing actually found something. Officer, this base, how many years has it been established? There was a slight tremor in his voice. On the sub-control console he was operating, there were program logs he had retrieved. Mars Base Module, Special Grant to Lin Heng. Development Team Introduction, Long Country Qiankuan Technology Project Team, established in 213X. In the log, the completion time was marked as today at noon. Who is Lin Heng? Is this time just randomly filled in? Nonsense. Completed just half a day ago? Maybe the system was just installed at noon? Or was the system just upgraded? Wu Yinqing was frantically trying to make sense of things, but these few sentences just didn't add up. A research organization from a dragon country that exists over 100 years later established a base this morning? Chapter 122, Alternative Persuasion for Learning. Could it be that this base belongs to an individual? Leaning against the auxiliary control panel, Wu Yinqing couldn't figure it out and murmured his question aloud. The text mentioned a special gift to Lin Heng, but he couldn't understand the phrasing. Was it a gift to Lin Heng? Or was Lin Heng the one giving the gift? Either way, it sounded quite absurd. Was this a personal gift to the dragon country? Or was it the dragon country gifting it to an individual? Wu Yinqing was actually more concerned about one issue. Aren't we a national entity? We can't end up in a situation where the research results don't belong to the country, right? What am I even thinking? Of course, it's the dragon country's base. Tang Xiqiang, striding over, pushed aside the people blocking his way and took a close look at the base program logs retrieved by the other party. For a moment, he didn't know how to explain it, and no one had informed him beforehand that such a situation would arise. He could only vaguely explain. Just consider yourself a special contributor. This base didn't come easily. Yeah, I can see that. Just the system and the accompanying intelligent AI far surpassed that research institute. Wu Yinqing nodded in understanding. If he were told that this base had been sent back through time and space, he would believe it. In fact, the most advanced research institutions currently known have not achieved this level of AI coverage. Wu Yinqing gestured toward the entire control room. Although he was young, he was well-versed as a researcher and was often addressed as a scientist outside. Therefore, he understood many cutting-edge technologies better than most people. Standing in front of this control panel, he had considered all possibilities. He even began to speak to Tang Xiqiang. Commander, did you know that in my alma mater, there is a major that studies space? They recruit very few students, and only top achievers can enroll. However, what they study is the so-called parallel space. In fact, our dragon country has already reached a testing stage where we can successfully break through space. Wu Yinqing was not just talking nonsense. What he said was true. Tang Xiqiang realized what he was trying to express and interrupted him before he could elaborate further. Don't overthink it. It's really not that complicated. This is just our dragon country's new base. He only wanted Wu Yinqing to go rest quickly so that he could have time to go back and ask the higher-ups how to deal with this issue. However, Wu Yinqing thought the other party was telling him not to meddle, and he quickly assured that he would keep it a secret. But, Commander, this log is open. Other places might have related records. He implied that the researchers would be back to work tomorrow, and it would be hard to hide this information. In fact, Wu Yinqing wanted to ask more. Since the dragon country already has such advanced intelligent AI managing all the systems of the base, what do they need him? A researcher of weapon AI for? Could it be that they think his research progress is too slow and want him to broaden his horizons? Alternative persuasion for learning? However, in order to see this complete AI more, Wu Yinqing didn't dare to ask. Taking advantage of Tang Xiqi's moment of contemplation, he turned and left. He couldn't be sent back. Lin Heng was unaware that his name had been left at the base. The Mars base was not a product provided by the system, but a base module awarded to him as a special reward, with him as the default first owner. Although the system had prioritized asking him whether to bind it when going to the base, Lin Heng had never considered that aspect. If he wanted to, he could set up an interesting module for himself later and store it in the warehouse for fun. Right now, all his attention was on the medicinal jade. Lin Heng had a premonition that if the icon for this medicinal jade could be lit up, then the subsequent dragon currency exchange for life balance icon would also be available. Unexpectedly, the next day, there was progress regarding the Su family matter. When Su Luofan approached him, Lin Heng was sitting in the lounge area outside the auditorium, preparing to have lunch. There was still a lecture to attend in the afternoon, and he was too lazy to fight for food in the cafeteria, so he had ordered takeout from a restaurant. And just as it happened, Yin Lei, who came to deliver materials, stayed to share a meal with him. When Su Luofan entered with his distinctive yellow hair and greeted him, Lin Heng politely asked if he wanted to join. Su Luofan was also a straightforward kid, glanced at the takeout packaging, and directly sat down. He knew how impressive this restaurant was, and was surprised that they even had a delivery service now. His purpose was simple. He wanted to invite Lin Heng to a family banquet at his home. Lin Heng was puzzled. Inviting a classmate he wasn't very familiar with to a family banquet seemed a bit presumptuous, didn't he? However, Su Luofan quickly explained this issue. The family banquet is the day after tomorrow because it's my birthday. My uncle suggested I invite you. The straightforward boy didn't beat around the bush and directly mentioned his uncle. Lin Heng glanced at Yin Lei across from him, and his eyes clearly conveyed the message. You guys are acting too quickly. He had just mentioned wanting to see that piece of jade from the Su family yesterday, and today someone was already here to invite him? Who would have thought that Yin Lei would shake his head and say it wasn't he arranged by any special agency? It was indeed the Su family who took the initiative to invite Lin Heng. Was it really that coincidental? Lin Heng felt a bit skeptical, especially recalling the last time the Su siblings were kidnapped and almost harmed. which had led to him being trapped in a burning warehouse. He instinctively asked, "Is it safe?" Yin Lei was momentarily taken aback, and before he could answer, Su Luofan, holding his chopsticks, trembled with anger. "What are you talking about? It's my family. The old house. How could it not be safe?" Su Luofan was so irritated that his yellow hair seemed to stand on end. It was really absurd, even if he encountered dangerous situations. It wasn't he exaggerated to the point of being attacked at home. Lin Heng's comment seemed to mock the situation, causing even Yin Lei to chuckle slightly while pretending to drink water. Sorry about that." Lin Heng felt awkward. It was a completely instinctive reaction, mainly because Su Luofan had left a strong impression on him. He really wasn't interested in going through another experience of being trapped. "So, are you going or not?" Su Luofan grumpily took a bite of his food. Lin Heng looked up at Yin Lei, who slightly nodded. "Go on, why not? I'll prepare a birthday gift for you then." If it weren't for the fact that I just made someone angry, Lin Heng probably wouldn't have mentioned this gift. After dinner, when Su Luofan left, Yin Lei finally spoke up, surprised that the Su family had invited you first. Lin Heng noticed the hesitation on his face and could guess the reason to some extent. The elder of the Su family might have some understanding of his situation. After all, the Su family had been closely following the research at the Pharmaceutical Institute regarding the new product, which originally surfaced at the warehouse where the Su family's children were kidnapped. Chapter 123. It would be great if they could set up a production line for him. Yin Lei came to inform Lin Heng about the situation at the Mars base, and also to check if Lin Heng had any new products. Unexpectedly, he ran into the Su family's children inviting Lin Heng. However, this saved him the trouble of finding an excuse. All he needed to do next was to arrange a simple meeting between Lin Heng and the elder of the Su family on the day of the birthday banquet. Setting this matter aside, Yin Lei continued discussing the topic that was interrupted earlier. The current situation is that the Mars base has been renamed to Spark, which is simple and direct. As he spoke, Yin Lei smiled, clearly recalling the vegetable greenhouse that Lin Heng had previously presented, which was also named Spark. The name is ordinary and safe. There is actually a code name, but I won't mention that. The important thing is that several places in the base have been named after you. Unlike Yin Lei's serious attitude, Lin Heng didn't take it to heart. Can't they just delete it? There are so many people with the same name. Even if my name is in the base documents, no one would connect it to me. Plus, I probably won't have any chance to visit this base again in the near future, so it won't affect me at all. Contrary to his thoughts, Yin Lei received instructions to clarify with Lin Heng that the relevant authorities planned to create a virtual identity for him, transforming the name left in the base into that of a deceased scientist from the nation who was recorded in the system logs for significant contributions to the Spark base. It was clear that they hoped to have the opportunity to bring Lin Heng to work at the base in the future. After all, they were also quite troubled about how to arrange Lin Heng. Lin Heng was indifferent to this matter. It held no significance for him. Yin Lei wanted to persuade him a bit more, but noticed that Lin Heng had started to drift off, his expression gradually blank. "What's wrong?" Yin Lei asked. A system prompt appeared. This prompt was a bit special, containing content that Lin Heng had never seen before. The prompt indicated that due to the sales volume of Mingxia apples exceeding the preset value, an upgrade product was now available. An upgrade? Lin Heng quickly flipped to the product interface and was surprised to find that there was now a potted apple tree next to the apple icon. It was a rather striking potted apple tree, and from the image, it was laden with beautiful fruits. So, not only are they selling fresh fruits, but they can also sell fresh fruit trees? If selling apples unlocks a fruit tree, then would selling the new pharmaceutical powder unlock raw materials or machinery after a certain quantity? This is quite novel. Lin Heng checked the price. A set of potted plants cost 50, and there were just under 20 apples on it. Calculating the value of just the apples alone may not seem worthwhile. But this is an apple tree. If it's well taken care of, won't there be endless apples in the future? If only this machine could sell up to a certain amount, it would be great to set up a production line. Just thinking about it brings joy. Yin Lei noticed Lin Heng lost in thought for a moment and couldn't help but chuckle, walking over to pat Lin Heng on the shoulder. "What are you doing? It's a bit creepy." The sudden pain in his shoulder made Lin Heng step back, realizing he had been daydreaming for a while. "It's nothing. Ahem. Weren't you asking if there are any new products?" "There are indeed some." Lin Heng's mind was racing with thoughts about whether selling more of this fruit tree could lead to another upgrade. What would it eventually become? An apple orchard? Before he could continue pondering, he heard Yin Lei asking, "So what is it?" Yin Lei not only asked but had already taken out his phone, ready to scan the payment code, clearly familiar with the process. Lin Heng wasn't sure how big this potted plant was, but he guessed it should fit in Yin Lei's car. Hopefully, it would fit. As usual, Lin Heng charged the cost price and had the item sent directly to Yin Lei's car. After they finished discussing, when Yin Lei was about to return to the vehicle, he suddenly remembered there was a team member inside. "I hope I didn't scare Ku Xian." This time, Ku Xian was waiting for Yin Lei to report information. He had just gotten into the car and sat in the passenger seat for less than 10 minutes when something unexpectedly leaned over onto his shoulder. The hard sensation made Koexian freeze. He instinctively held his breath. Before he could think much, he suddenly caught a whiff of apple fragrance. This scent felt familiar. He stiffly turned to take a look behind him, only to see the dense branches of leaves blocking his view between the front and back seats. Koexian didn't dare to move and cautiously got out of the car after a few seconds of hesitation. There shouldn't be anyone in the back seat. But the sudden appearance of so many branches and leaves left him a bit bewildered. When Yinlei arrived, Koexian was squatting on the curb smoking. "What are you doing? Get in the car." Yinlei kicked him lightly. "Captain, there's a planned invasion inside the car," Koexian said in a dry voice. He couldn't find the words to describe the dense plants in the back seat. "What do you mean?" Yinlei felt like he hadn't heard clearly. He looked closely at Koexian and noticed his pale face, suddenly recalling what Lin Heng had mentioned about the product. Could it be a plant? He walked around to the front of the windshield and looked inside the car. Through the gap, he could see the very dense plant leaves blocking the back seat. What on earth is this? Yinlei strode to the back door, and as soon as he opened it, branches sprang out through the gap. He sidestepped to avoid them and got a clear view of the plant. Round, large apples hung from the branches, and the entire potted plant was awkwardly crammed in the back seat. Yinlei exerted a lot of effort to pull the potted plant out from the back seat. The apple tree he placed on the ground was nearly 1.3 meters tall, with a trunk as thick as a fist, and it was laden with fruit. Just a whiff of the apples, and Yinlei immediately recognized they were the kind from Lin Heng. This fragrance was truly rare. "Koexian, you really have no guts." Yinlei couldn't help but scold him. He regretted bringing it out. After circling the fruit tree once, he had to find a way to put it back in the car. After much effort, Yinlei finally delivered the tree to the Special Task Agency, and they enjoyed quite a few apples along the way. Fresh ones are indeed delicious. The Agricultural Research Institute was too far away, so he directly placed an order with Lin Heng, using a swift delivery service, which was just a matter of minutes. As for the current tree, it would stay at the Special Task Agency. By the time the potted apple tree was delivered to Director Li Li's office, only less than 10 of the original 20 fruits remained. When Yinlei left the office, the apple tree was already bare. Li Li looked at the lush apple tree and couldn't help but exclaim, "This is really something to enjoy." Later that day, numerous potted apple trees were sent to various agricultural research bases across the region for trial planting. Without exception, most of the fruits were picked before planting. If it weren't for the need to observe some fruits for the experiment, the planted apple trees would likely look just as green as the one in Li Li's office. Chapter 124. He was even considering finding a place to make a wish. The potted apple tree brought unexpected joy to Lin Heng. The first order sold to Yinlei earned him a new product transaction reward of 1 energy point. When Lin Heng first saw it, he almost burst out laughing, thinking the system was just messing with him. What does 1 point even mean? Unexpectedly, shortly after, he received a message from Yinlei, who had ordered 10 more to send to various research institutes, and the system continuously awarded him additional energy points. Lin Heng was pleasantly surprised. Was it 1 point for each sale? If he sold more, could he keep racking up points endlessly? This was a good thing. Lin Heng began to speculate whether other products had similar mechanisms. After reaching a certain sales volume, would there be product upgrades or something? That afternoon, Lin Heng immersed himself in counting how many apples he had sold. Initially, to sell to a wider range of people, he specifically listed the apples on his online store. This part was easy to count, as the sales numbers were displayed on the webpage. However, he was a bit lost regarding the portion shipped directly from the system. He could only sift through chat logs and shipping records. Indeed, the system did not keep track of that data. However, the delivery services page had records of the dispatched packages, but it didn't specify what was sent each time. As Lin Heng flipped through the records, he pondered this issue. The absence of data in the system might indicate that sales volume wasn't important, or perhaps it wasn't the only condition. The Mingxia apple task had appeared early on. It was essentially an apple, and even if it had special effects, it was still a relatively down-to-earth product. He had sold many online, although priced per piece and slightly expensive, with the Special Task Agency discreetly promoting it. Over the past 20 days, he had sold more than 300,000 in total. Adding to that the earlier push from the upper echelons, Lin Heng was still regularly shipping to many local agricultural markets, making this portion hard to quantify, but it certainly exceeded the number sold through his online store. When combined, these figures were approaching 10 million, and that was still a conservative estimate. It's not that Lin Heng is not attentive. It's just that the system's delivery process is too convenient. He hardly needs to put in much effort. He just glances at the address and quantity and ships it out. Moreover, for the portion directly ordered by the relevant country, since the payment he receives is always a bit more, he naturally ships a bit more as well. This makes the calculations even more complicated. However, by this point, Lin Heng already has a rough idea in his mind. When he counted to the first million, he had already given up on his initial thought. If every item in the system has a hidden upgrade rule, it certainly wouldn't only require sales volume. Speaking of sales volume, for his system's earliest task, the wire-wrapped accessories might actually meet the quantity requirement, as the relevant country has frequently sought to repurchase them. However, he had never received any prompts regarding an upgrade for those wire-wrapped accessories. Additionally, boosting sales for products like apples is too easy, but the other items in his system aren't suitable for such sales tactics. The sales of the other products would depend on how much the relevant country decides to purchase, and perhaps with some effort, they could give it a try. Lin Heng pondered, stroking his chin, considering the second possibility. Apples have always been sold online, with at least hundreds of thousands of different customers having purchased them. If having more different customers is one of the conditions, then it might be even more challenging. It seems that among all his task items, besides those sold online, the only remaining product is the helmet, which was brought in by Yin Lei, who traded with many soldiers under his personal name. This could barely count as being sold to different people, but the sales volume is quite low. If the system's product upgrade requirement truly relies on a certain sales volume plus a greater number of customers, it would indeed be quite difficult. Although Lin Heng is not afraid of challenges, he also doesn't want to seek trouble. If he were to sell cutting-edge technology casually, it might lead to complications. However, this is something that could be discussed with the Special Operations Agency to see if they have any solutions, as product upgrades would also be beneficial for the relevant country. He even thought about finding a place to make a wish, hoping that the system would provide more normal products that could be listed online. After setting the date to visit the Su family, Lin Heng felt much more relaxed. Yin Lei also shared some news they had found, mentioning that although the jade was in the hands of the elder of the Su family, the other party likely hadn't worn it on them. Lin Heng speculated that this might also be a reason for the task being locked. He wanted to personally visit and see the jade, hoping that being closer would trigger some special prompt from the system. However, while the Special Operations Agency doesn't interfere with Lin Heng, they were also reluctant to let him just go to the Su family without a plan, having conducted quite a bit of safety planning in advance. As a result, on the day of Su Luofan's birthday, Lin Heng was unable to go. In the afternoon during class, Su Luofan had even greeted him, saying they would see each other in the evening and introduce his friends to Lin Heng. Just as Lin Heng stepped out of the school gate after class, he suddenly received a phone call from Lu Liang, who informed him that the military district was preparing to test fly his small spaceship and asked if he wanted to come and see. Of course, he wanted to go. With the Special Operations Agency present, he could visit the Su family at any time, but the military district's test flights might not always include him. Lin Heng could still distinguish the importance of things, but he needed to make up for Su Luofan's gift. Originally, he planned to send 2 bottles of something that would be ready soon, since the Su family was a medical family and the old man had seen such things before. He thought he could just give Yin Lei a heads up, and it wouldn't be considered a breach of contract. However, now there was a better option, a newly upgraded potted apple tree from the system. This shouldn't involve any confidential matters. Moreover, from the photos Yin Lei sent, the tree was lush and full of fruit, looking quite nice. It would make a good decorative gift. Lin Heng thought it was a good idea. He bought some snacks at the school gate and ate while heading back to the apartment, where a car was waiting to take him to the military district. When he got in, he was surprised to see Yin Lei in the passenger seat. Was he on his way to something? Lin Heng didn't ask and just sat in the back, continuing to eat. Yin Lei then asked him why he was eating so soon when there would be a meal at the military canteen later. Lin Heng quickly finished the food in hand, put the bag away, and explained, "I got a bit hungry after listening to lectures all afternoon." He felt a bit embarrassed to admit that he often missed meal times when he got busy in the military district. He had long wished for some instant food options in his system to combat hunger. Perhaps he should pay more attention to food shows to see if he could refresh the system's product list. Chapter 125. 100 apple trees as a birthday gift. Since Su Luofan began studying with his uncle, he rarely returned to the old house. He only came back today because the Su family was throwing him a birthday party. He was really looking forward to Lin Heng's presence, as the Su family had hinted at some information that made him speculate about Lin Heng's situation. He could tell that his family wanted him to befriend Lin Heng. However, after seeing Lin Heng in the afternoon, he received a message at home saying that Lin Heng had something come up and couldn't make it, but he had sent a gift. Disappointed, Su Luofan politely replied to the message. When he looked up, he saw his older brother, Su Luoqing, leaning against the door, looking at him with a half-smile. His reflex was to stiffen up. Su Luofan immediately straightened his posture, recalling if he had done anything wrong lately. Theoretically, he hadn't. He had been quite studious and even spent time learning beside his uncle, without much time to hang out with friends. After carefully recalling his monotonous study life, Su Luofan gradually felt more confident and mustered the courage to greet his older brother. Before he could say much, he heard his brother say, "Get out." "What did I do to annoy you?" Su Luofan murmured softly, following his brother out the door. He was most afraid of this brother at home. His brother was strict with him and showed no mercy. Yet, he was also very kind to him. When they were younger and their father was busy, it was his brother who practically raised him. With more than 2 hours left before the evening banquet, the hall downstairs was almost ready. Su Luoqing strode ahead, leading a group downstairs, passing through the foyer and out of the villa's main entrance. Su Luofan, following behind with a perplexed expression, only realized his brother was about to cross the garden when he called out, "Bro, where are we going? The guest will be here soon." Usually at such times, if he dared to leave the main building even a step, his brother would have already dealt with him. What was going on today? To check out the good things you did, Su Luoqing's voice came from the front. Su Luofan quickened his pace to catch up, saying as he ran, "I didn't do anything today, really." Huh, Su Luoqing scoffed, grabbing the back of Su Luofan's collar and pushing him forward. The two walked through the garden to the side gate, where 3 trucks were parked and a dozen people were enthusiastically unloading items. Pots of lush green plants were being taken off the trucks, the plants reaching about 1 to 1.5 meters high, with abundant leaves and large fruits hanging from the branches, filling the air with the scent of apples. "Apple trees?" Su Luofan exclaimed, his tone changing in surprise. "Who brought so many apple trees here?" Seeing Su Luoqing arrive, the butler hurried over and handed him a small cardboard box marked with Xinglian Express. "This is for the young master." The delivery warehouse down the hill received this batch of goods, but they had no place to store them, so they brought them up directly. The recipient on the delivery slip was noted as the young master's name. The butler wiped his forehead, having just been busy finding a place to arrange the apple trees. "How many in total?" Su Luoqing took the box, shoved it into Su Luofan's hands, and pushed him aside. "Young master, there are a total of 100 apple trees in this small box. The apple trees have already been arranged in the backyard, but they might not look very nice." The butler handed over the order form to Su Luoqing, looking somewhat embarrassed. In fact, the Su family estate was quite large, so placing 100 of these sizable potted apple trees wasn't too difficult. However, today happened to be the young master Su Luofan's birthday banquet, and the entire Su family was busy. Taking time to arrange these items felt a bit disruptive. Moreover, Su Luofan's birthday was celebrated as a coming-of-age ceremony, and on such a day, even without arranging flowers or decorations, it was excessive to have a villa filled with apple trees. A birthday banquet typically featured good flowers, fine wine, and elaborate decorations, but at the Su family, it seemed like the house and yard were just filled with apples. Su Luoqing pressed his forehead, unable to contain his frustration. After sending the butler away, he shouted, "Su Luofan, I didn't do it, I don't know." Su Luofan was already preparing to protest upon hearing that the items were for him. He couldn't let his brother actually scold him here. After all, it was his birthday. Right, maybe it's a gift for me." Before he could finish, Su Luoqing coldly interrupted, "You think 100 apple trees are a birthday gift? Regardless of how you look at it, sending apple trees as a coming-of-age gift is absurd, let alone 100. No, bro, wait. Let me explain." Su Luofan scrambled to defend himself, gripping the box tightly, causing it to crinkle. He glanced down and noticed the large letters printed on the box, Xinglian Express. The wind blew, and the fragrance of apples became more intense. Su Luoqing crossed his arms and waited to see what he would say. Su Luofan shook his hand as he flipped over the box in his hand, which had received by Su Luofan written on one side and Cinder, Lin Hung on the other. "I see." At that moment, Su Luofan just wanted to give Lin Hung a salute. He was sweating coldly. How did this ancestor send over 100 apple trees? However, apples are indeed a good thing. Brother, this is a birthday gift, let me explain. Please start, you can make it up." Upon hearing this, Su Luofan immediately rushed to the nearest potted apple tree, picked an apple, and jogged over to his brother. "Brother, look. Doesn't it resemble the apples that Uncle brought last time?" The scent of the apple filled the air, and Su Luoqing also recalled it. "Are you talking about the apples you bought when you went to the research institute last time?" If he remembered correctly, these apples were identified as having medicinal value. And later the elder found an online store from somewhere and bought several pounds of apples from time to time. "There were some on the fruit platter for guests today." Yes, it's this one. My friend sent it to me, and I bought it from him last time as well." Su Luofan nodded repeatedly. Finally, he had clarified it. Su Luoqing smiled. He knew exactly who this friend of his brother's was, slightly more than what Su Luofan knew. He pointed to the box in Su Luofan's hand and said, "Open it, and take a look." Su Luofan hurriedly opened the box, revealing 2 palm-sized wooden boxes, ancient and fragrant. When he took out the wooden boxes, he expected them to contain some jade accessories or something similar. Those kinds of gifts that are safe yet presentable for a birthday. To his surprise, when his brother Su Luoqing saw the box, he directly snatched it away. "No, brother, that's mine." Before he could finish speaking, his brother shot him a cold glance, scaring Su Luofan into silence. However, after examining the contents of the box, his brother handed one back to him, saying, "Hold this well, it's a life-saving medicine. Even a breath can save a life, but it mustn't be exposed. Carry it with you." "So precious?" Su Luofan looked at his brother's serious expression and quickly nodded in agreement. Lin Heng was really too good to him. But, brother, cough, the other one is mine too. Confiscated. Su Luoqing turned around and walked away without looking back, leaving Su Luofan alone to stare at the multitude of apple trees. Chapter 126. Could it be a golden apple tree? Moving over 100 potted plants created quite a scene. Apple trees are not small to begin with. And with the flower pots and soil, they are not light, requiring 2 people to move them, with the Su family members and the staff delivering the potted plants. A dozen people barely sufficed. Following Su Luoqing's instructions, the butler directed everyone to arrange the apple trees along the pathway from the gate to the main building, placing a few in the banquet hall as well. The butler stood at the entrance, looking at the lush apple trees in front of him, their branches laden with fist-sized red fruits, and for a moment, he didn't know how to express himself. Over the years, the Su family had made countless decorations in this courtyard, but it was the first time they had directly placed fruit trees like this. It can't be said that it looks bad. After all, the whole place is filled with the scent of apples, and the bright red fruits hanging from the branches are quite festive. It's just a bit mismatched in style. Although Su Luofan felt a little awkward, he quickly dismissed that feeling when he thought about how delicious the apples were. When his uncle from the Su family arrived, Su Luofan was standing at the entrance of the main building, munching on an apple, with some time to spare before the guests arrived, allowing him to eat a couple more. In fact, the apple tree next to him had already been stripped bare on his side. A passing servant jogged over and turned the potted apple tree halfway around to reveal the side laden with fruit. Su Luofan looked at his uncle, maintaining a composed demeanor, but his gaze never left the apple tree. Even when he greeted his uncle, his eyes drifted past him to the tree behind. Isn't that a bit much? You should eat what you pick yourself. Just like those apples from last time, a gift from my friend, they were quite tasty. Su Luofan couldn't understand why his brother insisted on filling the roadside with apple trees. First-time guests might think they had arrived at an apple orchard. Huh, I see it clearly. Tell the butler to send the 20 trees at the entrance to me after the banquet, Su Xingliang said as he got out of the car, immediately noticing the potted plants lining the road. By the time he was halfway to the entrance, he had already guessed the origin of the apple trees. Many of the guests today were Su family's peers in the medical field, as well as clients related to their company, and they all knew a bit about these apples. What seemed out of place to outsiders was actually a display of pride to them. After all, in the Research Institute's records, the first entry for the fruit, called Mingxiao Linqing, stated that it promotes longevity and boosts immunity. This information wasn't highly confidential. Recently, there had been a strong push for it in the country, and anyone with connections could get the news. Soon, Su Luofan noticed that his uncle had brought a box of items to his brother. Once his brother went out with some people to get busy, Su Luofan realized it was a box of anti-theft devices to be attached to the tree trunks. A physical lock, so to speak. Su Luofan leaned in to watch the commotion, but his brother pushed him back, complaining that he was taking up space. When he returned to prepare for the guests, he saw his brother and others wrapping each flower pot, ensuring not a speck of soil escaped. This was too surreal. Could these apples be more important than he thought? Su Luofan took a moment to text Lin Heng. Buddy, I received the items. What you sent me is an apple tree, right? Not some longevity fruit, is it? Of course, Lin Heng was too busy to reply. That evening, the Su family was bustling with activity, and every guest who walked in could see the welcoming apple trees lining the way. Su Luofan left the banquet hall shortly after the opening and went to the small garden to hang out with his peers, as the rest of the event was primarily for the adults to socialize. As he stepped outside, he could still hear people whispering. Is the Su family planning to switch to agricultural products? Why are there so many apples? It looks like an agricultural exhibition. Don't be ridiculous. Look at those trees. They're all fitted with anti-theft devices. They clearly aren't ordinary fruit trees. Have you heard about the new variety of apples released recently? It's said to have a special origin, and perhaps the Su family is involved. I'll have to ask them if they're selling the apple trees. Su Luofan was completely confused. Why would anyone ask his family about purchasing apple trees? It was really baffling. What? Does his family have some kind of golden apple trees? In the circle of his peers, Su Luofan felt much more relaxed. He was chatting and drinking with friends in the garden when his brother, Su Luoqing, suddenly strode in. Su Luofan's friends quickly stood up to greet him, all behaving quite respectfully. Although they were of the same generation, Su Luoqing was the heir of the Su family and held power, so his status was naturally different. Su Luoqing exchanged a few words and directly called Su Luofan away. There were several people waiting for him in the reception room on the second floor of the main house. Before entering the room, the older brother quietly asked Su Luofan about his friend. How close are you with that friend of yours? Su Luofan replied just as softly, probably. They don't want to kill me? What nonsense was he talking about? Su Luoqing gave him a light slap and pushed him into the room. He understood what Su Luofan meant. In his brother's experience, if someone didn't pose a threat to his safety and there were no vested interests, they could be considered safe. Besides, the other party had even given him a gift, which in Su Luofan's eyes qualified them as a friend. Su Luoqing wasn't in a hurry. He knew his brother needed some time to get his head straight. After all, their uncle was teaching him. And there was still time for everything. In the reception room, their father, Su Xinghua, and their uncle, Su Xingliang, were sitting with several older middle-aged men, drinking tea. After Su Luofan entered and greeted everyone, he didn't sit down, but stood behind his uncle. Luofan, a few uncles want to ask if you're selling those apple trees. They're your gift, so it's up to you, Su Xinghua said casually. But his words were supportive of Su Luofan. He knew how rare these apple trees were. As soon as the 100 trees entered the Su family's premises, a call from a special agency had already come through. The call was polite, just stating that they hoped the trees could be planted safely at Su's, and if they needed to be relocated, it should be to a clean and clear place. Su Xinghua understood everything. He had just inquired and learned that even the research institute only received 3 trees, while his younger son had managed to acquire an entire courtyard. So he was prepared for someone to come looking for them. The people sitting in the reception room were all families that had long-standing ties with the Su family and were not heavily involved with foreign investments. Su Xinghua turned to his younger son, thinking that the worst-case scenario was just his son throwing a tantrum and not wanting to sell. He, as a father, could handle that. After all, it would only make future business cooperation a bit uncomfortable, but it wouldn't be catastrophic. Calling Su Luofan was just to see if there was a possibility for a win-win situation. He never expected his younger son to say, "Dad, why are you looking for me to buy trees? Just tell me how many you need, and I can ask my friend to send them over." Although he was a young master born with a silver spoon, he knew that Lin Heng might need money. He thought that since his friend needed to make some profit, he might as well help him earn a bit and facilitate some transactions. Moreover, he was not aware of the specific situation regarding Mingxia and Lin Qing. Su Xinghua felt a wave of darkness before his eyes. It seemed that his son's plan was doomed. The research institute had only been allocated 3 trees, and the special task agency was keeping a close watch on them. He casually mentioned asking someone about it without fearing any trouble it might cause. Not to mention whether the person delivering the trees would be a hassle. If he really got involved in business, the Su family would likely face issues as well. Just as Su Xinghua was about to scold him, Su Xingliang stopped him. "Don't be reckless. This is a state-controlled variety. How much goodwill did your friend use to get it from the official sources? The research institute can't even obtain it now, so what are you talking about?" He had been following the elder and often spent time at the research institute, so his words carried weight. Moreover, after spending time with Su Luofan, he had a rough idea of the other's thought process. Before Su Luofan could speak, he added, "This matter definitely needs to wait for the official word from the relevant authorities." Su Luofan understood and nodded repeatedly, saying, "I was wrong, uncle. I want to sell these 100 trees." The other families present felt a pang of discomfort. The dramatic ups and downs were hard to bear. One moment they could contact the seller, and the next moment they couldn't sell, leaving their morale shattered. Although Su Luofan was not clear about the intricacies of the situation and no one had informed him about the confidential data regarding the apples, he had grown up in a rough environment and naturally knew the best way to handle it. He stomped his foot and decisively declared, "They're all mine. Not a single leaf will be shared today. If I can sell them in the future, we'll talk then." With that, he left without looking back. Behind him, he could hear his father scolding him, his older brother chasing after him, and his uncle trying to mediate. They worked together with practiced ease. However, throughout the entire exchange, no one mentioned the apple trees again. In the end, Su's father brushed it off with a remark about the children not being sensible. Nevertheless, Su Luofan still informed Lin Heng about the situation and left a message saying that if there were opportunities for buying and selling, he could help promote it to sell more. Lin Heng was naturally pleased, but this would have to wait a couple of days to see how the authorities would arrange it. He received this message while on his way to a military airport and briefly discussed it with Yin Lei, who was traveling with him. In fact, the apple trees given to Su Luofan were purchased with Yin Lei's money. Lin Heng realized that only successful transactions could increase energy value. His own purchases did not count towards sales figures. He initially intended to transfer the money to Yin Lei, but the latter indicated that he couldn't accept money privately. That was fine. Lin Heng had heard Yin Lei mention before that all expenses incurred with him were reimbursable. So, he treated it as if the relevant authorities had bought the apple trees for Su Luofan. Lin Heng arrived at the military district in the afternoon, still at the warehouse used for assembling aircraft. He had a brief chat with the test pilot selected by the military, Hao Jingji. The meaning of tension is that when they arrive at the military airport in the evening, they will first let Hao Jingji take a test flight. And then Lin Heng will have a chance to experience it. Naturally, Lin Heng had no objections. As long as he could fly up and take a look, he was fine with any arrangement. Before setting off, Zhongli even arranged for someone to give Lin Heng a brief training on the key points of parachuting, and then told him to bring along his little mech called Star. Zhongli had thought it through. If anything happened, He didn't expect much, just that they could bring the person back alive. Yes, he was counting on Star to carry the person back from midair. He even equipped the pilot with one. Based on their current testing of the mech models, this was a decision with a very high safety factor. Lin Heng was taken aback. Wasn't he a bit too much? He had originally trusted the spacecraft produced by the system, but now, hearing the commander say this, he was a bit skeptical. Nearby the military airport, there was a dedicated test flight runway. Lin Heng's little spacecraft was quietly hovering at the starting position of the runway, and he had transported it over through the system. Besides the personnel from the military district, there was also a team from the Air Force present. Lin Heng couldn't tell who was who. Anyway, Zhang Lihen asked him to greet anyone, so he was glad to act as if he didn't know. In fact, most of the people present were aware of him, but it was an unspoken understanding. Everyone just observed him from a distance and then tacitly looked away. What Lin Heng thought was the Air Force was actually a mix of personnel from several military districts. They had all scrambled for the opportunity to witness this test flight. By the time Lin Heng arrived, it was already dark, and he was standing far from these people, who were all wearing similar military uniforms, making it difficult for him to distinguish who was from where. What surprised Lin Heng was that Yin Lei had followed him the whole way. In the past, the Special Operations Bureau could not intervene in matters involving military districts. Not only Yin Lei, but also a few people in plain clothes were following at a distance, who also seemed to be from the Special Operations Bureau. Yin Lei didn't dare to say that it was because the military district commander was afraid of scaring the child that they specially approved for them to come to the test flight airport. They were also worried that if there was an accident with the aircraft and it had to make an emergency landing, it would be easier to handle if familiar people were around. Not only Yin Lei, but Lu Liang, who was relatively familiar with Lin Heng, was also present. Although he was working at the control tower, the risks of test flights have always been high. Every year, pilots in long countries sacrifice their lives for test flights. If it weren't for Lin Heng presenting this little spacecraft that was indeed very valuable, this test flight wouldn't have been arranged so quickly. Almost as soon as they figured out how to operate it, the military district had already arranged the test flight process. At this time, preparations were underway at one end of the runway for the test flight. Lin Heng quietly asked Yin Lei why the test flight was at night. Shouldn't it be scheduled for a clear day? This thing is special. The effects are better at night, Yin Lei replied quietly. It said that the system has some special functions, but I'm not clear on the specifics. You can ask the commander when you get the chance. Will it be useful if I ask? Lin Heng wasn't particularly curious. It was just a casual remark. It must be useful. If you ask him, he will tell you. You can give it a try, Yin Lei smiled slightly. It's not just a bluff for Lin Heng. If he tries a bit more, he'll realize his own importance is much greater than he imagined. By the way, those people behind, why do I feel like I've seen them before? Lin Heng was referring to the fact that he seemed to have seen a few individuals here during a previous seminar, sitting in the front row with him. Yin Lei nodded, providing no further explanation, only replying, they're all our people. Many from the Special Task Bureau have gone back to university. The alumni benefits are quite good. In fact, they were all assigned the task of protecting Lin Heng. However, to avoid drawing unnecessary attention from opposing forces, there weren't too many visible arrangements made. Lin Heng listened, slightly tilting his head, and once again glanced at those people behind him, slowly recalling that some transfer students had indeed joined their major recently. Chapter 128. Could it be that extraterrestrial companions have come? Soon, Lin Heng lost interest in thinking about the new students. Amid the gasps, he turned to see a small spacecraft on the runway starting up. It lifted off straight up into the sky. Lin Heng only caught a glimpse of two blue light trails extending upwards before they disappeared. A system interface popped up in front of him, displaying simple data about the spacecraft, including its current altitude, speed, position, and the health monitoring of the pilot inside. The Air Force personnel he had seen earlier had somehow moved closer to him, and some equipment was placed nearby. Lu Liang strode over with a laptop, and several people gathered to discuss. That was fast. Has anyone measured the speed? Did it hear the sound just now? Can we disassemble it for research? Commander, we've lost contact. A shout rang out from the crowd, and Lin Heng instinctively turned to look. He knew the position of the small spacecraft was directly above the launch site. According to the system data, it seemed the launch was too abrupt, and it was now adjusting its altitude, but the descent speed had noticeably slowed. It was clear the pilot was operating cautiously. Lin Heng edged a little closer to the crowd, glancing at the instruments on the table that looked like communication devices. Zhang Li had already noticed him moving in and gave him a slight glance. Lu Liang leaned over and said in a voice audible to Lin Heng, with that takeoff speed, just be careful. Lin Heng nodded and replied quietly, I know, the protective mode is already activated, and the pilot's heart rate is much steadier than mine right now. He could see more detailed information on the system. You know? Suddenly, someone behind him asked. Lin Heng turned around to see a leader from their military district engaged in conversation with someone who was right next to him. Lu Liang introduced, this is Wei Zonghua, the deputy director from the Southeast Research Institute. The test pilot we finally settled on is from there. Lin Heng nodded, and before he could greet the other party, Wei Zhonghua had already extended his hand for a handshake. Young comrade, I've heard about you for a long time. Hey, come tell me what you know. Wei Zhonghua was quite informal, pulling Lin Heng towards the communication device. He had long wanted to seize the opportunity to ask him some questions. However, the strict defenses on that side had prevented him from encountering anyone for several days. Lin Heng was a bit taken aback and explained, I don't know as much as you do. The specific operational details should all be in the maintenance manual. The setup for the protective cover should be documented in the manual. He could only see information on the system but couldn't clarify its source. If he were to be asked about something later and couldn't answer, it would be quite awkward. To his surprise, Wei Zhonghua inexplicably trusted him and told him, it's fine. Just say what you know, no one will dig deeper. In fact, Wei Zhonghua was indeed hoping Lin Heng would provide some extra information. Initially, he didn't even know that this thing had come from Lin Heng. When he and his team first arrived at the military district in the province, he thought it was a breakthrough from a local research institute on a new type of engine. However, upon arrival, he saw that floating object, specifically a triangular flat object in the military district's warehouse. It wasn't that Wei Zhonghua lacked knowledge. He had spent half his life studying how to make fighter jets fly, not how to maneuver flying saucers. What if they attracted a couple of extraterrestrials? When Wei Zhonghua entered and saw the spacecraft, his first question was, Old Zhang, did your military district capture aliens? Later, when several researchers from different military districts gathered together to formally study it, they realized that this object didn't seem like anything current technology could produce. Only then did Wei Zhonghua learn its true origin from Zhang Li. At that moment, he put his arm around Lin Heng's shoulder and brought him to the table, just as a voice came through the communicator. I have reached the designated altitude and am currently flying according to the planned route. Hao Jingji had just connected with ground communications. His heartbeat was indeed as steady as ever, but that came from the strong psychological quality developed through long-term training. In reality, he was filled with wonder. The operation of this spacecraft was almost foolproof. When he first took off, he used the manual operation system. It was a bit too forceful. But then he switched to the auxiliary function of the aircraft's operation system, which made it much easier. Especially after reaching a certain altitude. He heard a prompt sound in the cabin. Safety protection mode has been activated. Please adjust the operating mode. The pressure sensation disappeared, and Hao Jingji chose low-altitude flight from several options, then proceeded with the test flight according to the established plan. I feel like this guy doesn't need a pilot to drive, Hao Jingji quietly remarked. It's like playing with a toy, basically no technical skill involved. As Lin Heng heard the voice, he looked at the information on the system interface. He could clearly see the changes in the altitude of the aircraft. We have currently replicated its operating system and intelligent AI for research. How does the actual operation feel? Your speed just exceeded the safety range. I didn't feel anything. Lin Heng was still looking at the system while listening to the professionals around him discussing research data when the system suddenly prompted. Would you like to apply to connect to a nearby base? Lin Heng was taken aback for a moment. His first reaction was that the base was referring to the Mars base that had just been switched out from the system a few days ago. He checked the position of the aircraft in the system, and it was indeed passing near the base. Lin Heng quickly selected no, thinking it was better not to interfere with the test flight. Just as he pressed the option, the communicator emitted a voice from the test pilot, who spoke urgently. Report. The system indicates that an aircraft of the same level has been detected nearby, which is not registered in the system. It's asking if I should attack, sir. Hao Jingji's voice indeed sounded a bit unsettled. He hadn't spotted anything nearby, not even a bird, let alone an aircraft. The tower radar showed nothing, and the real-time monitoring from the aircraft system also indicated no presence. At that moment, Hao Jingji suddenly felt that he might really be dealing with a UFO. Could it be that extraterrestrial companions had come? Lin Heng could clearly see in the system that the other side's heartbeat was accelerating. Meanwhile, his system also popped up a similar alert. 5 unidentified aircraft of the same type detected. Formation unknown. Forces unknown. Firepower unknown. Please proceed with caution. Chapter 129. Suggestion to intercept and destroy. Gasps of surprise erupted all around, and people began contacting the tower to inquire about the situation. By the time Lin Heng finished reading the system information, those behind him had already contacted the nearby Air Force base. Although the specific situation was still unclear, they needed to make all preparations in advance. Lin Heng overheard that they seemed to want to send fighter jets for a patrol, so he quickly intervened, suggesting that it might not be an enemy attack, and asked if they could try contacting the Mars base. Zhang Li, without asking any questions, directly contacted Tang Xiqiang, the current head of the Mars base. The other party answered brusquely, starting with, "Our system is having some issues, and we're in a bit of a mess right now. Sir, if you have something to say, just say it." Zhang Li paused for a moment and asked in a serious tone, "Did you detect any warnings of an enemy attack?" As he spoke, he glanced at Lin Heng, who was bowing his head and seemed preoccupied. At this point, There was no need for further clarification. Indeed, Tang Xiqiang replied, "Sir, even you know? Just now, the base control suddenly received a prompt indicating that there are aggressive aircraft over the base, and it suggests interception and destruction. The security system at the base is now in automatic lockdown, indicating that the other side may be carrying high-intensity electromagnetic weapons. We are currently handling this urgently. Sir, what kind of test flight did you conduct? Testing with electromagnetic weapons near a city doesn't seem right, does it?" Tang Xiqiang was busy managing the base system, checking whether any aircraft had passed nearby. He certainly wouldn't dare to follow the base system's suggestion for a direct counterattack. They had received notification of the test flight in the afternoon, and the timing matched up. If the alert was triggered by passing test flight fighter jets, and they were actually attacked, it would indeed be a serious matter. Since the base could suggest interception and destruction, it was highly likely that it could actually do so. They had only taken over 3 days ago, and had just grasped the basic weapon configurations of the base. Other aspects were still being fine-tuned, and the overall processing speed was a bit anxious. At this moment, the flight route had been pulled up and placed before Zhongli. The data indicated that the test aircraft had just flown over the Martian base. "Okay, I understand. It's our side's test flight passing by. I have the details on the electromagnetic weapon. There shouldn't be any major issues. Please adjust, and let me know if there are any updates." After saying this, Zhongli didn't wait for a response before hanging up, but Lin Heng quickly stopped him. "Chief, you should have them check places like the underground storage. There might be unexpected surprises. Also, look at other areas, like the upper levels. It's possible something is outdoors. It should be an aircraft, possibly similar to mine, with about 5 of them, but the appearance is uncertain. They probably don't look very common." Lin Heng expressed his thoughts cautiously. Since the system had provided a prompt, there must be something there, but the type of prompt was a bit vague. He couldn't determine what kind of aircraft it would be. Most likely, it wasn't something typical from Blue Planet, probably more like a spacecraft. However, Zhongli didn't ask further questions. He simply instructed the other party to search the entire Martian base, and to check the main control system again for any similar aircraft. This made the base busier. Although Tang Siki felt a bit confused by what he was hearing, he still dispatched enough personnel for the search. He was somewhat troubled. If there really was an aircraft, why hadn't any information surfaced in the main control system? Following this line of thought, it seemed there might be more surprises hidden within the base. Ultimately, the main goal was to deepen the understanding of the overall base. If necessary, they could call back the test flight aircraft to stimulate the base's systems. While they were talking, the test pilot had already flown the aircraft back. To be precise, it was an emergency withdrawal, since a warning had been received. They definitely couldn't continue flying under dangerous alerts. After all, both the aircraft and the Martian base held many unknowns. Fortunately, the basic test data had been sufficient. When Hao Jingji landed, he realized there was nothing wrong, tidied up, and returned to the aircraft. The pilots were accustomed to seeing strange phenomena, so they were no longer surprised. Meanwhile, Lin Heng was still browsing the system, looking at the introduction of the Martian base module, trying to find keywords related to potential spacecraft. Suddenly, Lu Liang leaned in, tapped him on the shoulder, and pointed toward the aircraft. Lin Heng was momentarily taken aback, turned to look at Zhang Li, who had his back to him, but the hands behind him clearly moved a couple of times. "Oh!" Lin Heng cheered inwardly and ran out, quickly climbing onto his small spaceship, scrambling into the co-pilot's seat. Those who were secretly watching couldn't help but laugh. Once Lin Heng was seated, Hao Jingji followed the prompts to prepare for takeoff and casually asked Lin Heng if there was anything specific he wanted to experience. Lin Heng didn't expect to have a choice, so he discussed it with Hao Jingji, and soon the small spaceship took off again. Hao Jingji was undoubtedly a technical pilot and very sincere. When Lin Heng expressed a desire to experience speed, he immediately activated the protective functions. He not only increased the speed, but even performed a somersault stunt for Lin Heng. Although sitting in the spacecraft, there was no change in physical sensation. Lin Heng could see the city lights moving and realized how outrageous the current speed was. This speed had long exceeded that of conventional fighter jets by several times. Seemingly aware of Lin Heng's thoughts, Hao Jingji explained that the environment inside the cabin was very different from that of a normal aircraft and could no longer be compared. Hao Jingji didn't fly too far. He made a few more loops within the designated area before changing to a straight ascent, breaking through the cloud layer. At this moment, Lin Heng raised his hand to follow the system's instructions and activated the spacecraft's travel mode. Since he sat down, the system had been providing continuous prompts, almost introducing him to the entire control panel. "Wow, you know about this too." Hao Jingji looked up, noticing that the cockpit ceiling had turned semi-transparent. "I read about this feature in the manual. The starry sky is right above us, unobstructed. Yeah, this is really great." Lin Heng leaned back in his chair, just about to relax when the pilot beside him suddenly asked a question. "Do you want to try flying?" Hao Jingji asked with a smile. "It's within the range I just flew, and tonight it's all a safe zone. You have half an hour." The driving system was quite simple. Before the test flight, Hao Jingji already knew that this was indeed a spacecraft, and the owner was the Lin Heng sitting next to him. The commander had quietly instructed him before the test flight that he could let Lin Heng fly for a bit. The operating system was straightforward, and Hao Jingji just needed to monitor the flight range. Upon hearing the question, Lin Heng straightened his back and sat up. If there's such a good opportunity, I definitely want to have some fun. In Chapter 130, during those few hours in the sky, Lin Heng had a great time flying. Once they reached a certain altitude and there were no distractions around, Hao Jingji let him try operating the controls. Lin Heng learned the basic operations quickly because the overall system in the spacecraft was designed for simplified operation with smart assistance. Today, he could fly freely over the skies of the region. In reality, they were flying at the highest position of the stratosphere, almost in the range of outer atmosphere, which indeed had little impact. However, for safety considerations, Hao Jingji still advised him to operate within the region. This aircraft really can't be called a plane. Hao Jingji pointed to the data screen for Lin Heng to see. Our current position is very close to space. If we go any higher, it would easily enter outer space. At this altitude, it doesn't make much difference whether it's daytime or nighttime for the test flight. However, I suggest not flying any higher. There are still quite a few things up there, and we don't want to collide with satellites. Lin Heng nodded, locking in the flight altitude on the control panel. Listening to the other person explain various no-fly zones and related knowledge. This small spacecraft flew high enough that it rarely encountered no-fly issues, and at this speed, nothing could catch up with him. Hao Jingji pointed to the speed data, and a voice in the cockpit announced, current speed, 15 Mach. This is just the maximum value of the initial speed setting. In fact, you can fly at a lower speed. The speed I just pushed to the limit is from the first gear. Currently, the fastest aircraft on this planet is an unmanned experimental aircraft from a certain country, reaching a speed of 335 meters per second, with a maximum speed exceeding 98 Mach. 98 Mach refers to 98 times the speed of sound. Any faster, and it would rival the speed of a meteor falling. As for your spacecraft, its theoretical maximum speed exceeds the speed of light. This means that even at the speed of light, which is approximately 300,000 kilometers per second, it would only take 2 seconds to travel to the moon. Perhaps to help someone unfamiliar with these units, specific practical data was provided. If you are bold enough, you can try it yourself. I personally don't want to go. Generally, we pilots don't operate this way. A person named Hao Jingji joked, thanks to you, I gotta fly a spacecraft. He felt that this individual should be testing it with astronauts and heading directly to a space station. After all, it doesn't take off based on aerodynamic principles and doesn't fall under the category of aircraft. Lin Heng was thinking along the same lines, but previously, a certain leader had mentioned related arrangements to him. Essentially, they need to wait for the research institutes studying fighter jets in his country to familiarize themselves with this aircraft, drawing insights from its power and operational systems, and then assess the aviation needs. Because with the current aerospace technology on this planet, situations requiring entry into outer space primarily rely on rockets as the main propulsion. This small spacecraft clearly has no connection to rockets and represents an entirely new field. Sending it to a rocket manufacturing facility would be somewhat abrupt. Therefore, arrangements have already been made. The recently established project, named after a mythical bird, is a new department that will coordinate with military districts for spacecraft research. According to the information currently available, a certain country had begun developing similar spaceplanes quite some time ago. However, the spaceplanes that can be produced and utilized on this planet still rely on rockets for launch. The best performance so far has only been successful returns and landing like an aircraft. Thus, the proposed spaceplane that can independently enter orbit does not currently exist on this planet, regardless of whether this country is trying to intimidate others. Now that Lin Heng's aircraft has appeared, research can commence, especially now that it has been learned that there are 5 similar aircraft in the newly established Mars base. There is much more that can be done in this regard. 10 minutes later, Lin Heng was fully capable of independent flight. In the project group of the Mythical Bird Initiative in the western region of his country, everyone was alert, focusing on several computer screens. They were also monitoring the test flight data for the day. Indeed, not only was Hao Jingji's test flight data recorded, but Lin Heng's flight was also documented. And it was the aspect they were paying even more attention to. The team had obtained a system copy of Lin Heng's spacecraft several days prior. It is naturally understood that in this intelligence system, Lin Heng is the owner of the spacecraft. They are now very eager to know what the differences are between the owner of the spacecraft and the designated pilot in terms of operation. They can also compare the differences between professional pilots and ordinary people when it comes to operating the spacecraft. Lin Heng's spacecraft has a protective facility that eliminates the strict physical requirements for the pilot. Moreover, the overall operation system of the spacecraft is very simple, further reducing the learning cost for the pilot. If a similar aircraft can be developed, training pilots would become much simpler. Even if the craft developed later does not meet this protective level, the operation system alone would still be sufficient. At this moment, Bai Peiguang, the head of the project, is standing in front of the data screen, frantically typing on his phone. You have five. No matter what, you need to send them to us first. Forget about the useless stuff. He is in contact with the base, striving to secure at least 2 spacecraft for research. There are indeed 5 over there. After several days of preparation, the project is now ready and just waiting for the spacecraft to arrive. Originally, Bai Peiguang was not this anxious. The project had only taken 3 days from conception to implementation, which he felt was a bit hasty. Even if they obtained copies of the spacecraft's operation and intelligence systems, he didn't have high expectations for this type of spacecraft. After all, he had heard of similar conceptual projects for single-entry spacecraft before. So initially, he had no objections when the group was told to let the Air Force conduct the first test flights. However, after seeing the real-time records of the test flights, he could no longer sit still. This was clearly not just an aircraft. What was it doing in a design institute for fighter engines? They should have sent it to them first. He regretted not rushing to the testing site sooner. Bai Peiguang felt so anxious that he wished he could run to the test flight site immediately and take the spacecraft back. By the time Lin Heng was done having fun, several hours had passed. On the way back to the military district, he was still savoring the feeling of flying. How was it? Did you have fun? Yinlei asked him from the side. Yeah, I almost learned it, haha. Lin Heng smiled, leaning against the car window, suddenly understanding what it meant to fly freely. Chapter 131. It's like buying agent services. The staff at the base had not slept all night, searching through almost every corner of the base. Even though Wu Yinqing had already led his team to find relevant information about the spacecraft in the base's security system program, Tang Siki still had everyone in the base mobilized to conduct thorough inspections in their respective areas. When they checked the control systems of the security department, they discovered that the reason they hadn't found relevant information in the main control system was that these 5 spacecraft were unmanned and could enter orbit independently, thus being controlled by the base's security system. In other words, at the Mars base, the flying vehicles do not exist independently. They are merely part of the base's security system. Tang Xiqiang quickly led his team to locate 4 of them positioned at the 4 corners of the base, all parked at the top of a dome-shaped building, resembling silver decorations from a distance. In the center of the base, above the main control room, was the largest of the 5 flying vehicles, which also had the strongest firepower. Previously, everyone thought that the white section slanting on the roof was just an ornamental part of the side wall of the base building, as it was not very noticeable from below, given its 3-story height. 3 days was too short, and each part of the base had different levels of surprises, making it difficult to grasp all the information about the base in such a short time. Nevertheless, the discovery of these 5 flying vehicles was an unexpected delight. On the way back to the military district, Yinlei reached out to wake Lin Heng. Well, actually, it should be the military district contacting you. But since I'm the only one back, the message went to the Special Operations Department. Lin Heng, groggy, opened his eyes and gestured for Yinlei to speak quickly as he was feeling annoyed. Nothing much. Just that the base asked if you could buy the flying vehicles individually. Yinlei turned his phone screen for Lin Heng to see. Let me check. I'm not sure if that's possible. It seems you're already involved in some sort of procurement. Lin Heng leaned back against the car window, closing his eyes to search through the system. Yinlei chuckled, saying, I didn't expect the range of products here to be quite extensive, and having fewer people involved is for safety. So, aside from military orders, all other related orders go through me, but there will be other arrangements soon. Lin Heng nodded absent-mindedly as he was deeply focused on browsing the system pages. In his system, the Mars base's offerings were modular, making it quite unlikely to buy flying vehicles individually, but adding a module could be negotiated. He needed to confirm which module this item belonged to. Can you ask them which section the base's flying vehicles fall under? He remembered seeing a functional module division on the system map in the Mars base's central control system. They mentioned that it was directly controlled by the security system, which involved unmanned flying vehicles. There indeed was a security module. Lin Heng navigated to the exchange page in the system and found that there was a security module with 3 types under basic security alone. However, this required energy points for exchange, and the costs were escalating. Is it urgent? After reading through the details, Lin Heng was no longer sleepy and counted his remaining energy points, realizing he didn't have enough. There's no need to rush. If it's inconvenient for you, they can wait. The 5 at the base are sufficient for their current use, mainly for research, and they don't need to be deployed for base protection. This is just a query for Lin Heng. Of course, having them would be ideal. By the way, have you mentioned the issue regarding the exchange for the medicinal jade? If that can be resolved, perhaps it could be possible to exchange for a few more. Lin Heng estimated that he could afford to exchange for 2 more questions. And with the new tasks almost ready to be completed, he would also have new income coming in. They had indeed arranged for someone to discuss this matter, and Su Lao was already carrying it with him. When Lin Heng brought it up in the afternoon, arrangements had already been made. When the Special Operations Agency approached Su Lao for a discussion, they briefly mentioned the origin of the medicinal jade, and the other party agreed readily. That's good. Let's wait a week and see. I can't guarantee anything, but I'll let you know if it can be exchanged. Lin Heng browsed through the system and casually asked about the apple trees. They're delicious. I was thinking about buying a few from you. Yanlei replied with a smile. I do need to mention this to you. Your online store needs an upgrade. You'll be able to sell more apple trees on it. Upgrade? Lin Heng hadn't paid much attention to his online store for a while, especially now that there was after-sales customer service. He only managed shipping and didn't look at anything else. Yes, the front-end page won't change, but the back-end will connect to a separate server. This way, it still looks like your original online store to outsiders, but we'll have a lot more flexibility in the back-end. For example, we can filter the users who can make purchases, allowing different IDs to see different product pages, and simplify some fees. Then you can list more products. Yanlei briefly explained that the country had joined the online shopping trend, coming up with a secure and convenient way to place orders directly with Lin Heng. This meant that Yanlei no longer needed to run around every day to manage orders. At this moment, Lin Heng thought about whether he could use this officially upgraded online store to boost the data, for example, by attracting more different people to buy products. Then I'll start by listing apples and potted plants. What else can you decide on for sale? Lin Heng scrolled through the product exchange list in the system, checking his inventory. It's not up to us. You can list any products you have, Yanlei clarified. The country might ultimately decide who sees which product pages and who the products are sold to, but that wouldn't hinder you from listing your items. Each research institute has its own research needs and will place orders independently, but all final orders will be reviewed by the Special Operations Agency. This approach not only facilitates management, but also aids in promotion. For instance, apples that can enhance physical fitness can be promoted to more people using big data. If there are other demands, feel free to mention them. Yanlei thought this was a pretty good proposal. As Lin Heng's products increased, it wasn't feasible to keep only 2 people handling the transactions. Lin Heng nodded, saying he needed their assistance to increase the number of potential buyers within feasible limits and boost the transaction volume, selling to a wider variety of buyers. Chapter 132. The metal bumblebee. Lin Heng's request was quite easy to fulfill, and Yanlei nodded, sending the message directly to the Special Operations Agency. This is manageable. Let each research institute take turns making purchases. The military has plenty of personnel, so they can rotate who places the orders. There are always more ways than difficulties. They just need to figure out how to place their orders. Yanlei recalled the potted plant from today. By the way, do you sell the soil from that potted plant? Soil? Lin Heng was momentarily taken aback. He actually hadn't seen the potted plant in person. He had only seen pictures. It was only after looking at the photos sent by Su Luofan that he realized how large the apple tree potted plant was. Now that Yanlei mentioned the soil, he suddenly remembered that in the pictures Su Luofan sent him, the large pot under the apple tree was entirely covered. And the existence of the soil was not visible at all. Not only was the soil completely covered, but even the fruit tree had an anti-theft device on it. What's wrong with the soil? I don't have any for sale separately at the moment. Certainly not now, and without Yanlei asking. Lin Heng wouldn't have thought of this either. It's fine. The Research Institute said that the nutrients in the soil of this potted plant differ from what is currently known on Blue Star. So I want to get a bit more to take back. It's not a big problem. If they need soil, they can buy it according to the potted plant and just dig it up themselves. It's just a bit of a hassle, but it's not unusable. Yanlei replied the information back to the Special Operations Department, suggesting that the Agricultural Science Institute find a way to obtain enough soil. Isn't the soil special? Didn't you check the pot carefully? Lin Heng casually asked, and Yanlei actually replied, saying there wasn't enough time, and the soil testing was relatively simple. They estimated they would come back in a few days to ask about the flower pot. Just as Lin Heng was about to say that asking wouldn't yield anything, the system suddenly popped up a notification that the task had refreshed. Task: Biomimetic Plant Protection Machine Trading Method. Unlimited suggested price, 10,000 lowest transaction volume. Unlimited task reward, 1,000 energy points, can be exchanged for 10 days of life extension. This is a rare task with almost no requirements, equivalent to receiving 1,000 energy points, which is quite nice. But what exactly is a biomimetic plant protection machine? Lin Heng frowned and lowered his head to search for this keyword on his phone. Soon, he found the answer. It was a common name for agricultural drones. It had just begun to be popularized in the Dragon Country, and many places used it to spray pesticides and the like. He wondered what kind of functions this system-produced one would have. In any case, it shouldn't exceed the range of agricultural machines. A new product had come out, likely an agricultural drone, but there was very little information available. While talking, Lin Heng pulled out his phone's payment code and showed it to Yanlei. How much? Yanlei was already very accustomed to this, lifting his hand to scan the code. 10,000. Thank you for your patronage. Just as Lin Heng confirmed he received the transfer, the vehicle had already entered the military district, and soon the mobile signal was blocked again. As soon as he got out of the car, he saw Qi Jingxian standing by the window on the second floor, leaning out to greet him. Lin Heng had come back because there were still gifts from the undead here, and only nearby could he maintain a stable connection. He waved at Qi Jingxian, who quickly disappeared from the window. After estimating the distance, he thought standing downstairs shouldn't have any effect. Once the car left, Lin Heng continued to discuss the agricultural drone with Yanlei. This biomimetic plant protection machine, what exactly is it mimicking? Should I ship it directly or take it out for you? Lin Heng said while looking around. Under the night sky, there were only the lights of the street lamps, and the military district was very quiet, especially near the experimental building where there were hardly any people left. Take it out. I'll pick it up directly later. The delivery at this time is also collected by the special department first. It's already late at night, and it's unlikely to find anyone in the agricultural department now. It's better to take it back for filing first, and then if needed, we can ship it from Lin Heng's side. Lin Heng quickly took out the item, hidden behind the bushes. Wow, it's quite big and heavy. What he pulled out was a large black metal box. When Yanlei received it, Lin Heng's system popped up a task completion notification. Shall we take a look? Lin Heng squatted beside the box, waiting for the other party to open it. He was a bit curious about what this bionic item was mimicking. Yanlei opened the box, revealing a black and yellow bee-shaped object with soft, thin membrane wings resting on its body. The bee looked plump, and in hand, it felt cold to the touch. Its overall size was considerable. Lin Heng gestured with his arm and estimated it to be over 50 centimeters long. It didn't have many insect-like features. The shape was rounded and actually looked quite nice. It had a somewhat silly appearance. Is this really not a large toy? Can this shape spray pesticides? Lin Heng skeptically poked at the dangling wings, which indeed resembled a large metallic bee. With this weight, can such soft wings really carry it? The thin, soft wings didn't seem like they could generate much lift. He wondered what kind of power it used for flight. Lin Heng touched the bionic bee's abdomen, which had a round, black and yellow striped design that was very bright, but he couldn't find any switch to turn it on. While he was examining the body, Yanlei had already squatted down in the box, searching for the manual. Whether there was a manual would determine the research effort they would need to invest later on. So Yanlei was already used to looking for similar items first. He pulled out the other two items left in the box and quickly found a maintenance booklet at the bottom. It was just as he thought. It was a product that only had maintenance instructions, not a user manual. Products without user manuals are usually extremely simple to operate. Next to the open box were the two accessories he had just taken out. One was a controller, and the other resembled a pair of goggles. Let us take a look at this. Yanlei handed the goggles to Lin Heng. This item seemed somewhat familiar. Lin Heng took the goggles and put them on, recalling the previous helmet. This was most likely another type of wearable display. Sure enough, after putting them on, faint circles began to appear on the lenses and slowly rotated. Lin Heng placed the large bee on the ground and stepped back 2 paces. Are you going to activate it? The military district has a no-fly policy, right? Lin Heng turned to ask Yanlei. He saw Yanlei holding something in his hand, thinking that the other party wanted to try operating it. No. I haven't turned it on, Yanlei replied just as a buzzing sound came from beside them. Chapter 133. If you play like this, I'll retreat first. What Lin Heng saw was a scene of slowly rising into the air, and his viewpoint gradually elevated, quickly revealing himself wearing the goggles in the display. He took a moment to react, and now he was seeing the perspective of a bionic bee. He adjusted the thin lenses of his goggles to confirm the image he was seeing. With his movement, a virtual 3D control panel appeared in front of him. It looked quite fun, but he had seen similar entertainment products online that had been quite popular recently. However, those wearable devices weren't as light and thin as this one. While Lin Heng was still getting used to the image before him, he heard Yanlei ask, "How did you start it?" "What? I thought you started it." Lin Heng reached up to adjust his goggles and looked at Yanlei from below the lenses. Yanlei raised the controller in his hand, which was a black tablet, and the icons on the screen had just lit up. "I just found the switch." He was just doing some research and didn't really plan to let this thing take off. Then what was I doing? Lin Heng pushed the lenses up again and looked at the metal bee flying above him. Well, it's already started. Flying low for a bit shouldn't be a problem, right? The first-person flying view from the lenses was quite entertaining. Huh. If you can do it, I can't. If you want to fly, I'm out of here. Yanlei was still looking at the controller, thinking Lin Heng was joking. Who would fly a drone in a military area for no reason? He wanted to bring the bionic bee down and leave quickly. Just then, he suddenly noticed the buzzing sound above him getting quieter and gradually disappearing. When he looked up again, he only saw the bee flying away in the distance. Are you really flying? This is a military area. At least wait until you're out of it to fly. Yanlei was now sweating nervously. It's fine, I'll just fly in a circle, it's really fast. Do you want to try? Lin Heng was sitting on the ground, gesturing in the air, while the bionic bee had long since disappeared from sight. The first-person flying view felt different from when Lin Heng piloted an aircraft at night. The initial acceleration made him feel a bit dizzy, but now, as he flew steadily, He began to control the large B to circle around the building. Wait, if you keep playing like this, I'm retreating. Lei looked around but couldn't find the drone, and he immediately put down the controller and took a few steps back, almost retreating into the building. Lin Heng could do something without the military really holding him accountable, but Lei didn't want to be lectured later. He was feeling a bit regretful now. He should have just left earlier. Lin Heng was so focused on the screen that he didn't hear what Lei said. In fact, he wasn't flying very high, just between the first and second floors, and he was only increasing the speed and doing some tricks. You know, this virtual control panel is really easy to use. Agricultural drones are so advanced now. It actually had functions like pest control. But he wasn't sure where the chemicals were stored. Maybe they weren't even needed? Lin Heng was still controlling the drone to spin forward when suddenly someone tapped him on the shoulder. You really are something. Couldn't you have said something earlier? A familiar voice rang in his ear as Lin Heng commanded the drone to return automatically before taking off his goggles. It was Lu Liang, who must have run over. And he had a bit of sweat on his forehead. Lin Heng stuffed the goggles into Lu Liang's hands and said, "You're back too. Take a look at this. It's really fun." He had just flown a few rounds in the sky today and was still excited. Especially since he had just gotten this drone and was eager to fly it some more. When he took off the goggles, he realized that the view through the lenses was much brighter. It was the early hours of the morning, and there were only streetlights outside. But from the perspective of the drone, it felt like the brightness before sunset. I flew quite low and didn't go far. This is an agricultural drone with no camera or anything like that, but it really flies fast. Lin Heng wasn't too worried. In the experimental building, important items had recently been moved to the upper floors due to the gifts from the spirits, leaving the lower floors almost unused. Sure enough, Lu Liang didn't bring it up again and only mentioned that he should be informed in advance next time he wanted to play. The area seemed deserted, but there were definitely people watching. Lu Liang had just arrived at the military district when he received word that the patrol team had noticed something unusual beneath the experimental building. He guessed that Lin Heng must have created something new. In the middle of the night, a fast-moving object was flying up and down in the designated area, which looked quite alarming. Lin Heng's drone was buzzing around like it was undergoing rehabilitation training, making it rather noticeable. The night patrol team saw the activity from a distance. Although they couldn't clearly identify what it was, the erratic flying made it look somewhat eerie at night. When Lu Liang first arrived, he saw the drone rolling back from the side of the building. Meanwhile, Lin Heng was sitting on the ground with both hands raised in the air, not sure what he was doing. Lei was hiding far away and didn't react when he saw Lu Liang. It was clear who was responsible for this. What is this? Lu Liang first looked at the box on the ground. The maintenance manual for the plant protection drone was on top. It's said to be an agricultural drone, but I'm not clear on its specific functions. The interface includes pest control and promoting plant growth, among other things. Lin Heng casually picked up the controller from the box, which had a list of functions. The specific details would have to wait for Lei to take it back and consult with someone specialized in agriculture. The biomimetic bee lay quietly on the ground, and Lin Heng put it back in the box. He had played enough and decided it was time to go upstairs to check what the gifts from the spirits had revealed that night. He couldn't take it back with him. Lu Liang held down the box Lin Heng had packed and lifted it up. Confiscated. You should go back and rest. Just let me know in advance next time you want to play with something. Having already flown around the military district, he couldn't just let it be taken out casually. The Special Operations Department wouldn't allow it either. Lei remained silent throughout. He had anticipated this outcome and wasn't in a hurry, knowing he could buy it from Lin Heng later. In the end, the biomimetic bee was taken away by Lu Liang for inspection. The next morning, Guanyu Company welcomed a special client. The owner of Guanyu specifically canceled all morning appointments and waited in the office. A team from a military district arrived, dressed in casual clothes and carrying a black box, striding confidently into the Guanyu building. Their movements were in sync, and they held themselves upright. The group passed the front desk without pausing and headed straight for the elevator. The front desk staff did not attempt to stop them, instead quickly calling the boss on the internal line. It was only after the group entered the elevator that people in the lobby began to discuss in hushed tones. They must be military personnel, right? That demeanor is too obvious. It was not surprising. Guanyu had done a lot of work in military drone manufacturing. It seemed a new product would soon be unveiled, and the iterations were indeed happening rapidly. The boss of Guanyu, named Zhu Weis, had begun innovative research in the drone field a decade ago. His company was well known in the drone industry and ranked among the top in the region. Guanyu held 80% of the national drone market, with products spanning various fields. The most common types were for entertainment and agricultural use. But Guanyu Technology also had many military-grade drone products. 3 years ago, a certain country had placed Guanyu on a blacklist, prohibiting its military from purchasing drones from Guanyu. Yet there were still sporadic private orders. This also indirectly proved the advanced level of Guanyu's drone technology. Zhu Weis was quite famous in the fields of robotics and automation. and his years of specialization in drones had given him considerable authority in this area. He was looking forward to the arrival of the military personnel from the province until he saw what was inside their box. A bionic robot. Zhu Wei's lifted the yellow bee from the box. Feeling its weight, it was quite heavy. I'm not sure which species this is modeled after. It's called a bionic plant protection machine. Here's the maintenance manual. That's all we know, Rong Jinbian said, stepping forward to hand over the manual. He had received the task early this morning to escort the drone to Guanyu Company. Originally, there was no need for such urgency or a special delivery. But the recent test flight of the drone had been astonishing, and it was better to discuss any details face-to-face. We came to ask if you have any similar technology. Before Rong Jinbian could finish, Zhu Wei's shook his head. Holding the soft wings of the bionic bee, he said, we might not be able to produce something like this. I can't even confirm what material this is. How can such a soft material support such a heavy body in flight? He examined the abdomen of the bionic bee, questioning if there was another power system. What material can vibrate like this for a long time without damage? This doesn't add up. Previously, there had been similar designs and illusions discussed online, and there were indeed proposals for dragonfly flapping wing machines. Through wing vibrations and fine adjustments, many different movements could be achieved, but the power consumption for rotation and flapping was not the same. Propellers were clearly more efficient and cost-effective. The key point was that this device had another function. Shall we find a place to demonstrate it for you? The choice of aircraft was no longer the military's primary concern. They were more focused on the specific functions and effects. Rong Jin picked up the controller and followed Zhu Wei's into the testing studio of Guanyu. After confirming the safety of the room, Rong Jin prepared to start the bionic drone. If you confirm this is an agricultural model, I really doubt it can perform the related tasks, he said. Of course, it's also possible that it's not just for pesticide spraying. Terrain detection drones are also quite common in agricultural applications. But you mentioned it's called a plant protection drone, primarily for pest prediction and pesticide application. At this point, Zhu Wei's was only somewhat curious about how it flies. His company also has several agricultural plant protection products, and he was familiar with their basic functions. Generally, agricultural drones are relatively large and come equipped with big tanks for spraying pesticides, which is their most fundamental function. The bionic bee in front of him was exquisitely crafted, but its abdomen didn't seem capable of holding much liquid. To be honest, compared to a plant protection drone, it looked more like a large toy. However, given its precision, even as a toy, it must be quite an expensive one. Regarding the other functions mentioned by Rong Jin, Zhu Wei's didn't have high expectations for now. In his view, the fact that this round little creature could fly was impressive enough. So, he flipped through the maintenance manual while waiting for Rong Jin to start the bionic bee. Soon, he witnessed the metallic bee take to the air. It really could fly, and the noise wasn't too loud. It appeared quite agile and interesting. Just as Zhu Wei's was about to step closer for a better look, he was stopped by someone accompanying Rong Jin. Please wait, we need a bit of space for the operation, Rong Jin said, stepping back a few paces. The bee emitted a low, buzzing sound, and with his maneuvering, the metallic bee flapped its wings. Suddenly, a slit opened on its back, and dozens of small, rounded bees flew out one after another, quickly dispersing into the air. These little bees flew at high speeds and were very agile, with some even darting into narrow gaps. The room was filled with the buzzing of bees, but the sound was quite faint and not bothersome. In fact, controlling it with the provided wearable device should be more convenient. Rong Jin casually introduced the somewhat oversized goggles in the box. However, Zhu Wei's wasn't interested in that at the moment. This is intriguing. He stepped forward to observe and reached out to grasp one of the small bees. The cool metallic texture reached his fingertips. The small bee he held was about 7 to 8 centimeters long, with a round shape that closely resembled the larger one. From a distance, it could easily be mistaken for a real large bee. Currently, the world's smallest drone is a military model from a certain country, approximately 12 to 13 centimeters in length, primarily used for reconnaissance. These small bees appeared to be even smaller. Their flight stability looked quite good, and their speed was impressive. We can test it in a simulated wind field shortly, Zhu Wei's remarked. Noticing that the wings of the bee he was holding were still moving and had quite a bit of strength, making it a bit challenging to control. The power of these drones does not come from wings. Zhu Wei's carefully sensed the movements of the bees in his hand and made a judgment. So, what other functions do they have? Since you brought them over specifically, it must not be just about the size advantage, right? If you were just talking about needing a drone of this size, we actually have new products that can already reach this level. If necessary, we can conduct a test flight shortly. Zhu Wei's is quite confident in his company's products, although they currently cannot achieve the complex functionality of larger drones. From a performance perspective, they are definitely leading in the industry. The smallest drones from Guanyu Technology were originally developed for military cooperation as a new type of reconnaissance drone, which has already entered the production phase and will soon be put into use. However, that's not all. There are other functions that need to be highlighted. This small-sized drone comes in a total of 50 units, each of which can be controlled individually. They can emit a type of sound wave, but its effect is to repel insects and drive away birds and animals, not for attack purposes. Moreover, these small devices are extremely sensitive to the presence of humans and electronic equipment, likely designed to avoid harming people or objects. They can be very convenient for locating individuals at certain times, and we can also see if they can be used for counter-surveillance. As Rongjin spoke, he showed the controller to Zhu Wei's, where the screen displayed a list allowing for different groups of shots to be viewed. We tested them before coming here. It was easy to detect the presence of humans and insects through cover, and we speculate that it determines this through vibration frequency, as even the faintest breath can be detected. Of course, these are just their basic functions and not the main focus. Rongjin operated the controller, and the small drones quickly spread out in an orderly manner. Now for the key point, the space is limited, so let us do a simple demonstration. The basic situation is that these drones have their own communication methods among themselves, and signal loss is not a significant issue. They can even maintain normal communication in areas with signal jamming. However, they have yet to be tested in areas with magnetic field disturbances. He pulled up a top-down view, where each small drone had signal strength indicators. Zhu Wei's pondered for a moment. Bees inherently have their unique communication methods. If it follows a biomimetic approach, that is, imitating the functions and behaviors of bee biological systems to construct a technological system to achieve certain objectives, then this set of drones is indeed designed to mimic the ecological system of bees. Zhu Wei's was also curious about how these metallic bees communicate with each other, given that bees have several methods of communication. Among them, dance language and wing vibration sound waves are quite common, and there's also a light-related method. However, these methods might not be suitable for forming such long-distance signal arrays. In fact, there is another method involving pheromones unique to bees. But surely biomimetic robots wouldn't release pheromones, right? Even if it's just for synchronizing data, the requirements for the chips would still be quite high. There are more than 50 little bees. Zhu Wei's was thinking about biomimetic technology, but Rongjin quickly interrupted him. What I mean is, they have their own signal network, allowing the selection of signal types and frequencies on the controller, similar to how wireless signals work now. Rongjin opened his phone to search for Wi-Fi signals, and soon found one named Swarm. So, you mean it can act as a signal-based station? Zhu Wei's was genuinely confused at this point. Isn't this beyond our area of expertise? Shouldn't we consult a specialist? He dared to say that in the field of drones, their company is definitely an industry leader. Normally, they can handle wireless communication technology as well. However, creating something that has a built-in transmitter capable of simulating various signals is indeed a bit beyond the scope of a drone company. But, if they really want to pursue it, they can give it a try. After all, companies in the region are all about producing what is needed. The most important thing is these few functions. As for the hardware, whatever they can manage will be sufficient. Essentially, it's about cracking, replicating, and seeing if they can surpass it. Rongjin's trip was mainly to deliver the items. The specifics would need to be discussed between the military and Guanyu. Moreover, these small biomimetic bees are equipped with very precise scanning capabilities tailored for terrain environments, which are highly significant for reference. Rongjin didn't elaborate further. Based on past cooperation experiences between the military and Guanyu, the latter usually exhibits exceptional performance in subsequent research. Where was this designed? In the region? Does your military want something that looks like a bee? Just picturing that scenario is somewhat amusing. Zhu Wei's was indeed curious about where this came from. He couldn't disclose the specific origin. Rongjin shook his head and said, "It's not our decision regarding the appearance, and since it's an agricultural model, isn't it normal for it to resemble a bee? After all, it's a machine working in the fields. It can't look like a fighter jet, right? Alright then." Zhu Wei's roughly understood that what the military wanted was not just a small, stable flying, and flexible operating drone. What is the maximum communication range between these little bees? He seemed to grasp the main point now. Within a diameter of 15 meters, Rongjin answered. It doesn't seem far, but considering the number, over 50 of them forming an array creates a massive network. The area covered by this network essentially has its own independent communication method. So what the military actually wants is this functionality, ensuring smooth communication during certain missions. How secure is this signal? Won't it be intercepted? Zhu Wei's was a bit puzzled about how to ensure its security. Conventionally, Wi-Fi uses radio waves, which are a type of electromagnetic wave. But we have tested the signals emitted by these bees, and their resistance to interference is extremely strong, utilizing non-standard frequency bands. Rongjin smiled slightly, saying that if everything were known, they wouldn't have brought the biomimetic bees to Guanyu. Zhu Wei's clearly thought of this point as well. They usually conduct research and development on drones, which also involves signal technology issues. Currently, most of the existing drones from Blue Star automatically return home or complete their flight according to the program when they encounter signal interruptions. In fact, models equipped with signal transmitters are quite common, but those that can form a coordinated array have not been seen yet. Zhu Wei's finds it quite interesting and wants to give it a try. At this moment, he puts on what looks like a regular pair of goggles. Oh, it's a wearable device. Zhu Wei's waves his hand in front of him, and as the three-dimensional control panel appears in his field of vision, he switches between different perspectives. Has this function been improved so much? That's impressive. After randomly switching through a few perspectives of the small drones, he suddenly asks, "What do you think bees use to attack? Their stingers?" Rong Jindun pauses and shakes his head, saying, "Not likely. These are agricultural machines. And there shouldn't be an environment for attack functions. After all, it's an agricultural protection machine. Are they supposed to chase away crop thieves?" However, wouldn't a normal agricultural drone also not require such a complete communication system? Does farmland really need to ensure internet speed? At this point, Zhu Wei's has already concluded that this so-called agricultural protection machine is definitely a smokescreen. If used properly, it would be too easy to silently infiltrate an important building or something similar. Chapter 135, Photon Swarm. Zhu Wei's is still thinking too simply. After all, when it comes to actual use, multiple drones can operate together, with each bionic bee carrying 50 small drones. As long as the operation is manageable, controlling as many as desired as possible. However, if used in a military context, this wearable visual device becomes less flexible, as the operator cannot see their surroundings while wearing it. On the other hand, if teammates are there to support each other, the first-person perspective can actually detect more things and perform a wider variety of operations. It's a mixed bag. It all depends on how it's used. But if it's just for entertainment, then this wearable control is quite thrilling. The first-person flight experience is already available in several products on the market. However, this lightweight wearable device with three-dimensional virtual control is still very appealing. Zhu Wei's is a bit excited about the upcoming product designs. Later that day, the Agricultural Science Institute in Bin Province received a similar box. Professor Zhao, accompanied by students, stood by the experimental field, looking at the large bee-shaped object in the box with curiosity. What is this for? Not letting people rest, even on weekends? It's probably just another attempt to apply for a patent, just going through the motions. At first glance, it looks like a toy, but to be fair, this bee is quite realistic. They are focused on staple grain research, primarily corn. This is the spring corn pollination period, and summer corn has just been planted and is beginning to sprout, which is the most relaxed time for their research group. Unexpectedly, on a day when they could rarely slack off, they were all called to the experimental field early by Professor Zhao. He clearly knows something, but only tells them to observe carefully and not to speak too much. At this moment, it is quite puzzling to hear someone say to conduct a product trial. If it involves drone work, I assume everything has already been completed, right? Recently, the experimental field has even finished regular pest control treatments. Oh look, they are starting. A few students accompanying the professor by the summer corn experimental field quickly dispersed to find suitable observation spots. Although they verbally expressed doubts, they were very obedient to the professor's instructions in their actions. Soon, whispers of surprise emerged from the experimental field. What is this? So many bees? Wasn't there just one large one? Where did all these small bees come from? The experimental field isn't very large, and it didn't take long for them to spot a metallic bee fluttering up and down, occasionally flying in an H-shaped pattern from a distance of over 10 meters. From afar, it looked quite realistic. The students squatting by the field quietly exchanged thoughts with the professor. Soon, a faint light appeared in the area where the bees were distributed. The entire experimental field seemed to glow a bit more than the surroundings. One daring student quietly stretched out his hand into the illuminated area. A slight warmth radiated from his hand, and the light retreated the moment he reached out. What does this mean? The light quickly disappeared, and the swarm of bees retreated, vanishing from sight. It was as if nothing had happened, and the experimental field returned to silence. The summer corn seedlings, less than a meter high, now appeared much more vibrant than before. Could it be just my illusion? I also saw the light and felt a bit of heat. The students waited for a while, and when no more light appeared, they dispersed into the experimental field for careful observation. The professor instructed them to closely examine any changes before and after. A few students rushed into the field, and soon they made a discovery. After a quick discussion, they hurried back to the professor. "Teacher, look at this." One student raised his phone to show the professor several photos. "Oh wow. Teacher, what is this new pest control method?" Pest control has always been a troublesome issue in this corn experimental field. Look at these spots. The areas with pests and diseases have disappeared. These few plants are ones I just recorded yesterday. Teacher, look at this one. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, the professor would not have believed such technology existed. After a brief glance at the photos, the professor decisively got up and approached a few individuals who had just retrieved the biomimetic drone. Without waiting for them to greet him, he directly sat on the box that held the drone, crossed his legs, and stayed put. When he received the news in the morning, He thought he had misheard. The call was from the university leadership, informing him that military personnel were coming to their experimental field today to conduct a test on a plant protection machine. Hearing those keywords together, it sounded incongruous. However, given the significance of the visitors, he knew he had to be present in person. So, he called all the students early in the morning, as he certainly couldn't handle everything by himself. He never expected such a big surprise would come from this visit. This was an opportunity that couldn't be missed. Although the visitors were military personnel, it was still important to communicate properly. Professor Zhao sat steadily on the box, smiling as he spoke. Well, since it's a pest control machine, shouldn't it be left in the hands of our professionals for proper testing? In the southern part of Yun province, an official exploration team was preparing to set off to explore a sinkhole hidden in the dense forest. This time, they aimed to reach the bottom of the sinkhole and continue their exploration of several key locations that were left unfinished during their last visit. The entrance to the sinkhole was small, with cliffs on all sides, and there were almost no plants on the rock walls, only a few trees. However, Yangtze knew that the area beneath the sinkhole was quite spacious. During their previous visit, they discovered many ancient cultural relics, deep tunnels, and some strange caves, with a deep water pool at the very bottom, the destination of which was unknown. But on their first visit, they primarily focused on the plants and environment and did not venture deeper, turning back halfway. This time, they decided to go all the way down. Team leader Yangtze, along with a group of over 10 people, had just found the entrance to the sinkhole when they stopped. A team member lifted a large rock nearby and threw it down the deep sinkhole. The sound of the rock hitting echoed back, totaling 5 distinct sounds, which did not seem like it reached the bottom. The team member murmured a few words and urged, "Yang, what are we waiting for? We're in a hurry. Let us get ready and head down." Yangtze shook his head. He didn't want to delay either. But he had just received a satellite phone call indicating that a team of soldiers was on their way to join them for the descent. Let us wait a bit. They are from the military, and it's good to have mutual support. Soon, 3 individuals dressed in camouflage appeared near Yangtze. As they approached, they struck the nearby trees with sticks, making loud noises to signal their presence. "Oh, they're here?" Yangtze stood up to greet them, surprised at how quickly they arrived, having taken less than 10 minutes. "We don't want to delay your work. Let us go. We'll test the machine and it won't interfere with your tasks." After a brief self-introduction, Ho Guangming saluted and then fell silent, followed by 2 teammates, one of whom carried a large bag while the other brought nothing. Yangtze nodded, not thinking much of it, and called for his own teammates to get ready for the descent. They had a heavy task today, and their diving equipment had already been lowered, but they still had plenty of gear to carry. He expected that they would be exploring together, but to his surprise, after his team descended, Ho Guangming and his 2 companions were nowhere to be seen. Yangtze looked up to find the 3 of them hanging halfway down the cliff, securing themselves to the rock face, seemingly fiddling with something. Noticing him looking up, one of them waved. Soon, Ho Guangming came down and walked over to Yangtze, saying, "Let us go, they'll be done shortly." Yangtze nodded and began assigning tasks. He couldn't shake the feeling that he saw bees flying in the distance. However, it wasn't important. Yangtze pulled out a backup satellite phone from his backpack and handed it to the person next to him. "Here, there's no signal down here. The satellite phone might occasionally fail as well, but you should take the backup for now." "Okay." The other person accepted it and put it away, then hinted, "There will be a signal soon." Yangtze was taken aback, then shook his head and turned to leave. Below the sinkhole, there wasn't much value. Typically, they wouldn't install signal transmission devices here again. Their trip was merely to assess safety and see the specific conditions below. As for the signal, it was not worth thinking about. Yangtze, a seasoned explorer, remained cautious in the harsh environment at the bottom of the sinkhole. He wouldn't overlook fleeting details, so he was quite concerned about the bees he had perceived earlier, which seemed like an illusion. Logically, there shouldn't be any bees down there. Yangtze turned to briefly instruct his teammates to be careful during the exploration and to avoid any potentially venomous bee species, as they were difficult to handle in the wild. Just as he finished speaking, his companion, Ho Guangming, suddenly interjected, "No need to worry. The bee you saw earlier was a drone we brought. They were there to test their biomimetic drone, particularly its ability to establish signals." "Oh, the bee-shaped drone you brought?" Despite the reassurance, Yangtze still cautioned his teammates not to let their guard down. Soon, the exploration team began to move. The surrounding environment was dim, and after advancing over 60 meters, they encountered a massive crack extending downward. The rock walls were damp, and the ground was covered in moss. As the expedition team paused at the crack to prepare their tools for entering the cave, another teammate of Ho Guangming arrived. "Captain Ho, everything is set over there. I'll go in with you." The newcomer was followed by a small group of bees, which looked somewhat intimidating from a distance. At first, Yangtze thought they had disturbed a beehive and almost wanted to run. But as they got closer and saw the size of the bees, Yangtze realized they were indeed the drones that Ho Guangming had mentioned. "These are biomimetic?" They look remarkably realistic. He didn't dare to touch them directly, merely observed from a distance before leading his equally curious teammates to continue their work. As they ventured deeper into the cave, Yang Xi's teammates recorded video footage along the way and quickly discovered some remains on the damp cave walls. After not traveling long, they encountered a fork in the path. Yang Xi decided against splitting up and continued exploring to the left. A buzzing sound arose, and Yang Xi turned to see several drones flying into different passages. Can your drones record the terrain? Yang Xi slightly stepped back, approaching Ho Guangming while glancing at the person trailing a few steps behind, holding a controller with several drones nearby. Of course, isn't that a basic function of the drone? Many agricultural drones currently sold in the market excel at terrain scanning. While speaking, 2 or 3 drones passed by them, quite conspicuous under the lighting equipment. Someone in the expedition team raised a voice and asked, "Yang, is it okay to film this?" Before Yang Xi could ask, Ho Guangming had already replied, "It's fine, it will be public soon. Just don't bring it up yourself." As he spoke, he handed Yang Xi a mobile phone, which had a pure black body and looked quite rough. "Try live streaming. I remember your expedition team has an official live account." Yang Xi took the phone and was taken aback. "What kind of phone is this? It actually has a signal?" The phone itself was very ordinary, with no signal indicators on the interface, let alone any network logos. However, all the apps could connect to the internet and worked very smoothly. Yang Xi tried it out, and indeed, he could browse the web normally. Thinking of what the other party had just said about the signal coming soon, he quickly took out his own phone to check, but it was still showing no signal. "This is the latest technology currently being tested. We are trying it out in conjunction with drones." Ho Guangming didn't intend to explain further and urged Yang Xi to start the live stream for the upcoming exploration. Yang Xi's team did have a live account, but it was on a foreign platform, mainly for promotional purposes, and the content was typically pre-planned. "Are you sure it's a live account? It needs to be approved in advance, and the content is quite strictly regulated." Yang Xi looked troubled, even if he knew the account. He didn't dare to just start streaming. If it came down to it, he would bear the responsibility. "You can confirm with your superior. We mentioned it to him before we came." Seeing Yang Xi's troubled expression, Ho Guangming turned to summon a teammate, holding a controller. Letting Yang Xi take a look at the controller's screen. It seemed that the content had already been scanned, and there was nothing prohibited. The screen was divided into several small frames showing simultaneous feeds, and Yang Xi quickly spotted the fork in the path where he currently was, with a water pool not far down. One of the screens even showed the underwater view. "Can you go underwater with this? What model is it?" Yang Xi was genuinely curious. "Not too deep, but for a short time, it's possible," Ho Guangming replied while nudging the phone in Yang Xi's hand, making his urgency quite clear. Yang Xi had no choice but to nod, agreeing to contact his superior first, and would start streaming if they agreed. As they moved further away, he vaguely heard a voice coming from behind. "This photon swarm is a technology we have never seen before." Chapter 136. A color never seen before. Lin Heng hadn't slept well all night and was awakened by a suppressed crying sound just before dawn. It was Qi Jingshuan's voice. When Lin Heng got up, he saw Qi Jingxian hunched over the experimental table next door, his shoulders shaking. Recently, he had been the only one attending Professor Ren Li's lectures at night, focusing more on the planning and discussions of the newly established project team. The conical crystal, a gift from the deceased, was now placed on the nearby table, emitting a faint bluish-green glow. It was a color Lin Heng had never seen on the crystal before. He suddenly realized something. This was probably what it felt like to witness a hero's finale. Qi Jingxian had his forehead on the table, occasionally sobbing, and after a while, he pounded the table and lifted his head. Lin Heng quietly stood at the door watching him. Once the other person's emotions calmed down, he softly asked, "Shall we go for breakfast?" Qi Jingxian nodded, silently wiped the crystal on the table twice, and then locked it back in the safe. After standing in silence for a while, he picked up his bag and walked out of the lab with Lin Heng. The morning sunlight poured down, casting a faint glow over the scenery in front of them. Qi Jingxian stood in the sunlight, tightly clenched his fists, and only relaxed after a while. The teacher's journey had come to an end. "Let us go, time for breakfast." He spoke calmly and strode forward with a hint of determination. Lin Heng didn't ask anything further, but he knew he probably wouldn't hear Professor Ren Li's voice again. Gifts from the departed couldn't be endless. It was only natural to have a time limit. Sure enough, that morning, Lu Yang informed Lin Heng that there was no need to report to the military district every day for the time being. Professor Ren Li had told Qi Jingxian early that morning that his part of the work was complete. Others would reach out through the gifts from the departed, but it would be at least half a month later. Now, Qi Jingxian was officially starting to lead a team independently to develop new weapon chips. Lin Heng thought he might not see him again, but unexpectedly, in the afternoon, he saw Qi Jingxian standing at the podium during class. If he remembered correctly, the other party seemed to be involved in chip research. What was he doing here? Lin Heng deliberately looked at him again, and Qi Jingxian noticed him, giving a slight nod in greeting. What class was this? Lin Heng flipped through his schedule, thinking he might have remembered it wrong. He recalled it was a course on advanced programming, which should have nothing to do with chips. It was already mid-June. Surely they wouldn't be changing teachers this late in the semester? Lin Heng found his seat and sat down, watching Qi Jingxian flipping through a book at the podium, momentarily puzzled about why he was there. Shouldn't he be working hard in the lab, especially after just experiencing a second farewell that morning? Before Lin Heng could find his own book, he heard someone knock twice on the classroom door. It was the vice dean who had just entered. Seeing the students looking up at him, he walked confidently toward the podium and said, "Let me introduce our new teacher, Mr. Qi, who will be temporarily taking over the advanced programming course for the remaining month of this semester. Teacher Qi Jingxian will be establishing a project team at our university next semester. For specific details, please check the campus website. Students who meet the requirements can apply on their own." When mentioning the project team, Qi Jingxian glanced in Lin Heng's direction. Lin Heng was a bit confused. Although he hadn't directly asked about Qi Jingxian's specific situation, he had been attending Professor Ren Li's lectures for almost half a month. He had a general understanding of the situation. The other party was now leading the weapon chip project team. How could he possibly have time for other projects at the normal university? Lin Heng also remembered Professor Ren Li, who had passed away due to an accident at that time. Shouldn't the country pay more attention to Qi Jingxuan's safety now? This bizarre development is quite strange. It can't be just for the sake of giving a lecture, right? He finished class early today and stayed in the library for a while before leaving. Dinner was at the school cafeteria. As he strolled out of the school, a new task suddenly popped up in the system. Why is there a new task so quickly this time? Lin Heng jogged back to his apartment while checking the system information. The task is to purify a water storage tank, version 20. The trading method is unlimited. Suggested selling price is 200 yuan, with a minimum transaction volume of 10,000. The reward for the task is 2,000 energy points, which can be exchanged for an additional 20 days of lifespan. Lin Heng's gaze fell on the phrase self-purifying, which he estimated to be a good item. Habitually, he thought about sending a message to Yin Lei, but when he reached the bottom of the apartment building, he found Yin Lei waiting for him there. "What are you doing here?" Lin Heng was taken aback. "The online store has been fixed. I came to see if you could check the back-end code," Yin Lei said, leaning against the car. He turned to say a few words to his team members before gesturing for Lin Heng to get in the car. "What code?" Lin Heng pondered for a moment and asked, "Are you asking me to check the modified backend?" He was indeed quite interested, given that he studied computer science. "Yes, it's related to your major. First, let us have a meal, and then I'll take you to the Special Operations Bureau," Yin Lei said. After Lin Heng got in the car, Yin Lei instructed his subordinates a few more times before leaving. "If you have any plans or subjects you prefer, feel free to mention them." As soon as Yin Lei said this, Lin Heng nodded in agreement, though he didn't have many thoughts on it at the moment. "There's a new product. What do you think?" "It's a self-purifying water tank." Lin Heng thought that completing the task was more important. He browsed through the product information in the system. "You can list it directly in your online store now. We will have someone specifically connect with you. You can mark any special restrictions, like time-limited or limited quantity," Yin Lei replied while driving, relieved that he no longer had to run around for purchasing every day. Shurqi had lived in Fengning City for 3 years. She moved to this city right after graduation. It's a second-tier city that has developed rapidly in recent years. But due to financial constraints, Shurqi lived in a relatively remote area. This year, she made some breakthroughs in her career, so she changed several residences and brought her mother to live with her. For her, everything in this place is good, except for the water quality. The water heater often accumulates scale, and the tap water has a smell. That's not even the worst part. The most serious issue is that using this water to wash her hair always results in hair loss. The girl, who once had a considerable amount of hair, has lost half of it after living here for 3 years. Chapter 137. Good stuff today. After work, she found 2 milky white water tanks in her home. They were very round and quite large, looking like they could hold about 40 liters of water. "Oh my gosh, what is this? Where are we supposed to put such large tanks?" The 2 awkward white tanks stood in the hallway of her small rental apartment, making it quite uncomfortable. "This is a good thing. I had a hard time getting it from your grandfather." Shichi's mother walked out with a cloth, carefully wiping down 2 buckets and feeling quite satisfied with herself. "Good stuff? What good stuff? There's no water shortage in the entire Fengning City now. Who even needs buckets? Oh my, you must have been deceived." Shichi slapped her forehead, certain that her mother had been tricked again, which was really frustrating. "How much did you buy this for? Don't use your grandfather as an excuse. Just tell me directly, I want to be mad." Shichi walked past her mother into the house, changed into her loungewear, and sighed while waiting for an answer. She was already used to her mother occasionally bringing home strange items. Whenever something new appeared in the house, it was usually because her mother had been sweet-talked into buying it while out shopping. She didn't blame her mother much, since Shichi often didn't have time to accompany her, and those salespeople were good at charming her mother into spending money. As long as the purchases didn't cause any trouble, she turned a blind eye. Most of the time, they just ended up being things her mother wasn't allowed to use, especially those odd health products. However, once she said that, Chi-Chi's mother was not having it. Standing in the hallway with her hands on her hips, she proudly declared, "I worked hard to get this from your grandfather. Your aunt's family wanted it, but couldn't get it." After finally bringing the things to their new home, she was eager to show them off to her daughter. But didn't expect that the girl wouldn't believe her. Chi-Chi was a bit surprised, so it really wasn't something her mother had bought? Her grandfather was much more reliable than her mother. Chi-Chi's grandfather was an old veteran, and although he was elderly, he was very sharp. Few could deceive him. "I can't possibly be lying to you. I really got it from your grandfather. He just received it and sent it to our home. I just got it myself." After wiping the buckets, Chi-Chi's mother continued, "Weren't you complaining that the water isn't good? This is a purifying bucket, specially requested for you." Chi-Chi almost laughed. "Oh my, you're really something. Fine, whatever you say." She didn't take it seriously, but was still dragged by her mother to wash her hair with the water from the bucket. Chi-Chi truly found it amusing. It was just tap water that had been filled in the bucket this afternoon. Now it could save the world? Just listen to me for a moment. This is good stuff. Only your grandfather could get a chance to buy it. I checked that online store. It's from a certain platform. And on my and your aunt's phones, we could only see apples for sale. I don't know how that works. But on your grandfather's phone, there are many items, 3 or 4 kinds. But it's slow and needs to be approved. However, their shipping is really fast. Chi-Chi's mother was almost tugging at her ears, speaking rapidly. All right. Chi-Chi placated her mother dismissively, as she truly didn't believe it. It was clear that her mother wasn't as skilled with her phone as her grandfather. Avoiding her mother, Chi-Chi walked into the kitchen and poured herself a glass of water. The warm water had no particular smell. "Did you buy bottled water?" Chi-Chi asked, taking a sip. "It's good. What brand is this?" Today's water had a hint of sweetness and didn't have the usual fishy taste, making Chi-Chi drink a few more sips. The drinking water at home is usually sourced from the water station downstairs, although the authorities claim that the water quality is absolutely compliant. Sure, Chi always finds the taste a bit strange. Where it comes from is just stored water. The water that was just put in at noon can already be used by the afternoon. Sher's mother raised her voice, insisting that it was really good to use. So why didn't her daughter believe it? Really? Now Chi was a bit curious. She couldn't really tell the difference when washing her hair, but the taste of this water was indeed much better. She leaned closer to the water bucket, opened the lid, and took a closer look. The bucket walls were thick, seamless overall, and felt very delicate, unlike the common materials. It was indeed a bit special. "I'll take some water to my workplace tomorrow for testing. Maybe it really is something good." Chi worked at a small food research institute, and a simple test of the water quality was feasible. She found a small water bottle, filled it with water, and put it in her bag, looking forward to the test results the next day. If it could really change the water quality so easily, that would be great. God knows how much she struggles with drinking water every day, not to mention that using tap water always makes her lose hair. The next day, during the morning rush, Chi deliberately filled another bottle, putting both in her bag. This was to add another comparison item. The 2 bottles had been filled from the water bucket, one sitting for 4 hours last night, and the other for 12 hours this morning. Chi wanted to see if the storage time made a difference in water quality. She found a colleague, Xiangying, to help with the testing. Upon seeing the 2 bottles, Xiangying immediately asked her, "I heard you moved. Are you testing your home water again?" Before moving, she had asked Xiangying to help test her tap water, which had passed all standards and was normal. Xiangying had advised her back then that if she wasn't used to the water, it might be due to the local conditions or psychological reasons, and that she would gradually get used to it. After all, the standards for water quality in the country are quite high, and it's rare for tap water to fail to meet standards. "No, this time my mom bought some unknown water, and I'm just worried she might buy something strange." Chi's explanation was immediately understood by Xiangying. Such things were quite common, especially with elderly family members. They agreed to meet after work to collect the report and then went their separate ways. The 2 bottles of water were labeled and neatly placed on the desk. While Xiangying went back to her own work, she planned to deal with the 2 bottles after finishing her morning tasks. However, as she got busy, she completely forgot about them. When she finally remembered to check on the 2 bottles, she found that only one was left on the desk. Xiangying felt a surge of irritation. Who was so idle as to mess with things on her personal workspace? She looked around and indeed saw the other bottle on the lab bench in the opposite cubicle. The label was still written by her, but now only the bottom of the bottle remained. It was that old hand again. Xiangying picked up the remaining bottle and marched into the cubicle, slamming the bottle down on the table. The loud thud startled the people inside. Chapter 138. 1 bottle is purified water. What are you doing? Are you out of your mind? The people in the room were operating equipment when one of them accidentally made a mistake, feeling frustrated. Turned around and happened to see the bottle of water that had been thrown onto the table. They immediately fell silent. "Who told you to touch someone else's things?" I'm not going to pursue anything else, but you dare to take personal items? The person named Liang Zhong had long been displeased with Xiang Ying, who always seemed to be slacking off and pretending to be busy, which was quite annoying. What are you shouting about? It was just your bottle of water. It's all company experimental water. How did it become yours just because it was on your desk? Liang Zhong's face turned red with anger. Why couldn't they discuss things privately without making a scene? Now everyone in the office could hear. Did he not care about his reputation? He had rushed to work that morning, only to find several experiments piled on his desk, with reports due that day, so he hurried over to get everything done. Just then, the water near the experimental station ran out, and he couldn't wait for logistics to replenish it. He was too lazy to fetch it himself. So he simply took the bottle from Xiang Ying's desk. They occasionally used plastic bottles for purified water, which was handy during experiments. It was just a bottle of purified water. If you needed more, just go to logistics to get it. Why are you shouting at me? Or do you just not want to work? The more Liang Zhong thought about it, the more justified he felt, almost wanting to shout back. I never said it was purified water. Xiang Ying was so angry she almost laughed. Whenever there was real work to be done, he was the first to run away. And now he had the nerve to accuse others of slacking off. At that moment, Liang Zhong had just finished the last set of experiments when he heard her words and broke out in a cold sweat. What did you say? If the sample was contaminated, it wouldn't just be a matter of getting scolded. He hurriedly rushed to the computer to check the report he had just generated. Although Liang Zhong usually acted indifferent and lazy, he knew that some principal mistakes could not be made. I said this is a sample for water quality testing, not purified water. I marked it and took a photo, so you can't blame me. Xiang Ying was furious and directly took a photo of the water bottle on the table and sent it to her superior. She wanted to say serves you right and walk away, but the frustrating part was that they were working on the same project. As a manager, even if his experiment had little to do with her, she couldn't just ignore it. However, she wasn't without options. At the end of the day, Xiang Ying cheerfully expressed her gratitude to Shi. Because of that bottle of water, she had temporarily gotten Liang Zhong out of her group. Moreover, what was even more delightful was that the bottle he had taken was indeed purified water. The mouse droppings were removed, and the experiment didn't need to be redone. Xiang Ying decided to treat Shi to a meal. You have no idea, I almost made him furious, and luckily, the bottle he took was the purified one. You wouldn't believe it. His face turned pale. Haha, he probably still doesn't know it was purified water. Xiang Ying relaxed in her chair, still feeling angry when she recalled what had happened that day. Among the 2 bottles of water you brought, one was purified water, and the other was close but still met the drinking water standards. As she leaned forward to ask Shi, has your family installed the water purification device? No. It can't be that advanced. Is it bottled water? Shi grabbed the testing report on the table and examined it closely. Is it really pure water? Wow. She was starting to believe what her mother had said. Perhaps her grandfather had indeed gotten some good stuff that her mom brought home. She just wanted to go back and ask about that online store her mom mentioned. Seeing her unusual reaction, Xiang Ying probed further and learned the gist of it. Water bucket? What does it look like? Special material? Just for holding water? A storage tank? That online store you mentioned, once you get the details, send them to me as well. It would be great to check it out if we can get our hands on one and take it apart. Xiang Ying had always been interested in studying such things, having dismantled various items at home since childhood. People with similar interests had already begun experimenting. On the 2nd floor of the research institute, several individuals were gathered, examining the cross-section of a self-purifying water storage tank. Why call it a water bucket? It's clearly a tank, Meng Shibiao complained while poking at a white cube on the table. They had worked hard to cut away a section of the tank side and break it down into smaller pieces. The exterior of the tank didn't reveal much. But once cut open, they discovered that the tank wall had 3 layers. Meng Shibiao used tweezers to poke at the innermost layer, which was a soft white material. The 2nd layer was a dense mesh, and the 3rd layer was a slightly darker color. Still haven't figured out what it is? He asked, slightly frustrated as he dropped the tweezers and turned around. In fact, they hadn't only failed to identify the material, but also did not understand the purification principle. They were unsure of the origin of this item, but its effectiveness was undeniable. At least it was confirmed to be harmless to the human body. So the country had decided to promote it on a small scale initially, especially in areas where water safety was a concern and pollution was severe. The country itself had high standards for domestic water quality, but even in the best areas, contamination could occur during secondary transportation, affecting water quality. Additionally, byproducts from disinfection processes and heavy metal pollution in some regions due to industrial development were also impacting water safety. Currently, there were no better solutions available. The emergence of this water storage tank provided some new guarantees for water safety. Soon, numerous bloggers began posting testing videos online, including several well-known science communicators. The subject of their tests was this seemingly ordinary water tank. The testing method was straightforward. The bloggers filled the tank with water from a nearby river, filming continuously for 12 hours without opening the tank. After 12 hours, they tested the water and posted the results at the end of the video. The water quality was rated good, classified as Category 3. The comments under the video were varied, with many expressing skepticism. I don't believe it. Where did the impurities go? Is this some kind of new intelligence tax? Honestly, the advertising is too intense. This tank has been on my homepage for over a day. To be fair, why isn't there a purchase link? Are they afraid I can't afford it? Chapter 139. Cracking the helmet information as June approached its end. The exam week at the Provincial Normal University was just around the corner. However, the weekly lectures in the school auditorium were not postponed. They continued as scheduled even during exam week. Fortunately, there were no exams arranged for the weekends, allowing Lin Heng to perfectly schedule his time to attend the lectures. Indeed, he had become less concerned about his surroundings, but he now realized that these lectures were likely intended for him, especially since he always sat in the front row. By now, people had begun to add him on social media, asking if he had any connections to secure a spot at the lectures. Lin Heng simply rejected all the requests, as he had no interest in socializing. He had been enjoying his days immensely, relishing the joy of being away from strangers and doing whatever he pleased. Even for deliveries, he only needed to check the orders in his online store. He hadn't seen Yinlei in days. Just 3 days had passed, and the system notified him that he had completed the task for the self-purifying water bucket version 20. The exchange price was half of the suggested retail price, only requiring 100. With 2,000 energy points earned, coupled with what he already had, Lin Heng now had over 5,000 points. He decided to keep this energy for now and had no plans to redeem anything. Sitting on the sofa, Lin Heng browsed the system interface and noticed a special notification. Besides the task completion alert, there was an additional message indicating that the sales of the self-purifying water bucket version 20 had exceeded expectations, and thus, an upgraded product was being released. Curiously, he opened the interface and saw a new icon next to the water bucket. It was named Self-Purifying Water Bucket version 30, a name that seemed like a copy-paste without any creativity. He clicked the icon to take a look. It appeared to be a larger bucket, but there were no significant changes. Well, even though it wasn't the dramatic upgrade he had hoped for, at least the upgrade was successful. This further confirmed his suspicion that not only did the sales need to be substantial, but it also required diverse buyers to promote it to more places. Essentially, it was about expanding the product's influence. Lin Heng had already listed all the products from the system in his online store, and he didn't need to worry about who was buying them. He hardly checked his bank card anymore, as it seemed meaningless. Now, he was just waiting for feedback from Yaoyu. He estimated that in 3 to 4 days, the system would react. In a good mood, Lin Heng continued to tinker with his system. In his apartment, small mech models flew up and down, busy tidying up the space and occasionally buzzing over to refill Lin Heng's cup. Seeing them reminded him that the third batch of mechs ordered from the military district should be arriving today. Although he was curious about their destination, he hadn't inquired further. Many of the shipping addresses were directly provided by the military, which he then used for deliveries through the system. This time, it was more convenient. He could just list it directly on the online store and then send a message to Lu Liang to place the order himself. Just as the shipment was being processed, the system refreshed again, indicating that limited-time items had been updated. Lin Heng scrolled through the system and almost laughed out loud. This time, the refreshed items were indeed agricultural products, but they were all finished goods, the kind that could be eaten directly. In simple terms, they were snacks, like vegetable chips and oat crisps. Recently, there had been a lot of agricultural information around him. Even the news notifications on his phone were of this nature. However, due to a large drone that had appeared earlier under the guise of an agricultural protection machine, they had been speculating that the next items would be similar. Unexpectedly, a bucket was interspersed in between, and the new products were all edible. It might also be that he had been thinking a lot about what tasty food to eat lately. For Lin Heng, the exam week was quite relaxed, but he didn't really expect to receive a scholarship due to the scattered lessons over the past 2 months. After all, attendance and grades were linked. Once he finished the last subject today, he could look forward to the summer vacation. In fact, he was a bit surprised to be done with exams by the end of June. He had only recently received a notification from the college that the exams would be held early at the end of June, with all of July reserved for elective courses. In other words, if he had enough credits, he could take a break in July. Lin Heng not only had enough credits, but had also earned some from attending lectures. So he truly didn't need to take any elective courses. Thus, he could take an early vacation in July to focus on his own matters. This vacation was previously arranged with the military district for training and to participate in a summer camp, so he could start packing to stay at the military district soon. When he was at the military district before, Lin Heng had done some basic physical training and was still running every day. However, he hadn't really found a good way to control his strength, so he could only be careful in his daily activities. Over time, he had gotten used to handling everything gently. Thankfully, he hadn't damaged his phone. That evening, someone from the military district came to pick him up. The gift from the beyond was activated again. This time, The person was Zhang Ji, who had gone missing a year ago. Before his disappearance, the research on the new generation of engines had just made a breakthrough. Lin Heng had heard a bit about this person. However, the news at that time didn't reveal his true identity. It only mentioned that they were searching for Zhang Ji, who had vanished deep in the mountains. Now, he appeared in the projection of the gift from the beyond. The truth was already quite clear. A year later, this project team was still continuing its research. This afternoon, the entire project team had moved to the military district in Bin province. Now, the relevant leaders and project members from back then were waiting at the military district, just missing Lin Heng's arrival. It was only then that Lin Heng realized that if there were more instances of the gift from the beyond with a live projection in the future, wouldn't he always have to be on site? Although there was no immediate impact, he still felt somewhat uncomfortable and thought he might need to figure out a solution later. Unfortunately, the system only provided him with one such gift, and there was no way to upgrade through sales channels. After thinking it over, Lin Heng set the matter aside for now, as it didn't have any immediate impact. He decided to address it later. As the vehicle slowly entered the military district, Lin Heng's phone suddenly chimed with a notification. It was puzzling, as there should have been no signal. Curious, he pulled out his phone to check, and surprisingly, it was indeed a message. He confirmed that there was no signal. And before he could even open the message, the phone chimed again, catching the driver's attention as well. Lin Heng hastily opened the message and found it was from Yanlei. Are you at the military district? The new equipment is being trialed, and you can get a new phone in a while. New equipment? Lin Heng was taken aback. Before he could ask for more details, a third message came through. We've cracked the information channel of the helmet, and the results are promising. The helmet? Lin Heng certainly remembered that device which allowed communication regardless of distance. He just didn't expect the country to have cracked it so quickly. Could he now look forward to a new communication system? Chapter 140. Never leaving that forest again. Lin Heng's new phone arrived at the military district shortly after he did. As soon as he entered the experimental building of the military academy, someone brought the phone into the isolation room. He was puzzled, as the message had just mentioned that it would take some time. What was happening now? While he was contemplating this, another notification chimed on his phone. Yanlei, it's a trial device, temporarily for use in the military district. This one won't be blocked. Yanlei, in about half a month, the technology will be ready for widespread application. The phone that was delivered looked quite ordinary, with a black body and a startup screen that read trial device. There were no common signal indicators on the interface, just a hollow circle spinning continuously in the upper right corner. The apps were minimal, limited to a few commonly used ones. Lin Heng opened the browser to test it and found that browsing was very smooth, confirming that it could connect to the internet. He then checked his original phone, which still had no signal or internet access. As Lin Heng was reviewing the system information on the new phone, he suddenly heard a choked voice from the next room. Through the one-way glass, he looked over and saw that the small room had been transformed into a spacious laboratory, with a crystal capable of projection placed near the glass. However, the 3D projection was displayed in the center of the room. From his side, Lin Heng could see the silhouette of a person in midair, but he couldn't make out the details. He could, however, clearly see a middle-aged man at the lab bench who was already crying. He recognized him from the news and recalled that he was an academician. For some reason, Lin Heng felt that the man's expression was off. He had witnessed a similar scene before, when Professor Renli first appeared in the projection. His student Qi Jingxian had cried quite a bit. Lin Heng couldn't pinpoint what was wrong, but inexplicably, he didn't feel sad. After watching for a while, he lowered his head to look at his two phones. Just then a message popped up on the new phone. Lu Liang, there might be a bit of noise soon. Don't be scared. Lin Heng silently put down his phone and shifted his chair back. Wang Yi didn't expect to be called by the military district either. He had been busy with his recent promotion in the capital, running around to build connections, and was just waiting for the final announcement. Suddenly, he was contacted by the military district, saying there was a secret mission that required him to come to a certain province on short notice. At that moment, Wang Yi's heart raced, but the developments didn't give him a chance to refuse. That very night, he was taken to the military district in that province. He felt confused and anxious throughout the journey. Until he was brought into this room, he had no idea what was about to happen. The soldiers who brought him in quickly exited the room, leaving Wang Yi alone in the empty space. His heartbeat quickened, and he felt restless, pacing around until he had to lean against the table to steady himself. Just as he was feeling tense, a flickering light appeared by the wall. When he turned around, he saw a strange crystal on a table in the corner. The color above the crystal deepened gradually, and soon, an image was projected in the center of the room. A man in white slowly walked into view. It was someone he used to know very well. Zhang Ji felt like he had been asleep for a long time, and when he woke up, he was still somewhat dazed. He took some time to understand the situation, followed by a long wait until it was his turn to connect. However, he never expected to see his mentor, Wang Yi. Teacher Wang, long time no see. A long sigh echoed in the room. Wang Yi looked up and was momentarily stunned to see him. Then without any buffer, he started crying. Zhang Ji, you clearly died. It's been a long time. Wang Yi was terrified and crying. Others didn't know how Zhang Ji had disappeared. They all thought he was missing. But as his mentor, Wang Yi knew the truth. Seeing Zhang Ji's expression of melancholy looking down at him made Wang Yi's legs go weak, almost causing him to collapse. What happened? You're not dead? Where are you? Do you know how long we've been searching for you? Wang Yi's voice trembled as he leaned on the table, gripping the edge so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Zhang Ji looked down at the screen, his gaze fixed on Wang Yi. The moment he saw the other's first expression, he understood everything. The details in his mind suddenly connected. Teacher, don't you know what happened? He usually had no interest in outdoor activities. The only camping experience he had was suggested by his mentor. And then he had died in that accident, never to emerge from those woods. As Zhang Ji was still trying to sort out his thoughts, Wang Yi could no longer hold himself together. Impossible, impossible. You're supposed to be dead. He frantically slapped the table twice and rushed to the wall, ready to smash the crystal that was projecting the image. Lin Heng, who had been listening next door for a while, finally understood what was happening. No wonder he thought Wang Yi's voice sounded strange earlier. It turned out that he wasn't sad or excited. He was terrified and crying. Something was definitely not right. It seems that this person connected in the line was also harmed by someone. Lin Heng was deep in thought when suddenly a loud crash echoed. A few individuals rushed into the room. The sound of the door breaking startled him. He belatedly remembered the information he had just received and touched the armrest he had accidentally broken, hoping he wouldn't have to compensate for it. Lin Heng couldn't help but complain internally. Was it really necessary to break in like this? The people who rushed in unceremoniously grabbed Wang Yi and started to take him outside, not forgetting to greet Zhang Ji before leaving. Soon, the room fell quiet again, leaving only Zhang Ji's projection hanging in midair. In the image, he was looking down, seemingly lost in thought. At this moment, just as Lin Heng was curious about the subsequent developments, a knock on the door sounded, and Lu Liang pushed the door open. I didn't scare you, did I? We just found out about him too. What a coincidence this is. Lu Liang seemed a bit exhausted. If it weren't for today's incident, they wouldn't have been able to trace anything about Wang Yi. In fact, earlier that afternoon, before Lin Heng arrived, the crystal from the gift of the deceased had briefly connected for a few minutes. The military district had been monitoring the activity of this crystal, and as soon as the projection appeared, someone immediately came to check it. The effect was similar to the last time. It connected, but the image was very unstable. Actually, Zhang Ji had reported him missing back then, and his death had never been confirmed. However, now that the person appeared in the projection, it was clear that something had happened. The two sides exchanged some information, mostly with Zhang Ji speaking. Since his recollections were not very complete, most of his descriptions were fragmented, and with Lin Heng not present and the signal unstable, the information from those few minutes was organized and analyzed later. It was precisely during those few minutes that the military district noticed an issue while determining the list of personnel to be mobilized. In Zhang Ji's scattered descriptions, he mentioned that he was recommended by a psychologist to go camping for some relaxation, but the location was suggested by his former mentor. This contradicted the records of the special agency. In the investigation back then, this so-called mentor had completely distanced himself from the situation. If Zhang Ji hadn't brought it up now, no one would have continued to investigate Wang Yi. After all, the case had been closed as an accident at that time. And although it was still under observation, there had been no further investigation. A year later, this so-called psychologist had vanished without a trace. Additionally, 4 or 5 related personnel had gradually gone abroad over the past year. The only person that could still be found was this highly active mentor in the workplace. Lu Liang spent the afternoon negotiating with the special agency, then contacting Zhang Ji's original laboratory, forming a new project team, and arranging for the necessary equipment and personnel to be moved. After all the hustle and bustle, he obtained all of Wang Yi's information, only to discover that this person had so far only relied on the results of the research project from a year ago, with no new accomplishments to show. Lu Liang had just started to go through this information and didn't have much time to examine it in detail. Initially, he had sought out Wang Yi because he had been half in charge of this project team. The military academy selected him, thinking that since they were acquaintances and he was a teacher, he would be relatively friendly towards Zhang Ji. However, they did not expect such a significant hidden issue to arise later. Seeing that the person had already been brought in, they decided to let him in for a trial. Not anticipating such a strong reaction, Lu Liang sat down next to Lin Heng, waiting for the adjacent area to be tidied up. Soon, new staff members entered to chat with Zhang Ji. Lin Heng listened to Zhang Ji's voice, which carried a hint of sobbing. But he did not pursue that topic further and instead asked if, having seen the projection, they wouldn't risk leaking information by taking him out again. It's not a big problem, Lu Liang replied with a smile. After all, people may not even be able to leave the military district, so there's no fear of leaks. There is still a lot to investigate, such as personnel who have gone abroad one after another. If it weren't for your gift, we wouldn't have caught this person. And there are many accounts to settle following the leads from him. However, the subsequent matters are no longer Lu Liang's responsibility. The Special Operations Bureau has already sent people to wrap things up. Is it related to that country? Lin Heng pulled out a few apples from the system and handed them to Lu Liang. Not really. Or rather, it's not just that country. This time it's more complicated. Lu Liang pondered how to explain it well, as the engine is the heart of a fighter jet. And the research results from Zhang Ji and his team had caused quite a stir. Many countries were paying close attention to their every move. You should know that the military academy of the provincial military district also focuses on power systems. But it's different from the research direction of their project group a year ago. Before he had his incident, we had invited him, but there was no time. Our military district also kept an eye on his situation and could somewhat speculate which forces were causing trouble, but at that time, there was no evidence to support it. Now, it's good. We can send them all away in one go. Seeing that Lin Heng had no major issues, Lu Liang picked up 2 apples and turned to leave. He had just come to check on Lin Heng's situation and still needed to rush to deal with Wang Yi's matters. Once the person left, Lin Heng relaxed against the chair back. This was already the 3rd incident he had heard related to foreign forces. Feeling a bit restless, Lin Heng listened to the conversation coming from next door and fell into deep thought again. Why is the inspection at the airport so strict today? Lu Wenxiang tightly gripped his passport and ticket, running toward the boarding gate. Just as he joined the queue, he saw someone being pulled out of the line and taken away. Lu Wenxiang calmed his breathing and, when the surroundings quieted down, quietly asked the person in front of him what had happened. Not sure, but I heard it's been really strict since this morning. There might be a big event happening recently. The people around shook their heads, indicating they didn't know either. Lu Wenxiang frowned and wiped the sweat off his forehead. He had been waiting for a long time today and hoped nothing would go wrong at this crucial moment. Once he arrived at the port city and caught the ship leaving tomorrow, everything would be resolved. He had prepared for this for a long time. No one will find me. He remained so certain until just before boarding. Everything initially went smoothly. After passing the ticket check and stepping onto the jet bridge, Lu Wenxiang relaxed completely, even letting his steps become leisurely. He had made very thorough preparations, arranging everything for nearly a year. Recently, he finally cleared all loose ends and transferred all his assets, allowing him to leave with peace of mind. Through the glass of the corridor bridge, Lu Wenxiang gazed at the distant sky, feeling freedom and beauty beckoning to him. All the effort he put into gathering information was not in vain. The airport terminal had 3 levels, with the corridor bridge close to the airplane side and a return exit leading down to the lower level where transfer passengers exited the terminal. Just as Lu Wenxiang reached the junction, he was suddenly yanked downwards and found himself pushed against the wall. Before he could even ask what was happening, someone came up and restrained him, leading him down the corridor bridge. Lu Wenxiang struggled to break free, wanting to shout, but was silenced. As the aircraft moved further away from him, he struggled even harder. You better not shout. A hand gripped tightly on his arm, leading him to the entrance of the lower level of the corridor bridge. Lu Wenxiang was not only too scared to shout, his legs felt weak. At the door stood a person in black clothing, wearing a helmet, and Lu Wenxiang was pushed in front of him. He couldn't tell if the person was looking at him. The dark visor of the helmet obscured everything. After a long moment, the person nodded, and a deep voice came through. It's him. Just those 2 words made Lu Wenxiang break out in cold sweat. It was over. For some reason, he just knew he had been discovered. Although he had anticipated this day would come, he still felt unwilling. He was so nervous that even if no one stopped him, he could hardly make a sound. I'm traveling legally. You have the wrong person, he said in a near whisper. A hand pushed on his shoulder, guiding him through the staff passage directly out of the airport. Stop thinking. Even if you change your name, you can't change your DNA. If we can find you, we won't be mistaken, the voice continued. To be honest, finding this person's DNA records is much more complicated than locating the person himself. After all, with that high-tech helmet in play, finding someone is just a matter of a click. This is the last one. Let's wrap it up. Everything went smoothly today, and they were heading to the next location for further operations. Unless something unexpected happened, these hidden individuals would be cleaned up in a week. Chapter 142. Their follow-up on the Medicine Jade incident. Recent news has been quite interesting, with the country in a state of peace and stability. Especially yesterday, when the country dismantled a spy organization involving a complex array of individuals, which was quite satisfying to witness. The international scene was lively, with 3 countries launching denunciations, claiming the country disregarded human rights. After a brief uproar with no one responding, they changed their tune, frantically claiming the arrested spies as their own citizens and accusing the country of wrongful detainment. Of course, as usual, no one paid them any mind. This time, even the official attempts at diplomacy were absent, as the country resolutely handled the situation on its own terms. The Special Operations Agency had been extremely busy due to this matter, while Yin Lei and his team were one of the few departments that could afford to take a breather. needing to arrange personnel to stay close to Lin Heng at all times. Moreover, Lin Heng is quite reclusive. During the summer vacation, he went directly to the military district and showed almost no willingness to go out. Consequently, aside from handling Lin Heng's online store and organizing information, it seemed like the entire department with Yin Lei was on summer break as well. This was somewhat frustrating, especially for Li, who was overwhelmed with work. Upon returning to the office, he could still see Yin Lei and his team sitting around drinking tea. Yin Lei didn't want to appear so idle, but recently, the military district had imposed stricter controls again, making it quite difficult for him to visit Lin Heng. Furthermore, with a new phone, there was hardly any impact from signal blocking, and the military district was even less inclined to let them make frequent trips unless Lin Heng reached out to them. Otherwise, they had to submit a mountain of applications. Luckily, Lin Heng actually contacted them this morning. There was an update regarding the medicinal jade. When Yin Lei arrived, Lin Heng had just returned from the training ground, hastily washed up, and was sitting there eating an apple. It was still in the dormitory he shared. When Yin Lei entered, he noticed that the door seemed to have been replaced. Pushing it lightly, he found it felt much heavier. Lin Heng saw his expression and, of course, wouldn't he mention the door, since he had accidentally broken it one day when he was too tired. Cough. Why did you come over directly? The medicinal jade can be traded now. Do you want to check it out? He thought it would be like before, just trading online. Yin Lei didn't want to mention that he had been under pressure from Director Li, so he just vaguely replied, I came to see you. Lin Heng nodded. He had received a system notification that morning, which had only one message. The item exchange list had been refreshed. When he clicked in to check, the icon for the medicinal jade was already in a redeemable state. The exchange price was the highest on the entire list, at 100,000 each. However, what Lin Heng was most concerned about was the icon next to the medicinal jade, which was for cash exchange for lifespan. Sure enough, it had also been activated. He didn't understand why this icon had been activated without any notification from the system. However, Lin Heng quickly set aside this doubt. The priority was to redeem first. By the time Yin Lei arrived, he had already converted the tens of billions in his account into lifespan balance. The countdown for lifespan displayed on the system homepage finally counted down in years, over 8 years. 1 million a day. Lin Heng felt great. Life was full of motivation. Although since obtaining the system, genetic diseases no longer threatened his life. Seeing the balance of his lifespan at just a few tens of days didn't bring him much joy. Although it wasn't too long now, from this point on, he was a player recharging his lifespan. Earning money was definitely easier than earning energy points. If he could directly exchange the currency from his country for his survival time, then he could use the system's energy points for other things. For instance, he could get a larger warehouse for himself, or install a Mars-based module in his warehouse. Well, Lin Heng was just thinking about it. He still remembered that the military district had approached him wanting to use a certain delivery service for shipping, and that there was interest in acquiring more Mars-based modules. Including the rewards from the first 2 tasks he had just completed, he still had over 8,000 energy points available. Among them, there are 1,000 provided by potted apple trees. Calculating this way, the energy value is actually not enough, especially for the Martian-based modules that the country wants to exchange, which are quite costly. It's insufficient. Lin Heng set aside his playful thoughts for now. His warehouse was sufficient, and there was no immediate need for expansion. He still needed to earn more energy values, feeling that the star refining courier business brought by this system could also be developed well. However, when talking to Yin Lei, he only mentioned the medicinal jade. Yin Lei didn't ask much. He followed Lin Heng's lead in the conversation. Soon, the two completed the transaction and sent the medicinal jade to the research institute that was about to finish the study. Results were expected soon, with expedited arrangements already made. Yin Lei, sitting at the table, took an apple from the table and wasn't in a hurry to leave. Last time, that water barrel, didn't you just put up version 30? There's already a campus as a pilot, linking up with this large water storage tank to purify and supply the entire building. The specific situation will depend on the subsequent effects, but it looks quite good so far. While saying this, he showed Lin Heng some photos from the site, where the water tank was installed near the main water valve of the residential building. Lin Heng glanced at it. Version 30 was a white square water tank and looked quite sizable. Several connected together did indeed take up a considerable area. It was a bit too big. He spoke with a hint of disdain, mentioning that not all communities have such large spaces for this kind of thing. Yin Lei laughed, saying it's better to have it than not. These areas are close to industrial zones, where the water quality control isn't very good. Some factories have also been set up to treat wastewater beforehand, and the results were quite good. Just then, Lin Heng's system suddenly refreshed the task. Ahem, I have a new product that needs to be traded in person. Lin Heng looked through his task list. This new task was quite interesting. The task was to sell second-hand parent-child off-road go-karts, a safety speed-limited version. The trading method was limited to face-to-face transactions, suggesting that the target buyer group was guardians of children aged 12 to 16, with a suggested selling price of 10,000. The minimum transaction volume was 500. Task rewards included 8,000 energy values, redeemable for 80 days of life extension. As always, the system style was consistent, and the rewards were generous. Lin Heng briefly skimmed through it. It mentioned selling to guardians of children aged 12 to 16, requiring face-to-face transactions for an off-road go-kart. After a brief description, Lin Heng urged, "Do you know anyone suitable? Let's find a buyer and test the car." The off-road go-kart looked quite fun in the pictures. Chapter 143, Can Accelerate too. As soon as this requirement came out, Yin Lei was amused. This is simple, there really are people. He opened the window and shouted downstairs. And soon someone came jogging up to knock on the door. To Lin Heng's surprise, it was Zhou Yi who entered. Lin Heng was taken aback. Wait, does teacher Zhou have a child? Over 12 years old? He didn't look like it. Guessing broadly, the other person shouldn't be over 35. Lin Heng even counted. It seemed barely enough. However, he remembered that the class group chat was buzzing with certainty that the other party was a single male teacher. Could it be that the identity from the school was also fake? Seeing his conflicted expression, Yin Lei almost laughed out loud. What was he thinking? He had a younger brother of the right age, and he was the legal guardian, which was perfectly fine. Saying this, he called Zhou Yi to swipe the card and place the order in the other person's name first. Let's go. Find Lu Liang for a place and give it a try. Once the transfer was confirmed successful, Yin Lei got up and headed out. Since I've paid, can I also give it a try? Zhou Yi actually had no idea what he was buying, but he knew it had to be something good. The test drive location was in the military district. It was said that Lin Heng was coming to test drive an off-road vehicle, and Lu Liang had found him a straight stretch of road. Right behind the military warehouse, there was a wide road that he could drive freely on. This road was not often used, and was only open during special times when the warehouse back door needed to be accessed. However, there was still a time limit. The road had to be cleared before the routine inspection in the afternoon. Calculating, they had about 4 to 5 hours. But Lin Heng felt that it wouldn't take that long. Since he got his driver's license, he hadn't driven at all, so this would just be a quick spin for fun. Plus, he was a bit excited to see what was special about this go-kart. Once the area was cleared, and only Zhou Yi and Yin Lei remained, he eagerly pulled out the product from the system. A deep red convertible off-road vehicle appeared by the roadside. Although it was labeled as a family vehicle, it was essentially a two-seater off-road model. The roof was open, supported by a few thick steel pipes wrapped in colorful fabric straps. The doors were low, and the tires looked quite large. The overall size of the vehicle was somewhat awkward. It was much larger than any go-kart Lin Heng had seen, yet half the size of a typical off-road vehicle. It was too big to be a children's car and a bit small to be an adult model. Lin Heng walked around the vehicle, noticing that it was a second-hand car with many signs of wear. While he was observing, Yin Lei had already started checking various parts and flipping through to see if there were any manuals or similar items. After inspecting almost all the removable parts and confirming there were no issues, Yin Lei finally got in the car. Lin Heng also took the passenger seat and asked, "How is this car? I can't understand it at all," Yin Lei replied while starting the vehicle. He was not joking. He truly couldn't comprehend anything. Once the hood was opened, he was already confused. The internal structure was so simple that it didn't look like what an engine should be. Fortunately, the driving operation was not much different from a normal car. Otherwise, he might not have been able to drive at all. As far as he knew, go-karts had a specific international standard, characterized by front-wheel steering, rear-wheel drive, no differential, and no suspension in a single-seat micro-race car. This vehicle that Lin Heng brought out had none of those characteristics. Just the fact that he couldn't understand this engine meant it didn't belong to the go-kart category. Especially since it was a two-seater, it further contradicted the basic features of a go-kart. Originally, Yin Lei thought he would see a rather ridiculous big toy. When he heard the name of this parent-child go-kart, he imagined it to be one of those small cars in a park. However, after inspecting this small off-road vehicle, his expression turned serious. This certainly didn't look like a toy at all. As time passed 9 a.m., the temperature gradually rose. The two of them circled around the off-road vehicle for quite a while, feeling a bit of sweat on their foreheads. If one were to say that this off-road go-kart was specifically designed for parent-child activities, it wouldn't be entirely untrue. It could be managed for an adult to take a child for a ride. However, after Yin Lei's inspection, he noted that although the vehicle was open-top, the seat belts had a special design that could securely fasten a person in place. It seemed a bit dangerous. What kind of environment required such a securing method? Yin Lei thought of roller coasters. Moreover, was it really safe to be secured in a seat in an open-top off-road vehicle? He cautiously started the car, gradually increasing the speed, driving steadily away and back to the starting point, yet still felt that something was off. If there's no problem, should I get in? Lin Heng was already eager to try it out. Yin Lei nodded. He hadn't found any issues and couldn't stop him. However, he added, "You should put on your helmet." Huh, helmet? Lin Heng paused for a moment before remembering he had one stored in the warehouse. After he put on the helmet and fastened the seatbelt, Yin Lei finally got into the car and asked, "You know how to drive, right?" He knew Lin Heng had a driver's license. Asking this was just to bolster his own confidence. "Don't worry, I've driven before." Lin Heng smiled slightly, adjusted his posture, and started the vehicle. "You've driven? When?" Yin Lei was puzzled. He hadn't seen that record in the files. The Special Operations Unit shouldn't have such significant errors. "I've driven bumper cars," Lin Heng said as he pressed down on the accelerator. In that instant, Yin Lei swore he felt a push against his back. As the car shot forward, he gripped the side railing tightly. The wind rushed past his ears, and he heard Lin Heng's cheers. "Wow, this is awesome." Soon, the speed stabilized, and Lin Heng casually maneuvered in an S shape on the wide road. The car was small, so he could drive it freely. When turning the vehicle around, Lin Heng unexpectedly hit something, causing the speed to suddenly increase. The scenery on both sides blurred and rushed past, with a roaring engine sound ringing out. But the sound was not coming from the direction of the engine that Yin Lei recognized. "Where's that sound coming from? It wasn't there when you were driving just now," Lin Heng shouted, not waiting for Yin Lei to respond, as he reached down to the area below the windshield. "There's a sound system. Is it atmosphere sound?" He fumbled and tapped under the windshield, discovering a row of long speakers. Upon closer inspection, there were colorful light effects. It seemed to simulate the roar of an engine just for the fun of it. Before he could continue exploring, he heard shouts from beside him. "Don't let go of the steering wheel. Drive properly. Are you crazy?" Yin Lei felt his heart racing. The off-road vehicle was still speeding up and slowing down unpredictably. He took a deep breath, feeling the tight safety belt wrapped around him, and confirmed his safety. Before Yin Lei could relax, Lin Heng's excited shouts reached his ears again. Though they were not very clear, coming in bursts. "We can accelerate." While shouting, Lin Heng seemed to have found something and abruptly shifted to a higher gear. The off-road vehicle charged out like a beast, and before he could continue his excitement, a scream pierced the air. It sounded like Yin Lei. But when he turned to look, the other party had their mouth tightly shut. Lin Heng sharply turned the steering wheel, making a wide turn at the end of the road, and then charged back. Chapter 144, Do You Have Children? The July weather was a bit muggy, and the sun was rising high in the sky. Zhou Yi sought shelter under the shade of the trees by the roadside. He was at one end of the road, waiting for the two people who had gone out to test the car to return. The sound of cicadas filled the air but couldn't drown out the distant roar. Zhou Yi shielded his forehead with his hand, watching from afar as the seemingly intoxicated little off-road vehicle suddenly accelerated, hurtling back toward him. The momentum of Lin Heng's driving was as if it was about to crash into a wall. Zhou Yi even momentarily imagined the wheels grinding against the ground, sparking flames. He was so startled that he took a big step back, only to find himself against the wall, just as he tried to sidestep again. The already approaching off-road vehicle's wheels screeched loudly, the body jolted violently, and then it came to a steady stop just 2 meters in front of Zhou Yi, nearly crashing into the green space. "Hey, want to try my car?" Lin Heng waved at him, his cheerful voice coming over, eager to take another lap. Zhou Yi shook his head vigorously. "I'll pass. This isn't driving an off-road vehicle. It's like riding a roller coaster." "All right then, just wait a moment," Lin Heng replied, removing his helmet. Just as he was speaking, a loud thud echoed nearby as a heavy object hit the ground. Yin Lei hadn't even had time to open the car door before he rolled out, his legs giving way, almost causing him to kneel down. And Zhou Yi had to help him steady himself. "Are you out of your mind?" Yin Lei was almost on the verge of a breakdown. He decided that it was better not to ride in that car. He would write in the report to prohibit Lin Heng from driving. In the end, he did end up throwing up, despite all the training he had undergone over the years. This was the first time he had felt so helpless just from being in a vehicle. Only now did Lin Heng's excitement begin to subside a little. Seeing how badly Yin Lei was suffering, Lin Heng felt embarrassed and quickly got out of the car to grab a bucket of water from the system warehouse. Squatting next to Yin Lei to help him wash up. "You drove pretty well, but don't drive anymore. I'll get you a driver, a car, everything for you," Yin Lei said, still recovering, his voice nearly gone. He felt he could at least file for a work-related injury. It was just too difficult. "How did you even pass your driving test? How could you manage to get a license?" Seeing the doubtful look on Yin Lei's face, Lin Heng smiled awkwardly. He remembered when he was practicing for the driving test, the instructor had chased after the car, telling him to slow down. When it came time for on-road practice, he was strictly limited on speed. While practicing on the road, there were even 2 instructor cars nearby ready to enforce the speed limit. Fortunately, he was quite obedient when learning to drive. "Isn't it the case that he casually mentioned driving?" Lin Heng said as he took out a bucket of water and helped Yin Lei wash his hands. "Using this to wash my hands is too extravagant." Yin Lei recognized that the bucket contained water Lin Heng had sold earlier. "There's nothing else, just make do with it. I didn't expect you to get carsick." Once Lin Heng saw that Yin Lei was more or less done, he handed over the remaining water for Yin Lei to drink. "I'm not carsick. This is just not driving. Anyone would feel nauseous after being tossed around in a rolling vehicle." Taking a deep breath, Lei urged himself to stay calm. Lin Heng rubbed his nose, pondering how to change the subject. Who knew it had a secondary acceleration feature? It was pretty quick. He had just randomly found a switch and tried it out. By the time Lei finished tidying up, Zhou Yi approached the off-road vehicle and peeked into the driver's seat. I just heard the engine roar. How come this vehicle doesn't even have a dashboard? Zhou Yi silently calculated the speed of the off-road vehicle from earlier, secretly amazed, thinking it must have exceeded 200 at some point. That engine sound was just the sound system, an ambient sound effect, Lin Heng explained as he leaned by the car and pointed to the soundbar beneath the windshield. It started making noise when I accelerated. As they talked about speed, Lei also joined in, casually placing the remaining half bucket of water on the passenger seat. He walked around to the front of the car to check the temperature of the hood. It felt icy cold. The vehicle had been running for a long time. And this didn't seem like the temperature of a car that had just stopped. Not hot. Lin Heng also reached out to check, feeling quite cool. What kind of engine is this? Lei had already opened the hood to show Lin Heng. I've never seen this type of engine. It's probably not standard technology. The cylindrical engine was half a meter long, a porcelain white color with orange-red lines around it. While talking, Zhou Yi had already taken a photo with his phone, planning to keep it on record. However, he was still a bit curious and reached out to touch the upper part of the frame. This car doesn't have a convertible top. How do you handle such high speeds? Doesn't the wind hurt? Lin Heng at least had a helmet. But Lei brought nothing. It's not just a matter of physical fitness. Most convertibles become extremely noisy above 120 miles per hour, producing a whistling sound. And the wind can be quite harsh on your face. Even with a windshield, you can still be hit by the side winds. Moreover, this small off-roader looks structurally simple. So it definitely doesn't have the wind-blocking effect of a convertible sports car. Fortunately, it only has a single row of 2 seats. If it had 2 rows, the people in the back seat would likely be blown away by the wind by now. Zhou Yi was feeling around the steel pipes of the car frame, thinking there must be something to shield against the wind. I don't know. I didn't feel anything since I was wearing a helmet. Lin Heng shook his head, only feeling exhilarated by the speed, and the car felt very stable. He really didn't notice the wind at all. Lei pondered for a moment and began to explore alongside. He not only didn't feel the wind was strong, but it also didn't significantly affect their conversation. Logically, it would be nearly impossible to have a conversation at this speed. However, he could still hear Lin Heng's excited cheers clearly. It looked like an ordinary steel pipe with no special structure. He thought it best to take it back for a professional opinion. As he couldn't figure it out himself, Zhou Yi patted the steel pipe frame on the roof, opened the door, and got into the driver's seat. I'll take it for a spin. Lei nodded and stepped back to give him space, while Lin Heng handed over his helmet. Don't drive too fast. We still don't know what that acceleration is about. Lin Heng pointed to a few buttons he had found earlier while driving, located right in front of the steering wheel. It's over here. Swiping it will have a speeding effect. They watched the off-road vehicle rush out and circle around. But before it could return, it was stopped at the other end of the road by someone. What is going on? Lin Heng squinted at the end of the road, unable to see who it was. Let us go check it out. Lei guessed that the noise from the test drive had attracted someone's attention. Duan Ming had taken a few days off recently and received news last night that the latest gift from the spirits included someone specifically studying engines. It was a project from a year ago that he had heard about, related to a new type of fighter jet engine. He had wanted to rush back to the military district last night, but they advised him to rest well for the night since arrangements hadn't been finalized. Early this morning, he urged the driver to take him back. To take a shortcut, he specifically entered the military district through a side gate. What is going on? Why is the road blocked? Passing through the warehouse area and across a small playground, Duan Ming immediately spotted a mobile roadblock in the middle of the opposite road. This side was a backup freight entrance, and the entire asphalt road was quite wide, suitable for large vehicles, but it wasn't used very frequently. It was rare to see cars on this road. When Duan Ming arrived, it was just the first lap of Lei South test drive. Let us see if that kid Lin Heng has come up with something new. Seeing something that didn't belong to the military style in the military district immediately made Duan Ming think of Lin Heng. The driver parked the car in the shade by the roadside, and Duan Ming got out and strolled across to find a cool spot under a tree, watching the small vehicle make its rounds. What kind of car is this? So small, an off-road vehicle? The driver, not knowing what it was, led Duan Ming to contact Lu Liang, who was responsible for Lin Heng's matters in the military district and would surely know what was going on. Lu Liang arrived quickly. He was actually nearby, waiting for the new project team members who were to report in that morning. Old Duan, why are you here so early? The people from the Zhangji project team want to be gathered for another day or two. The personnel transfer a year ago had been significant, and the matter involving Zhangji also related to a group of spies hidden in the region, so this personnel transfer was being scrutinized particularly carefully. Lu Liang stood with Duan Ming in the shade, watching Lin Heng get into the car. I can't sit still. A few days of rest is enough. I just happened to be passing by this morning. The driver set down a folding chair in the shade of a tree. Duan Ming sat down and fanned himself. The weather was getting a bit hot. Is this a new product? A small off-road vehicle? He was actually looking forward to Lin Heng's new item. But this car did seem a bit rudimentary. Lu Liang nodded, saying it was a parent-child go-kart, similar to those large toys in parks. But this one seemed a bit oversized. Soon, the two saw an off-road vehicle snake its way toward them at high speed. Wow, he's driving a bit recklessly, Duan Ming remarked. Lu Liang instinctively took a step back. Although the road was wide enough, the driving style was indeed quite uncontrollable. Pointing at the wildly driven small off-road vehicle, Duan Ming asked Lu Liang, "Can he even drive? What have you all been up to lately? Is he feeling cooped up?" Lu Liang smiled awkwardly and shook his head. Although Lin Heng lived in a military district, his movements were not restricted at all. He even had someone to pick him up at any time. However, his companion was just too lazy, usually training with the new recruits and then staying home. Lu Liang had asked a few times, and Lin Heng genuinely felt that summer was too hot and preferred staying in. He didn't want to go anywhere. And he completed all his training schedules on time, so there was really no excuse for him to go out. Originally, Lu Liang had thought that since Lin Heng had gotten a go-kart, it would be fine for him to have some fun driving it around the small playground. But now, witnessing his driving skills, Lu Liang hesitated. This wasn't looking too good. The small off-road vehicle swayed left and right for a while, and then suddenly accelerated, accompanied by a loud roar. "This isn't right. That doesn't sound like an engine," Duan Ming observed carefully. "That speed is a bit too fast." Speed. Lu Liang watched as the vehicle sped away, making a sharp turn on the small playground, and then it came rushing back. The wind from its passage hitting him in the face. This is a bit exaggerated. With his skills, I'll have to find someone to teach him safe driving when he turns around. Lu Liang glanced at Lin Heng, who was excitedly waving his fists in the vehicle, feeling his heart race in fear. If he crashes into a wall, I don't even want to think about it. Lu Liang took out his walkie-talkie, calling for someone to come and stop Lin Heng from continuing to play. If anything happened, he couldn't take responsibility. No, it's not just about his driving. What I mean is, the acceleration and speed increase aren't right. Duan Ming stood up to check it out, but Lu Liang quickly stepped forward to stop him. Wait, he's driving too recklessly. Let's wait for someone to come and stop him before we go over. As the off-road vehicle sped away, after its first acceleration, the sound system erupted with a roar. Before Lin Heng could fully enjoy it, a group of people appeared from the side, waving to signal him to stop. After all, they were in a military district, and on their turf, Zhou Yi obediently pulled over to the side. By the time Lin Heng and Yin Lei arrived, Duan Ming was already inspecting the engine of the off-road vehicle. Upon opening it, he was completely clueless about the cylindrical object inside. "Looks like we'll have to take this back for inspection," he said, patting the cool engine before waving his hand to have it towed away. As soon as Zhou Yi opened his mouth, he was interrupted by Yin Lei, who pulled him back and said, "Old Duan, aren't you going to test the car first? Since it's already out, we might as well check its performance." While speaking, Yin Lei gave Zhou Yi a push, urging him to get in the car. "You drive it back first, and we'll come find you later." Duan Ming thought for a moment and nodded, probably sensing that the child hadn't had enough fun. It was fine. The project team would only arrive in the afternoon, and they were all focused on engine research. They could take a look together then. After he spoke, he turned around and saw Lin Heng's eyes sparkling. He quickly added, "Let's get a more professional driver to test the car." Hearing this, Lin Heng took 2 steps back and asked Yin Lei, "Can we let Teacher Zhou buy another car?" There was no need to argue about who would drive. They could just buy a few more cars. However, he had calmed down by this time. He had enjoyed the previous fun, and it was almost time for him to head to training. If necessary, he could always come back later to play. Once this task was completed, it wouldn't be a hassle for him to switch cars. Before he could wait for Yin Lei's answer, Lu Liang suddenly leaned over and quietly asked, "How do you buy one? Do you have children?" Lin Heng grinned and quietly replied, "Children? Where would I have children? I'm not even married." Lu Liang waved his hands and stepped back a bit. "Why would you need such a high configuration just to buy a car? This car is a parent-child off-road go-kart, and only the guardians of children aged 12 to 16 can purchase it. This one was generously provided by Teacher Zhou." After Lin Heng explained, he noticed Lu Liang's eyes widen as he asked the same question. He already has kids, but he doesn't look that old. Chapter 145. What to do with the car under the blazing sun in July. A group of people was setting up the venue despite the high temperatures. One after another, people brought in speed testing equipment, and Lin Heng didn't join in for the upcoming test drive. However, he didn't leave early either. Duan Ming sat in the shade, and Lin Heng strolled over and squatted down beside him. He remembered Lu Liang mentioning that the team, led by old Duan at the Military Science Academy, focused on power systems. However, Lin Heng had never had the chance to clarify what kind of power systems they were working on. He was curious about what the Military Science Academy was researching in terms of power systems. He thought it must at least be at the level of fighter jet engines. But today, It seemed like old Duan was also quite interested in car engines, which were not in the same league as aircraft engines. While Lin Heng was pondering how to bring up the topic, Duan Ming spoke up first. So, are you interested in cars? You don't have to say anything if you don't want to. Old Duan's tone carried a hint of complexity. He had seen the specific data from Lin Heng's flying vehicle performance, which was very similar to his driving style, focused on speed and freedom. It seemed a bit too casual. Lin Heng laughed upon hearing this. Isn't it because I thought no one was around today? Besides, that car really felt great to drive, and it was fast. I got carried away without even noticing. He didn't make excuses. It truly was a great car to drive, and the opportunity was just right, so of course, he couldn't miss it. If he really had to drive on the road, Lin Heng definitely couldn't be so reckless. He still valued his life. Old Duan chuckled and asked, "Is there something you want to ask? Just say it." He could see clearly that this kid usually didn't approach anyone unless there was something going on. Basically, aside from daily training, there wasn't much for him to wander around in the military district. Those few who had contact with him were worried he might become withdrawn staying here. They didn't even know what this kid was studying every day. Hee. I just wanted to ask about the power system we discussed. What type is it? Lin Heng said as he casually sat down on the ground, continuing. I noticed you seemed quite interested in the energy supply for that mech last time, and you also mentioned that the engine of this vehicle is interesting. Duan Ming nodded. If we're talking about previous projects, it initially started with biomass rocket propellant. Later, there was a period of research on turbojet engines. Just over a month ago, the project switched to biomass energy. As old Duan spoke, he looked down and saw Lin Heng's face flash with a blank expression. He hadn't understood anything. Lin Heng only vaguely grasped that it had started with something related to rockets and then shifted to fighter jet engines, but he truly didn't get the last part. He wasn't too hung up on it. It wasn't his area of expertise anyway. What is biomass used for? Old Duan shook his head and corrected him. It's not about where it's used, but rather that once it's developed, it can be used anywhere. Lin Heng looked at the off-road vehicles speeding by on the road and suddenly recalled the timeline old Duan had mentioned. Over a month ago? That was probably when he started trading with the military district. Yes, it's as you think, the mech model you brought, that power device, do you remember? It's related to this. Old Duan said as he picked up his thermos and took a sip of water, smiling. Our progress is quite good. If there are no surprises, we should have good news in a few months. Lin Heng nodded while recalling the mech model. He had never seen the mech's power device disassembled, but he could roughly guess its location. So, what kind of engine does today's off-road vehicle belong to? Lin Heng slightly stretched his long legs, changing to a more relaxed position on the ground, and pulled out a few apples from the system to hand to old Duan. Taking the apples, old Duan wiped them down and replied, I don't know. It's a structure I've never seen before and doesn't belong to any known category of automobile engines. However, this afternoon, more specialized personnel will come, and then we can study it properly. If you're interested, let the superior know, and you can join their new project team. Lin Heng quickly shook his head upon hearing this. He was just curious, not so interested that he wanted to dive into research. That afternoon, the newly established project team of the provincial military district finally completed its integration, and everyone was present. Most of the personnel who had previously worked on projects related to Zhangji were here this time. There were also a few high-level specialists temporarily reassigned from various places. Among them, the most notable was Zhong Zhengli from the Northwest region, whose team developed the engines currently used in the country's fighter jets. Zhong Zhengli received his transfer order the day before and only had one day to complete the handover of work. Before coming here, his superiors had hinted at the upcoming work content related to the project of developing a new generation fighter jet engine, linked to the disappearance of Zhang Ji from a year ago. Zhong Zhengli certainly knew about the other party. Theoretically, they were competitors. A year ago, their project teams in different military districts were both conducting research on the new generation engine. At that time, Zhang Ji was progressing much faster. And if it weren't for his sudden disappearance, Zhong Zhengli might not have been the one to take on this research task. As a peer from the younger generation, he had wanted to meet Zhang Ji and exchange work experiences. Unexpectedly, he later received news that Zhang Ji had gone missing. Now, having the opportunity to continue the other's line of thinking and participate in the research in a different way could be considered a form of exchange. Zhong Zhengli arrived with high expectations. So even though his original research plan was abruptly interrupted, he still cooperated fully and rushed to the military district in Bin province. However, what he never expected was that upon settling in, his first task was to go to a small playground to inspect vehicles. Inspect vehicles? Does our military district seem so idle? Why would I need to inspect vehicles? Zhong Zhengli was filled with confusion. Wasn't it said that time was tight and the tasks were heavy, requiring him to drop everything and come to Bin province immediately? How come now that he arrived? He was told to go inspect some vehicles first? Could it be that he was going to be issued a vehicle? Is the treatment in Bin province that good? Before he could think much further, the person who came to inform him, with a serious expression, stated that this was a formal task and urged him to hurry. Thus, Filled with questions, Zhong Zhongli was led to a road behind the warehouse area where off-road vehicles were being tested. This wide road, usually almost unused, was now crowded with people at one end, busy packing up some equipment. Zhong Zhongli hurried over, but upon arrival, no one paid him any attention. With a belly full of questions, he heard a rumbling sound. A simple off-road vehicle came charging toward him, grabbing his attention. How could this small thing run so fast? At that moment, he realized that the people busy here were likely focused on this vehicle for a special reason. Zhong Zhongli stood by the roadside, feeling a bit dazed. He had just arrived at the military district in Bin province and hadn't even completed the full reporting procedures before being brought to inspect vehicles. The person who called him here seemed very anxious, repeatedly stating it was a formal task, yet no one was paying him any mind. The only vehicle on site was the small off-road vehicle that had just stopped, simple and resembling a large toy. He chose a spot out of the sun to observe, noticing that the off-road vehicle was of a peculiar size. With nothing else to do, Zhong Zhongli contemplated the reasons behind the vehicle's dimensions. Could it be that it was designed to be smaller for easier parking? Over here. Send the disassembled parts back first. A shout came from a distance. And as Zhong Zhongli moved closer, he saw a group of people gathered around 3 small, simple off-road vehicles on the playground. 2 of the vehicles had already been disassembled into several parts, and someone was categorizing and recording them nearby. Zhong Zhongli thought to himself, what style is this from the provincial military district? Why are the vehicles being taken apart like this? When he arrived, the testing equipment in the area had already started to be moved back, as the main testing phase had concluded. Now, people were gradually coming forward to test drive, which could be considered an internal perk. The atmosphere was lively for a time. On this small playground, the disassembly and movement were also bustling. Zhong Zhongli even felt a bit like he was at an amusement park. Standing there just to watch made him somewhat uncomfortable. Wouldn't it be better to take a break instead of coming to see some cars? He glanced around but didn't see anyone familiar and had no idea whom to ask. He had just transferred from his previous unit and came alone, so he didn't know who his colleagues were. Not wanting to waste time there, Zhong Zhongli hesitated for a moment and strode towards Duanming. He only recognized this one elder, and it was more of a mere acquaintance. However, before he could reach his destination, he was suddenly stopped by someone and, in a daze, was pushed into the driver's seat of an off-road vehicle. Zhong Zhongli, come on, it's your turn. Wait, what does this mean? Zhong Zhongli looked confused as several people busied themselves around the vehicle, leaving him in the driver's seat. Take it for a couple of laps. Someone shouted while backing away to a safe distance. Before Zhong Zhongli could ask again, they had all run off. Fine, I'll drive then. He had no idea what was going on. Sighing, he looked up at the wide road and pressed the accelerator decisively. The off-road vehicle surged forward suddenly. The sound of wind rushing past on either side. He didn't expect this little thing to have no buffer at the start and immediately pick up speed. This surprised Zhong Zhongli, but he also noticed something was off. He extended his hand to feel the wind speed outside the vehicle. The wind seemed to lash against his hand, completely different from the calm feeling inside the driver's seat. The small off-road vehicle quickly adjusted its speed and returned steadily after a lap. Before he could stop, he heard someone shout, "Run another lap. Hurry up." What was going on? Confused, Zhong Zhongli had no choice but to accelerate again. It wasn't that no one was coordinating with him. It was just that the person responsible for him was very busy. Originally, the new project team was functioning well, but now they had to forcibly pull some people out to study the engine of this off-road vehicle. How to allocate personnel became an issue. Additionally, there were other related reports and materials that needed to be sent to various departments. And the vehicles that had been dismantled on a whim needed to be taken back quickly. Indeed, disassembling vehicles was not part of Lu Liang's plan. It was entirely because Elder Duan was in a good mood that he had his assistant bring tools and disassemble the vehicle on site for a look. The number of helpers gradually increased, and Lu Liang could no longer control the ensuing developments. The scene became lively. When Lu Liang returned after a busy round and called for the project team leader, he learned that Zhong Zhongli had already arrived. There wasn't much time for conversation, so he quickly found someone to take Zhong Zhongli to test the vehicle first. It's better to experience it firsthand than to talk too much. Sure enough, by the time Lu Liang finished his tasks and returned to the testing area, he saw Zhong Zhongli looking curious, peering at the staff disassembling the vehicle. He no longer had the impatient expression he had when he first arrived. At that moment, Lu Liang approached to greet him. So, have you figured anything out? Zhong Zhongli was observing the disassembled parts one by one. Upon hearing the voice nearby, he turned to look. Huh, me? He pointed to himself, explaining that he had never seen such a strange combination of vehicles before and had come to take a look. He was just curious and was polite enough not to get too close. A few vehicles had already had their engines removed and sent back to the lab. If you want to see, you can go back and check, Lu Liang suggested, glancing at the time. Since the subsequent work will involve studying it, why not go have a meal and take a break first? Zhong Zhongli was taken aback. What did he mean by subsequent work involves it? When he landed at the military airport in the morning, someone had briefly confirmed the upcoming work with him. Why was he being switched directly in the afternoon? I don't mind changing work tasks, but switching from a fighter jet engine to a car engine seems a bit absurd, doesn't it? They're both called engines. But they are not the same thing. This is not even the same working principle. Zhong Zhengli's expression turned a bit unpleasant. This was too ridiculous. If they continued like this, he would have to find a way to request a transfer back. He said it lightly, knowing that it would be challenging to go back. But being asked to change direction midway felt uncertain. Car engines are generally piston-reciprocating internal combustion engines, while aircraft engines use gas turbine technology. These two are not from the same family. There's a limit to jokes, you know. I need to return to complete my reporting procedures soon. As he spoke, Zhong Zhengli brushed off his clothes and stood up, not even looking at Lu Liang, turning to leave. Lu Liang suddenly remembered that the other party probably hadn't seen what the off-road vehicle's engine looked like. By the time Zhong Zhengli arrived, most of the vehicles had already been disassembled, and the engines had been moved back. The only off-road vehicle with an engine was still being tested, and he likely hadn't been given the chance to see it. Oh no, this could lead to a big misunderstanding. Mr. Zhong, wait. Lu Liang quickly stopped him, needing to clarify. It's like this. The engine of this vehicle is quite special and not the common piston engine. So far, it has only undergone simple testing. And the specific performance of the engine will need to wait until it reaches a professional lab. Time was tight, and the tasks were heavy. They couldn't afford to lose even one person. They couldn't let Zhong Zhengli misunderstand the situation. Chapter 147. Where did this off-road vehicle come from? Although Lu Liang tried his best to explain, they didn't know much at the moment, and by the end, he felt like he was somewhat misleading. Ultimately, Lu Liang